After her rebirth, Shi Jiunian gazed at her exceptionally handsome husband before her, swallowing hard. How blind had she been in her previous life to forsake such a remarkable partner and instead trust in deceitful men and women, ultimately leading to her family's ruin. In this lifetime, she resolved to embrace her beauty and intellect, embarking on a path of vengeance against the scoundrels while seeking powerful allies. However, inadvertently, she found herself becoming a formidable figure in her own right. With numerous aliases and a multitude of backing, she was associated with a notorious assassin organization that warned, "Who dares to provoke our leader shall meet a most unfortunate end." The infamous four great families declared, "Should anyone dare to bully our cherished darling, we shall unleash our wrath upon them." A mysterious and elite family welcomed her return with open arms. In a room on the second floor of the villa, the woman clutched the man's hand that intruded beneath her skirt, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Upon hearing her, the man disdainfully glanced at Shi Jiunian on the bed, growing increasingly impatient as he lifted her skirt, his hand reaching in. "Let her watch after all. She's paralyzed. What can she do to us?" Shi Jiunian gritted her teeth until they bled, her eyes filled with rage. This was her fiancée and stepsister. They had conspired against her, leaving her bedridden, seizing her company, and now they were indulging in such vile acts before her. "Get out, both of you," she demanded. "Get out? Shi Jiunian, you must be mistaken. Do you still think you are the eldest daughter of the Shi family?" Jiang Ro laughed. "You may not know, but your grandfather passed away from cerebral hemorrhage upon learning of your condition. Your uncle's family is now facing incarceration and cannot come to your aid." Shi Jiunian trembled violently. Her grandfather had always been in good health. How could he have died so suddenly? And what had happened to her uncle's family? Surely, this was the work of Jiang Ro and Liang Machin. "You vile wretch!" Shi Jiunian sobbed in despair. Jiang Ro, feigning innocence, smiled gleefully. "Brother-in-law, look at her, she still calls me a vile wretch. How heartbroken I am. If that mouth cannot speak wisely, it should remain silent forever." Liang Machin sneered, giving Jiang Ro a disdainful glance before abruptly tossing a water jug at Shi Jiunian's face. "Ah!" Jiang Ro's smile widened, her words cutting deep. "Oh, I misspoke earlier. There is indeed someone who can save you, Fu Jingxian. Unfortunately, you drove him away." Jiang Ro's eyes glimmered with jealousy. "What could possibly attract Fu Sanshao to you? He willingly relinquished 2/3 of the Fu family's fortune to divorce you." Fu Jingxian. Tears of anguish streamed down Shi Jiunian's face. She had been blind, failing to cherish the one who truly loved her, instead believing Liang Machin and Jiang Ro's lies. "Fu Sanshao is returning to the country soon. To prevent any unforeseen complications, we are here to send you off," Jiang Ro declared, producing a syringe from her pocket with a malicious smile. "Sister, with your medical expertise, you should know what this is. Once injected, you will experience the torment of 1,000 ants gnawing at your heart, a pain of dismemberment, leaving you in a state where you cannot seek life nor death." Jiang Ro seized Shi Jiunian's wrist, injecting the entire contents of the syringe into her. A searing agony coursed through Shi Jiunian's body, as if countless ants were biting her, her brain hammered by relentless force. The drug's stimulating effects prevented her from losing consciousness, forcing her to endure this torment until death. Meanwhile, Liang Machin and Jiang Ro reveled in their malicious laughter, indulging in their sordid display. As Shi Jiunian's consciousness began to fade, the roar of a car engine resonated from downstairs, followed by a powerful kick that shattered the door. A tall figure rushed in, panting heavily. Could it be Fu Jingxian? She had hurt him so deeply, why would he come now? Shi Jiunian could barely see, her eyelids heavy as she felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. "Jiang Ro, Liang Machin, in the next life, I will ensure that you do not meet a peaceful end. Shi Jiunian, you love him so much that you call his name in my bed." The furious roar echoed in her ears, and Shi Jiunian suddenly opened her eyes. The man's furious gaze seemed ready to tear her apart. "Fu Jingxian." Shi Jiunian stared in disbelief, her eyes wide with confusion. How could Fu Jingxian be here? Had she died and was now experiencing a hallucination? Fu Jingxian noticed the bewilderment in her eyes, tightening his grip around her neck. How could she not recognize the man with whom she had shared her body? Had she been thinking of Liang Machin while they were intimate? His bloodshot eyes bore into her, his hand around her neck tightening with rage, an oppressive aura enveloping the room. Shi Jiunian gasped for air. Fu Jingqian. He desired nothing more than to strangle this heartless woman, but upon seeing the traces of tears on her face, his heart softened, and he released her. He turned away, putting on his clothes with a cold expression. Shi Jiunian sat up, her body racked with pain, especially in her lower half. The familiar yet strange surroundings reminded her that she had been reborn. She had returned to that fateful night 5 years ago when Jiang Ro had knocked her unconscious and thrown her onto Liang Moken's bed. Fu Jingqian had arrived in a fit of rage, incapacitating Liang Mochen and dragging her back to the villa, claiming her for himself. That night marked the beginning of her tumultuous relationship with Fu Jingqian, leading to her relentless revenge on him, culminating in his heartbroken departure abroad. And then came the torment inflicted upon her by Liang Mochen and Jiang Ro. As thoughts of Liang Mochen and Jiang Ro flooded her mind, an overwhelming wave of hatred surged within her, causing her to tremble once more. When Fu Jingqian turned around, he saw her sitting on the bed, shaking with rage. His heart ached painfully. Did she truly hate him so? Shi Jiunian, is it hatred you feel? Hatred for me, taking you against your will? His voice turned frigid as he approached the bed, producing 2 red books and tossing them onto her lap. His cold, harsh tone dripped with torment. It matters not if you hate me, you are now my wife, and there is no future for you in Liang Mochen. You would do well to suppress any foolish thoughts and behave as my wife, or I shall break that scoundrel and shatter your legs. He was known for his harsh words, often threatening to break her legs, yet he had never laid a hand on her. As Shi Jiunian recalled the events of her past life, tears welled up in her eyes. Fu Jingqian noticed the tears glistening in her gaze, and his previously hardened heart softened once more. Is she crying again? Had he truly been too harsh? Yet, this was of her own making. Fu Jingqian instinctively reached out to wipe her tears, but remembering that she had called out Liang Moken's name in bed, his expression hardened again. If you wish for Liang Mochen to live, you had better stifle those tears. Shi Jiunian ceased her tears, yet Fu Jingqian's expression grew darker. But a thought struck Shi Jiunian. In her past life, Fu Jingqian had thrown Liang Mochen and Jiang Ro into the dungeon, subjecting them to severe torment. It was only upon her pleading that they were released. In this life, she would not only refrain from pleading for them, but would ensure that she avenge herself for all the suffering she had endured. Fu Jingqian, may I visit the dungeon to see them? She asked, urgency evident in her voice. Did she truly wish to see that scoundrel? Fu Jingqian's teeth ground together in frustration as he finally let out a violent, cold laugh. Very well, go see them, but do not shed a tear. Chapter 3. A thousandfold return. The dungeon lay beneath the villa, shrouded in damp darkness. The air was permeated with a foul, metallic odor. Fu Jingqian and Shi Jiunian strode into the dungeon, his gaze secretly fixated on her. Observing her anxious, even fervent expression, a tumult of emotions churned within him. She, who had been cherished since childhood, now willingly ventured into such a place for Liang Mochen. Master, Fu greeted Fu Jingqian promptly. Upon noticing Shi Jiunian behind him, his expression faltered, yet he still managed to utter, Miss Shi. Open the door, Fu Jingqian commanded, impatience lacing his voice. Fu would cast a worried glance at Shi Jiunian, recalling how wretched Liang Mochen had been tortured. If she witnessed this, would it not provoke her to confront his master? Yet, under Fu Jingqian's orders, he had no choice but to comply. As the door swung open, an even more potent stench of blood assaulted them. Within a cage, a man and woman were imprisoned. The man bore numerous lash marks, his skin a tapestry of torment, while the woman fared little better. Liang Mochen and Jiang Ru were on the brink of collapse, tears of joy streaming down their faces at the sight of Shi Jiunian. Jiunian, please save us, they cried in unison, desperation coloring their voices. Let's go, Liang Mochen urged, his voice trembling with urgency. Release them? Shi Jiunian's hands clenched tightly at her sides. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the raging hatred within her and stepped closer. The nearer she drew, the more intense her loathing became, her body trembling with suppressed rage. Fu Jingqian leaned against the wall, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Indeed, upon seeing the injured pretty boy, she would become enraged. Soon, she would seek revenge for Liang Mochen, would she not? He pondered whether she might also want to strike him. Jiunian Liang Mochen, with both arms broken by Fu Jingqian, could only awkwardly wriggle on the ground, striving to reach her. Shi Jiunian regarded him with an expressionless face, and, just as he was about to touch her, she delivered a vicious kick to his face. What gives you the right to call me Jiunian? No one anticipated that Shi Jiunian would suddenly turn on Liang Maching, leaving them all in shock. Fu Jingqian straightened, astonished, while Fu Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. Had this woman lost her senses? Sister, what's wrong with you? Jiang Ruru exclaimed, horrified. Shi Jiunian had never uttered a harsh word to Liang Maching, let alone strike him. Did Fu Xinxiao do something to you? Jiang Ruru cautiously glanced at Fu Jingqian. What do you wish he would do to me? Shi Jiunian scoffed. Furthermore, Fu Jingqian and I are legally wed now. He's my husband. Marriage? How could this be? Jiang Ruru was incredulous. Fu Jingqian had seen Shi Jiunian in bed with another man. He should have suffocated her. How could he be married to her? That union should have been hers. Shi Jiunian relished the jealousy radiating from her, inhaling deeply before addressing Fu Jingqian. Fu Jingqian, you've raised a pack of wolves. Haven to you? Fu Jingqian, still savoring her earlier declaration of husband, instinctively responded with a non-committal grunt. Could you bring your wolves here? She continued. Are you willing? Fu Jingqian grasped her intent, his gaze darkening. Shi Jiunian recognized his jealousy and sought to placate him. I am now your Fu Jingqian's wife. If there is anything to regret, it would only be for you. I wouldn't spare a glance at any other man. Fu Jingqian scoffed again. This woman had a way with words, yet he found himself captivated by her charm. Chapter 4. Throw them out. Fu Jingqian, intrigued by Shi Jiunian's intentions, signaled Fu Hua, who promptly exited. Minutes later, he returned, a wolf trailing behind him. The creature stood half a man's height, baring its fangs in a display of ferocity, charging straight for Jiang Ruru and Liang Maching. Jiang Ruru stumbled backward, her face pale with fear as she screamed. Shi Jiunian, what are you doing? Liang Maching's face turned ashen. Today, Shi Jiunian was unrecognizable, beyond his control. Ignoring him, Shi Jiunian bent down, patting the wolf's head. Good boy. These two are bad people who have bullied me. Will you help me teach them a lesson? The fierce wolf bared its teeth menacingly. You're no better. Shi Jiunian remained unfazed. Fu Jingqian issued a curt command, Lone Wolf go. The wolf, feeling aggrieved by Fu Jingqian's bark, transformed that indignation into ferocity and lunged at Liang Maching and Jiang Ruru. Shi Jiunian observed silently, while Fu Jingqian scrutinized her, curiosity mingling with concern. How had she developed such animosity? Had they wronged her in ways unknown to him? Enough, she finally spoke, her tone devoid of emotion. The suffering inflicted upon her would be repaid 100-fold. Lone Wolf, Fu Jingqian called, and the once violent creature settled obediently at his feet, seeking praise. Fool, strip them of their clothes and throw them out, Shi Jiunian said, a smirk gracing her lips. They enjoy performing for an audience, so I shall indulge them. Huh? Fu Hua questioned, uncertain he had heard correctly. Strip them and throw them out. What sort of madness is this? Seeing him hesitate, Fu Jingqian's voice turned icy. Deaf are we? And no, Fu Hua shook his head vigorously, hastily organizing to drag Jiang Ruru and Liang Maching away, the wolf following suit. The dungeon was left with only Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingqian. As Shi Jiunian's tense posture gradually relaxed, she noticed Fu Jingqian's gaze remained fixed upon her, causing her nerves to tighten once more. Her transformation was too drastic. He must suspect her. Fu Jingqian, she murmured, adopting a pitiful demeanor. My leg hurts, will you carry me? Fu Jingqian raised an eyebrow, approaching her with deliberate slowness, towering over her. Feigning innocence, are we? He could see through her act. Really, Shi Jiunian blinked innocently. My leg truly hurts. Her sentence trailed off, but her meaning was clear. Fu Jingqian's expression momentarily froze. He was indeed somewhat rough. What do you truly desire, Shi Jiunian? His confusion deepened. Her rapid transformation left him puzzled. Chapter 5. You sleep? I will not touch you, Shi Jiunian sighed, uncertain how to clarify her intentions. She grasped his shirt, leaning closer, her voice soft. Fu Jingqian, I know, I was foolish before, unable to discern character. Now that we are married, I will strive to be a good wife. I genuinely want to change. Will you grant me this opportunity? Fu Jingqian remained silent, his gaze unwavering. The chill in his eyes had softened. Little deceiver, he murmured, unconvinced by her honeyed words. Yet, despite his skepticism, he lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Shi Jiunian rested her hands on his shoulders, comforted by his broad chest. Fatigue washed over her. She felt utterly drained after her rebirth. As Fu Jingqian carried her to their room, he noticed she had fallen asleep. His movements became gentle as he laid her on the bed, contemplating for a moment before lifting the hem of her dress. Fu Jingqian, a sudden chill enveloped her lower body, stirring her consciousness. "You sleep, I will not touch you." His tone was brusque, yet Shi Jiunian remained still. After all, she belonged to him now. Having been reborn, she was no longer one to be overly sensitive. She was simply too tired. Seeing her truly asleep, Fu Jingqian felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. Was she so quick to trust him? His initial lack of experience, coupled with his anger, resulted in somewhat rough movements. When she cried out in pain, he genuinely feared he had hurt her. He gently pried her legs apart to inspect, relieved to find only slight swelling. He then joined her in bed, pulling Shi Jiunian into his embrace, letting out a satisfied sigh. "Shi Jiunian, you must be obedient. Even if it means deceiving me, at least do so for a little longer." In the dim light, Fu Jingqian gazed at her for a long time before slowly closing his eyes. For the first time, he understood what it meant to have a cherished wife. The girl nestled softly in his arms, fulfilling years of longing and desire. He slept soundly, wishing he could linger in bed indefinitely. However, just past 7 the next morning, Shi Jiunian awoke him. "Shi Jiunian?" As Fu Jingqian roused, he furrowed his brow, observing her eyes tightly shut, drenched in sweat, and breathing rapidly. Had she been having a nightmare? But in the next moment, the 3 words that escaped her lips chilled him to the bone. Liang Maching. Shi Jiunian dreamt of events from her past life. Liang Maching had exploited her affections, compelling her to steal secrets from the Fu family, nearly landing Fu Jingqian in prison and leading to his utter disappointment in her. And then there was her maternal grandfather's family. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he turned to her, listening to the name that fell from her lips. The warmth and tenderness in his eyes gradually fading until only coldness remained. "Shi Jiunian, this is the second time." Once again in his bed, she called out Liang Maching's name. If she cherished him so, why had she pretended otherwise yesterday? He had been furious then, but today, alongside his anger, there was an indescribable sense of loss and discomfort, a heaviness that pained his heart. Wordlessly, he rolled out of bed, threw on a coat, and stormed out the door. Fu Huo was waiting outside, and upon seeing Fu Jingqian emerge, approached cautiously, gauging his mood, clearly aware that Miss Shi had upset him. "Master, Miss Shi." "It's Madam," Fu Jingqian corrected tersely, still fuming but not forgetting to amend the title. He strode down the stairs, instructing the staff in the villa to use the correct term henceforth. Fu Huo nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, the servants have prepared breakfast. Perhaps you should eat before heading to the company." Fu Jingqian was too filled with anger to eat. "I want to eat. Have them prepare some nourishing soup for that heartless woman upstairs to drink when she wakes." Chapter 6. Scandalous ruin. Shi Jiunian slept until 10, feeling refreshed. After tidying herself, she descended the stairs but found no sign of Fu Jingqian. "Where is your master?" The servants set the table while the butler stood respectfully by. The master left early and seemed to be in a bad mood. He didn't eat breakfast. Didn't he eat breakfast and left? Shi Jiunian frowned, wondering who had upset him this time. Hadn't they been fine yesterday? Fu Jingqian's temper had remained as unpredictable as in her past life. If he doesn't want to eat, so be it. I can enjoy my meal in peace. As she ate, she picked up her phone to browse Weibo. Jiang Ro and Liang Maching had dominated several trending topics, their scandalous photos flooding the internet. Breaking news. Famous actress Jiang Ro caught in a scandalous outdoor affair with Liang Maching, son of the Liang family. Videos and details available for just $9.98. Oh my. This is outrageous. Jiang Ro was so bold. The footage shows them in quite compromising positions. Jiang Ro, who claimed to be pure, certainly has a wild side. Even I, an experienced observer, find it shocking. The upper echelons are indeed chaotic. This is the end for Jiang Ro. Also, I noticed her mother had rather small breasts. Did she use padding on TV? Shi Jiunian chuckled. Her spirits lifted as she finished 2 bowls of rice. Jiang Ro had truly fallen from grace. Just as she was enjoying the gossip, her phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a chill crept over her. Her father, Jiang Wenrui, a man who had clawed his way up from rural origins, deceiving her mother and marrying into the Shi family to gain status. Her mother had severed ties with her own family for him, Yet he had maintained a relationship with Jiang Ro and her mother, bringing them into their home immediately after her mother's passing. Only on her deathbed did she learn that her mother's demise was orchestrated by them. Suppressing her anger, Shi Jiunian took a deep breath and answered the call. Instantly, a furious voice erupted from the other end. Shi Jiunian, you need to come back right now. Look at the mess you've made. You've ruined your sister's reputation. You vile wretch, just like your mother, utterly malicious. Shi Jiunian clenched her teeth, her grip on the phone turning white and trembling. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Jiang Wenrui shouted again, not hearing her response. Fine, I'll come back. Suppressing her fury, she hung up, her breath still ragged. If he wanted her to return, then so be it. She had been reborn for revenge. She wouldn't let a single one of them escape. However, going back alone wouldn't suffice. She needed assistance. After a moment's contemplation, Shi Jiunian picked up her phone and dialed Fu Jingchen. Fu Corporation, President's Office. Fu Jingchen had just finished reviewing the last document when he glanced at the clock. It was already 11. Has she gotten up? Fu answered quietly. Madam got up at 10 and has already finished breakfast, having eaten 2 bowls. Fu Jingchen scolded coldly. She certainly has a healthy appetite. Master, there's another matter. Fu hesitated. Today, Jiang Wenrui called Madam, urging her to return to the Jiang family. It's likely related to the incident with Jiang Ro and Liang Maching. She may be at a disadvantage alone, given the scandal Jiang Ro had caused. Returning to the Jiang family would likely spell trouble for Shi Jiunian. Should we send a few people to accompany her for protection? Though Fu Hua harbored a dislike for Shi Jiunian, wishing for her demise, he understood that his master cared for her. If anything happened to her, Fu Jingchen would be the one to suffer. Fu Jingchen's expression tightened, instinctively worried for Shi Jiunian. Yet, recalling her calling out Liang Maching's name that morning, his demeanor grew cold again, his tone sharp. She seems quite capable. Why protect her? No one is to interfere. That heartless woman should face some hardship. Chapter 7. The unfeeling little one. Fu Jingchen felt somewhat embarrassed, while Shi Jiunian remained indifferent to his mood. He didn't want to chase after her either. Neither did Fu Hua, who wished he could have persuaded him more. Suddenly, his phone rang. Fu Jingchen's face hardened as he glanced at the screen, seeing wife flash before him. For a moment, his eyes brightened, but his expression remained frosty, encased in a layer of icy indifference. He pressed the answer button. What's the matter? Shi Jiunian felt pricked by his cold tone, her voice involuntarily softening. Fu Jingchen, I need to borrow a few people from you. What? Fu Jingchen frowned. Shi Jiunian didn't hide the truth from him, stating plainly, the Jiang family called me today, asking me to return. They've undoubtedly prepared a trap for me, but I'm not defenseless. I want to borrow some of the bodyguards you've arranged for me. She intended to make a grand entrance and surprise them all. Although she had her own allies, it was more convenient to use Fu Jingchen's resources directly. Fu Jingchen felt a sense of relief at her honesty, snorting lightly. So you think of me now? Of course, Shi Jiunian replied, unperturbed by his anger. She smiled brightly. We are husband and wife, after all. Husband and wife. Fu Jingchen inhaled deeply. If we are indeed husband and wife, then everything I have is yours. Do as you wish. That was his consent. Shi Jiunian smiled, feeling that this version of Fu Jingchen was particularly agreeable. Thank you. She quickly expressed her gratitude before hanging up. Fu Jingchen felt a mix of frustration and amusement. This woman truly only sought help when it suited her. The heartless little creature. However, after such a commotion, his spirits lifted considerably. After Shi Jiunian hung up the phone, she promptly summoned the bodyguards in the villa. 5 minutes later, 10 Maseratis lined up in formation, charging out of the villa area and onto the main road, forcefully heading towards the Jiang family. At the Jiang residence, Jiang Ro nestled in the embrace of Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying, weeping pitifully. Woo, Dad, how will I ever face anyone again? Because of this incident, several production companies have terminated their contracts with me. She had painstakingly clawed her way to her current status in the entertainment industry, and now it was all ruined. Darling, over the years, I have treated Jiunian as my own daughter, enduring and protecting her no matter her actions, but this time she's gone too far. Jiang Ying's eyes also glistened with tears. Though nearing 40, her charm remained intact, and her crying was heart-wrenching. The sight of mother and daughter in distress nearly shattered Jiang Wenrui's heart. He quickly consoled them. I've already brought that little wretch Jiunian back. Soon, I'll have her kneel and apologize to you. This time, I won't let her off easily. Speaking of this, Jiang Wenrui was filled with fury. Once Jiang Rou's disgraceful incident surfaced, he too became the subject of ridicule, mocked wherever he went. Jiang Rou's tears were genuine, yet a malicious glint sparkled in her eyes. In the dungeon, protected by Fu Jingshun, she was powerless against Shi Jiunian. Now back at the Jiang family, she intended to return the suffering Shi Jiunian had inflicted upon her 1,000-fold. She also wanted to strip Shi Jiunian of her clothes, take nude photos of her, and disseminate them online, ensuring her utter disgrace. She wanted to see if Fu Jingshun would still want her after that. As they spoke, a loud bang resonated as the door was kicked open, and a group of men in black stormed in. Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying were startled, and even Jiang Rou ceased her crying, staring blankly at the entrance. A formidable array of bodyguards stood at the doorway, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Why had such a fearsome group suddenly appeared? The Jiang family had not offended anyone recently. As Jiang Wenrui felt a surge of anxiety, the black-clad men suddenly parted to the sides, respectfully exclaiming, "Madam." Shi Jiunian. Seeing the girl stride in, Jiang Wenrui's fury flared anew. This little brat was returning to apologize, yet she had orchestrated such a grand entrance. What was her intention? It made him think that his enemies had come for him. You brought all these people here for what? You are becoming increasingly unruly. Realizing it was Shi Jiunian, Jiang Wenrui's fear dissipated, replaced by uncontrollable rage. Look at what you've done to your sister. Hurry up and kneel to apologize to her. Shi Jiunian laughed lightly, leisurely making her way to the sofa and casting a glance at Jiang Ying and Jiang Rou, her tone indifferent. Apologize to her? Does she deserve that? I think you're the one who needs a beating. Jiang Wenrui, incensed, took several steps forward, raising his hand to slap her. But before he could reach Shi Jiunian, a bodyguard kicked him back several paces, and thankfully, Jiang Ying and Jiang Rou caught him. Shi Jiunian rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Jiunian, we are family. Why make this so ugly? Look at how furious your father is, Jiang Ying said, her voice gentle, embodying a caring mother. Listen to your mother. Could you let these people leave for now? Shi Jiunian fixed her gaze on her, remaining silent. She truly appeared like a benevolent mother. Had she not lived a second life, one might not discern her true nature. Noticing Shi Jiunian's silence, Jiang Ying exchanged a glance with Jiang Rou, who instantly grasped her meaning. With this group of bodyguards present, they were utterly incapable of dealing with Shi Jiunian. Once they were dismissed, Shi Jiunian's fate would rest entirely in their hands. She feigned a smile. Yes, sister. This is our family matter. Could you kindly have the unrelated guests leave for now? Shi Jiunian smiled languidly. Jiang Rou, I have told you before. Do not let me hear you call me sister. Her smile remained, albeit colder. I can strip you and toss you out once, so I can certainly do it again. The facade of Jiang Rou's smile froze, her body trembling with rage. Wishing to tear Shi Jiunian's mouth apart, yet surrounded by Shi Jiunian's men, she dared not move. Shi Jiunian then turned her gaze to Jiang Ying. My mother is the esteemed eldest daughter of the Shi family, whereas you are merely an inconsequential mistress. So, by what right do you call yourself mother? Even Jiang Ying could no longer maintain her smile. The usually docile Shi Jiunian seemed like a completely different person today. Shi Jiunian, do you think that because you have attached yourself to young Master Fu, you can disregard your birth parents? Jiang Wenrui was nearly fainting from anger. You and your mother are both worthless scum. Shi Jiunian's eyes grew even colder, piercingly so, and Jiang Wenrui felt a twinge of fear, his tone weakening. Once these people leave, I will settle the score with you. We shall indeed settle the score. Shi Jiunian sneered, casually picking up a magazine from the table. I have come here precisely to settle accounts with you. What do you mean by that? Jiang Wenrui sensed the shift in her tone and felt uneasy. Shi Jiunian surveyed the villa and said nonchalantly, What I mean is, this house now belongs to me. You have 30 minutes to pack your things and vacate. Make us leave. Jiang Wenrui stared in disbelief, nearly roaring. Shi Jiunian, have you lost your mind? Shi Jiunian chuckled lightly. My dear father, I shouldn't need to remind you, should I? You came into this family by marriage, having nothing when you were with my mother. This house has always been in her name. After her passing, it was transferred to me. You used despicable means to seize it from me. Her eyes glinted with cold light. Now, it is time for the rightful owner to reclaim what is theirs. I am your father. Who do you think you are, daring to make me leave? Jiang Wenrui trembled with fury, wishing he could strangle Shi Jiunian. If he refused to leave, so be it. Shi Jiunian would not waste her breath on him. She raised her hand, and the bodyguards immediately approached with a loudspeaker. As the switch was pressed, a clear male voice emanated from the speaker. Jiang Wenrui, a phoenix man who crawled out from the depths of poverty, relying on a woman to amass wealth. Abandoning his wife and daughter for a mistress, impotent and destitute. Impotent and destitute. The words resonated throughout the entire villa. You. Jiang Wenrui could hardly believe his ears, taking 2 listens to accept that it was indeed about him. He raised a finger to Shi Jiunian, his anger boiling over. This wretched girl, Jiang Ying and Jiang Ro turned pale with fear. Had Shi Jiunian lost her mind to speak so brazenly about Jiang Wenrui? Shi Jiunian remained seated like a formidable leader, a smile dancing at the corner of her mouth. I have come here solely to reclaim this house. If you refuse to vacate, I have no qualms about letting others hear this. If these words reached the ears of others, he could forget about living in Haichin. Very well, we will leave. Jiang Wenrui gritted his teeth. After all, it was just a house. He owned over a dozen villas, so this was not significant to him. Yet, Shi Jiunian's transformation was so drastic that it unnerved him. He was relieved, however, that she did not demand the company. The company was the golden goose. Shi Jiunian saw through his thoughts clearly, coldly laughing within. The current Jiang group was also her mother's legacy, and she would undoubtedly reclaim it. But not now. She must give them a glimmer of hope, only to plunge them into despair later. To eliminate them in one fell swoop would be far too dull. Jiang Wenrui signed the property transfer contract, throwing the pen to the ground, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Shi Jiunian. Are you satisfied now? Shi Jiunian casually glanced over and instructed the bodyguards to collect it. You have 10 minutes to gather your belongings. Jiang Wenrui, suppressing his anger, pulled Jiang Ro and Jiang Ying upstairs. As soon as they reached the top, Jiang Ro could no longer contain her tears, crying out, Dad, are we really moving? Stop crying. Jiang Wenrui was already seething with rage, and her tears only intensified his frustration. If it weren't for Jiang Ro, perhaps this situation would not have arisen at all. Noticing Jiang Wenrui's anger, Jiang Ying quickly stepped in front of Jiang Ro, saying, Dear, haven't you noticed how much Shi Jiunian has changed? Are we really going to move? Jiang Wenrui felt a twinge of doubt in his heart, but he suspected that Shi Jiunian's drastic change was likely due to discovering the truth about Jiang Ro and Liang Machin, which had provoked her. Let's endure this for now. We shall teach that wretched girl a lesson next time. Jiang Wenrui gritted his teeth and commanded, All right, let's pack our things. Soon, they gathered their belongings, taking only the essentials, managing with just 2 suitcases to avoid appearing too disheveled. Shi Jiunian was lounging on the sofa, casually flipping through a magazine. Upon seeing them descend, she lazily lifted her eyes. Jiang Wenrui was filled with rage, wishing he could strike this unfilial daughter, but the intimidating bodyguard stood firmly in place, preventing him from acting out. He could only leave in indignation with Jiang Ying and Jiang Ro. However, just as they were about to step out the door, 2 bodyguards blocked their path. Shi Jiunian closed her magazine and smiled. Did I allow you to leave? What do you think you're doing? She chuckled coldly. I'm taking you to a good place, to atone for your sins. Chapter 10. Dear, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Jiang Wenrui never imagined that Shi Jiunian would bring them to a cemetery. The cemetery was eerily silent, exuding an indescribable chill. They were dragged into a car and pulled out again, and the moment they saw the tombstone of Shi Jiunian's mother, Jiang Wenrui was terrified to the point of losing his composure. Shi Jiunian, are you insane? Bringing us to a place like this? Jiang Ro could no longer contain her anger, cursing loudly and turning to leave. 2 bodyguards immediately seized her, and, at a glance from Shi Jiunian, they firmly restrained her, forcing her to kneel before the tombstone. Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying were also compelled to kneel. Shi Jiunian gazed at her mother's tombstone, her feelings complex and teetering on the edge of tears. She slowly approached the tombstone, her trembling fingers gently caressing its surface, her voice choked with emotion. Mom, I've come to see you. In my past life, I was unable to discern people's true nature, but this time it will be different. Mom, I will avenge you and make these people pay a heavy price. Taking a deep breath, she stood up, looking down at Jiang Wenrui and the others. Wenrui, I am your father. Jiang Wenrui shouted desperately, immobilized by the bodyguards. You are my daughter. How dare you treat me like this? Nian, what's wrong with you? Jiang Ying was terrified, her heart racing at the sight of Shi's mother's grave. Please just stop. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed as Shi Jiunian raised her hand and struck. You dare to hit my mother? Jiang Roro screamed. Shi Jiunian glanced at her coldly and slapped her again. With such force, even Jiang Ying was stunned, her face swelling up like a pig's head. Jiang Roro trembled with rage, but with the bodyguards holding her down, she could do nothing but curse. Shi Jiunian, what are you so proud of? Isn't it just because Master Fu likes you? Upon hearing this, Shi Jiunian smiled nonchalantly. Indeed, I am relying on Fu Jingqian's affection, with him supporting me. What do you do to me? Jiang Roro was rendered speechless by her brazen tone, trembling incessantly. Shi Jiunian's gaze swept over Jiang Wenrui and the others, who were in utter disarray, restrained on the ground, disheveled and ragged, a sight that was truly repulsive. Tonight, you shall kneel before my mother's grave and repent for your wrongdoings. As her words fell, Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying's pupils dilated in terror. You can't leave us here all night. They protested, but their objections were futile. You all, keep a close watch on them, Shi Jiunian ordered once more. Yes, the bodyguards replied respectfully. After giving her instructions, Shi Jiunian turned and left the cemetery, ignoring the frantic cries of the three behind her, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Arriving at the foot of the hill, she approached the car and opened the back door. Just as she was about to sit down, she noticed another person in the back seat, surprised. Fu Jingqian, how did you get here? I finished my work and came to see you, Fu Jingqian replied, his sharp eyes narrowing as they swept over Shi Jiunian, still bent over. Are you planning to stay in that position forever? Shi Jiunian hurriedly settled into her seat and closed the door. Fu Jingqian's gaze remained fixed on her, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he pressed down with an authoritative presence. Shi Jiunian, I've noticed something's been off with you lately. Naturally, he was aware of the events involving the Jiang family and the cemetery. Shi Jiunian's transformation was perplexing, almost as if possessed. Shi Jiunian stiffened, turning her head to meet Fu Jingqian's gaze, her throat tightening. So, do you still like me? In truth, she had never quite understood what it was that Fu Jingqian found appealing about her, in either life. What are you thinking? No matter what, you are my wife. He reassured her, noticing her anxiety. He gently patted her head, sensing she harbored a secret. If she chose not to reveal it, he would refrain from prying. Shi Jiunian felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart warming. He glanced at his watch, asking, Are you hungry? Shall we go have a meal? Though Shi Jiunian was not at all hungry, having eaten 2 bowls of rice just past 10 o'clock, she remembered that Fu Jingqian had left without breakfast that morning and might still be starving. She nodded obediently. Fu Jingqian smiled. Then, dear, I shall take you to enjoy some delicious food. Chapter 11. Is his third brother really that impressive? Fu Jingqian took Shi Jiunian to the restaurant owned by his friend, Mu Shichuan, known as the Jinshu Restaurant. It was the largest establishment in Haicheng, a favored venue for high society gatherings, and sometimes even having money did not guarantee a reservation. Fu Jingqian alighted first, then opened the car door for Shi Jiunian, taking her hand as they walked inside. The manager, upon noticing Fu Jingqian's arrival, rushed to greet him, but his expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Shi Jiunian. Why is young Master Fu bringing this woman here again? Every time this woman visited, chaos ensued, and on one occasion, she nearly destroyed the restaurant. However, since Shi Jiunian was associated with Fu Jingqian, he dared not voice his concerns. He could only put on a forced smile, young Master Fu. Pausing, he added, Miss Shi. Shi Jiunian responded with a cheerful greeting, seeming quite amiable. Yet, the manager's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Was Miss Shi really so cordial today? Had her head been caught in the door? Or was she plotting something again? The manager felt a chill run down his spine, anxious that Shi Jiunian would concoct yet another scheme. Fortunately, they reached Fu Jingqian's private dining room without incident, with Shi Jiunian behaving surprisingly well, allowing Fu Jingqian to lead her by the hand. The manager observed them as if they were a rare specimen, wondering if something truly was amiss with Miss Shi. After a moment, they took their seats, and Fu Jingqian handed the menu to Shi Jiunian. Order whatever you like. Not feeling particularly hungry, she chose a couple of dishes at random. Fu Jingqian glanced at her, puzzled. Is that all you're going to eat? This morning you devoured 2 bowls, and now you're only ordering a couple of vegetarian dishes? Is my appearance not appetizing enough? However, he refrained from commenting further, handing the menu back to the manager, who hurried off to prepare the food. In the private room, only Fu Jingchen and Shi Jiunian remained. Fu Jingchen leaned back in his chair, watching Shi Jiunian in silence, unsure of what to say as she remained quiet. Shi Jiunian, talk to me, he urged, tapping his fingers on the table in a particularly authoritative manner. Meanwhile, at the top of Jinshu restaurant, in an office, Mu Shichuan exclaimed, "You're telling me that my third brother brought that woman, Shi Jiunian, here?" He leaped up from his seat. The third brother seems to have lost his senses. He has brought that woman along again. Is it not enough that he himself is tormented by her, but now he insists that they too must endure her whims? Whenever Fu Jingchen and Shi Jiunian are together, conflict is inevitable. Once, in a private room, Shi Jiunian hurled a chair at him, nearly breaking his bones and almost demolishing the Jinshu restaurant in the process. He is aware of the incident where Fu Jingchen forcibly took Shi Jiunian, and now that they have arrived, a fierce confrontation is surely imminent. Mu Shichuan is terrified. Has the third brother been bullied by that woman again? Are they fighting once more? Not all, boss. Today, Miss Shi seems quite normal, and she appears to be quite affectionate with young Master Fu. But Mu Shichuan does not wait for the manager to finish his sentence. He rushes out. "Third brother, let me come to your rescue." Upon reaching the door of the private room, Mu Shichuan bursts in. "Shi Jiunian, stop. Do not bully my third brother." He charges in, declaring, "Woman, put down your weapon." Inside the room, however, the man and woman sit peacefully side by side. The man exudes a cool charm, tender yet domineering, while the woman possesses an extraordinary grace and poise. They quietly enjoy their meal, the man occasionally placing food into the woman's bowl, and she silently eats. The handsome couple, harmonious as a picturesque painting, if only an unwelcome intruder had not appeared. Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingchen are both taken aback, turning their heads in shock to see the frantic Mu Shichuan bursting in like a monkey. Has he lost his mind? Fu Jingchen glares at Mu Shichuan, clearly displeased by the sudden interruption. Mu Shichuan is equally bewildered. How is it that these two, typically at odds, now appear so harmonious? Shouldn't they be fighting? Third brother, you and that foolish woman. He stumbles in, instinctively placing his hand on Fu Jingchen's shoulder. Hearing the term foolish woman, Shi Jiunian squints her eyes dangerously. "Call me sister-in-law." Fu Jingchen feels a bit embarrassed and shakes off Mu Shichuan's hand resting on his shoulder. "What makes her your sister-in-law?" Mu Shichuan pouts. In response, Fu Jingchen kicks him, prompting Mu Shichuan to obediently sit down, albeit reluctantly. "I and Fu Jingchen have already gotten our marriage certificate, so you must call me sister-in-law, and I'm granting you the courtesy of calling me that." Although Shi Jiunian is indifferent to the title, she cannot resist teasing him. "You've really gotten a marriage certificate? How is that possible?" She gasps. Turning to Fu Jingchen, "You actually got married?" Fu Jingchen remains silent, having obtained the certificate in Haicheng without a word. If the elders of the Fu family were to discover this, there would surely be an uproar. Furthermore, Shi Jiunian is still in university. Isn't it a bit premature to be married? Indeed, Fu Jingchen replies calmly, peeling a shrimp for Shi Jiunian and offering it to her. Watching her eat obediently, a smile spreads across his face. Mu Shichuan, witnessing this scene, is left questioning his very existence. Just days ago, the two were at each other's throats, and now they seem to be in a state of bliss. How could his third brother be so formidable? Chapter 12. Shi Jiunian, kiss me after dinner. Shi Jiunian heads to the restroom. Mu Shichuan, unable to hold back any longer, asks again, "Third brother, you truly married her?" Fu Jingchen gives him a sidelong glance. "Fine." Mu Shichuan concedes, "But you should be cautious. This woman has changed drastically. Who knows what wickedness she might be harboring?" Fu Jingchen's expression darkens as he leans back in his chair, falling silent. This is indeed a concern, particularly after this morning when Shi Jiunian called out Liang Maching's name while in his bed. Mu Shichuan continues, oblivious to the tension, perhaps while with you. She is thinking of some other man. Before he can finish, he finds himself unceremoniously falling to the ground, bewildered. "Third brother, why did you kick me?" Fu Jingchen leans back, a cold smile on his lips. "There's a shortage of personnel in Africa. Would you like to take a trip there?" Mu Shichuan's face pales, realizing Fu Jingchen is genuinely angry. He scrambles to his feet. No, I'm sorry, third brother." When Shi Jiunian returns from the restroom, She senses the atmosphere has shifted. The previously calm Fu Jingqian now wears a dark expression, while Mu Shichuan appears to cower. Her heart sinks. What has happened now? Upon her return, Fu Jingqian stands expressionless, draping his jacket over her shoulders and taking her hand without a word, leading her outside. The car is parked outside the hotel. Fu Jingqian opens the door, shoving Shi Jiunian inside before taking the driver's seat. His tone is icy as he drives, sitting in the driver's seat. Fu Hua swallows hard. His master is angry again. It must be because Miss Shi has done something. Poor master. He keeps his eyes on the road, focused. Shi Jiunian glances at Fu Jingqian. His entire demeanor screams displeasure. But she is utterly perplexed. She has not provoked him. Fu Jingqian, are you angry? Shi Jiunian tentatively asks, are you mad at me? Fu Jingqian closes his eyes, remaining silent, his frustration brewing within. Seeing him ignore her, Shi Jiunian purses her lips and inches away from him, enveloping the car in a heavy silence. Time ticks by, and Fu Jingqian's expression darkens further. This foolish woman cannot even soothe him. His anger swells, teetering on the edge of explosion. Suddenly, he feels a warm touch against his thigh, accompanied by a sweet fragrance wafting through the air. He opens his eyes to see her delicate finger brushing against his, her clear eyes locked onto his. All right, please don't be angry. Her voice, laced with an inexplicable allure, seeps into his very being, overwhelming him. He can no longer restrain himself. He swiftly grabs her wrist and pulls her into his embrace. Fu Hua discreetly raises the partition, focusing intently on driving. Fu Jingqian's large hand cradles Shi Jiunian's chin, his gaze filled with fierce possessiveness. Regardless of her thoughts, she is his at this moment, and surely will be in the future. He exhales, gently caressing her chin. Kiss me, he breathes. Chapter 13. The madam trends online that evening. Shi Jiunian lies in bed, pulling out her phone to view the video sent by her bodyguard. In the chilly autumn night, Jiang Wenrui, Jiang Rou, and Jiang Ying kneel before grave. Trembling from the cold, two bodyguards stand behind them, brandishing sticks, ready to strike should they falter. Shi Jiunian chuckles with delight, opening WeChat. As she scrolls through her family group chat, her finger hesitates momentarily. After a moment's thought, she opens the chat of one family member. Just as she contemplates sending a message, a WeChat call comes through. Uncle, she answers hurriedly. Is there something you cannot say? You've been typing for 5 minutes. Comes the gentle voice from the other end, tinged with mild indulgence. Shi Jiunian feels a rush of embarrassment, recalling her grandfather's passing from a stroke and her uncle's family's tribulations. Her throat tightens. What's wrong? Is someone bullying you? Is it Jiang Rou and her mother? No, I just miss you all. My silly girl, if you miss us, then come back to see us. You refuse to return to Beijing even when I offer to pick you up, insisting on staying in Haicheng. He pauses, not wishing to argue further about this matter. Nian, your grandfather, your brother, and I are currently in M country, preparing for a racing event. It's an intensive training period of about 2 months, and I want to be able to respond promptly. If you need anything, just call your aunt. We'll visit you once the competition is over. Okay. Upon the mention of her aunt, the smile on Shi Jiunian's face faded slightly, yet she obediently replied, Uncle, you all should prepare well for the competition. There's no need to worry about me. The weather has turned cooler lately. Please take care of yourselves. Rest assured, we're doing just fine. The affection from his niece brought immense joy to Shi Shoji, who exclaimed, Ah, Nian seems to have grown up, showing concern for us. After conversing with her uncle for a while longer, Shi Jiunian ended the call and soon received a transfer notification. Uncle, I've sent you 5 million. Spend it as you wish. If it's not enough, reach out to me or your brother. Don't feel shy. We earn money to pamper our little princess. Shi Jiunian smiled and accepted the transfer. During her uncle's training camp over the next few months, she intended to tidy up matters on her end. The following day, at 9 o'clock, Shi Jiunian rose, freshened up, and made her way downstairs for breakfast. Fu Jingqian was seated on the sofa, and upon noticing her descent, he closed his laptop, set it aside, and approached the dining table to pour her a cup of hot water, instructing the servant to bring out breakfast. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Fu Hua rushed in with a tablet in hand, exclaiming, Madam, you're trending. Fu Jingqian took the tablet, glanced at it, his demeanor shifting slightly as a chill settled in his eyes. Noticing his reaction, Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. Let me see. He handed the tablet to her, and what met her gaze were several trending topics. Era Shi Jiunian kicked her parents out. Jiang Ru's scandal is actually her sister's frame. Shi Jiunian casually tapped on one, revealing a lengthy post by a prominent blogger. I initially did not wish to speak out, but Shi Jiunian's actions are utterly outrageous. Framing her own sister and tarnishing her reputation is one thing, but to even cast out her own parents from their home is beyond reprehensible. Just days prior, the innocent Jiang Ru was embroiled in scandal, and it all traces back to Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian remained unfazed as she skimmed through the post. Chapter 14. Engulfed in scandal, this blogger accused Jiang Ru and Liang Maching of an outdoor encounter, claiming it was a scheme orchestrated by Shi Jiunian, while criticizing her for evicting Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying, deeming her actions unfilial. Illustrative evidence quickly ignited the ire of netizens. This Shi Jiunian is utterly disgusting. She's hardly human to expel her own parents. I knew my goddess Ru wouldn't create such a scandal on her own. It's all Shi Jiunian's doing. She's ruining Ruru's life. Has anyone uncovered Shi Jiunian's address? I'm bringing sulfuric acid to her. As a neighbor of Shi Jiunian, I must speak the truth. Jiang Ru has always been well-behaved, while Shi Jiunian has been nothing but trouble, even having been in a juvenile detention center. She once confided in me her jealousy of Jiang Ru, expressing a desire to ruin her. In an instant, classmates and neighbors of Shi Jiunian emerged, all maligning her. The fury of netizens escalated, condemning Shi Jiunian and seeking her personal information. Shi Jiunian observed the chaos with a stoic expression, memorizing several animated usernames, and followed the blogger's link to Jiang Ruru's Weibo account. Jiang Ruru, thank you all for your concern. These past few days, my mental state has been extremely poor, nearly collapsing. I never imagined the one to hurt me the most would be my beloved sister. Not only did she abandon me with Liang Maching, but she also leveraged her connections to expel our parents from our home. Although my sister is not my biological mother, my mother has always cared for her more than for me, understanding her plight of losing her mother at a young age. Yet, what she has done is truly heartbreaking. This statement solidified the online discourse. Instantaneously, netizens became more vociferous in their condemnation, extending their sympathy to Jiang Ruru. Oh, how my heart aches for the sister. Jiang Ruru is so pitiful to have such a despicable sister like Shi Jiunian. I will handle it all. No need. Shi Jiunian shook her head. Fu Jingqian's expression darkened. What did she mean by no need? Does she not want his assistance? What I mean is, let us wait a bit longer until the situation escalates online. Realizing his misunderstanding, Shi Jiunian chuckled. It seemed she had struck Jiang Ruru hard enough to drive her to desperate measures, and she could not let that effort go to waste. Fu Jingqian glanced at her anew. The young lady had become clever, employing strategies. Fu Hua, go do me a favor, he instructed. Since Shi Jiunian wished to play, he would indulge her. However, matters that needed to be addressed, he would ensure were handled appropriately. His people could not suffer injustice. 3 hours passed. The online outcry intensified. Even Liang Maching spoke out, albeit from his hospital bed, his face still bearing injuries and appearing frail. Hello everyone, I am Liang Maching. Shi Jiunian has been pursuing me relentlessly. However, I harbor feelings solely for Ru, which led to Shi Jiunian's schemes that resulted in our scandal. Shi Jiunian, I am thoroughly disappointed in you. His sorrowful words only fueled the outrage of netizens, who sympathized with Liang Maching and Jiang Ruru, directing their wrath towards Shi Jiunian. With a cold smirk, Shi Jiunian closed the Weibo page. The time had come. She opened her computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Lines of code cascaded across the screen in a dizzying display, while Shi Jiunian remained expressionless, her finger poised to hit enter. Chapter 15. A triumvirate of reversals. Sister's retaliation on the screen appeared a series of chat logs and videos. Madam, Fu entered the room. Shi Jiunian instinctively shut her laptop, concealing the usernames. What's the matter? Madam, this is what the master instructed me to deliver to you. Fu handed her a USB drive, curiosity in his eyes. Although Shi Jiunian had closed her laptop swiftly, he caught a glimpse of something familiar about her username, but dismissed the notion. How could she be that person? That individual was the world's leading hacker, the head of the Hacker Alliance, and even he was a fan. Shi Jiunian accepted the drive, plugged it into her computer, and upon opening the files, her brows arched in amusement. Fu Jingqian truly understood her well. Now, her revenge was about to commence. At the Jiang household, Jiang Ruru gazed with satisfaction at the comments lambasting Shi Jiunian on Weibo, chuckling in delight. Currently, the majority sympathized with her, although she had previously stirred up scandal. She had managed to salvage her reputation. Her agent had even informed her of a potential comeback. Just earlier, production companies had called, eager for her to shoot advertisements. Riding the wave of this newfound attention, this maneuver not only cleansed her image, but also tarnished Shi Jiunian's. Shi Jiunian had been too arrogant lately, daring to expel them from their villa. This was her comeuppance. She had learned that both old Master Shi and Shi Shoji were abroad, leaving only her aunt at home, who harbored a strong dislike for Shi Jiunian. There was no chance she would defend her. Perhaps she even wished for Shi Jiunian's downfall in Haicheng. As expected, the uproar had persisted for quite some time, yet there was still no movement from the capital. Jiang Ru narrowed her eyes, basking in her triumph, when suddenly, she noticed two new trending topics on Weibo. Shi Jiunian speaks for the first time, the true face of Jiang Ru. While netizens continued to berate Shi Jiunian, the comment section of her Weibo was flooded with vitriol. Users even tracked down Shi Jiunian's school, demanding her expulsion. Hey, H University, stop playing dead. You have such a disgusting student. Why haven't you expelled her? How can someone like Shi Jiunian even dare to live in this world? If I were her, I'd find a tofu to smash my head against. I think everyone should remain calm. Perhaps Shi Jiunian is being wronged. Your current behavior constitutes slander. Laughable. My precious Ruru has suffered such injustice. And you still want me to be calm? With so much evidence, you dare suggest she is innocent? Oof. If Shi Jiunian is truly innocent, let her speak up, sue me, or send me a letter from her lawyer. In the next moment, Shi Jiunian tweeted at a prominent user. All right, I'll oblige you. No one anticipated that Shi Jiunian would personally respond. Initially, many suspected it was a fake account, but upon confirming its authenticity, their fury intensified. How could one be so brazen after committing wrongdoing? As netizens clicked into her Weibo, ready to unleash a tirade, they encountered a post from her. Shi Jiunian, a prominent figure, stated, "The evidence is all here. If certain individuals continue to chatter nonsensically, it reflects a deficiency in their intellect." Accompanying her text were 9 images, showcasing chat records between Jiang Ru and Liang Maching, as well as between Jiang Ru and Shi Jiunian. The conversations clearly illustrated Jiang Ru flirting with Liang Maching while deriding Shi Jiunian, all the while urging Shi Jiunian to pursue a relationship with Liang, extolling his virtues. The audience was left astounded. It was a scene of monumental disarray. These chat logs also validated Liang Maching's claims as complete fabrications, as he had pretended to be a victim, inciting disgust among the viewers. Shi Jiunian further posted, "Additionally, my mother passed away 15 years ago, and the following year, Jiang Ruru's mother brought her into our lives. She is now, at most, 19 years old, and I have no illegitimate sister." Furthermore, regarding this video, an explanation is warranted. Shi Jiunian shared another post featuring hotel surveillance footage. The video revealed Jiang Ruru incapacitating her and subsequently abandoning her on Liang Maching's bed. Fortunately, assistance arrived in time. The footage ceased when the door was kicked open. However, anyone with common sense could deduce the unfolding events. Jiang Ruru was revealed to be an illegitimate child. Despite her intentions to tarnish Shi Jiunian's reputation, she audaciously claimed that it was Shi Jiunian who sought to destroy hers. Liang Maching, too, was not a commendable character. The barrage of revelations left viewers in disbelief. Yet Shi Jiunian launched yet another blow. Chapter 16. The censorship of Jiang Ruru, Shi Jiunian declared, "I am officially pursuing legal action against Jiang Ruru and Liang Maching, as well as the online harassers involved in this incident. Those who have directed insults towards me, sent malicious images, and wished death upon my parents should prepare to receive a lawyer's notice. I will ensure your parents feel ashamed for having birthed such imbeciles." No sooner had she posted this than a law firm promptly followed suit. Jiochin Law Firm announced, "Notice, our firm will initiate litigation against Liang Maching and Jiang Ruru, along with the online aggressors implicated in this affair. The following list will soon receive lawyers' notices. Haha." An extensive image accompanied the announcement, showcasing various IDs, predominantly belonging to Jiang Ruru's fans. Oh my, Shi Jiunian is genuinely fearless, and this is hilarious. Jiang Ruru's fans are surely in for a reckoning. What to do? I have become a fan of Shi Jiunian. She is simply magnificent. Where are Jiang Ruru's frantic fans? Are they going to remain silent? Let us wait for the courtroom showdown. Shi Jiunian truly believes in her own worth. Numerous celebrities have sent lawyers' notices online, but who has ever been prosecuted? In less than a minute, the Jiochin law firm tweeted, "All right, your request has been fulfilled. Your lawyer's notice has been dispatched, haha." At this point, the netizens were utterly terrified. Most were students and fans of Jiang Ru. The prospect of a criminal record loomed ominously, potentially ruining their futures. As more and more netizens arrived, they grasped the situation and collectively turned against Jiang Ru. "I have completely unfollowed Jiang Ru. Such a false persona deserves to be banned from the industry. Broadcasting and Television Administration, please censor Jiang Ru." With trembling hands, Jiang Ru clutched her phone, her knuckles turning pale. How could this happen? She hurriedly contacted her manager. "Quickly, help me suppress the trending topic. I can pay a substantial amount." "Do you think that will work?" My manager, equally exasperated, replied, "The individuals who purchased your trending topic possess immense power. No one can intervene. What am I to do?" As Jiang Ru spiraled into despair, the internet erupted once more. The Broadcasting and Television Administration issued a ban. Actors must first cultivate virtue in their craft. Jiang Ru's conduct is deplorable and morally corrupt. Her illegal actions render her ineligible for any future artistic endeavors. This is hereby announced. Jiang Ru's world darkened. She sank to the ground in utter hopelessness. It was over. Her acting career was irrevocably destroyed. In the hospital, Liang Maching remained oblivious to the shift in public sentiment as he returned to his room after a checkup. The expressions of those around him were unsettling. "You are Liang Maching?" A burly man approached him. "Yes," Liang Maching acknowledged, surprised that the man recognized him, given his online notoriety. "I am the victim in this incident. I always regarded Jiang Ru as a dear sister, yet never anticipated her cruelty." He lamented, oblivious to the growing disdain and the gazes directed at him. "I never imagined Shi Jiunian would act this way towards me. However, let us not be too harsh. Considering her youth, we should grant her a chance. Chance my foot." Before he could finish, the man struck him on the head, rendering Liang Maching unconscious. As Liang Maching came to, he realized that rather than assistance, he was met with contemptuous looks. Alarmed, he wondered if something else had transpired. The man, infuriated, landed another punch, disfiguring Liang Maching's nose. With a cry of pain, Liang Maching fled, desperately checking his phone. Upon seeing Shi Jiunian's statement, darkness clouded his vision. He nearly fainted. How had Shi Jiunian obtained surveillance footage and chat logs? Why was the leading law firm in the capital advocating for her? And how could she claim to take legal action against him? Hadn't she harbored feelings for him since childhood? Surely, she would not wish to harm him. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, two police officers approached him, sending a jolt of panic through him. The officers stood before him. "Liang Maching, someone has accused you of attempted assault. Please come with us." Chapter 17. A forceful entry. The events online continued to escalate. Even Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying faced public outrage, with accusations flying against Jiang Wenrui for exploiting Shi Jiunian's mother to ascend into high society while engaging in extramarital affairs and fathering an illegitimate child. In the elite circles of Haicheng, disdain for Jiang Ying had already been prevalent, and now she was completely ostracized. The Jiang family's stock plummeted. Shi Jiunian observed this with satisfaction, a smile breaking across her face. Ah, how exhilarating! She was determined to ensure their downfall was irreversible. "Shi Jiunian, are you planning to return to school or not? If you don't come back, we will expel you." Suddenly, a text message popped up on her phone. Shi Jiunian's smile faded slightly. She responded to her counselor, assuring her that she would indeed return to school the following day. There were still outstanding matters to settle. As Fu Jingqian emerged from the bathroom, he found Shi Jiunian sprawled on the bed, engrossed in her phone, appearing deep in thought. He approached and playfully smacked her backside. "Sit up straight and stop staring at your phone. It's bad for your eyes." Shi Jiunian was still adjusting to his affectionate gestures. She straightened up, casting a glance at Fu Jingqian. Their eyes met. His upper body was bare, a towel cinched around his waist, his long, powerful legs swaying before her. Fu Jingqian, I'll be going to school tomorrow." She attempted to change the subject. "Sure, I'll drive you." Fu Jingqian responded casually, "But it's getting late. Time for bed." After extinguishing the lights, he drew closer to the bedside, pinning Shi Jiunian down. "Fu Jingqian, just a hug. I want to touch you. You're not wearing any clothes. I'm accustomed to sleeping in the nude." Shi Jiunian, The overwhelming masculine aura enveloped her, making Shi Jiunian squirm uncomfortably. Fu Jingchen. Considering their encounters in their past life, they had only been intimate during his outbursts of anger. 2 minutes later, Shi Jiunian, what are you doing? Fu Jingchen observed her expression and, sensing her reluctance, paused his advance. He pulled the blanket over her, wrapping her snugly, and then donned a pair of shorts himself. All right, let's sleep, he declared. The next day, Shi Jiunian headed to school. Her youthful charm attracted countless gazes. Is that Shi Jiunian from Class A? She seems a bit different now. There's something quite enchanting about her. How dare she come back to school? Doesn't she know that Xiao Shiyu from Class A has set a trap for her? Did you see what happened online? I almost feel sorry for Shi Jiunian, betrayed by her own sister and the man she likes. Amidst the incessant murmurs around her, Shi Jiunian maintained her composure as she made her way to Class A. The door was firmly shut, and she paused for a moment, her gaze lingering on it before she let out a cold laugh. With a swift kick, she flung open the door. A bucket of dirty water and a basin of flour came crashing down. Shi Jiunian stepped back, unfazed, as if the incident had not affected her in the slightest. Inside the classroom, a group of onlookers, grinning from ear to ear, suddenly had their smiles wiped away. In the center, Xiao Shiyu, adorned in high-end designer labels, lost her smile, her expression darkening. No one had anticipated that Shi Jiunian would evade the trap. Chapter 18. How do you intend to treat me? Shi Jiunian. Look at the mess you've made in the classroom. Zhang Xiao, a sycophant of Xiao Shiyu, arrogantly tossed a broom towards her, blaming Shi Jiunian for the chaos. Get cleaned up immediately and go apologize to Xiao Jia. You've disturbed her. Oyoye. Shi Jiunian let out a cold laugh, raising her gaze to meet Xiao Shiyu's, who lifted her chin, seemingly awaiting an apology. Xiao Shiyu, a scion of the Qiao family in the capital, was considered a top-tier heiress in Haiqing. Liang Maching had to curry favor with her, and she had taken that as an opportunity to bully Shi Jiunian, isolating her with the rest of Class A and often putting her in embarrassing situations. For Liang Maching's sake, Shi Jiunian had endured it all, but after having been reborn, did they think they could still intimidate her? Not a chance. Shi Jiunian calmly entered Class A, and when Zhang Xiao saw her defiance, she seethed. Shi Jiunian, are you deaf? I told you to clean this place up. Whoever made the mess should clean it. Shi Jiunian replied coolly as she took her seat. The onlookers exchanged glances, sensing a newfound backbone in Shi Jiunian after just a few days. Xiao Shiyu furrowed her brow, her expression darkening slightly. What was wrong with Shi Jiunian today? Normally, she would have rushed over to curry favor. Look at Shi Jiunian today. She's quite bold, someone jeered. Zhang Xiao, aren't you going to say anything? Are you intimidated by her? Zhang Xiao, unable to bear the provocation, stormed up to Shi Jiunian and kicked her desk hard. Shi Jiunian's brow furrowed slightly in irritation. I was speaking to you nicely. You better clean up this classroom, or I won't go easy on you. Shi Jiunian smiled, glancing at her lazily. Oh, how do you intend to be not easy on me? Leaning back in her chair, she appeared unfazed, her eyes narrowing with an unsettling coldness. The once timid Shi Jiunian was now terrifyingly fierce. Zhang Xiao felt a shiver run down her spine as their gazes met. Realizing she was intimidated, Zhang Xiao's anger flared, and she kicked Shi Jiunian's desk again. But someone was quicker. Shi Jiunian sprang to her feet and delivered a swift kick to Zhang Xiao's stomach, sending her sprawling to the ground. Raising her hand, she flipped the heavy desk, which came crashing down on Zhang Xiao. The books inside the desk fell heavily, striking her chest. Zhang Xiao's face contorted in pain as she struggled to breathe. Shi Jiunian, let me go. Shi Jiunian remained unmoved, calmly observing her. Zhang Xiao in agony. Scream, Hua. Someone help me. Xiao Jia, save me. Zhang Xiao was Xiao Shiyu's follower. Her humiliation was an affront to Xiao Shiyu herself. Shi Jiunian, let her go. Xiao Shiyu commanded, but this time, her authority was met with a cold laugh from Shi Jiunian. You think your face holds that much weight? You think I'll let her go just because you asked? Not only did Shi Jiunian refuse to relent, but she also stepped on the desk leg, causing its weight to press down further on Zhang Xiao. The pressure was suffocating. Someone pull her away. Xiao Shiyu's expression darkened. A few of her friends rushed forward to rescue Zhang Xiao, but as they approached, Shi Jiunian smiled ominously. Chapter 19. The principal steps in. Shi Jiunian's backing her demeanor was ominous yet exuded confidence. I'm merely teaching Zhang Xiao a lesson for her foolishness. What? Do you wish to learn how to behave as well? She clicked her tongue, her lips curving into a smile that resembled that of a reaper. The approaching students halted in their tracks, paralyzed by fear at this version of Shi Jiunian. Had she been possessed? Shi Jiunian shifted her gaze to Zhang Xiao's bruised face, casually pulling a book from the desk and playfully tossing it in her direction, hitting her squarely in the face. The impact was painful, causing tears to stream down Zhang Xiao's cheeks. Does it hurt? Shi Jiunian leaned in slightly, her smile seemingly gentle, but her tone turned icy as she slammed the book against her face again. Remember this feeling today, and don't provoke me again. This is just a small lesson. Next time, I won't hesitate to throw you and the desk out of Class A. With that, Shi Jiunian straightened up and kicked the desk off Zhang Xiao. The latter rolled on the ground, finally managing to stand, trembling in pain. Shi Jiunian, you, she stammered, tears streaming down her face. Have you not had enough? Shi Jiunian sneered, flexing her wrists. Would you like another round? Zhang Xiao found herself at a loss for words, unable to retaliate. Overwhelmed by the humiliation she had just endured, she stomped her foot in frustration. Shi Jiunian, just wait, I'm going to tell the teacher. With that, she ran out of the classroom in tears. Once she left, the classroom fell silent again. Shi Jiunian returned to her seat, as if nothing had happened. The fierce person just moments ago seemingly vanished. Had Shi Jiunian been possessed? She was usually so docile, yet today she dared to stand up to Qiao Shiyu. In truth, Shi Jiunian's temper had never been mild. She merely tolerated Qiao Shiyu. Previously, she had been a thorn in the side of many, but she had grown accustomed to being subservient to Qiao Shiyu, leading others to believe she was merely a pushover. Zhang Xiao had gone to find the teacher, and now Shi Jiunian was in trouble. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, the counselor entered, surveying the chaotic classroom with a grim expression. Shi Jiunian, step outside. Shi Jiunian rose and walked out slowly, met with sympathetic glances from her peers. Qiao Shiyu smirked in delight at her misfortune. Shi Jiunian, you're in for it now. You either shouldn't come to school, or when you do, you create such a ruckus, the counselor chided, leading Shi Jiunian to the academic office. Zhang Xiao's mother is on her way, and you better be ready to apologize. Shi Jiunian remained silent, casually scrolling through her phone as she dismissed the situation. The secretary hurried in. Principal, there has been an incident involving Miss Shi. Principal Liu set aside the documents he had just corrected, donned his glasses, and sighed. What has happened this time? The secretary recounted Shi Jiunian's antics in Class A, and after listening, Principal Liu's lips twitched in exasperation as he rubbed his forehead. Old Shi truly had a remarkable niece who consistently found trouble for him. She arrived at school and immediately got into a fight. Now she was already in the academic affairs office. Should we intervene? Principal Liu was reluctant to take action. However, the Shi family had only this one precious gem, Shi Jiunian, who was cherished by her grandfather and spoiled by her uncle, along with that overindulgent brother. The Shi family resided far away in the capital, and old Shi had repeatedly asked him to look after Shi Jiunian. If he ignored the matter and old Shi found out, he would surely be in for it. Let's go take a look. Chapter 20. If you can't speak, I shall teach you. The academic affairs office was in chaos. Upon receiving a call, Zhang Mu rushed over. Seeing her daughter, Zhang Xiao, in distress, she slammed her hand on the table and exclaimed, "My daughter came here to study, not to be bullied. The school must provide an explanation for this." Director Ling maintained a smile, glancing towards the door until he saw the counselor escorting Shi Jiunian in. Shi Jiunian, come in. Mama, Zhang Xiao cried, burying her face in her mother's embrace. It's her. She is the one who hurt me. Zhang Mu's gaze turned fierce as she looked at Shi Jiunian. You did this? Indeed, Shi Jiunian replied lazily, casting a glance at Zhang Xiao. Zhang Mu's anger flared, and she stood up, ready to slap Shi Jiunian. Director Ling quickly intervened, urging, "Hold on, Mrs. Zhang. Let us discuss this calmly." How can I discuss this calmly when my daughter is in such a state? Zhang Mu retorted, her eyes wide with rage. You are Shi Jiunian, right? Where are your parents? Call them here. I want to see what kind of parents could raise such an ill-mannered child. Director Ling was aware of Shi Jiunian's family circumstances and quickly interjected. Mrs. Zhang, Shi Jiunian's mother has passed away, and her father. Zhang Mu, quick-witted, realized the implication. Ah, no wonder she is so uncultured. Sensing Shi Jiunian had no backing, she grew bolder. So you're a child born, but not raised by a mother. A book was hurled at Shi Jiunian, striking her squarely on the face. Zhang Mu screamed in pain. How dare you? Would you like me to teach you how to speak properly? A fierce aura emanated from Shi Jiunian. The mention of her mother was her Achilles heel. Look, director, see this. Zhang Mu, in agony and fury, exclaimed, this Shi Jiunian is utterly uncontrollable. I am her elder, and she dares to strike me. Imagine how much my daughter has suffered at school. You must expel her. As her words fell, a deep, resonant voice echoed from the doorway. Mrs. Zhang, do not blame others for your own lack of decorum, and your demeanor hardly qualifies you to claim the title of elder. Zhang Mu turned, displeased, to see a middle-aged man dressed simply, who did not appear to belong to any affluent family. She scoffed at him. At that moment, Director Ling quickly rose, greeting Principal Liu. Zhang Mu's disdainful expression froze. This man was Principal Liu? I heard something happened here, so I came to see. Principal Liu cast a glance at Shi Jiunian, then walked over to her, exasperated yet amused. You, my girl, certainly know how to keep me busy. Shi Jiunian smiled, addressing him, Uncle Liu. Uncle Liu. The room fell silent, all eyes on her. Chapter 21. An opportunity was given. Shi Jiunian actually knew the principal. Zhang Xiaoxiao's expression became rigid, disbelief flashing in her eyes. How could Shi Jiunian possibly have a connection with Principal Liu? Zhang Mu, equally astonished, hesitated. Principal Liu, what is your relationship with Shi Jiunian? That is none of your concern. Principal Liu replied coolly. Zhang Mu felt a pang of embarrassment, her expression souring as she clenched her teeth. Even if Shi Jiunian knows you, she still threw my precious daughter into the rubbish. She insisted that Shi Jiunian must face consequences and be expelled. From what I understand, it was your daughter who first initiated trouble with Shi Jiunian. Principal Liu stated matter-of-factly. If punishment is to be meted out, both must be held accountable, and your daughter should be penalized more severely. I know my daughter's character. She is kind-hearted and helpful. There is no way she would do something bad to a classmate. Zhang Mu protested vehemently. Principal Liu, you cannot unjustly accuse my daughter. Perhaps you do not know her well enough, Principal Liu remarked lightly, turning his gaze toward Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao, if you wish to clarify the situation, speak up. As you are still a student, I can be lenient. Zhang Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. She had never imagined Shi Jiunian would know the principal. Xiaoxiao, do not fear her. Mother will ensure you receive justice. Zhang Mu comforted her daughter, urging her to speak out. Mom, perhaps we should let it go. Zhang Xiaoxiao hesitated, biting her lip. Zhang Mu, believing her daughter was intimidated by Principal Liu, became more resolved to seek justice. How can we just let this slide? Xiaoxiao, with me here, no one can falsely accuse you. Principal Liu, your reputation is widely known in Haicheng, but you have truly disappointed me this time. You are clearly biased. Fine, if you claim my daughter bullied Shi Jiunian, then you must provide evidence. Otherwise, I will not let this matter rest. We will take this up with Haida. Even Director Ling could not bear to watch. Zhang Xiaoxiao, you have been given an opportunity. Principal Liu's penetrating gaze swept over Zhang Xiaoxiao, causing her eyes to twitch. Principal Liu da Liberatelli baita moment. And when she continued to stammer without speaking, he lost patience. He raised his hand, and the secretary opened the computer, inserting a USB drive. Zhang Mu thought Principal Liu was merely putting on a show and sneered. Her daughter was innocent, and they could not be falsely accused. She pushed past Zhang Xiaoxiao, striding to the computer, looking disdainfully at the screen, which displayed a video. The video clearly showed Zhang Xiaoxiao arriving at school early. Placing a bucket filled with flour and water at the doorway, her expression twisted with malice. As the scene shifted, Shi Jiunian stepped into Class A, where Zhang Xiaoxiao launched a vicious verbal assault against her, even attempting to strike first. With an impassive expression, Shi Jiunian retaliated, sending Zhang Xiaoxiao sprawling to the ground and crashing a desk upon her. This entire episode only underscored Zhang Xiaoxiao's own culpability. Upon witnessing the events, Zhang's mother turned pale, casting a fierce glare at her daughter, who cowered in silence. Unsure how Principal Liu could produce surveillance footage that was typically regarded as mere decoration in schools. After reviewing the footage, Shi Jiunian instinctively reached for her pocket, realizing that Uncle Liu had already retrieved the recordings. Very well. She resolved to quietly embrace the role of the adorable companion behind the formidable figure. Is everything clear now? Principal Lu glanced at them. And what of it? Zhang's mother shielded her daughter, asserting, surely, Shi Jiunian must have instigated something. Otherwise, why would my daughter target her? It was utterly unreasonable. Madame Zhang, this is a school, not a place for your tantrums. Lu's tone grew stern. I will act according to school regulations and impose disciplinary measures. If the situation is severe, expulsion may be the consequence. At this, Zhang's mother panicked, and Zhang Xiaoxiao grew frantic, pleading, Mom, I don't want to be expelled. Regret washed over her for provoking Shi Jiunian, especially as she realized that Shi Jiunian had connections with Principal Lu. Why did Shi Jiunian allow them to bully her in the past? Zhang's mother gritted her teeth defiantly. Principal Lu, don't frighten me. How could this escalate to expulsion over a minor dispute between two children? If Shi Jiunian did nothing wrong, why will my daughter bully her? Ultimately, both parties share blame. Principal Lu's brow furrowed, clearly growing impatient. Madame Zhang, the Zhang family is a respected household in Haicheng, a noble family, and you would risk offending us over Shi Jiunian? Zhang's mother hissed. My husband has invested in the university's laboratory. Are you not concerned about losing our funding? It amounts to several tens of millions. Principal Lu. At this revelation, Shi Jiunian lifted her gaze. Was several tens of millions a significant sum? Was Madame Zhang attempting to threaten me? Principal Lu chuckled softly. You call me uncle, yet you're merely a friend of friend S daughter. Madame Zhang smirked coldly, continuing her intimidation. What if you expel Shi Jiunian? The Zhang family will invest an additional 20 million. Her daughter had erred, yet it seemed natural to demand Shi Jiunian's expulsion due to their wealth. While Shi Jiunian had no backing. Observing her mother's posture, Zhang Xiaoxiao grew emboldened. So what if she was at fault? Ultimately, it would only be Shi Jiunian expelled from Haida. Shi Jiunian, 20 million. You've never seen such wealth in your life. Principal Lu felt his temples throb with irritation. He had never encountered such outrageous behavior. Just as he was about to speak, a chilling voice echoed from outside. 20 million? Madame Zhang, that is quite a bold claim. A figure appeared at the door. Fu Jingqian, who seemed to have just arrived from the company, donned in a charcoal gray suit, exuding an air of coldness tempered by a hint of mischief in his smirk. His alluring brown eyes narrowed slightly as he strode in with long, powerful legs, exuding a calm confidence. Fu Hou respectfully walked behind him. Chapter 23. Kneeling before Shi Jiunian's mother turned in displeasure, only to be struck with fear at the sight of Fu Jingqian. Fu, third young master. Everyone knew that Fu Jingqian had been sent to Haicheng since childhood, yet a starving camel is still larger than a horse. He was the eldest grandson of the prestigious Fu family in the capital, not someone she could provoke. Principal Lu also looked surprised. Fu Jingqian, what brings you here unexpectedly? He casually picked up the teapot from the table, pouring himself a cup. I was feeling a bit parched. Fu, third young master. Zhang's mother stammered. What brings you here? Fu Jingqian offered no reply, disregarding her, greeting Principal Lu instead. Principal Lu. He then walked directly to Shi Jiunian's side, possessively wrapping his arm around her waist. Wife. The tea Principal Lu had just sipped erupted from his mouth. Shi Jiunian was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Fu Jingqian had referred to her as his wife. Zhang's mother was horrified. Wife. Fu Sanshao called Shi Jiunian his wife. Fu Jingqian glanced at her coolly. Madame Zhang, you were quite formidable just now. And no, Fu Sanshao, I had no idea Miss Shi was your wife. It was merely a misunderstanding. We have resolved it. Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against me. Zhang's mother was nearly in tears. Realizing her family was but a small clan, easily crushed by a mere flick of Fu Jingqian's fingers, she could not afford to offend him. Zhang Xiaoxiao trembled in fear, astonished by the prominence of Shi Jiunian's connections. Misunderstanding? Fu Jingqian chuckled. Madame Zhang, your daughter is aggrieved, and you create a ruckus. Well, my wife is wronged. You label it a misunderstanding and expect me to overlook it? How petty of me that would be. Fu Sanshao. Zhang's mother was on the verge of tears. I apologize, is that acceptable? Yet, the deed was done, and an apology seemed insufficient. Moreover, she doubted the sincerity behind her words. Zhang's mother nearly fell to her knees. Fu Jingqian's expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. 20 million, Madame Zhang. Your previous bravado suggested the Zhang family was doing quite well lately. Zhang's mother felt her nerves tighten. No, Fu Sanshao, do not be anxious. Madam Zhang, Fu Jingqian said, his tone casual. I have no intention of harming you. Just let your husband know to prioritize his family over the company. If he cannot manage his wife and daughter, then that small, broken company is not worth keeping. His tone was nonchalant, yet struck terror in Zhang's mother's heart, causing her to kneel before him. She feared a single word from him could lead to the downfall of the Zhang family. Please, Fu Sanshao, spare us. We were wrong, truly wrong. She turned to plead with Shi Jiunian, but Fu Jingqian held her hand and stepped back. He then turned his cold gaze toward Zhang Xiaoxiao, who trembled in fear. Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang's mother felt her scalp tingle with dread. Fu Sanshao, I beg you to spare my daughter. Xiaoxiao, quickly kneel and apologize to Miss Shi. Mom, Zhang Xiaoxiao screeched, mortified at the thought of kneeling to Shi Jiunian, fearing she would lose all face. Why are you afraid of this man? Our family is not intimidated by Shi Jiunian's connections. Enough. Zhang's mother was frantic, striking Zhang Xiaoxiao across the face, signaling her to silence. Fu Jingqian was not someone they could afford to provoke. Fu Jingqian regarded her with a cold gaze and suddenly smiled, a chilling mockery in his amusement. Madam Zhang, I assumed your earlier arrogance was a sign of strength. Is this all the backbone you possess? I have no intention of meddling with the Zhang family, but you have angered my wife. His tone turned icy. Leave the downfall of the Zhang family to me. Fu Hui nodded respectfully, delivering a crushing blow to Zhang's mother's heart. This is my specialty. If the Zhang family were to fall, her husband would not let her off easily. Her dreams of grandeur would shatter. Overwhelmed, Zhang's mother fainted. Zhang Xiaoxiao was left helpless, tears streaming down her face. Quick, take my mother to the hospital. She attempted to drag her mother out, but Fu Hui blocked their path. Zhang Xiaoxiao gazed at him in terror. Fu Jingqian spoke calmly. Take her away. Ensure she cleans the classroom. If she refuses, prepare a basin of flour and dirty water to douse her, tossing her into the trash can to experience the taste of humiliation. No, no, Zhang Xiaoxiao screamed as Fu Hui advanced, seizing her collar and dragging her out. Principal Lu, save me. Fu Jingqian's expression darkened, and Principal Lu frowned, realizing that despite everything, Zhang Xiaoxiao remained a student of his school. Rest assured, Principal Lu, I will not overstep my bounds in granting you this favor. Fu Jingqian's tone was calm, yet firm. However, my wife must not be bullied. The term wife caused a slight pang in Principal Lu's heart. He opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately swallowed his words, choosing silence instead. A glance at his secretary signaled him to step outside and assess the situation. As long as things did not escalate too far, he would let it be. He also wished to support the young Miss Jiunian, as Zhang Xiaoxiao certainly deserved a proper reprimanding. Do you have any classes later? Fu Jingqian inquired. No. Shi Jiunian replied obediently. Then come with me? Shi Jiunian nodded and turned to Principal Lu. Uncle Lu, I'll be leaving now. Wait. Principal Lu called her back, his gaze shifting between her and Fu Jingqian. Shi Jiunian, you both. Chapter 24. The Divine Dr. Qingjiu. Yes. Fu Jingqian and I have already registered our marriage. Shi Jiunian anticipated his question and responded. Upon hearing this, Fu Jingqian's lips curled into a pleased smile. You. Never mind, you may go first. He needed a moment to digest this information. Watching Fu Jingqian wrap his arm around Shi Jiunian as they departed, Principal Lu fell into silence. Did old Shi know that his precious niece was already married? He found himself somewhat eager to see old Shi's reaction. Director Ling, how should we handle Zhang Xiaoxiao? We at Haida University cannot tolerate students with ill intentions. Principal Lu left this statement hanging, effectively sealing Zhang Xiaoxiao's fate. Director Ling nodded respectfully, while internally, he felt a growing trepidation towards Shi Jiunian. This young girl had the backing of both the principal and the illustrious third young Master Fu. As noon approached, Fu Jingqian and Shi Jiunian decided to dine out, returning once more to the Jinshu restaurant. Mu Shichuan, having learned of their presence, hurried over, his excitement palpable. He had heard of Shi Jiunian's impressive feats at school and regarded her with newfound respect. Shi Jiunian, you are quite remarkable. You even kicked someone into a trash bin. Had he not been preoccupied earlier, he would have certainly witnessed it himself. It was nothing much, Shi Jiunian replied modestly. Fu Jingqian sat beside her, occasionally serving her dishes, while Mu Shichuan eagerly picked up his chopsticks. This dish is a new creation by our chef. Third brother. You must try it. He placed a morsel into Fu Jingqian's bowl. Fu Jingqian's expression remained unfazed. Take it away. I find it distasteful. What else with two grown men sharing food? Mu Shichuan pouted, silently reclaiming his offering, feeling quite aggrieved. Fu Jingqian then gestured to Shi Jiunian with a slight nod. Shi Jiunian, serve me some food. She found Fu Jingqian's occasional arrogance amusing, with a smile. She placed a piece of braised pork into his bowl. Satisfied, Fu Jingqian smiled back and donned gloves to peel shrimp for her. Mu Shichuan rolled his eyes at the display and resumed gnawing on a pig's bone. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Mu Shichuan asked, by the way, third brother, aren't you searching for the divine Dr. Qingjiu lately? How is that going? The divine Dr. Qingjiu had emerged in recent years, possessing extraordinary medical skills capable of reviving the near-dead. However, she was elusive, with formidable hackers guarding her, making her nearly impossible to locate despite numerous attempts from various factions. It seemed that Qingjiu had resurfaced in Haicheng, and all parties, including Fu Jingqian, were desperately trying to find her. As Fu Jingqian placed the peeled shrimp in Shi Jiunian's bowl, his demeanor grew somber. I've contacted the Hacker Alliance, but there's been no news. What kind of person could the divine Dr. Qingjiu be? After all these years, no one has managed to track her down, and we don't even know if she is male or female. I suspect she must be a peculiar old man. Shi Jiunian glanced at him, her expression cool and silent. Fu Jingqian remained non-committal. Whether Qingjiu was male or female was inconsequential to him. What mattered was finding her swiftly, not eating anymore. Noticing that Shi Jiunian had set her chopsticks down, Fu Jingqian inquired, I haven't touched them much, so I won't eat anymore. Is your appetite so small? Shi Jiunian nodded. Then let us depart. Fu Jingqian said nothing further, picking up his coat from the chair and rising. Mu Shichuan shouted, Hey, I haven't finished yet. Where are you going? I'm coming with you. I'm going home to cuddle with my wife. Do you want to tag along? Fu Jingqian shot him a glance. Mu Shichuan fell silent, rendered speechless. Did having a wife give one the right to flaunt? Fu Jingqian and Shi Jiunian returned to the villa. Fu Jingqian had official matters to attend to and headed to his study. Shi Jiunian returned to her room, retrieving her laptop from the nightstand and logging in. She entered a string of characters into the URL bar. Account login. Username, Mrs. Qingjiu. Chapter 25. Communication as soon as Shi Jiunian came online. A video call request popped up. She pressed the answer button. Nian, my dear, you finally came online. I thought you had forgotten about us. The woman on the other end wore a robe, slightly open at the chest, revealing her alluring figure, with damp chestnut hair cascading down, exuding an irresistible charm. Sister Chun. Shi Jiunian smiled. Do you have any idea how many factions have been searching for you during your disappearance? It's been quite bothersome. Lung Chan raised an eyebrow. Since you're finally online, how about taking on some business to warm up? Among those looking for me, is there someone named Fu Jingqian? Shi Jiunian asked. Lung Chun lazily nodded. Yes, the illustrious third young Master Fu. He has been quite a headache for me, as he also has top-notch hackers on his side. Several times, I almost lost my cover. Fortunately, you taught me a few tricks beforehand. Otherwise, my identity would have been exposed. Do you know him? Know him. They are married. They have exchanged intimate communications. Shi Jiunian rubbed her temples. What does he want from me? Not just him. The Fu family in the capital is also searching for you. It seems old Master Fu is ill and is requesting your assistance, offering a price of 60 million. Old Master Fu is unwell. Shi Jiunian recalled that in her previous life, old Master Fu had never been in robust health, but at that time her relationship with Fu Jingqian was strained, and she hadn't paid much attention. However, she knew that old Master Fu cared deeply for Fu Jingqian. I will have to see him. But how to make that happen was another matter altogether. Old Master Fu resided far away in the capital, and if she were to treat him, she would have to travel there. If she could not articulate her intentions clearly, Fu Jingqian would never allow her to leave. She certainly could not directly reveal that she was Qingjiu. She needed to devise a clever plan. The next day, Shi Jiunian attended her classes as usual. The students of Class A, who had been chatting and laughing, fell silent upon her arrival. Zhang Xiaoxiao had been expelled. They had initially believed that Shi Jiunian would be the one to suffer, but instead, she had silently earned Principal Lu's backing. With Principal Lu supporting her, they dared not provoke her. They recalled the scene of Zhang Xiaoxiao being forced to pick up trash from a bin, and even the thought sent shivers down their spines. Shi Jiunian settled in her seat and began playing on her phone. Someone remarked, "Xiao Jia, what does she have to be so proud of?" Xiao Shiyu's expression darkened as she remained silent. Shi Jiunian's actions had effectively slapped her face, as she had thought that Shi Jiunian would be the one expelled. Instead, it was Zhang Xiao. Shi Jiunian. She silently repeated her name in her mind, her eyes clouded. During the first class of college English, Shi Jiunian was chatting with Fu Jingxian on her phone when suddenly, the teacher called out, "The girl in the white coat. Stand up." Initially, Shi Jiunian did not realize the teacher was addressing her, but soon recognized the command and rose. The students in class, turned to stare at her, including Xiao Shiyu, who looked on with a hint of schadenfreude, as Chunyu was notorious for her fiery temper. Shi Jiunian being called upon would surely lead to her suffering. Xiao Shiyu, also preoccupied with messaging Liang Maching, glanced over at Shi Jiunian being called up, her eyes gleaming with a hint of glee. "What is your name?" Chunyu had been observing Shi Jiunian for a while, noticing her engrossed at her phone, prompting her to call her to rise. "Shi Jiunian," she repeated, "isn't that someone from the principal's office?" The news about Principal Liu assisting Shi Jiunian at the Academic Affairs Office had already spread throughout the school. Chun Yu's arrogance waned. After all, it was the principal's associate, and she dared not scold her. However, letting it slide was not an option either. Chapter 26. Astonishing everyone read the first paragraph aloud, then translate it into Chinese. She instructed, pointing to the article displayed on the large screen behind her. A few students close to Xiao Shiyu began to snicker at Shi Jiunian, despite attending school daily, had seldom been seen paying attention in class. Would she be able to translate it? Xiao Shiyu smirked, anticipating Shi Jiunian's humiliation. The article was quite challenging. Even she struggled to comprehend it, let alone Shi Jiunian. In the next moment, when Leah McGee departed as president of Bank of America in August, Shi Jiunian recited the entire paragraph fluently, her American English resonating beautifully. Each word enunciated clearly and delivered with grace. The classroom fell into an utter silence, with only Shi Jiunian's slightly cool voice piercing through the stillness until she concluded, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "Clap, clap, clap." Chunyu applauded excitedly, amazed that such an English talent existed in their class, a fact she had previously overlooked. "Well done. But make sure to pay attention in class next time and refrain from using your phone. Understood?" "MHM." Shi Jiunian nodded, taking a seat as Chun Yu's gaze softened with affection. Shi Jiunian sat down with a nonchalant demeanor. In her childhood, she often visited the capital and her grandfather's house, where she was taught various skills from music and chess to medicine and martial arts, as well as horsemanship and racing. She had dabbled in all these pursuits, making her somewhat knowledgeable. English was merely one of the simpler subjects. Chunyu did not forget to address Xiao Shiyu, saying, "Shiyu, your English grades are commendable, yet your spoken English pales in comparison to classmate Shi. You should seek her guidance, understand?" Xiao Shiyu tightened her grip on her pen, leaving a long scratch on the paper as she forced a smile. "I understand." At noon, just after class, Shi Jiunian received a call from Fu Jingxian. "Are you done with class? I'm here to take you out for lunch." Checking the time, which read 11:30, she replied, "When will you arrive?" "There's a bit of traffic. I should be there in half an hour." "Half an hour? Then I'll buy something first," Shi Jiunian said. "There's a night market street just outside the school. Call me when you arrive." "All right." As Xiao Shiyu walked past Shi Jiunian with her backpack, she overheard their conversation clearly. Without saying a word, she strode out of the classroom and sent a text message. "Xiao, Shi Jiunian is going to the night market street for lunch today." Shi Jiunian intended to purchase some herbal medicine. Principal Liu had not been in good health, and since he had helped her last time, she naturally wanted to return the favor. The night market had several herbal shops. After buying the herbs, she also purchased a set of silver needles. "Master! Master!" Just as she was about to head back, urgent and frantic screams rang out. Shi Jiunian turned to see an elderly man, over 50, lying on the ground, convulsing, while a man knelt beside him, panicking. Shi Jiunian frowned and approached swiftly. "Stop shaking him. If you keep it up, he might truly die." The man turned sharply at her voice and was taken aback to see Shi Jiunian. She naturally squatted beside him. "Are you a doctor?" he asked, bewildered. "I suppose so," Shi Jiunian replied curtly, unwrapping the silver needles and focusing on the elderly man. Upon seeing his face, she paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "It's him." Chapter 27. Rendering you crippled the head of the Mu family from the capital. The Mu family was the foremost among the four great families, even surpassing the Shi family. Shi Jiunian returned her gaze to the task at hand, taking the silver needles and preparing to insert them into the old man's acupoints. The man hurriedly blocked her. Are you really going to use needles? You seem rather young for this. Are you a medical student from Haida? Are you confident? He hesitated to let Shi Jiunian proceed. Shi Jiunian turned her head, her clear eyes devoid of emotion. I have an 80% certainty. Each second you delay increases his risk. But the man remained anxious. He had already called for a doctor, but the elderly man had suddenly fallen ill, and it would take some time for help to arrive. It is a medical taboo to interrupt the healer while they work, and Shi Jiunian was not without her temper. Her tone growing cold. It's your choice. I can assure you that without treatment, he won't survive beyond 5 minutes. The man glanced at the elderly man, then back at Shi Jiunian. Meeting her serene and clear gaze, he inexplicably felt reassured. Deciding to take a chance, he stood and bowed deeply to Shi Jiunian. Miss, please do not be angry. I was too anxious earlier and spoke inappropriately. I beg you to do your utmost to save him. I will reward you handsomely later. Shi Jiunian's expression softened slightly as she replied with a faint taking the silver needles and swiftly but accurately inserting them into the acupoints. The man's eyes brightened at her technique. Although he was not a doctor, he had seen others administer acupuncture. The young girl before him, despite her age, moved with such fluidity that many seasoned practitioners would struggle to match her skill. He never expected to encounter such a talent in Haiqing. Suddenly, the elderly man coughed up blood. Master, the man exclaimed in shock. Cough, cough. The elderly man began to cough violently, but his breathing became noticeably smoother, color returning to his face, though his eyes remained tightly shut. He will be fine, but he's still a bit weak. You should take him to the hospital, Shi Jiunian said, putting away her silver needles and standing up. The man helped the elderly man to his feet, gratefully nodding towards Shi Jiunian. Young lady, what is your name? I am in a hurry to take the master to the hospital and cannot thank you properly, but you saved his life today. We will surely reward you in the future. My name is Shi Jiunian, she stated confidently, as she was not one to do good deeds anonymously. Cultivating a relationship with the Mu family could also benefit the Shi family. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. It was a message from Fu Jingchen. He had arrived. She turned to head back. From a night market to the main street, there was a long alley. As Shi Jiunian stepped inside, she suddenly halted. At that moment, a group of ruffians charged out. They surrounded her from both sides, creating a tight circle around her. Well, what a little beauty we have here. The red-haired leader's eyes lit up, his gaze lewdly sweeping over Shi Jiunian. Although she wore a loose white jacket, her alluring figure was still evident. Want me to pluck out your eyes? Shi Jiunian stood against the wall, her eyes calm, frowning in disdain at the man's disgusting gaze. This remark, however, elicited laughter from the group of men. Oh, what a little firecracker. But this is how the fun begins. Ha ha, indeed. Soft and weak is the least exciting. Chapter 28. Your husband, the most handsome in the world, little firecracker. I don't want to hurt you. The red-haired man approached Shi Jiunian, rubbing his hands together with a lewd expression. Just give me a little thrill, and I'll let you go, all right? I'm a gentle soul. Before he could finish, Shi Jiunian delivered a swift kick to his groin. The move was quick and fierce, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned. Only when the man's scream pierced the air did they comprehend what had transpired, glancing at the man crouching and clutching his groin, involuntarily squeezing their own legs together. You little. The man clutched his groin in agony, trembling as he squatted down, cold sweat pouring from him. He feared that his prized possession might be ruined. How exhilarating indeed. Shi Jiunian looked down upon him from above, mercilessly delivering another kick that sent the man sprawling to the ground. With a physique like yours, you'll never experience true pleasure. Fuming with pain and anger, the man shook uncontrollably and shouted in frustration, Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Get him. I want to see that wretched woman suffer today. Yes, boss. A horde of thugs surged forward. Shi Jiunian, however, showed no fear. She flexed her wrist, having just returned to life, and hadn't even had a chance to stretch her limbs in this new body. It was insignificant for a group of men to bully a young girl. Just as she was about to spring into action, a light chuckle floated through the air, causing Shi Jiunian to pause. The thugs instinctively turned to look. A man in a white shirt, with a gray suit slung over one arm, strode toward them with long, powerful strides. He made no unnecessary movements, and a playful smirk graced his face but the atmospheric pressure around them seemed to drop palpably. Fu Jingchun walked confidently to Shi Jiunian's side, offering her his suit jacket. "Hold this and stand to the side. Close your eyes." Shi Jiunian obediently took the jacket and stepped aside, though she did not close her eyes. Instead, she watched with keen excitement. Fu Jingchun loosened his collar, unbuttoning 2 buttons, and cast a casual yet intimidating glance at the thugs, his silence exuding an aura of authority. The thugs felt a shiver of fear. "What are you afraid of? Charge!" The red-haired thug, still nursing his wounds, yelled out. There were many, and Fu Jingchun was but one. There was no reason to be afraid. As they surged forward, Fu Jingchun chuckled softly, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk that combined indifference with a hint of mischief. With a swift motion, he kicked out, sending several thugs tumbling to the ground in an instant, crying for mercy. This man was no ordinary foe. Fu Jingchun approached Shi Jiunian again, handing her a handkerchief. "Wipe your hands." Amused, she took out some tissue from her bag and cleaned his hands. "Master," Fu Hua announced, rushing in with a group of patrolling police officers behind him. Upon seeing Fu Jingchun, Captain Tan's face paled. "Fu Sanshao, I apologize. We failed to maintain order here, causing distress to you and this young lady." The fallen thugs also turned pale, trembling in fear. They did not know Fu Jingchun personally, but recognized the patrol officers, particularly Captain Tan, who wielded considerable influence within the police department. They had never seen someone so effortlessly intimidate them without uttering a single word. In Chapter 29, the matter of offending the wrong person was discussed. Captain Tan, with an air of authority, stated, "No pleasantries are needed. Let us address this matter directly." He glanced at the thugs on the ground. "Investigate who sent them." "Yes," Captain Tan nodded vigorously. "I will get to the bottom of this." Fu Jingchun then turned to Shi Jiunian, lifting the suit back up and casually draping it over her shoulder. "Let us go. It's time for dinner." As they walked, Shi Jiunian, recalling his earlier display of strength, spoke slowly. "Fu Jingchun, yes, you were rather dashing just now." "Madam, are you sure it was just rather?" Fu Jingchun's lips curled into a grin, and he added playfully, "Remember, your husband is the most handsome man in the world." Shi Jiunian was at a loss for words, feeling that this version of Fu Jingchun sometimes resembled a child, quite naive and a bit spoiled. Fu Jingchun took Shi Jiunian to enjoy Sichuan cuisine, as the young girl had a penchant for spicy food. With no classes in the afternoon, they returned to the villa after their meal. "Master, we've discovered that the Zhang family was behind this," Fu Hua reported. "Zhang Xiao, having been expelled from school for framing the lady, harbors resentment and sought to harm her. How shall we proceed? I am a law-abiding citizen. We shall handle this matter according to the law." Fu Jingchun replied coolly, gazing out the floor-to-ceiling window. "As for the Zhang family, with the chill in the air, let them face bankruptcy." At the Zhang residence, Zhang Xiao lounged on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds while eagerly awaiting news of Shi Jiunian's disgrace. After learning of Shi Jiunian's visit to the night market, she had specifically hired a group of thugs to tarnish her reputation. Given the elapsed time, she believed Shi Jiunian's purity was now lost, perhaps even subjected to torment. Zhang Xiao reveled in this thought, saying, "Xiao Jia, thank you for informing me of Shi Jiunian's whereabouts. Just wait and watch the spectacle unfold." On the other end of the line, Xiao Xiu chuckled, "I want to keep you. I'll hang up now." "All right, Xiao." Zhang's mother approached, concerned that her daughter was still upset over her expulsion. "Don't be disheartened. It's just a minor university. We can find you a better school abroad, one that far surpasses the local institution. When you return, Shi Jiunian won't even be worthy to carry your shoes." Zhang Xiao smiled, envisioning her future abroad, receiving the finest education, while Shi Jiunian would be tarnished. Surely, Fu Sanshao would not want a woman of compromised virtue. However, as time passed, she grew anxious over the lack of news. "Officer, we are all law-abiding citizens. We haven't committed any crimes." Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Both Zhang's mother and Zhang Xiao instinctively turned toward the entrance, where a squad of police officers marched in, accompanied by a group of cowed servants. Upon seeing the police, Zhang Xiao felt a jolt of fear. "Captain Tan, what is the meaning of this?" Zhang's mother, recognizing Captain Tan, felt displeased at his intrusion. "That would be a question for your daughter," Captain Tan replied with unwavering authority. "Zhang Xiao, you're charged with inciting others to commit bodily harm and conspiracy to commit murder. You must accompany us." Zhang's mother instinctively wanted to protest, believing her daughter incapable of such deeds, but recalling the incidents between Zhang Xiaoxiao and Shi Jiunian. She swallowed her words. Captain Tan, is there some misunderstanding? She forced a smile. You will find out at the police station, Captain Tan stated firmly. Mom. Zhang Xiaoxiao's voice trembled with fear. Seeing her daughter in such distress, Zhang's mother clenched her teeth. Captain Tan, we have a relationship. Please show leniency. There must be some misunderstanding. We uphold the law without favoritism. Captain Tan waved his hand dismissively. Moreover, Mrs. Zhang, you have offended someone you should not have. Who instructed them to provoke Fu Sanshao? In Chapter 30, Shi Jiunian was revealed to be the renowned healer. Captain Tan wasted no time in ensuring Zhang Xiaoxiao was escorted away by 2 officers. Zhang's mother could do nothing but watch, her heart racing with anxiety as she hurried to call her husband, hoping he could save their daughter. Coincidentally, Zhang's father was returning home at that moment. Husband, you're finally back. Zhang's mother rushed to greet him. Our daughter. Before she could finish her sentence, her husband struck her across the face. How dare you even mention her? It would be better if she perished outside. You flaunt your designer handbags and play mahjong while raising such a daughter. What dangerous people have you attracted? His hard work in building the company was now threatened by their folly. At the Qiao residence, Qiao Shiyu had been eagerly awaiting news of Zhang Xiaoxiao, but the anticipated updates were yet to arrive. Growing increasingly restless, she awaited the photos of Shi Jiunian's humiliation. Mother Qiao called out to her daughter, Today, we have esteemed guests arriving. You must not neglect your manners. This individual hails from the capital. Qiao Shiyu gathered herself and accompanied her mother to the entrance, her expression imbued with a touch of solemnity. Shiyu, you must perform well later. Do you understand? This is a significant person from the capital. If you win his favor, you will have a powerful ally in the future. Mother Qiao gazed at her daughter with satisfaction, dressed in a delicate floral dress. She appeared both gentle and poised. Who wouldn't be enamored? Yes, she nodded. As they spoke, a sleek black Mercedes slowly approached. Both Mother Qiao and Shiyu straightened their backs. The car door swung open, revealing a tall man who descended first, then respectfully opened the door for an elderly gentleman. Grandfather Mu. At her mother's gesture, Shiyu hastily moved forward to assist the old gentleman in alighting from the vehicle. Grandfather Mu gave a slight nod. After receiving treatment from Shi Jiunian, his health had markedly improved. Mother Qiao promptly ushered him into the villa, ensuring every detail was attended to, summoning servants to bring tea and attending to him with meticulous care. This was indeed a person of great importance in the capital, someone whom many noble families sought to curry favor with. Grandfather Mu's visit to Haicheng seemed to be in search of the miraculous Dr. Qingjiu. The late Grandfather Qiao and Grandfather Mu had once been comrades in arms, which had granted the honor of his stay at the Qiao residence. I heard you fainted on your way here. Are you feeling better now? I have fully recovered, Grandfather Mu replied. Recalling his encounter with Shi Jiunian, I was fortunate to meet a young miraculous doctor in the black market near Haida. She administered a few acupuncture treatments, and I felt significantly revitalized thereafter. The mention of Haida's black market made Shiyu instinctively think of Shi Jiunian, who had also ventured there. However, she quickly dismissed the thought as absurd, believing Shi Jiunian had no knowledge of medicine. Mother Qiao was equally astonished. Is there truly such an extraordinary doctor in Haicheng? Was her name? My mother has also been unwell lately, and I was considering finding a doctor to examine her. Indeed, anyone whom you refer to as a miraculous doctor must be quite remarkable. Shiyu's eyes sparkled with admiration for this individual, as she had long harbored aspirations of studying medicine. But her exam scores had not permitted her entry into the medical department. Chapter 31. Sister Nian is remarkably powerful. She is indeed remarkable. Grandfather Mu chuckled lightly. Yet he refrained from revealing Shi Jiunian's identity, understanding that exposing her could lead to unnecessary complications. He still wished to personally express his gratitude at Haida. Noticing his reluctance to divulge further, Mother Qiao wisely refrained from asking more questions and instructed Shiyu to escort Grandfather Mu to his room. Shiyu, mindful of her mother's teachings, deliberately sought to please Grandfather Mu throughout the afternoon, trailing behind him closely. Grandfather Mu, being of advanced age, naturally recognized her intentions. You need not exert yourself to please me, he remarked candidly. At your age, focus on your own endeavors. Shiyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and ceased to follow him closely. Her curiosity piqued. She wondered why there had been no news from Zhang Xiaoxiao despite the passage of time. After a moment's consideration, Shi Yu retrieved her phone to call Zhang Xiaoxiao, only to be met with a startling headline on Weibo. A large contingent of police is surrounding the Zhang residence. What trouble have they gotten into? Shi Yu tightened her grip on her phone. The following day, Shi Jiunian arrived at school. In Class A, the students were abuzz, discussing the situation surrounding Zhang Xiaoxiao. Though the Zhang family was not particularly large, they held a respectable status in Haiqing. Yesterday, a significant number of police had surrounded their residence, resulting in a trending topic online. Do you think this incident is related to Shi Jiunian? Zhang Xiaoxiao was just expelled, and now her family is in turmoil. What a coincidence. It must be the doing of Shi Jiunian. But how could Shi Jiunian have such power? I think it's unlikely. Oh, stop talking. Shi Jiunian is here. Shi Jiunian walked to her seat with an indifferent demeanor, her expression cool. Shi Yu cast a glance at her, her gaze heavy with contemplation. To her surprise, Shi Jiunian seemed unaffected while Zhang Xiaoxiao was embroiled with the police. Classmates, before we commence the lesson, I have a few words to share. The counselor entered. The school's art festival is approaching, and every student must sign up for a project. Consider what you would like to present. An art festival? Shi Jiunian rubbed her temples, wondering why such trivial matters existed. Shi Yu, what do you plan to sign up for? Someone curiously inquired. Traditional Chinese painting, Shi Yu replied. The counselor smiled. Traditional Chinese painting is excellent. President Qin of the National Chinese Painting Association and professors from Jingda University will be attending. Shi Yu, your skills in traditional painting are quite impressive. You may catch President Qin's eye. Upon hearing President Qin's name, Shi Jiunian felt a twinge of resignation as she rubbed her brow. Originally contemplating a random selection for a project, it seemed unnecessary now. She would simply sign up for traditional painting. Otherwise, the old man would surely create a fuss. Shi Yu, buoyed by confidence, smiled brightly. She glanced at the other options, such as calligraphy and music. None suited her expertise, but in traditional painting, even Art Academy students could not rival her. Her dream was to join the National Chinese Painting Association. Oh, Shi Jiunian is also signing up for traditional painting. The class monitor exclaimed in surprise when collecting the registration forms. Hearing this, Shi Yu could not help but glance at Shi Jiunian. Could it be that Shi Jiunian signed up for traditional painting simply because she did? She had never heard of Shi Jiunian being skilled in traditional painting. Wouldn't it be self-deprecating for her to join alongside Shi Yu? Chapter 32. Excuse me, I am a bit familiar enough. The class monitor, a spirited girl, rapped her knuckles on the desk and quietly addressed Shi Jiunian. Don't mind them. Just focus on delivering your best performance. These people enjoy gossiping. Shi Jiunian nonchalantly acknowledged her. Once the counselor took the registration forms and exited, Chen Yu entered for her class. I see your counselor has left. I presume you all are aware of the art festival? I will be overseeing the coordination for this event, so I encourage everyone to actively sign up for projects. Additionally, we require a student to recite the opening speech in both English and Chinese. I would like to select someone from our class for this role. That must be Shi Yu. The class erupted in cheers. Shi Yu is excellent in English. Everyone cast envious glances at Shi Yu. The art festival at Haida would be streamed live online, and Shi Yu was sure to make a remarkable impression. Shi Yu's lips curled into a smile as she stood, confidently assuring, Teacher, I will prepare diligently. However, Chen Yu appeared troubled, having not anticipated such a mix-up. Shi Yu, while your English is indeed commendable, Shi Jiunian's speaking skills surpass yours. So we will have her present the speech this time. The last time Shi Jiunian showcased her impeccable American accent left an indelible impression on Chen Yu. Upon hearing this, the entire class fell into an awkward silence. Those who had spoken earlier fell silent, and Shi Yu's face flushed with embarrassment. Shi Jiunian was taken aback that Chen Yu would mention her. She felt a headache coming on. Haida mandated that each student participate in a project each year for the art festival. This was tradition and could not be avoided. Yet, she truly did not wish to take the stage for the speech. She stood and said, Teacher Chun, please choose someone else. Let Shi Yu do it. I am quite busy with the medicine for Principal Liu and have yet to finish that. And there's still the matter of old Master Fu. Getting to the capital is still a concern. Are you refusing the teacher's request, classmate? Sure. Chen Yu clutched her chest dramatically, feigning distress. I cannot find another suitable candidate. By rejecting me, you are breaking my heart. At this, Shi Yu's face grew even more pallid. Shi Jiunian found the situation absurd. The typically stern teacher was turning out to be quite the drama queen. Chen Yu, with a demeanor that suggested she would cry if Shi Jiunian did not acquiesce, ultimately persuaded Shi Jiunian to agree. Overjoyed, Chen Yu was fervently enthusiastic throughout the class. Below, Xiao Shiyu, nearly crushing her pen in her grip, observed silently. After school, Shi Jiunian departed from the campus. As she had walked scarcely 50 meters beyond the school gate, she heard someone calling her name. She halted and turned to see old Master Mu sitting in a car, warmly greeting her. Miss Shi. Mu Zhe, old Master Mu's personal assistant, respectfully nodded. Little healer, come join us for a meal. Old Master Mu beckoned energetically. Shi Jiunian did not decline and promptly entered the vehicle. At that moment, Xiao Shiyu had just exited the school gates and caught sight of Shi Jiunian getting into old Master Mu's car. However, the distance was too great, and in a fleeting moment, she could not ascertain whether it was truly Shi Jiunian, only sensing a slight resemblance in their figures. Xiao Shiyu dismissed the thought, reasoning that old Master Mu had come to fetch the healer. How could Shi Jiunian be worthy of riding in his car? Even the Shi family in Beijing would need an appointment to meet old Master Mu. Retracting her gaze, Xiao Shiyu pondered. What did it matter if Shi Jiunian was presenting at the opening speech? What significance did her proficiency in spoken English hold? In the realm of traditional Chinese painting, could she possibly rival Xiao Shiyu? She resolved to prepare diligently for the upcoming art festival, perhaps seizing this opportunity to join the National Chinese Painting Association and establish her presence in Beijing, rendering Shi Jiunian unworthy of standing alongside her. Chapter 33. Who is being ensnared here? Inside the car, old Master Mu regarded Shi Jiunian, saying, Jiunian, I owe you my life. Otherwise, I would likely be facing the king of hell now. Having spent a lifetime in military service and achieved remarkable feats, he was destined for longevity. Shi Jiunian blinked, aware that no one could resist flattery, old Master Mu included, who could not help but laugh heartily. You are indeed quite different from the rumors. The reputation of Shi Jiunian in Beijing was not particularly favorable. Unfortunately, her mother had married beneath her, and the circumstances of her birth, out of wedlock, had led to disdain directed at Shi Jiunian. Nevertheless, prominent families only dared speak ill of her in private. For both old Master Shi and Shi Shoji were fiercely protective, and even Shi Zheng would not tolerate any disparagement of Shi Jiunian. To express his gratitude, old Master Mu invited her to dine, during which Shi Jiunian again checked his pulse. Old Master, your internal injuries are quite severe. On overcast days, your bones will ache. I will prescribe 2 sets of medicine for you, to be taken thrice daily. Within half a month, you will be entirely healed. At this, even Mu Zhe, driving the car, could not resist glancing back. Old Master Mu's affliction stemmed from injuries sustained during earlier battles. Over the years, he had consulted numerous renowned physicians and consumed countless remedies without relief. Yet, this young girl asserted she could completely heal him in less than half a month. No one doubted her words. Her 2 needles had already pulled old Master Mu from the brink of death, a testament to her formidable medical skills. Old Master Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. His greatest fortune from this visit was encountering Shi Jiunian. The so-called healer, Qing Shu, with his inflated ego, paled in comparison to the talents of Jiunian. Xiao Shiyu intended to consult her mentor regarding her traditional painting for the art festival, but was intercepted mid-journey. Shiyu, please help our Xiao. Mrs. Zhang wept, desperation evident as she sought Xiao Shiyu's assistance. Zhang Xiao had spent a night in the police station, and they were not permitted to visit her. Her daughter must be suffering terribly. Mrs. Zhang, please do not panic, Xiao Shiyu replied, slightly put off by Mrs. Zhang's ostentatious behavior. Curious onlookers had begun to gather, prompting her to escort Mrs. Zhang back to her home. I cannot assist with Xiao's predicament. You must seek Shi Jiunian. If she withdraws her complaint, I have tried, but I cannot even catch a glimpse of Shi Jiunian. Mrs. Zhang lamented, distressed. With Fu Jingshun as her protector, she could not approach without being turned away. Then we must approach her family. Xiao Shiyu pondered, but Jiang Wenrui was certainly not an option. Although he was sure Jiunian's biological father, the previous incident had escalated so drastically that Shi Jiunian had taken her to court. It was improbable he would heed her. Perhaps the Shi family would be more amenable. Mrs. Zhang, please wait a moment. Xiao Shiyu devised a plan, retrieving her phone to dial a number. After a few seconds, A text message appeared with the contact information for Shi Jiunian's aunt, Lu Xiaoman. While others might be unable to sway Shi Jiunian, Lu Xiaoman's intervention would surely command respect. Xiao Shiyu called. Hello, is this Aunt Shi? This is Shiyu. I have something to discuss with you. Yes, it pertains to Shi Jiunian. When Lu Xiaoman received the call, she was indulging in a spa treatment. After hearing Xiao Shiyu's account, her brow furrowed. What now regarding Shi Jiunian? Very well, I understand. This is all a misunderstanding. I will ensure Shi Jiunian reconciles. Lu Xiaoman did not inquire further, speaking directly. While she did not regard the Qiao family highly, Old Master Mu's current residence there demanded her respect. As for Shi Jiunian, known for her penchant for trouble, this incident was undoubtedly of her own making. Rest assured, Mrs. Zhang, Xiao will be fine, Xiao Shiyu reassured Mrs. Zhang, slipping her phone back into her pocket with a smile. Her intent was not to genuinely aid Zhang Xiao, but rather to deliberately oppose Shi Jiunian, demonstrating that her mere word could negate Shi Jiunian's standing. Grateful for Xiao Shiyu's assurances, Mrs. Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 34. Beware of overreaching. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Lu Xiaoman immediately contacted Shi Jiunian, her tone commanding. Shi Jiunian, I have heard about the situation with Zhang Xiao. Since nothing serious has transpired, it is unnecessary to make things so awkward. Go to the police station at once, declare a reconciliation, and have them release Xiao. After a prolonged silence on the other end, Lu Xiaoman's displeasure grew palpable. She had never favored this niece of hers. Shi Jiunian, your very existence brings enough shame to the Shi family. Do not further complicate matters. 3 seconds later, a deep, husky voice emerged from the other end, disinterested yet clear. Madam Shi, this is Fu Jingchen. Lu Xiaoman's expression froze in shock. Fu Jingchen, the very same Fu Jingchen who had been sent to Haicheng. How could he be involved with Shi Jiunian? Was she so shameless as to cohabit with a man while still in university? And of all men, why Fu Jingchen, that notorious scion? Where is Shi Jiunian? Have her answer the phone. Lu Xiaoman felt utterly humiliated, her anger boiling over. Shi Jiunian was just as brazen as her mother, entangled with a man at such a tender age. What future did she have with someone like Fu Jingchen, a wastrel cast aside to Haicheng? Fu Jingchen remained silent, casually seated on a small sofa, one button of his shirt undone, his narrow, alluring eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an air of both allure and aloofness. A combination that was not at all jarring. He asked nonchalantly, Madam Shi, since you have called, I presume you are already aware of the situation? Zhang Xiao sought to bully Shi Jiunian, which nearly caused a crisis. Do you truly wish to reconcile? On the other end, Lu Xiaoman's brow furrowed. Was it truly that serious? Yet, Shi Jiunian had not encountered any issues, and to offend the Qiao family would be unwise, especially with old Master Mu residing there. However, now that there were no dire consequences, was it necessary to ruin that young girl's life? I am her aunt and guardian. If I say there will be a reconciliation, then there will be one. Heh! The man emitted a muffled chuckle from his throat, a silent mockery. Madam, your niece has been wronged, yet you can so magnanimously utter the words reconciliation. I wonder how other noble women in the capital would react if they knew. Lu Xiaoman was aware that her remarks were rather disgraceful. Yet she spoke thus for the sake of the Shi family. She did not wish to prolong the conversation with Fu Jingchen, demanding that he hand the phone over to Shi Jiunian. If she could not sway Fu Jingchen, could she not influence Shi Jiunian? If Shi Jiunian wished to return to the Shi family, she must heed her words. Madam Shi, old Mr. Shi has always favored Shi Jiunian the most. Are you aware of how you are treating her? The amusement in Fu Jingchen's voice vanished entirely, replaced by an extreme coldness. Shi Jiunian is now under my protection. Her affairs are not for you to meddle in. Extend your reach too far, and you risk breaking your own hand. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoman's complexion fluctuated between green and white. Gripping her phone, yet unable to utter a retort. She indeed dared not escalate the situation, as the Shi family cherished Shi Jiunian. If they learned of her mistreatment towards her, she would not be spared. Upon seeing Shi Jiunian emerge from the bathroom, Fu Jingchen abruptly ended the call. Shi Jiunian, come here. He casually placed the phone on the bedside table, picked up the hairdryer, and spoke in a calm tone. Let me dry your hair. Chapter 35. Delivering medicine to Principal Lu. Shi Jiunian approached, her damp hair cascading down. I can manage myself. However, Fu Jingchen assertively tugged her arm. guiding her to sit on the plush carpet before switching on the hairdryer to dry her hair. The warm breeze was quite comforting, and Shi Jiunian relented. After drying her hair, Fu Jingqian applied some essential oil. As she busied herself with her face, he discreetly took his phone and sent a message to Mu Shichuan. Fu Jingqian, you have 10 minutes to ascertain how the Zhang family connected with the Shi family. Mu Shichuan, third brother, I'm busy flirting. I'm on the verge of taking my pants off. What is this about the Zhang and Shi families? I'm utterly confused. Fu Jingqian, you have 9 minutes left. Mu Shichuan. 8 minutes later, he sent another message. Mu Shichuan, third brother, it was people from the Qiao family. The Qiao family. Huh. The Qiao family. Meanwhile, the Qiao family was gathered for dinner. Qiao Shiyu had been anxiously awaiting a response from Mrs. Zhang, leaving her somewhat distracted. Mrs. Qiao subtly signaled her to behave appropriately in front of the old Master Mu, who was still present. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. It must be from teacher. Let me check. With a smile, Qiao Shiyu picked up her phone. Mrs. Qiao, eager to make a good impression on the old Master Mu, chimed in. Shiyu is the student council president at school, often assisting teachers with paperwork and such. It's beneficial for her to gain experience in university. The old Master Mu nodded in acknowledgement. However, upon opening her phone, Qiao Shiyu found nothing and frowned. When she attempted to click on the message, her phone screen froze. And then, strangely, a video popped up. The very indescribable sound began to play. The old Master Mu's expression instantly turned stony. Mrs. Qiao, who had intended to defend Qiao Shiyu, found herself at a loss for words. The dining hall fell silent, and the servants looked on in shock, their expressions shifting as they realized the gravity of the situation. Is it possible the young lady plays such things during dinner? Qiao Shiyu nearly tossed her phone aside, frantically pressing the power button, but to no avail. The video continued to play. Mom, grandfather Mu, it's not what it seems. Qiao Shiyu's face flushed with embarrassment, her speech becoming a jumbled mess. Modern phones are rife with viruses, haha. Mrs. Qiao had never felt so humiliated. The old Master Mu could hardly eat, regardless of whether Qiao Shiyu was innocent. It was simply too distasteful. He shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes, and left for upstairs. Old Master Mu, seeing him storm away in anger, Mrs. Qiao stomped her foot in frustration, turning to Qiao Shiyu. Hurry and turn it off. I can't. Qiao Shiyu threw her phone to the ground, stomping on it repeatedly, yet it was futile. The video persisted. On the verge of a breakdown, she stomped on it again and again. Finally, the mortifying sounds ceased. However, a gruesome message appeared on the screen. Sister, next time, don't meddle in others' affairs. Accompanying the text was an image of a bloodied knife. The following day, as Qiao Shiyu made her way to school, her eyes were still red from lack of sleep. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. Even the household staff regarded her with a strange gaze. She had inquired about Zhang Xiao, discovering that she was still in custody, while the Zhang family had gone bankrupt overnight. Zhang father had fled with the funds, and during an altercation with Zhang mother, she had accidentally fallen down the stairs and was now hospitalized, possibly never to awaken. She could not believe that Shi Jiunian was capable of such actions. Shi Jiunian entered precisely on time, sensing the hateful glares directed her way. She raised an eyebrow, unfazed, and nonchalantly took her seat. Watching the composed Shi Jiunian only fueled Qiao Shiyu's anger. Despite her misdeeds, Shi Jiunian remained unperturbed. She had underestimated her. Yet she could only swallow her indignation. It was not as though she could accuse Shi Jiunian of hacking her phone to play inappropriate videos. Shiyu, why are your eyes so red? Did you not sleep well? Someone noticed her unusual demeanor and inquired. Oh, it's just that with the upcoming art festival. I stayed up late last night painting. You're working too hard. You needn't worry. Your traditional painting skills are unrivaled at Haida. Honestly, it's audacious of that Shi Jiunian to compete in the same project. She must not fear embarrassment. Indeed, you're bound to be the champion of the art festival. Hearing this, Qiao Shiyu's expression finally brightened a bit. By the way, Shiyu, are you meeting with President Qin of the National Traditional Painting Association this afternoon? Someone said loudly, intentionally. Qiao Shiyu nodded. Yes, my master knows President Qin. He is visiting Haiqing today, and my master will introduce us. As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Shi Jiunian, only to find her engrossed in her phone, oblivious to her thoughts. Disappointment washed over her. She had sought out her aunt. believing she could rescue Zhang Xiao and make sure Jiunian stumble. Yet even her aunt could not control her. Now, hearing President Qin's name, Shi Jiunian appeared completely unfazed. Shiyu, could you give me President Qin's autograph? Someone expressed their yearning. President Qin is the head of the National Artists Association, a figure of great esteem. And I'll likely never have the chance to meet him. Don't say that. Xiao Shiyu smiled, unable to hide her pride. Isn't it just an autograph? I'll get one for you during dinner tonight. As she spoke, Xiao Shiyu couldn't help but glance at Shi Jiunian again, who seemed unaware of her thoughts. She looked at her phone, a hint of distress crossing her face. The old man was still messaging her. I've come all the way to Haicheng. Isn't it unreasonable for you not to meet me? I've reserved a private room. You must come today. Shi Jiunian replied slowly. Didn't you already make plans with someone else? President Qin, who told you that? I came to Haicheng solely to meet you, my dear girl. Am I so idle as to make plans with others? Do you no longer wish to see your master? Shi Jiunian could vividly imagine the old man with his hands on his hips, fuming. Amused, she replied, All right, I promise to arrive on time. Only then did President Qin relent. After class, Shi Jiunian first visited the principal's office. Principal Liu gazed at her with an expressionless face. What brings you here again? Have you stirred up more trouble? I'm here to deliver medicine. Shi Jiunian pulled out the medicine from her bag and handed it to Principal Liu. I know you've been unwell due to years of hard work. Coincidentally, I know a renowned doctor. This is the medicine I obtained from him. Follow the instructions, and I assure you will feel invigorated. And even the hair atop your head will regrow. Principal Liu subconsciously touched the cool top of his head, feeling somewhat annoyed. However, he was rather surprised by Shi Jiunian's sudden thoughtfulness in bringing him medicine. Regardless of its efficacy, the concern of a junior always warmed his heart. I heard you signed up for a traditional Chinese painting at the arts festival, and you're even giving a speech during the opening? Chapter 36. Live Painting. Mobile recording. Shi Jiunian nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Principal Liu acknowledged that Shi Jiunian was at least engaging in earnest endeavors. Do you enjoy traditional Chinese painting? Coincidentally, I have met President Qin of the Chinese Painting Association a few times. If you're interested in learning, I could introduce you to him. No need, Shi Jiunian replied, shaking her head. My skills in traditional Chinese painting are average. I wouldn't want to trouble you. She refrained from mentioning that she was far more familiar with President Qin than Principal Liu. There's another matter, Principal Liu said, his expression turning serious. What exactly is going on between you and Fu Jingchen? How did you suddenly get married? Do you truly have feelings for him, or was it coerced? These past few days, Principal Liu had been unable to sleep well. Every time he closed his eyes, he was plagued by thoughts of Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingchen. The Fu family was far from peaceful, especially with the elder's declining health and the elusive miraculous doctor. If the elder passed away, the Fu family would undoubtedly descend into chaos, and Fu Jingchen's situation would become even more precarious. He couldn't fathom how Shi Jiunian ended up with Fu Jingchen. Shi Jiunian, be honest with me. Did Fu Jingchen force you into this? Seeing her silence, he pressed further. If that's the case, I will take you to divorce him right now. That Fu boy will pay for it. Uncle Liu, I know you mean well, but as for him, Shi Jiunian was at a loss for words, shrugging. You've seen it. It is what it is, so please don't concern yourself. To say she liked Fu Jingchen would be a stretch. In her past life, their relationship was not particularly strong, and she never harbored any feelings for him. Having returned to life, she found herself married to him, perhaps out of guilt from her previous life, and thus she tried to make things work. However, to claim she liked him, Shi Jiunian pondered, ultimately concluding that she did not. Principal Liu, recognizing her reluctance to divulge more, refrained from further inquiry. After all, given his position, he could not pry too deeply. Your grandfather and Uncle 1T return for another 2 months. If you need anything during this time, feel free to seek me out. Moreover, it's best to keep your relationship with Fu Jingchen under wraps. Do not let it slip. Principal Liu genuinely wished the best for Shi Jiunian. So what if she was married? She was still young and could discreetly extricate herself from the situation. Shi Jiunian, somewhat amused, replied, Uncle Liu, I have things to attend to, so I must take my leave. Principal Liu waved her off. Once she departed, his secretary entered. Principal, should I have this medicine examined, or simply dispose of it? Although Shi Jiunian likely meant well, her reliability was questionable, and the secretary had never heard of her knowing any renowned doctors, leaving them uneasy. No need, Principal Liu said, carefully placing the medicine in his pocket, cherishing it. After all, this was the first time Shi Jiunian had given him something. He felt a twinge of jealousy towards old Shi, who got to boast daily about having such a talented niece. Do you think this medicine will truly help me grow hair? Principal Liu stared at the medicine for a while, then absent-mindedly touched his cool scalp. The secretary, witnessing his contemplation, thought, "You really believe Shi Jiunian's nonsense?" After leaving the principal's office, Shi Jiunian took a taxi to the restaurant President Qin had mentioned. Xiao Xiu had arrived before her, already waiting with her mentor. "Master, will we really get to meet President Qin?" Xiao Xiu asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. "Rest assured," the middle-aged man, somewhat lean but confident, replied. His name was Chunhua, and while his prowess in traditional Chinese painting did not match President Qin's, he held considerable respect in Haiqing. He had learned that President Qin would be dining there today and was hopeful for an audience. However, just as they approached the private room's entrance, they were stopped. "Sorry, Mr. Chun, but our president is entertaining a very important guest today and cannot meet with others." Both Chunhua and Xiao Xiu were taken aback. Few could be honored with the title of important guest by President Qin. Chunhua, feeling frustrated but powerless, inquired, "May I ask who this esteemed guest is?" "That's confidential. You two should leave promptly," came the curt reply, effectively ushering them away. Feeling humiliated, Chunhua and Xiao Xiu had no choice but to exit. Xiao Xiu, disheartened by the unexpected setback, lamented her earlier bravado. "Had I known, I wouldn't have boasted." "Don't fret, Xiu. President Qin will also be at the arts festival. Just perform well, and you'll have another chance. You need to submit your final piece tomorrow. Take me to see your painting," Chun Yi encouraged, noticing her distressed expression. Nodding, Xiao Xiu suddenly spotted a familiar figure and froze. It was Shi Jiunian. What was she doing here? Just as she was about to approach, Shi Jiunian turned a corner and vanished. Could it be that Shi Jiunian was also here to meet President Qin? A flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Xiu's eyes as she thought. Shi Jiunian pretends to be indifferent, yet secretly seeks an audience with President Qin. Would President Qin even entertain her? Miss Shi, the bodyguard stationed at the private room's door, immediately stood at attention upon seeing Shi Jiunian, respectfully holding the door open. A stark contrast to his demeanor towards Xiao Xiu. Shi Jiunian smiled and entered. "There you are, my girl. You've finally made an appearance." Inside the room sat an elderly gentleman dressed in a loose-fitting traditional outfit, his silver hair cascading to his shoulders, tied in a small bun at the back. Shi Jiunian smiled warmly. "Master." During her time in the capital, the old gentleman often invited various individuals to teach her different skills, with Qin Su serving as her traditional Chinese painting instructor. "It's truly not easy to meet you," President Qin remarked with a light scoff. "Sit down. You seem even slimmer. Have you been mistreated in Haiqing?" Truthfully, he had initially not intended to come, but due to the significant buzz surrounding Shi Jiunian's affairs online, his peers had grown concerned, prompting him to check in on her. He also intended to scout a few promising talents for the National Chinese Painting Association. He had heard of a promising artist named Xiao Xiu. After engaging in casual conversation for a while, President Qin turned directly to the matter at hand. "What are you planning to paint this time? Show me." He added, "I have treasured the paintings you did as a child, displaying them prominently at the association." "I haven't painted yet," Shi Jiunian admitted. "Aren't you supposed to submit your final piece tomorrow?" President Qin frowned. "Yes," Shi Jiunian nodded. "I plan to paint tonight. Half an hour should suffice." President Qin was incredulous. "If you weren't my student, I'd be tempted to scold you. Even I take more than half a day to compose a piece. You think half an hour is enough? Then paint for me right now." Without hesitation, President Qin pulled out his sketch pad and paints. "It's been ages since I've seen you paint. Let us see if you've regressed." "But I haven't had my meal. I'm hungry," Shi Jiunian protested. "No, you're not hungry. Just paint." Thus began the farcical display of their master-student relationship. Amused yet resigned, Shi Jiunian picked up the brush, her movements fluid and carefree, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. President Qin watched her work, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He quickly retrieved his phone and set it up to record. "My dear girl, after a year or two apart, your skills have flourished. You truly are my exceptional student." Chapter 37. Even in a burlap sack, she shines the following day. Xiao Xiu brought her completed artwork to school, the deadline for submissions. They would collect them in the morning and submit them collectively in the afternoon. In Class A, her peers gasped in delight upon seeing her painting. "Oh my Xiu, this is absolutely stunning." "Of course, Our Shiyu is a disciple of the vice president of the Haiqing Painting Association. How could her work be anything less? As Xiao Shiyu listened to their praises, a smile graced her lips. She believed her painting was exceptional and undoubtedly capable of securing first place. Upon entering the classroom, Shi Jiunian overheard their conversation and instinctively cast a glance their way. It was indeed commendable, yet aspiring for first place seemed rather unrealistic. She averted her gaze and casually chose a seat. Shiyu, you absolutely overshadow someone, someone remarked, relishing the drama. Shi Jiunian, aren't you also competing in the traditional painting contest? Hurry up and show us your work. Shi Jiunian shot her a cold glance. My work is not for the eyes of curs. You. The woman's expression shifted abruptly. While class monitor Qin Ming couldn't help but steal another glance at Shi Jiunian, noting the change that made her quite likable. Ahem. Enough, everyone sit down. The teacher is coming. Oof. Her painting must be horrendous. She dares not show it to anyone, the woman muttered, biting her teeth as she took her seat, glaring fiercely at Shi Jiunian. Xiao Shiyu narrowed her eyes, her gaze falling upon the bag Shi Jiunian had left on her desk. She was rather audacious, and she was curious to see what Shi Jiunian had painted. After 2 consecutive classes, Shi Jiunian headed to the restroom. Xiao Shiyu finally found her opportunity and quietly sat beside her, discreetly pulling out the painting from her bag. Since Shi Jiunian was seated in the corner, few noticed her actions. She opened the bag and extracted the artwork, casting a scornful glance. Just a fleeting glance left her stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Oyoye. What is wrong? Is the painting too terrible? Her lackey inquired, noticing her prolonged silence. I'm fine. Xiao Shiyu inhaled deeply, her gaze fixated on the artwork. In terms of technique and color coordination, it was truly outstanding. Not only could she not achieve such a level, but even her master might struggle to replicate it. How could this possibly be Shi Jiunian's work? Without further contemplation, she hurriedly snapped a photo with her phone. After class, Xiao Shiyu took a cab to see her master, Chen Hua, who was painting when she arrived and was taken aback by her visit. Master, take a look at this. Xiao Shiyu handed her phone to him. Chen Hua initially glanced casually, but upon realizing the content, his pupils contracted in shock as he quickly magnified the image. Shi, where did you get this? Is it a new piece from a master? Do you also think this is the work of a master? Of course, a top-tier master. Few in the nation could rival this piece. Even President Qin of the National Traditional Painting Association might struggle to replicate it. Chen Hua gazed at the painting with delight, laced with deep envy. Is it conceivable that a university student produced this? Xiao Shiyu continued to inquire. Impossible. Chen Hua found her question absurd. Such a painting could not possibly originate from a university student. If there was such talent, the older generation would be utterly mortified. However, seeing the seriousness on Xiao Shiyu's face, he entertained a ludicrous thought. Are you suggesting this painting is created by your classmate? It was once, but not anymore. Xiao Shiyu suppressed her jealousy. She had formulated a plan. Master, on the day of the competition, someone from the capital will come, and President Qin will be present as well. Do you think this painting could help you enter the National Painting Association? Chen Hua paused briefly, then realized her intention. Xiao Shiyu wanted him to claim the painting as his own. He remained silent, but his lack of rebuttal indicated acceptance. You just said it was impossible for a university student to produce this, yet you are the vice chairman of the Haiqing Painting Association. Who would people believe, you or her? Xiao Shiyu continued. On that day, it will be live-streamed. If you publicly accuse her of plagiarizing your work, it will elevate your status and draw President Qin's favor. Chen Hua was clearly tempted. In fact, he had previously engaged in similar schemes. Does your classmate have any connections or background? He cautiously asked. Xiao Shiyu shook her head. Absolutely not. Shi Jiunian is a nobody in the traditional painting realm. I've never even heard of her painting before. It's utterly preposterous. I understand now. Without connections, she is destined to be bullied. Xiao Shiyu smiled. Shi Jiunian, you are in for quite a show. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. Photography, traditional painting, and calligraphy were scheduled for the afternoon, as these works had already been submitted 3 days prior, making the awards ceremony straightforward. The morning was reserved for singing and dancing. Shi Jiunian intended to arrive in the afternoon, but she had to give a speech necessitating her early arrival. She donned a simple white shirt, a baseball jacket, and jeans, tying her hair up in a bun before heading downstairs. In the living room, 2 individuals were present, Fu Jingchen and Mu Shichuan. Shi Jiunian. Aren't you supposed to give a speech today? Mu Shichuan exclaimed upon seeing her, astonished. You plan to go on stage looking like that? You should at least dress up a bit. Wear a nice dress and look pretty when you speak. Do I look that unattractive? Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow at Fu Jingchen. Not unattractive. If you wore a sack, third brother would still say you look good. Mu Shichuan rolled his eyes dramatically. Eat breakfast first. I'll drive you later, Fu Jingchen said. Don't you have anything to do at the company today? Not all. Mu Shichuan's lips twitched. That was nonsense. Third brother was not like him, a spendthrift. He had a multitude of serious matters to attend to. Fu Jingchen had even sent his assistant to the company to handle urgent tasks. After breakfast, Fu Jingchen and Mu Shichuan accompanied her to school. They arrived with less than 20 minutes before the event commenced. Fu Jingchen and Mu Shichuan settled into the front row of the audience, while Shi Jiunian headed backstage. Chen Yu, spotting her, exclaimed with delight, "Oh, little ancestor, you finally made it. I was worried you might be late. Don't be nervous, just perform steadily." Shi Jiunian nodded lightly. "Go, Jiunian." Just then, class monitor Qin Ming passed by and made a gesture of encouragement towards Shi Jiunian, who was assisting backstage with logistics. Shi Jiunian acknowledged her with a nod, lost in thought. Outside, Xiao Xiu had also arrived. "Xiao Jia, you're not the one giving the speech today?" Someone familiar with her remarked, "Is Shi Jiunian's English comparable to yours?" The teacher only gave her this opportunity because she knows the principal. Xiao Xiu's expression darkened. She had no desire to discuss this topic with others. Noticing her displeasure, the previous speaker fell silent. As Xiao Xiu scanned the area, she suddenly spotted someone, her gaze sharpening as she approached with surprise. Grandpa Mu. Old Master Mu was searching for Shi Jiunian and, upon seeing her, offered a perfunctory smile. "Grandpa Mu, did you come specifically to see me?" "Thank you." Xiao Xiu felt a wave of sweetness in her heart. Although Old Master Mu did not seem particularly fond of her, he had come to support her. "Ah, I didn't come to see you. Who did he come to see?" Aware that she had also entered the traditional painting contest, Old Master Mu wished not to dampen the young girl's spirits, offering her a brief word of encouragement before turning away coldly. Xiao Xiu's smile froze completely. 10 minutes later, the art festival commenced. Principal Liu took the stage and, after delivering a few official platitudes, stepped down. "Next, we invite the class of 2019 Shi Jiunian to speak as a student representative." As the host announced, students below exchanged various expressions and whispered among themselves. How is Shi Jiunian the student representative? The speeches were to be conducted in both English and Chinese. Why was Shi Jiunian the one to take the stage instead of Xiao Xiu? It was Xiao Xiu who performed last year. Indeed, why was it not my goddess Xiao Xiu, but rather Shi Jiunian? Is it possible that she secured this opportunity due to her close relationship with the principal? Some individuals murmured their discontent. Below the stage, Mu Shichuan quickly raised the camera hanging from his chest, preparing to record. "Here she comes. Here she comes. Third brother. Your little wife is here. Don't worry. I will definitely capture her on film." He wore an expression of eager anticipation. This was his first encounter with Shi Jiunian on stage, and he thought she might embarrass herself. He was determined to film this girl's blunder. Fu Jingchen cast a faint glance at him, his gaze gradually settling on the stage. Moments later, the young girl emerged slowly from behind the curtains. She was not in a formal gown, but rather wore a simple white shirt, jeans, and a jacket, her hair styled in a bun. Her demeanor was cool and elegant, bare of makeup yet sufficient to capture the attention of the entire audience. Mu Shichuan snapped several photos. Shi Jiunian did not carry a speech manuscript. Her eyelids fluttered slightly as she began to speak. "Hello, everyone. I am Shi Jiunian. Welcome to Haida." Her voice was calm and steady, devoid of any signs of nervousness. After delivering her speech in Chinese, she transitioned smoothly into English, her accent perfectly embodying American pronunciation, causing Principal Liu and the other judges to brighten with delight. In the shadows, Elder Mu stroked his beard in satisfaction. "Oh my, Jiunian, you truly know how to surprise me." Mu Shichuan exclaimed in shock. "Your little wife's English is unexpectedly good." He steadied his camera, ensuring he captured everything clearly. Fu Jingchen smiled slightly, quietly observing Shi Jiunian on the high stage. Drones hovered above her, and in the live stream, viewers flooded the screen with comments. "Ah, my sister is so beautiful. Her spoken English is excellent. I am an English major, and my accent doesn't even compare. She is so stunning, oh my." I'm a fan, one of the judges remarked. This student, Shi Jiunian, is quite promising. A man adjusted his glasses, astonished. He was a professor from the English department at Jing University and had not anticipated encountering someone with such a royal English accent and Haiqing. He was even considering bringing her back to the capital. Upon hearing praises directed toward Shi Jiunian, Principal Liu's mustache perked up in pride. When Shi Jiunian completed her speech and stepped down from the stage, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and cheers. I was wrong. I actually thought Shi Jiunian would struggle. Good heavens, does she even need to worry about that? Xiao Xiu's spoken English doesn't even come close. Moreover, there were many words in her speech that an English major, couldn't comprehend. The students of Haida gazed at her with newfound admiration. Some professors from the English department even attempted to recruit her on the spot. In a corner, Xiao Xiu listened to the crowd's adulation for Shi Jiunian, her expression twisted with disdain. Today was a live broadcast with millions watching. This moment of glory should have been hers. However, it was of no consequence. Shi Jiunian would soon find herself unable to smile. The traditional Chinese painting she submitted would lead to her ruin. The evaluation for the paintings was scheduled for the afternoon. After having lunch with Fu Jingxin and the ever-present Mu Shichuan, they returned to the event. The afternoon commenced with evaluations for calligraphy and photography before moving on to the traditional painting segment. Unlike the singing and dancing from the morning, this required live scoring. The final drafts of the paintings had been submitted earlier, so the scores were already determined, and now it was merely a matter of ranking. Nationwide viewers were eagerly awaiting the results. When Shi Jiunian and the others arrived, the host had already begun announcing the rankings. Shi Jiunian, what do you think your placement will be? Mu Shichuan inquired curiously. Shi Jiunian replied nonchalantly, I suppose, first place. Mu Shichuan chuckled. Third brother, your wife is overly confident. I heard there's a genius in this year's traditional painting competition. Look at the judges. They all seem eager to claim first place. Fu Jingxiang glanced at Shi Jiunian and offered her a cup of warm water. Do you think I can achieve first? Shi Jiunian asked after taking a sip. Of course, you can achieve first. I'll wash my hair upside down. Mu Shichuan declared. Just then, the host's booming voice rang out. This year's South traditional painting first place goes to Shi Jiunian. Mu Shichuan. Shi Jiunian rose calmly. At the moment she stood, the judges of the traditional painting section sprang into action. They collectively surged toward her. Who knows how excited they were to finally meet her in person after seeing her painting. You must be Shi Jiunian, right? My dear, get away. Who is your dear? Sure. Have you considered teaching at the Traditional Painting Academy? A group of elderly gentlemen argued passionately. The audience was left bewildered. What was happening? These distinguished figures in traditional painting were directly vying for her attention. What had Shi Jiunian painted? Meanwhile, the host unveiled the painting. Instantly, the hall fell silent. Moments later, an eruption of gasps and exclamations filled the air. Chapter 39. Shi Jiunian does not deserve the championship. The professors from Haida's traditional painting department also stood in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. The scroll depicted the surging Yangtze and Yellow rivers, the endless mountains and valleys, along with a desolate figure in military attire, silently gazing into the distance, lifting a hand to salute. He appeared aged, his back slightly hunched, the hand raised in salute adorned with wrinkles, yet unwaveringly resolute. It seemed to honor the rivers he had once defended and the comrades he had fought alongside. Elder Mu's eyes glistened with tears. He was a soldier and could not bear such sights. In an instant, memories of his glorious past and fallen brothers surged forth, igniting a fervor within him. The audience remained silent for nearly a minute before they finally responded with applause and cheers. Incredible. No wonder those old masters in traditional painting were scrambling for her. I declare from now on, Shi Jiunian is my goddess. My grandfather, who served in the army, cried upon seeing this painting. Isn't Shi Jiunian, the girl who spoke this morning? She's beautiful, speaks English well, and her traditional painting is exceptional. Dear heavens! Which window did you close on her? Doesn't it seem improbable that Shi Jiunian could have created this? Not to mention the bold and rich colors. The brushwork simply doesn't resemble that of a young girl. In the venue, several elderly gentlemen continued to vie for her attention, none willing to relent, while only President Qin remained composed at the podium. What is the point of scrambling? Jiunian is his little apprentice. The host had already called Shi Jiunian to the stage to receive her award. Watching Shi Jiunian bask in the spotlight, Xiao Xiu knew the time had come. She aimed to see Shi Jiunian rise higher only to fall harder. And the first place for this year's Arts Festival in the traditional painting category goes to Shi Jiunian. Wait. Xiao Xiu suddenly stood up, interrupting the host. The host appeared taken aback, and the audience turned to face her. Teacher, I believe Shi Jiunian does not deserve this championship. Upon this declaration, the hall fell silent for several seconds, and the smile on President Qin's face faded as he turned to her sharply. If Shi Jiunian does not deserve it, then who does? Surely it cannot be you? President Qin replied, his voice laced with a hint of displeasure. Xiao Xiu had not anticipated President Qin would defend Shi Jiunian, momentarily stifling her words. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, the painting is indeed remarkable, but I would like to ask Shi Jiunian. She turned her gaze towards Shi Jiunian, smirking coldly. Is this painting your original work? Xiao, what exactly do you mean? The host expressed dissatisfaction. Xiao Xiu was usually obedient. Why was she causing a scene at such an event? This would not reflect well on the school's reputation. In this tumultuous scene, Shi Jiunian found herself unwillingly thrust into the spotlight, as Xiao Xiu, with unwavering conviction, challenged her integrity. If you acknowledge your mistakes and relinquish the award, I might still offer you a chance, she asserted, her insinuation unmistakable even to the dimmest of minds. The supervising teacher, sensing the brewing storm, hastily shut off the cameras. Yet this act only fueled the suspicions of millions of online viewers, who now believed Shi Jiunian to be guilty of plagiarism. The atmosphere shifted palpably. Admiration morphed into skepticism as the audience's gazes turned judgmental. Standing atop the platform, Shi Jiunian, with a hand casually tucked into her pocket, cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Xiu and scoffed. If you've caught rabies, seek treatment instead of barking here. Shi Jiunian, do you still refuse to repent? Xiao Xiu retorted with a cold smile. I shall not hold back. Esteemed judges, I must reveal that Shi Jiunian's work is, in fact, a copy of my master's, renowned traditional Chinese painter Chenhua's. With that, she brandished her phone, unveiling a chat with Chenhua. Look, my master informed me 2 weeks ago of a piece he was creating. Just 2 nights prior, he sent me the completed work, which is identical to Shi Jiunian's current display. What else could this be but plagiarism? The professors on the judging panel turned their attention to the screen, where an image mirrored Shi Jiunian's award-winning piece perfectly. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Was it possible that Shi Jiunian had indeed plagiarized? Qin, president, known for his fairness, surely would not tolerate such deceit under his watch. Xiao Xiu seized the moment, her voice resolute. President Qin, you despise plagiarism above all else. Surely you will not allow this to pass unnoticed. President Qin's gaze flickered towards Shi Jiunian, his silence ominous. This is unacceptable, he stated tersely before turning to Xiao Xiu. You are Xiao Xiu, correct? Yes, she replied, elated that he recognized her. While I did not wish to address this matter in such context, Shi Jiunian's audacity in her alleged plagiarism compels me to do so, President Qin continued, his tone unyielding. He glanced at the documents before him and noted Xiao Xiu's name on the membership list. They were here to select talent, and the top 3 would have the opportunity to join the National Traditional Chinese Painting Department. He marked a cross next to her name and instructed, call your master. Grant him 20 minutes to arrive. Such matters must be clarified in person. As the crowd focused on Shi Jiunian's fate, few noticed the familiarity in his tone. Third brother, your little wife seems to be in trouble, Mu Shichuan remarked, a playful smirk on his face. Fu Jingchun shot him a glance, sensing his amusement. You have 10 minutes to ascertain the truth. If you fail, I shall inform Uncle Mu and propose a marriage arrangement for you. Mu Shichuan was taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Third brother, you are so capable, yet leave the heavy lifting to me. Master, Monsieur seems to be in a predicament. Muze whispered. Old Master Mu furrowed his brow. Investigate the matter thoroughly. I cannot believe that Monsieur would resort to plagiarism. This Xiao Xiu seems far from virtuous. Third brother, I have unraveled the truth, Mu Shichuan declared after 5 minutes. His carefree demeanor belied his effectiveness. Fu Jingchun, expressionless, reviewed the information sent to him, gradually straightening his posture, a subtle smile playing on his lips, devoid of mirth. Chenhua arrived within 15 minutes, courteous in his greeting, President Qin, esteemed colleagues. Let me pose a direct question, President Qian interjected impatiently. Your disciple claims this painting as original. How do you explain this? Upon hearing this, Chenhua's expression turned somber. On my way here, Shi Yu informed me that a student has plagiarized my new work. President Qian's pen struck the table emphatically, silence enveloping the room. Chenhua was a respected figure in traditional Chinese painting, and the crowd's gaze shifted to Shi Jiunian. Their suspicions solidified. Indeed, Shi Jiunian has committed plagiarism. They murmured among themselves, their fleeting admiration vanishing. I had no intention of disputing with a young girl at my age, but art cannot tolerate even the slightest impurity. Shi Jiunian possesses talent. However, she has strayed from the right path, Chenhua lamented. President Qian's demeanor shifted as he called out, Jiunian, come here. Jiunian? The crowd was taken aback by the endearing tone he employed. Chenhua frowned, sensing an ominous shift. Shi Jiunian approached, standing before President Qian, and smiled. Master. Master? The room fell silent for a fleeting moment before erupting in astonishment. Shi Jiunian was his disciple? Shi Jiunian is my prized pupil, endowed with remarkable talent, President Qian declared, his gaze fixed on Chenhua. I must confess, I had not heard of you until now. Upon checking, your skill is merely mediocre. By comparison, my disciple's prowess far surpasses yours. Plagiarism? Your earlier assertion is correct. The world of traditional Chinese painting can harbor no filth. You, sir, are that filth, lacking ability, yet accusing a younger artist of theft. You are unworthy to practice traditional Chinese painting. Chairman Zhang, he directed his attention to a man seated nearby. The vice chairman of the Haicheng Chinese Painting Association only serves to tarnish its reputation. Remove his name from the records. As a member of the National Chinese Painting Association, President Qian held authority over various regional associations. Expelling Chenhua was merely a matter of words. He had already afforded him numerous opportunities, yet Chenhua persisted in his accusations against Shi Jiunian. President Qian, this is unjust. Shi Jiunian is your disciple, yet she has indeed plagiarized my work. Chenhua protested desperately. Indeed, President Qian, you cannot favor her simply because she is your disciple. This will only dishearten the community. Xiao Shiyu pressed, her resolve unwavering. In search of evidence, you say? President Qian retorted, producing his phone and instructing his secretary, display the video on the screen. Yes. Jiunian, come, take my seat. President Qian urged, rising and gesturing for her to sit. Do not tire yourself. I shall seek justice on your behalf. Chenhua observed President Qian's confident demeanor, anxiety gnawing at him. Did they truly possess irrefutable evidence? Perspiration beaded on his palms. President Qian, he instinctively spoke. But President Qian merely cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, it's too late to admit your mistakes now. Simultaneously, a video began to play on the large screen. In the footage, Shi Jiunian held a brush in one hand while the other rested behind her back, her eyelashes gently lowered, her expression serene as she painted. She appeared so casual and indifferent. However, on the canvas, a magnificent masterpiece gradually unfolded. The brushwork, it was simply exquisite. Her mastery of color was beyond my capabilities. Many prominent figures in the realm of traditional Chinese painting could not help but express their admiration. Even those who were not scholars of traditional art realized how exceptional Shi Jiunian truly was through their praises. As the video concluded, the audience felt unsatisfied. Still savoring the moment, their eyes filled with awe. Meanwhile, Chenhua's face had turned ashen. Who could have anticipated that they had recorded the video in advance? You claim to be the original creator. Come, show me your work, President Qian sneered, his gaze icy as it fell upon Chunyi. Give him paper and a brush. Let him paint. Chapter 41. Nationwide ban. Protective Lu Laotu at President Qian's command. Someone presented paper and brush before Chenhua. His complexion was ghastly, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. The reality was painfully clear. Chenhua had slandered Shi Jiunian. The gazes directed at Chenhua from the crowd were tinged with disdain. He was already halfway buried in disgrace, yet had the audacity to frame a young girl. Simultaneously, those who had previously suspected Shi Jiunian felt a wave of shame wash over them. Master, how could you do such a thing? Xiao Shiyu, sensing the gravity of the situation, gritted her teeth and suddenly questioned Chenhua. I trusted you so much that I chose to doubt my classmate to seek justice for you, and yet. Chenhua was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor, bitterly smiling to himself. His disciple truly was one to abandon ship when disaster struck, casting the blame entirely upon him. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Shiyu seemed deeply hurt and deceived. President Qin, Principal Liu, esteemed teachers, I apologize on behalf of my master. I never imagined he could. Her weeping was heart-wrenching, evoking sympathy from many. The one at fault was Chenhua. Perhaps Xiao Shiyu was genuinely misled, standing up for him out of misplaced loyalty. Ah, Shiyu, don't be too hard on yourself. You actually... Oh, sister, spare us the facade of innocence. Just look at the big screen. Before the comforting words could fully resonate, a mocking male voice interrupted. Xiao Shiyu's heart sank, instinctively searching for the source of the voice, but the crowd was too dense to identify anyone. Just then, a female voice rang out, resounding across the square. It was her voice. Master, on the day the results are announced, someone from the capital will come, and President Qin will personally attend. Do you think with this painting, you could enter the National Painting Association? You just said it couldn't possibly be created by a university student, yet you're the vice president of the Haicheng Painting Association. Who will people believe, you or her? Xiao Shiyu's expression shifted drastically as she turned to the screen. The large screen displayed a video featuring both her and Chenhua. On that day, the event would be broadcasted live across the internet, where he would publicly accuse her of plagiarizing his work, which would instead elevate his profile and garner President Qin's favor due to this painting. Does your classmate have any connections in the traditional painting world? Absolutely not. I understand now. As the video concluded, Xiao Shiyu's face drained of color, collapsing in her seat, trembling with humiliation as various gazes bore down upon her. Mu Shichuan wore a look of anticipation. Third brother, am I impressive or what? His hacking skills were unparalleled. Apart from Fu Jingchen, no one could rival him. Fu Jingchen smirked, his gaze fixed on the stage where Shi Jiunian stood. With the release of these videos, Xiao Shiyu could no longer wriggle her way out. President Qin waved his hand, turning to Shi Jiunian, his demeanor brightening. My dear disciple, how would you like to deal with the surname Chun? As the victim, the choice is yours. His tone was light and cheerful, as if he would support whatever decision she made. His character is unworthy of being a painter. Shi Jiunian stated succinctly. Chairman Zhang, do you understand? President Qin immediately turned to Zhang, the chairman of the Haicheng Painting Association, who promptly nodded and condemned Chenhua. Chenhua, due to your vile character, effective immediately, you are expelled from the Painting Association and banned. Upon hearing the final words, Chenhua despairingly shut his eyes. Being banned from the Painting Association meant that no organization would dare to take him in henceforth. His decades-long career in traditional painting was effectively over. What about Xiao Shiyu? She trembled at being named. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She never expected that one day Shi Jiunian would sit in such a high position, able to dictate her fate with a mere word. Shi Jiunian's gaze flickered over to Xiao Shiyu, pausing briefly. She is a student from Haida. Let Uncle Liu handle it. Principal Liu's expression darkened. Xiao Shiyu had turned the entire Haida into a laughingstock, and more importantly, she had slandered Shi Jiunian, tarnishing her reputation. He understood that Shi Jiunian's words were meant to save him face. President Qin, esteemed professors, this incident was caused by one of our students, and we will certainly deal with her according to school regulations. Director Ling stepped forward to apologize. You may handle it as you see fit. President Qin waved his hand, but I must also speak on behalf of my disciple. Xiao Shiyu, at such a young age, harbors twisted thoughts. Mark my words, no painting association will dare to take you in from now on. Chairman Zhang lowered his head in silence. In truth, he had been prepared to let Xiao Shiyu join the Haicheng Painting Association. However, who could blame her for her own demise? Without the support of the Painting Association, Xiao Shiyu would struggle to advance in the realm of traditional painting. This farce came to an end here. Shi Jiunian was undoubtedly the rightful first place, while Xiao Shiyu, despite placing second, was disqualified for her underhanded tactics, allowing the third-place contestant to replace her. After receiving her award, Shi Jiunian quickly descended the stage. President Qin hurried after her. My dear disciple, would you like to accompany your master to gather inspiration and paint? You may paint on your own. I have matters to attend to. Shi Jiunian briskly walked away, leaving President Qin alone and forlorn. He wished to follow, but was beset by too many people wanting to converse with him, leaving him to helplessly watch her depart. After descending the stage, Shi Jiunian sought out Fu Jingchen just in time to witness a girl flirting with him. She halted in her tracks. Fu Jingqian noticed her. Seeing her standing 3 meters away, staring at him with unabashed curiosity, his expression darkened, and a surge of irritation welled within him. Handsome, shall we exchange contact information? The girl blushed, somewhat intimidated by Fu Jingqian, yet unable to suppress her boldness. Apologies, but I'm already married, Fu Jingqian replied curtly, striding away to where Shi Jiunian stood, seizing her wrist and pulling her along. Chapter 42. Shi Jiunian, do you like me? Hey, beautiful, don't be upset. Mu Shichuan said sympathetically, my third brother is married, but I'm not. Come, let's exchange contact information. The girl looked at him with a blank expression, turning away without a hint of reluctance. Meanwhile, Fu Jingqian held Shi Jiunian's wrist tightly, his grip somewhat uncomfortable, causing her to furrow her brows in discomfort. Once they reached a less crowded area, he finally stopped, yet his hand remained on her wrist, his face taut, radiating discontent. What are you angry about now? Shi Jiunian asked, bewildered. To her, Fu Jingqian's mood swings were utterly incomprehensible. Just a moment ago, what did you mean by that? Fu Jingqian's tone was somewhat somber, as if he were suppressing something. Someone was talking to you, and I was just waiting nearby. Shi Jiunian realized that the other party was flirting. She nodded seriously. That girl is quite attractive. Her complexion is fair, her eyes are large, and her figure is commendable. Fu Jingqian felt an inner turmoil brewing within him. How could she remain indifferent while her husband is being flirted with? Furthermore, she was here praising the girl's looks. If she had even a shred of affection for him, she would not behave this way. Only when one harbors no feelings for another can they remain completely unconcerned. Aren't you afraid that I might actually get her contact information? You wouldn't, Shi Jiunian replied with conviction. In her past life, Fu Jingqian had adored her. In this life, it would be no different. He would not be easily swayed by others. Fu Jingqian was amused. Her confidence was quite remarkable. Shi Jiunian, are you relying on my affection for you? Do you like me in return? Or is it that I forcefully married you, leaving you with no choice but to be with me? He leaned slightly closer, fixing his gaze on her. Is that so? We are already married. Shi Jiunian was somewhat speechless. In her previous life, every encounter with Fu Jingqian had ended in arguments, and there was hardly any emotional foundation between them. She even failed to understand why Fu Jingqian loved her so deeply. In this life, she felt more guilt towards him. Besides, they were married now. So what was there to discuss regarding affection? As Fu Jingqian listened to her response, the warmth in his eyes gradually faded. Just as he had suspected, he had known all along. The young woman did not love him. In fact, her willingness to stay by his side now, unlike in the past, should have satisfied him greatly. Yet, human nature is often greedy. Third brother, what brings you here? Mu Shichuan hurried over. Didn't you just arrange a celebration dinner for Shi Jiunian? Let us hurry and eat. I'm starving. Fu Jingqian was nearly exasperated. It's just a meal with century eggs. He glanced at Shi Jiunian, but since the young girl had just won a championship, he restrained his frustrations and grasped her wrist. Let us go eat. Mu Shichuan followed suit. Upon reaching the car, Fu Jingqian and Shi Jiunian got in first. Just as Mu Shichuan was about to join them, he heard Fu Jingqian say, Fu Hua drive. The car windows locked shut with a snap. Mu Shichuan was bewildered. Take a cab yourself. Fu Jingqian's tone was still somewhat irate. Fu Hua silently pressed the accelerator, casting a sympathetic glance at the frustrated Mu Shichuan behind them. You can hold your own. Fu Jingqian retrieved a large bouquet of roses from behind and tossed them to Shi Jiunian, his expression still somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, even in his anger, he ensured that everything she deserved was prepared. Shi Jiunian embraced the roses and looked at him, still sulking in a silent standoff, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Meanwhile, the online community was in an uproar. The topic of Shi Jiunian's alleged plagiarism had skyrocketed on social media. Although the live stream had been cut off, there were still millions of viewers at the time, and the clumsy handling of the situation only strengthened the belief that Shi Jiunian had indeed plagiarized. The Shi family. Are you saying that Shi Jiunian is being accused of plagiarism and it has blown up on Weibo? Lu Xiaoman's expression darkened as she listened to the housekeeper. The housekeeper nodded. Yes, it seems to have escalated quite a bit. Should we assist Miss Shi? If this continues to grow, she may face legal repercussions. Assist with what? Such a shameful matter. Lu Xiaoman's face was already extremely grim. She had never liked Shi Jiunian and now felt an even stronger aversion towards her. Recently, her family stocks have been plummeting, leaving them desperately short on funds. Lu Xiaoman was already feeling troubled, and now Shi Jiunian was adding to her woes. Seeing her expression, the housekeeper immediately fell silent. Suddenly, the phone rang. The housekeeper hurried to answer it. Yes, 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 this is the Shi family. After listening for a moment, the housekeeper's expression changed and quickly handed the phone to Lu Xiaoman. Madam, it's Master Yang, the national painting master. Yang was European and held a prestigious position in the world of traditional Chinese painting, comparable to President Qin. A single painting could fetch tens of millions. Lu Xiaoman straightened up, quickly taking the phone and putting it to her ear. Hello. Ah, hello, is this Mrs. Shi Jiunian's aunt? Hearing the name, Shi Jiunian, Lu Xiaoman's heart sank. Sure enough, the next second, Yang continued, his tone somewhat excited. Mrs. Shi, you are aware of Miss Shi Jiunian's situation today, right? Oh dear, yes. I know. Lu Xiaoman felt her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Had she known that Shi Jiunian was so prone to causing trouble, she would not have agreed to be her guardian, leaving it to the Shi family. Just as the scandal erupted, someone was already calling. If Shi Jiunian were to offend the world of traditional Chinese painting, she would not let her off the hook. Taking a deep breath, suppressing her embarrassment, she said, Shi Jiunian's plagiarism has tarnished the reputation of the traditional Chinese painting community, and I apologize on her behalf to all the masters. What are you saying? The other party was confused, seemingly not understanding Lu Xiaoman's intent. Oh dear, Mrs. Shi, you seem to be mistaken. Why don't you trust your own niece? I'm calling to ask for your assistance. Assistance? Lu Xiaoman was taken aback. I would like to request that student Shi Jiunian create a painting for me. You can set the price, whether it's millions or even hundreds of millions. I can accept it. Lu Xiaoman's hand trembled as she held the phone. She could hardly believe her ears. Yang, a master painter, was now seeking Shi Jiunian to create work, and he was willing to pay hundreds of millions? Such a sum could fill her family's significant financial gap. Mr. Yang, you cannot be serious, can you? You are a master painter yourself. How could Shi Jiunian have? Mrs. Shi, how could I jest with you? I'm no master. You should have seen the video of Shi Jiunian painting live. It was truly astonishing. His voice brimmed with admiration. Oh my God, Miss Shi is simply my idol. If possible, I would love to have her as my mentor. Even after hanging up, Lu Xiaoman remained in disbelief. The phone rang again. Lu Xiaoman, still in shock, instinctively pressed the answer button. Is this the Shi family? I would like to request that student Shi Jiunian create a painting for me. How much do you want? 50 million? If that is enough, I can increase the offer. 50 million. Lu Xiaoman's hand trembled once more. Could it be that Shi Jiunian's artwork was worth such a sum? She hung up in a daze. The phone rang again. Within just a few minutes, Lu Xiaoman received several calls from prominent figures wanting Shi Jiunian to create paintings, each offering increasingly outrageous sums. She hurriedly logged onto Weibo. Shi Jiunian's account was trending, but it contradicted what the housekeeper had said. The criticisms for plagiarism were minimal, while the topics, Shi Jiunian's position in traditional Chinese painting and half-off traditional Chinese painting community speaks for her, were trending at first and second place. Lu Xiaoman clicked in, her mind buzzing. Official account of the National Chinese Painting Association. Our little darling from the association plagiarizing a third-rate artist is the biggest joke I've heard this year. National Chinese Painting Association member Jinyu. My little junior sister's painting skills make even me admire her. How dare you accuse her of plagiarism? National Chinese Painting Association member Lu Han. How dare you say that anyone can tarnish my little junior sister's reputation? You will not find a place in the world of traditional Chinese painting. So many bigwigs from the National Chinese Painting Association were speaking out for Shi Jiunian, referring to her affectionately as their little junior sister. Shi Jiunian is actually the little disciple of President Qin. Lu Xiaoman was utterly astonished. Fu Jingqian took Shi Jiunian out for a meal. Still fuming, he hardly touched his food. Observing his dark expression, Shi Jiunian also lost her appetite. Fu Jingqian did not coax her. He simply pulled her back to the villa. After releasing her hand, he retreated into his study and did not emerge again. Feeling a sense of gloom, Shi Jiunian returned to her room, clutching a bouquet of roses. She placed the roses in a vase and opened her computer. A video call from Lung Chun came through. Nian, have you made a decision regarding old Master Fu's treatment? The Fu family and Fu Jingqian are on my nerves. The price has escalated to 5 billion. Shi Jiunian rested her chin on her hand, recalling that in her previous life, old Master Fu was still in good health, albeit with minor issues that were not serious. She intended to go, hoping for an opportunity when Fu Jingchun was away on business. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, and the butler entered, somewhat ingratiating. "It's already 8 o'clock. Dinner is prepared. Should we serve it here, or would you prefer to eat downstairs?" Hearing this, Shi Jiunian felt a pang of hunger. She paused and inquired, "Where is Fu Jingchun?" "The sir is still in the study and hasn't tea come out since returning." The butler was clearly waiting for Shi Jiunian to mention Fu Jingchun. He continued slowly, "Madam, the sir has a weak stomach. If he doesn't eat on time, he will certainly suffer from stomach pain. Then tell him to come down for dinner." "We dare not." The butler sighed. "The sir is in a foul mood. If we go, he will surely punish us. Alas, it seems the sir will have to go hungry today. Poor sir." The butler glanced at Shi Jiunian, suggesting, "Why not, madam? Go and invite the sir down for dinner." Shi Jiunian sensed that the butler had circled around just to say this. She was reluctant to go, but recalled how she had harmed Fu Jingchun in her past life. And during their divorce, he had handed over most of his assets to her, ensuring her future was secure. She sighed, recognizing her indebtedness to him. "Prepare the meal." The butler, elated by her agreement, quickly packed the food and handed it to her. Shi Jiunian approached the study door, which was unlocked. She knocked gently. "Get lost." His voice was as irritable as ever. Shi Jiunian paused momentarily. "Fu Jingchun, it's me." Silence followed. "Should I leave too?" Still no response. "Then I'll really go." As she turned to leave, the door swung open. Fu Jingchun, clad in a black long robe and gray trousers, leaned against the doorframe. His hair a bit disheveled. He remained silent, merely staring at Shi Jiunian. "I'm not yelling at you," he finally said, his expression still sour. He was irritated by Shi Jiunian having been busy with official matters, and the elusive Dr. Qingjio had left him exceedingly vexed. "It's time to eat." Shi Jiunian was not angry. She merely lifted the tray with a good-natured smile. "I can't eat this." Fu Jingchun cast a glance at her delicate arm and accepted the tray, though his expression remained sour. He had no intention of eating it. Shi Jiunian thought Fu Jingchun sometimes resembled a child in need of coaxing. "What would you like to eat? I can ask the servant to prepare it." "I won't eat what they make." Fu Jingchun detected the coaxing tone in her voice and raised his chin. "Shi Jiunian, you are my wife. Is it too much to ask you to cook for me?" "Not too much, but I don't know how to cook." She had been raised in comfort and had never stepped into a kitchen. "Excuse." "Fine, I'll cook for you, but I can only make noodles. And they one tea taste good." Fu Jingchun's lips curled into a smirk, which he intentionally suppressed. As long as Shi Jiunian was willing to cook for him, even if it was poisoned, he would gladly eat it. He tugged at the ear of her nightgown and, with his other hand lazily tucked in his pocket, followed her downstairs, playfully pinching her ear. "Shi Jiunian, you look quite obedient in that outfit. If you dress so well, why aren't you obedient in person?" Chapter 44. Fulfilling husbandly duties. Shi Jiunian. In front of others, she was a strong presence, never easily bullied. Yet, around Fu Jingchun, perhaps out of guilt, she would coddle him, her temper softened. She couldn't be bothered to argue, allowing him to tug at her ear. With one hand in his pocket, the servants, upon seeing him descend, were poised to greet him, but were intimidated by his glance and promptly retreated to their rooms. Shi Jiunian could indeed only make noodles. The fridge held various ingredients. She took out tomatoes and leafy greens while Fu Jingchun continued to hold onto her ear, following closely behind. His eyes filled with a hint of delight. Watching her prepare the ingredients, she picked up a knife to chop the tomatoes when he effortlessly took the knife from her hand. "That's enough." Confused, Shi Jiunian looked at him as he stood behind her, enveloping her in his embrace. "I was just teasing you." He maintained his casual demeanor, a smile playing on his lips. "My Fu Jingchun's woman doesn't need to cook herself. Besides, you're too clumsy. Stand aside while I cook for you." "You can cook?" Shi Jiunian was astonished. He, too, was born with a silver spoon, yet he could cook? "I can, and much more." Yet she had never cared to learn. At this thought, Fu Jingchun's heart sank slightly, his lips pressed together, his tone growing more irritable. "Stand aside. You're in my way." "Oh." Shi Jiunian obediently stepped out of his embrace and moved to the kitchen door, watching him intently. Fu Jingchun was more skilled at cooking than she was. He rolled up his sleeves to his elbows, revealing his strong arms, and swiftly wielded the knife, soon preparing a bowl of egg noodles with 2 fried eggs. He made 2 bowls, one for Shi Jiunian and one for himself. Both had not eaten well that day. "Fu Jingchun, your cooking skills." Shi Jiunian took a bite and nodded sincerely. "Very good." Fu Jingqian's lips curled into a satisfied smile at her praise. If it's good, have another bowl. He took out a small bowl, served a portion, and handed her the larger bowl. You're too skinny. You need to eat more. That's too much. Shi Jiunian looked at him. Fu Jingqian shot her a glance, and after some thought, she reclaimed the small bowl from in front of him. I'll have this bowl. You eat that one. Fu Jingqian was momentarily stunned. He had already eaten. Fearing Shi Jiunian would mind that he had used the small bowl, he chuckled ambiguously. The pent-up frustration inside him had somewhat dissipated. Even if Shi Jiunian did not love him, she was still his. He thought he needed to learn to be content and not be greedy. As long as Shi Jiunian was willing to stay by his side, that was enough. There was no need to clear the dishes. The servants would take care of it. Once Shi Jiunian finished eating, Fu Jingqian stood up. Let us go back to the room and sleep. Shi Jiunian's expression became awkward. Sleep? That scoundrel Fu Jingqian would surely try to take advantage of her. It wasn't he that she was unwilling, but Fu Jingqian was too vigorous in bed, often speaking lewdly while they were intimate, leaving her feeling quite shy. After Fu Jingqian spoke, he observed her expression. Noticing her changing demeanor, he mistakenly thought she was unwilling, dampening his earlier eagerness and forcefully salvaging his pride. What are you thinking? I meant simply to sleep under the covers. However, if you wish for more, I am in the prime of my life, full of vigor, and can fulfill my duties as a husband. Under the dim yellow light, casting a glow on his refined features, one hand tucked into the pocket of his gray trousers, he wore a casual, yet subtly alluring expression. Shi Jiunian felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing uncontrollably. Fu Jingqian was truly a mesmerizing man, far too adept at seducing. She fell silent and promptly turned to ascend the stairs, her heart still racing. Fu Jingqian noticed her flushed face, chuckling softly as he tugged at the little ear on her hood, following her up the stairs with a teasing tone. I was just joking. Why are you shy? Or, do you truly want me to do something to you? Shi Jiunian? Shi Jiunian's cheeks burned with embarrassment as she shot him a fierce glare. However, Fu Jingqian found her reaction increasingly amusing. At the Qiao residence, the lights blazed brightly. Qiao mother angrily reproached Qiao Shiyu. Your scandal has made it online. Why would you try to frame Shi Jiunian? What is her status that makes you risk your own reputation to harm her? You've caused High University to issue a warning against you, and the National Painting Association has blacklisted you. Qiao Shiyu, aware of her wrongdoing, lowered her head in silence, but remained unconvinced. Qiao mother felt faint with rage. This incident had also tarnished her image in high society. After a while, she managed to calm herself. Enough, the damage is done, and I do not wish to continue blaming you. She rubbed her temples. Old Master Mu was also present today and knows what you did. Think carefully about how you will explain this to him. They had only recently succeeded in having Old Master Mu stay at the Qiao residence. Only a few days since his arrival, he had already provided them with numerous advantages, with countless brands eager to collaborate with them. Qiao mother had long wished for Qiao Shiyu to win Old Master Mu's favor, hoping that when he returned to Beijing, he would take her along, granting Qiao Shiyu access to the city's most prestigious families, thus paving the way for an immeasurable future. Mother, do not worry. I have a plan to shift all the blame onto Shi Jiunian. Old Master Mu cannot possibly believe an unfamiliar girl over me. Suddenly, the sound of a servant's announcement broke the tension. Qiao mother and Qiao Shiyu turned to see Mu Zhe supporting Old Master Mu as he entered. Qiao mother quickly signaled to Qiao Shiyu, who rushed forward, forcing a smile. Grandfather Mu, you are back. Old Master Mu shot her a cold glance. You have the audacity to smile. Qiao Shiyu's face stiffened, realizing that Old Master Mu was indeed here to hold her accountable. Grandfather Mu, I am sorry. I disappointed you today, but I had no choice. Shi Jiunian is quite malicious and often bullies me. I acted out of anger. Qiao Shiyu sobbed, moreover. My master forced me to find works from others for him, or he threatened to beat me. You say Shi Jiunian is bullying you? Old Master Mu's gaze darkened. Indeed. Qiao Shiyu thought he was moved by her words and continued to slander Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian is not as innocent as she seems. Her mother was an unwed mother, and she herself is no saint, often involved in scandalous affairs at school. Silence. Should I hear you defaming Shi Jiunian again? Do not blame me for being impolite. Old Master Mu was utterly disappointed, his voice rising with fury. You have committed wrongs and refused to repent, yet you wish to blame others. How can the Qiao family have a child like you? Having fought for many years, Old Master Mu with his iron will, frightened even Xiao mother. Xiao Shiyu trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks as she felt wronged and frustrated. Grandfather Mu, why do you defend Shi Jiunian, a stranger, instead of believing me? What makes you think you can compare to Shi Jiunian? Old Master Mu, a man of directness, was particularly irate at this moment. Shi Jiunian is a treasure of the Mu family, deserving of respect from even me. Do you think you can slander her at will? The word struck both Xiao mother and Xiao Shiyu into silence. Shi Jiunian was held in such high regard by the Mu family. Even someone of old Master Mu's stature showed her respect. How could this be? At such a young age, with such a wicked mind, if you were my soldier, I would have shot you by now. Old Master Mu was infuriated, lamenting the existence of a granddaughter like Xiao Shiyu. Mu Zhe, gather your things. We are leaving immediately. Panic gripped Xiao mother. Old Master Mu's presence had elevated the Qiao family status in Haiqing, and they could not afford to lose that. Old Master Mu, please do not be angry. We had no idea Miss Shi had such a connection with you. Shiyu quickly apologized to Grandfather Mu. There's no need, Old Master Mu retorted, his beard trembling with irritation. Qiao family matriarch, you should manage your daughter better, or one day, she will bring calamity upon you. Just as Mu Zhe had finished packing, Old Master Mu waved his sleeve and prepared to leave. Seeing them truly about to depart, Qiao mother broke into a cold sweat and hurried after him. Old Master Mu, please wait. Xiao Shiyu followed suit, incessantly apologizing. Yet Old Master Mu did not spare them a glance as he strode out of the villa. Brother Mu, who has made you so upset? Mu Zhe opened the car door, and just as Old Master Mu was about to enter, an elderly voice called out. An elderly lady in a traditional qipao approached, supported by someone. This was none other than Xiao grandmother. Why are you leaving so soon after arriving in Haiqing? Xiao grandmother subtly glanced at the luggage in the trunk. Brother Mu, my granddaughter has always been spoiled. Please do not hold it against her. Just stay at the Qiao residence. Old Master Mu scoffed. This afternoon, I have investigated the matter between Xiao Shiyu and Shi Jiunian. Her actions are not merely the result of being spoiled. They are both foolish and malicious. His anger was palpable, especially seeing that Xiao Shiyu showed no sign of remorse, continuing to defame Shi Jiunian. As he settled into the car, he paused before closing the door. For years, the Mu family has supported the Qiao family, but it seems we have made your lives too comfortable. Prosperity is entrusted to the next generation, but if the next generation is rotten, the path ahead will not be long. From today, the Mu family will withdraw its support from the Qiao family. The rest can be discussed later. Mu Zhe, drive. With that, Old Master Mu slammed the door, and Mu Zhe hit the gas, leaving the stunned trio of the Qiao family behind. Qiao father had passed away a decade ago, and the entire Qiao family relied on Xiao Shiyu's brother, Qiao Jinyu, along with the Mu family's substantial support. Now, with the Mu family withdrawing their investment, the Qiao family was doomed to a steep decline. Xiao mother could not fathom how Shi Jiunian wielded such influence that Old Master Mu would forsake the Qiao family for her. Look at what you've done. Why would you provoke Shi Jiunian? Xiao mother, both anxious and furious, could not help but scold Xiao Shiyu, realizing the gravity of her mistake. Xiao Shiyu buried herself in Xiao grandmother's embrace. All right, the damage is done. Let's not dwell on this. Xiao grandmother felt equally troubled. The Mu family's withdrawal meant the Qiao family was on shaky ground, yet she tenderly patted Xiao Shiyu's back. It is all that girl Shi Jiunian's fault. She merely painted a national masterpiece, yet she intentionally escalated the situation to ruin our Shiyu. Exactly. It is all Shi Jiunian's fault, not mine. Xiao Shiyu vigorously nodded in agreement. Qiao mother shot her a glare, supporting Qiao grandmother. Mother, I apologize for disturbing your recovery. How is your headache now? Qiao grandmother shook her head. It is still the same. I heard that a miraculous doctor has recently emerged in Haiqing, who saved someone from the Mu family. I was hoping to inquire about her name and ask her for assistance. However, Old Master Mu was currently in a rage. She would have to wait until later to ask. She heard that this doctor's skills were comparable to those of divine healers. She hoped the doctor could alleviate her headache. Coincidentally, it was the weekend, and Shi Jiunian rose at 9 o'clock. After freshening up, she descended the stairs, where a servant brought breakfast. Upon picking up her phone, she noticed several missed calls from Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying, as well as multiple calls from the Liang family. Raising an eyebrow, she surmised they were calling regarding Liang Maqin and Jiang Ruru. Calculating the time, Liang Maqin and Jiang Ru are still languishing in prison. With the surveillance evidence she provided, combined with her testimony and the pressure exerted by Fu Jingxian, their sentencing has been decided. Furthermore, Jiang Ruru's legion of fervent admirers has also been summoned to court by her. A smile graced her lips as she scrolled down to find a message from Old Master Mu. Old Master Mu. Shijiatu, I have returned to the capital. If you have the chance to come to Beijing, do visit the Mu family. Also, if you encounter any difficulties in Haicheng, do not hesitate to call me. Just as Shi Jiunian was about to reply, the phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Ying. Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow, pleasantly pressing the answer button. Such nonsense, she uttered, causing the person on the other end to choke momentarily. Nian, I beg you, please let your sister go, Jiang Ying pleaded, her tone laced with desperation, though Shi Jiunian could still detect an undercurrent of concealed resentment. Stirring her porridge, Shi Jiunian remained silent. Nian, I implore you, please. Jiang Ying continued, her tone growing more urgent. Begging requires more than mere words, Shi Jiunian replied with a smile. Send me the address, and come find me with Jiang Wenrui. With that, she hung up the phone. That wretched woman, Jiang Wenrui, overhearing the conversation, could not contain his outburst. Just like her mother, utterly despicable. Darling, for Ro-Ro's sake, let us hurry over, Jiang Ying urged. Jiang Wenrui reluctantly agreed. After all, he did not wish for Jiang Ruru to suffer any consequences. Together, they made their way to the villa, while Liang's family, upon learning of their visit to Shi Jiunian, followed closely behind. Inside the villa, Shi Jiunian leisurely finished her breakfast when the butler approached respectfully. Madam, both the Jiang and Liang families have sent representatives and wish to see you. Let them in, Shi Jiunian replied, unfazed, having anticipated the Liang family's arrival as well. 5 minutes later, the butler ushered in Jiang Wenrui, Jiang Ying, and the Liang couple. This was their first visit. The villa, located in Haicheng's affluent district, was a realm reserved for the wealthy and powerful. The Jiang and Liang families lacked the standing to dwell here. Had it not been for Shi Jiunian, they might never have set foot in such a place. The villa was adorned in opulence, with every item worth a fortune. Shi Jiunian reclined on the sofa, casually flipping through a magazine, her eyes half lifted, exuding an air of relaxed elegance. The more Jiang Ying observed, the deeper her resentment grew. Her daughter was suffering in the police station while Shi Jiunian reveled in luxury. How could this be justified? Chapter 46. Do you wish to experience the sensation of having your head cracked open? Liang's mother was equally taken aback. They had previously encountered Shi Jiunian, who had seemed an inconsequential girl, merely eager to please. After some time apart, she had become so remarkably poised and dignified. Suppressing her anger, Jiang Ying feigned a smile, adopting a maternal demeanor as she approached Shi Jiunian. Yet before she could draw near, Shi Jiunian lazily raised her gaze, commanding, "Stop, stay right there." Jiang Ying halted in her tracks. Shi Jiunian's smile was tinged with disdain. "I find you unclean." The smile on Jiang Ying's face faltered, her desire to tear Shi Jiunian's lips apart surging within her. Liang's mother, too, experienced a growing discontent. The girl remained as coarse as ever. Were it not for her daughter, she would not deign to be present. "Shi Jiunian, we are your elders." Jiang Wenrui encircled Jiang Ying with his arm, furiously exclaiming, "You and your mother are both despicable. Had I known this would happen, I should have suffocated you at birth. Madam, shall I have them removed?" The butler interjected, unable to endure the disrespect any longer. As he spoke, other servants quietly brandished feather dusters, cloths, and kitchen knives. Having heard tales of the lady's lack of favor in her household, it was indeed true. To berate the lady before them was an affront. "Nian, your father is just like this. Do not take offense." Jiang Ying, fearing they might be expelled, hastily shifted to the matter at hand. "Nian, there must be a misunderstanding regarding your sister's situation. Please let her go." Shi Jiunian, regarding Liang's mother and father, noted their aristocratic demeanor. Though not particularly formidable, their presence was far superior to that of Jiang Ying and Jiang Wenrui, who were mere nouveau riches. They appeared benevolent. Yet Shi Jiunian understood that they were more mercenary and vicious than Jiang Ying and Jiang Wenrui. She recalled her past life, where she had devoted herself to Liang Machin, flattering the Liang family, leveraging her connections with the Shi family to pave a golden path for them, only to be met with their incessant humiliation. Now, when seeking a favor, one must assume the proper posture of supplication. Shi Jiunian reclined back on the sofa, adopting an authoritative demeanor. Let us discuss the terms. What conditions do you seek? Liang's mother inquired, willing to agree to any terms for her son. Jiang Ying echoed the question, urgency apparent in her tone, while Jiang Wenrui and Liang's father awaited Shi Jiunian's response. Such benevolent parents. I trust you will agree to anything I propose? Shi Jiunian inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. Of course, Liang's father assured, gesturing for his wife to remain calm, vowing to rescue Liang Machin. Very well, Shi Jiunian clapped her hands. I will release Liang Machin, but... She paused, her mocking gaze sweeping over Liang's parents. I require 40% of the Liang Group's shares. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Liang's parents wore expressions of disbelief. You jest. You cannot be serious. Liang's father was incredulous, for he himself held no more than 40% of the shares. If he relinquished them, the Liang Group would effectively belong to her. Miss Shi, surely you jest? Liang's father believed Shi Jiunian had lost her mind to make such a demand. What? Reluctant to part with them? Shi Jiunian smiled, surveying Liang's parents with evident pleasure. It seems the so-called father-son bond is rather superficial. You, Liang's mother fumed. This was utterly intolerable. If you agree to this condition, I will promptly call the police to release him. So think carefully. Shi Jiunian rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She had extended them an opportunity. If they wished to save their son, they could do so by offering up the company. Yet, it appeared they were unwilling. She was deliberate, determined to make them remember that it was their selfishness that led to their son's imprisonment. Now it is your turn. Shi Jiunian's gaze shifted slowly to Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying, a smirk playing on her lips, causing their hearts to race with anxiety. You ungrateful daughter, what do you want? Jiang Wenrui shouted. Do you seek the Jiang Group? Let me see you try. He threatened, prepared to break her legs. Shi Jiunian laughed, sensing he had finally displayed some wit. Your pitiful company holds no appeal for me. However, it is my mother's legacy, and you must return it. Contemplation ensued. They were faced with a choice, the company or Jiang Ruru's life. She remained unhurried, observing them with a composed demeanor. Darling, our son. Liang's mother gritted her teeth, hesitating. What son? Do you truly not understand? She had made it clear. To save him, they must relinquish the Liang Group. Liang's father was furious, even harboring resentment toward Liang Machin, who always seemed to bring trouble. This time, because of him, the Liang Group stocks had plummeted, plunging into an unprecedented crisis. Does that mean we simply abandon him? Ultimately, the company could not be given away. Wenrui, what shall we do now? Jiang Ying's eyes were reddened. You ask me? Are we really going to sacrifice the company for a mere Jiang Ruru? Jiang Wenrui was displeased. Upon seeing his expression, Jiang Ying understood and felt her heart sink. Darling, let's think of another way. If we relinquish the company, how shall we live in the future? Surely, we could devise another strategy to deal with that wretched Shi Jiunian. Jiang Wenrui embraced Jiang Ying, affectionately calling her. Suddenly, applause erupted as Shi Jiunian, holding her phone, laughed mockingly. You truly have not disappointed me. Jiang Ruru and Liang Machin have been in police custody for quite some time. They must be yearning to see their loved ones. Allow me to grant them this gift. The expressions of the four changed drastically. Shi Jiunian had recorded everything. If this video were to be leaked, their reputations would be tarnished. You wicked woman. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Jiang Wenrui's fury surged. You never intended to let Ruru go. You spoke those words deliberately. Shi Jiunian nodded, her tone indifferent. You are absolutely correct. Vile creature. Jiang Wenrui raged, seizing a vase from the coffee table and hurling it towards Shi Jiunian. Madam, the butler and the servants were taken aback, not expecting Jiang Wenrui to act so violently. The butler instinctively positioned himself in front of Shi Jiunian just as the vase hurtled towards him. A delicate hand grasped the collar of his shirt, pulling him aside, while Shi Jiunian effortlessly caught the vase. She maintained her smile, yet her eyes radiated a chilling intensity as she weighed the vase in her hand, looking at Jiang Wenrui. Would you like to experience the sensation of having your skull split open? Chapter 47. Master Fu is angry again. She could indeed satisfy him. Jiang Wenrui had never seen Shi Jiunian like this, and at that moment, he was reminded of her mother, who exuded a similarly formidable presence and unparalleled elegance. The thought twisted his expression as he glared fiercely at Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian, I am your father. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? With a sudden force, the vase flew towards him, striking his head, and crimson blood trickled down in a serpentine fashion. Silence. The room fell into a deathly stillness. No one had anticipated that Shi Jiunian would actually dare to act. Jiang Ying's gaze turned to one of terror, and Liang's parents were equally frightened. The current Shi Jiunian was nothing short of a mad woman. Shi Jiunian calmly clapped her hands and, with a nonchalant demeanor, adjusted the butler's wrinkled collar, showing respect for the elderly. Jiang Ying frantically retrieved a cloth, attempting to staunch Jiang Wenrui's bleeding. Shi Jiunian, he is your father. How would you lay a hand on him? Oh, Jiang Wenrui screamed, wretched woman, you vile creature. Record this. Hurry, record it. He wanted to document it and post it online to ruin Shi Jiunian's reputation. Throw them out. The butler, hands on his hips, was incensed, exclaiming in disbelief at the audacity of those present. A group of servants moved forward, dragging them toward the exit. Liang's mother, still fixated on Liang Machin, was unwilling to leave so easily. She shouted, Shi Jiunian, I command you to release my son. Our forbearance towards you is solely because of Fu Jingshun. But if you push us too far, even he cannot protect you. Fu Jingshun is merely a discarded son of the Fu family. Huh. As Liang's mother finished speaking, a low chuckle echoed from the doorway. Master. The servants bowed in deference. Fu Jingkin entered casually, accompanied by Fu, clad in a white shirt and suit pants. With 2 buttons of his collar undone, his tall and lean figure made the spacious living room feel constricted. Liang Yin, Jiang Wenrui, and the others turned pale at his presence. Fu Jingshan first glanced at Shi Jiunian, then directed a smirking gaze at Liang's mother. Please continue, if you feel pressured. What do you intend to do? Liang's mother gritted her teeth, realizing she had come this far and might as well speak candidly. Master Fu, it is Shi Jiunian who has been inappropriate, seducing my son. Now, you wish to imprison him. That seems rather unjust, does it not? My son may have erred, but Shi Jiunian is no innocent either. Liang's mother, who had previously sought to ingratiate herself with Shi Jiunian, now felt no need to do so, as she had realized that Shi Jiunian would not let Liang Machin go. She has always desired my son. If you do not believe me, investigate. She claims my son assaulted her, but it is clearly a deliberate trap set for him. Fu Jingshan's expression remained unchanged, though a chilling intensity slowly filled his gaze. His grip tightening, veins subtly bulging. Fu felt a pang of dread. This reckless woman had struck at the very heart of his master's grievances. Fu Jingshan's aura grew increasingly menacing, and suddenly a cool hand grasped his. Shi Jiunian stood beside him, smiling lightly. Aunt, do you possess any self-awareness? My husband, in terms of physique, appearance, character, and status, is incomparable to your son. Do you truly think I would forsake my husband for your son? Do you believe my eyes are blind? Fu Jingshan turned his head, gazing at Shi Jiunian, a foolish grin creeping onto his face. Silly woman, you truly were blind before. He knew that her words were not genuine praise, but rather aimed to provoke Liang's mother. He, too, wished to deceive himself momentarily, but quickly dismissed the thought. Taking a deep breath, he directed all his fury toward Liang's family. What my wife is like is not for others to comment on. She's my spouse. Her heart belongs solely to me, and only I have the right to be in her heart. He grinned, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. It seems that the Liang group has been living too comfortably and desires to loosen their bones. No, Master Fu, we are, Liang's father panicked. Though Fu Jingshan had been relegated to High City, his power was formidable. Within a few years, he had established his own empire. And who in High City dared to provoke him? Get out. Fu Jingshan was consumed by the words of Liang's mother, feeling increasingly volatile. He had no desire to speak or even hear anything further. What infuriated him the most was that Shi Jiunian had once harbored feelings for Liang Machin. Recalling those images nearly drove him mad. Master Fu, cease speaking. Let us leave. Liang's father was sweating profusely, realizing the danger of provoking Fu Jingshan. Liang's mother, too, sensed his rising fury and, despite her resentment, dared not speak further, retreating toward the door alongside Jiang Ying and Jiang Wenrui. A chilling voice resonated from behind them. Do you not understand the word get out? Fu Jingkin kicked forward. Liang's father and Jiang Wenrui screamed as they crashed to the ground, while Liang's mother and Jiang Ying turned pale with terror. Get them out of here. Back to their own home. With that, Fu Jingxian departed, ascending the stairs to his study. Shi Jiunian sighed, looking at her empty hands, feeling a sense of helplessness. He is angry again. It will take a long time to placate him. Following Fu Jingxian's orders, Fu Hua and his men forcefully escorted Liang's father, Liang's mother, Jiang Ying, and Jiang Wenrui from the villa, whipping them if they faltered. By the time they returned home, their bodies bore little unscathed skin. Husband, we absolutely cannot let this matter rest. That evening, after Jiang Ying bandaged her wounds and lay in Jiang Wenrui's embrace, her body ached all over, and her hatred reached a boiling point. Jiang Wenrui cursed. That wretched Shi Jiunian is utterly lawless. What can we do? She is so arrogant because she has Fu Jingxian backing her. But what if Fu Jingxian were to lose interest in her? Jiang Ying responded, today, Liang's mother's words have awakened me. No man can tolerate betrayal, especially from his own woman. Shi Jiunian is your daughter. I do not wish to be too ruthless, but this predicament is of her own making. Furthermore, my actions are solely to save Ru. Even now, she still pretends to be virtuous. She is unworthy of being my daughter. Baby, what do you wish to do? Jiang Wenrui inquired. The Liang family now shares our disdain for Shi Jiunian. We cannot bear all the blame alone. They must partake as well. Jiang Ying's eyes glimmered with malice as she leaned closer to Jiang Wenrui, whispering, this time, she intends to make Shi Jiunian wish she were dead. Chapter 48. With whom are you chatting so merrily? In the villa, Shi Jiunian was still troubled over how to please Fu Jingxian. She wasn't particularly skilled at comforting others. Oh well, perhaps she should not bother. Suddenly, her phone buzzed. Picking it up, she saw a message from her cousin. Dear brother has transferred you 500,000 yuan. This was their first conversation since a rebirth. Shi Jiunian typed back. Brother, I have enough money. Uncle just gave me a sum. Shi Zheng replied. Keep it. Girls have many expenses for cosmetics, skincare, and beautiful clothes. I just want a preliminary match. This is my prize for my most beautiful sister. Shi Jiunian smiled and accepted the transfer. Just as she finished, she noticed another sum had arrived. Dear brother has transferred you 7,000,000 yuan. Shi Jiunian replied. Question mark. Shi Zheng explained. It's from Grandpa. He felt too shy to give it to you directly, so he asked me to transfer it. Grandpa. Shi Jiunian bit her lip. Grandpa cared deeply for her mother and for her, yet they had repeatedly disappointed him. Shi Zheng added, all right, brother's going to train now. You be good and listen. If you encounter any difficulties, just speak with my mother. Shi Jiunian sent a playful emoji in response. Just then, she heard movement from upstairs, and Fu Jingxian descended. With one hand in his pocket, he walked down the stairs, casting a displeased glance at Shi Jiunian. He had been sulking in the study for half an hour, and she hadn't even bothered to come up and comfort him. Unable to contain himself, he sought an excuse to check on her, only to find her engrossed in her phone, chatting happily with someone else. This revelation sent Fu Jingxian into a rage. He approached her, tapping his fingers on the table, suppressing his anger. Who are you chatting with so joyfully? Wild man. Shi Jiunian looked at him, bewildered. I'm chatting with my brother. She generously offered her phone for him to see. Fu Jingxian glanced at the screen, confirming she was indeed in conversation with Shi Zheng. His expression softened slightly, but he remained displeased. You've come out of the study, so you're not angry anymore? Shi Jiunian observed him, noting that he would hide away in the study whenever he was upset, like a child. Fu Jingxian narrowed his eyes, knowing I'm angry. You still choose to chat with another man so merrily? Couldn't you have come up to comfort me? Shi Jiunian corrected him. Yes, not just any man. Yes, my brother. Fu Jingxian scoffed. It's all the same. Fu Jingxian, you are becoming increasingly domineering. Shi Jiunian stared at him. Fu Jingxian's mirked. Shi Jiunian, you're becoming increasingly perfunctory. In the past, you would at least try to cheer me up, even if it was feigned. Now, you simply ignore me. Standing at the opposite end of the table, Fu Jingxian leaned forward, gazing intently at Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian, I believe we need to have a serious conversation. The last word caught in his throat. He looked at Shi Jiunian, who was so near, and his pupils quivered. Shi Jiunian slightly rose from her seat, hands resting on the table, reciprocating his gaze. Please don't be angry, all right? She blinked softly, her warmth radiating, causing Fu Jingxian to swallow hard. On Monday, Shi Jiunian attended classes. She first visited the principal's office. The door to Principal Lu's office was ajar. Knocking, she found several elderly gentlemen alongside the principal. Seeing her, Principal Lu looked relieved. Come in, come in. The elderly men turned their attention towards Shi Jiunian. Young lady, we have called you here to discuss. Before Principal Lu could finish, the eager elderly men rushed to Shi Jiunian. Classmate Shi, I am the dean of the English department. Would you be interested in switching majors? The doors of our English department are always open for you. Shi Jiunian's eloquent English recitation during the arts festival had astonished many, showcasing her impressive command of advanced vocabulary and grammar that even several faculty members struggled to comprehend. Before the first dean finished speaking, another elder approached eagerly. Go away. What are you doing here? Classmate Shi, I am the dean of the Chinese painting department. You may call me old son. Shi Jiunian, you are far too talented to remain in your current department. We have witnessed your innate talent in Chinese painting. You were born for it. Come and teach in our department. All the faculty and students in the Chinese painting department would welcome you with open arms. Shi Jiunian. Teach. What are they even talking about? Nonsense. Classmate Shi should join the English department. She should join the Chinese painting department. The elderly men argued, their faces flushed, unwilling to yield. Shi Jiunian, you decide which department you wish to join. Principal Lu interjected with a cough. Shi Jiunian, having made a remarkable impression during the arts festival, found herself the center of attention even among the old scholars of the capital university. I am quite content in my current department and have no plans to switch for now, Shi Jiunian replied, noting that her course load was light and suited for a relaxed lifestyle, although finding work post-graduation could be challenging. Upon hearing her words, the representatives from both the English and Chinese painting departments cast her sorrowful glances. Shi Jiunian remained unfazed, her eyes unwavering. Very well. Principal Lu respected her decision. Glancing at the elderly men, you have all heard what she said. Quickly leave and stop bothering me. After a morning of uproar, he felt overwhelmed. Reluctantly, they departed, expressing their hope for Shi Jiunian to reconsider. Soon, only Principal Lu and Shi Jiunian remained in the office. Young lady, you have truly impressed me. Principal Lu was pleased. She seemed genuinely different now. If old Shi knew, he would surely be delighted. Shi Jiunian smiled. Uncle Lu, did you take the medicine I gave you? I did. Speaking of which, Principal Lu became animated, explaining that the medicine had revitalized him, making him feel rejuvenated. Even his wife remarked on his newfound vigor. Young lady, do you have any more of that medicine? I have several friends who are very interested. They said that price is no object. The medicine from the miraculous healer is not easily obtained. Many have offered exorbitant sums, yet she has turned them all down. However, Principal Lu's friends were different. Chapter 49, the show, is about to begin. I have been quite busy lately. I will bring more when I have the chance. Shi Jiunian stated. If there is nothing else, I will return to class. Principal Lu nodded enthusiastically, growing fonder of Shi Jiunian by the moment. The rivalry between the English and Chinese painting departments to recruit Shi Jiunian quickly spread throughout the university. Class A buzzed with excitement, discussing her prominence and basking in her glory. As they extolled her virtues, Xiao Xiu felt her pen nearly splintering from rage, having faced disciplinary action and lost face. How could Shi Jiunian suddenly become the darling of multiple departments? Enough already. Must you constantly mention Shi Jiunian? She endured her frustration until she could no longer contain herself. Slamming her pen onto the table, the classroom fell into a profound silence. The students exchanged no words. For Xiao Xiu hailed from a prestigious family and belonged to the upper echelons of society, a status that made her untouchable to most. Yet, there were exceptions. Let us not dwell on Shi Jiunian, the heroine who brought glory to Class A. Rather, shall we discuss the individual who resorted to despicable means to frame a classmate, thus bringing disgrace upon themselves in front of countless netizens? It was the class monitor, Qin Ming, who spoke up. While others feared Xiao Xiu, she did not. Have you lost your mind, Qin Ming? Her close friend tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from speaking further. Their backgrounds were modest. They could not afford to provoke Xiao Xiu. Undeterred, Qin Ming met Xiao Xiu's gaze and offered a cold, provocative smirk. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Xiu seethed with indignation, glaring fiercely at her adversary. How dare Qin Ming oppose her? What was she but a rural girl, lacking the courage to even mention her parents' positions, a mere upstart with no connections? Am I not speaking the truth? Qin Ming retorted with a sneer. She had harbored resentment towards Xiao Shiyu for some time, having turned a blind eye when Xiao Shiyu targeted Shi Jiunian, for it was a case of mutual consent. However, now that Shi Jiunian had fought back, Qin Ming admired and liked her, naturally wanting to defend her. If I were you, after such a humiliating incident, I wouldn't even show my face at school. How dare you still raise your voice here? Xiao Shiyu was completely incensed, seizing a book from her desk and hurling it towards Qin Ming's face. A delicate hand shot out, catching it with precision. Shi Jiunian, with a calm demeanor, glanced at Xiao Shiyu and weighed the book in her hand before expressionlessly tossing it back. The movement was swift and fierce. Shi Jiunian's speed was such that Xiao Shiyu had no time to react before the book struck her face, forcing her to stumble back, her waist colliding painfully with the sharp edge of a desk, drawing forth cold sweat. As she looked up at Shi Jiunian, her icy gaze felt like a bucket of cold water dousing her anger, awakening her to the reality of the situation. An inexplicable chill crawled up her spine. Her lips trembled, yet no words emerged. Shi Jiunian took a seat next to Qin Ming, urging her to sit as well, her expression unperturbed, not sparing a glance at Xiao Shiyu. Xiao Shiyu, feeling the icy grip of fear, awkwardly steadied herself against the desk. Her classmates were all watching her. She had just been frightened. A mere look from Shi Jiunian had reduced her to this state. A wave of intense humiliation washed over her as she glared at Shi Jiunian and Qin Ming's backs. This time, she loathed them both. Shi Jiunian had her own connections, but what was Qin Ming to her? How dare she provoke her? Shi Jiunian, you were so impressive just now. Qin Ming admired her, recalling the moment that had rendered Xiao Shiyu speechless. Shi Jiunian shrugged nonchalantly, opening her book. Shi Jiunian, can we be friends? Qin Ming boldly inquired. I used to look down on you, but now things are different. I really like you. Qin Ming, are you insane? You want to be friends with Shi Jiunian? You just made an enemy of Xiao Shiyu. We have no background to protect us. A cautious roommate whispered, deliberately lowering her voice, though Shi Jiunian still heard. She raised an eyebrow. Qin Ming, no background? After class, Qin Ming proposed they go out to eat together. On the way, Shi Jiunian received a text from Jiang Ying. Shi Jiunian, you want the company, right? I can sign the share transfer agreement. Come to Miss CAF at 8 tonight. Don't be late. Shi Jiunian chuckled. Did they think they would simply hand over the company? Clearly, traps awaited her. She texted Lung Chun, Sister Chun, help me look into something. Of course, she could investigate herself, but with someone to assist her, she could relish being the hidden gem behind a powerful figure, enjoying the leisure of an action. Within 10 minutes, Lung Chun called. Nian Nian, I've sent everything to your phone. There are fools wanting to provoke you. Lung Chun scoffed. You too, insist on staying in Haiqing. Our influence lies in Beijing. If you returned, who would dare touch you? It's a hassle to help you from this distance. Shi Jiunian smiled softly, glancing at Lung Chen's message. Her almond eyes narrowed slightly. She had thought they had some ability. They were merely this. She would play along with them. In the villa, in the study, a knock on the door interrupted the master. Sir, there has been an issue with Madam. Fu Jingqian closed his laptop, dressed casually in a black long-sleeve shirt and gray trousers. Leaning back in his chair, he raised an eyebrow, inquiring, what happened? That foolish woman. What trouble had she gotten into now? The Jiang and Liang families were both making moves to frame Madam. Fu Hua recounted his findings, and upon hearing this, Fu Jingqian's brow furrowed slightly. Where is Shi Jiunian? Madam has already gone to the appointment. Impressive. Fu Jingqian nodded. The foolish woman was truly going. Did she not see the trouble brewing? Send someone to follow her. Ensure that Shi Jiunian suffers not a scratch. Fu Hua glanced at his phone. Sir, it seems we may not need to intervene. Someone is already protecting Madam, but we haven't yet discovered which faction is involved. Fu Jingqian's expression darkened. Someone was covertly safeguarding Shi Jiunian? What was the meaning of this? Could it be another rogue man? Contemplating this, Fu Jingqian could no longer remain seated, pushing himself up from the desk. That evening, in a Miss CAF, in a private room, besides Jiang Ying, there was also Liang's mother. Why hasn't Shi Jiunian arrived yet? Could it be that she dares not show up? Liang's mother glanced at her watch. It was already 8:30. They had long passed the appointed time, and still no sign of her. Don't worry, she will come. Jiang Ying sipped her coffee, though her words belied her anxious heart. If Shi Jiunian failed to appear, their entire plan would unravel. They waited anxiously for another half hour until the door finally creaked open. They both straightened, gazing eagerly at the entrance. Shi Jiunian sauntered in, noticing their urgent expressions, her brow arched in amusement as she settled into a chair, leaning back with arms crossed, embodying the posture of a true magnate. The good show was about to commence. Shi Jiunian, we agreed on 8 o'clock. You are an hour late. Liang's mother expressed her dissatisfaction, outraged that Shi Jiunian, despite her tardiness, sat there with such audacity, offering no apology. Shi Jiunian remained unfazed, arching an eyebrow with an enigmatic smile. Shall I leave then? Liang's mother was left speechless. Jiang Ying, fearing Shi Jiunian might indeed depart, hastily interjected. We can give you the company, but you must keep your word and release Mo Chun and Ro Ro. Shi Jiunian smiled, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, as she scanned the documents on the table, picking one up for a cursory glance. We are here to negotiate. Jiang Ying softened her tone. Nian Nian, we have had our share of disagreements, yet we are still family. Making a spectacle of ourselves will only invite ridicule from others. With that, Jiang Ying stood, pouring a glass of water for Shi Jiunian, offering it to her. Shall we reconcile? Liang's mother also stood up, forcing a smile. My son has harmed you. Once he is released, I will have him personally apologize to you. Shi Jiunian regarded them with clear eyes, making the two women uneasy. Just as they began to doubt whether Shi Jiunian was aware of their intentions, she slowly extended her hand, accepting the water cup. Before they could rejoice, Shi Jiunian's voice cut through the air. Your methods are rather unrefined. Bringing the cup to her nose, she took a subtle sniff, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. The drug that induces unconsciousness is of the lowest grade. Even someone with a bit of influence would likely not succumb to this single vial. She grinned maliciously. As for acquiring such drugs, I have my channels, just a drop, and they won't even be able to rise. Jiang Ying and Liang's mother turned as pale as a sheet, their lips trembling in terror as they gazed at Shi Jiunian. How could she possibly know just from a whiff? It seemed inconceivable. Jiang Ying suppressed her shock, suspecting that Shi Jiunian must have known about their scheme before arriving. Since she was aware, there was no need for pretense any longer. A sinister expression twisted Jiang Ying's features. Shi Jiunian, you are fully aware of our intentions, yet you dare to come here. Your audacity is remarkable. You have caused my Ro Ro to be imprisoned and to suffer immensely. Today, I shall ensure your suffering is 100, 1,000 times greater than hers. With a vicious hiss, Jiang Ying raised her hand and clapped, instantly summoning a swarm of burly bodyguards clad in black, their demeanor menacing. They restrained her and forcefully poured a bottle of water into her mouth. Jiang Ying screamed in protest, while Liang's mother seethed with deep resentment. Shi Jiunian had caused her son's incarceration and brought her immense disgrace. Today, they would reclaim everything. Shi Jiunian, however, remained seated, reclining against the chair with a smile, utterly unafraid. The leading bodyguard approached her, unimpressed by the presence of a mere girl. He reached out to grasp her shoulder. A piercing scream erupted. The bodyguard writhed in agony, cold sweat pouring down his face. Bending over in pain as Shi Jiunian tightened her grip on his fingers, forcing him to kneel before her. She reveled in the moment, her demeanor nonchalant, while he felt his fingers might snap. Big brother. Seeing his plight, the others rushed to assist him, but at that moment, the door to the private room was kicked open once again. A bald man in a black shirt and green military trousers stood at the entrance, flanked by 3 others. Despite their small number, they instilled fear in the group of bodyguards. The bulges at their waists revealed firearms. These ordinary bodyguards had never encountered such weapons. Who were these 4, wielding guns and exuding a bloodthirsty aura, as if they had emerged from a pile of corpses? Liang's mother and Jiang Ying felt their hearts leap into their throats, terror coursing through their veins. Miss Shi, the 4 men bowed respectfully to Shi Jiunian. Please allow us a minute. In less than half a minute, despite their small number, they dispatched the bodyguards with ease, leaving only Liang's mother and Jiang Ying unscathed. They collapsed in their chairs, their legs weak, bodies cold, lips trembling in fear as they stared at Shi Jiunian. The bodyguards they had hired at great expense were bested in a single exchange. How should we deal with these 2? The bald man inquired, casting a menacing glance at the pair. Those who dared to lay a hand on Miss Shi were courting death. Shi Jiunian stood up and walked toward them, causing Jiang Ying and Liang's mother to tumble off their seats in fright. What do you intend to do, Shi Jiunian? They stared at her in horror. Don't you dare. This is illegal. Shi Jiunian smiled. Isn't it a bit late to mention legality now? In this second life, I am the law. Rest assured, I am benevolent. I shall not take your lives. Her smile deepened. Your methods are simply pathetic, failing to pique my interest. From her pocket, Shi Jiunian produced a small vial, pouring out 2 pills. Observe closely. This is true medicine. A mere touch will render one unconscious. Additionally, I have added a little something special that will enhance your experience. Upstairs, there are several men prepared, are there not? Her tone was casual. It sent chills down Liang's mother and Jiang Ying's spines. The implication was unmistakable. Shi Jiunian, you dare. Shi Jiunian tossed the pills to the bald man. Administer these to her and take them upstairs. The man accepted the vial and swiftly forced open Liang's mother and Jiang Ying's jaws, shoving the pills into their mouths. Within seconds, their faces flushed crimson, eyes sparkling with a dazed allure, unable to articulate their horror, only able to emit pained groans as they uncontrollably writhed. Shi Jiunian averted her gaze, finding the sight distasteful. After a brief contemplation, she continued, in the upstairs room, are Jiang Wenrui and Director Liang also present? The bald man nodded. Shi Jiunian's smile twisted in a wicked manner. This was shaping up to be quite entertaining. Her gaze swept over the fallen bodyguards, selecting 2 who caught her eye, and kicked them. Do you wish to survive? 10 minutes later, several bodyguards escorted the thoroughly subdued Jiang Ying and Liang's mother into the room. Inside, 3 men stood, momentarily taken aback at the sight of 2 women being brought in. Not just 1, but 2. Isn't that even better? No need to spare them. Also, turn off the lights when you're at it. With that, the bodyguards switched off the lights. It was the bodyguards who had contacted these 3 men, so the men had no reason to doubt their words. For them, it mattered little who they were with. 2 women would provide ample amusement. Before the bodyguards exited, they grabbed the women's thighs and began their revelry. Chapter 51. More affectionate towards others than your own husband? With their jaws forcibly unhinged, Jiang Ying and Liang's mother could scarcely utter a word, and any attempts to speak were swiftly interrupted. The bodyguard left in silence, merely wishing to survive. Had they been sent in? The adjacent room opened, revealing Liang's father and Jiang Wenrui. They've been sent in, the bodyguard affirmed. Excellent. Liang's father and Jiang Wenrui exchanged glances, chuckling as they listened to the muffled cries and thumps emanating from the room. The pitiful wails of the women grew hoarse, their torment unimaginable. The men Jiang Ying had summoned hailed from the islands, known for their ruthlessness, capable of breaking a woman's spirit. Shi Jiunian, a delicate flower, might very well meet her end here. Brother Jiang, isn't that your daughter in there? How can you bear to listen? Liang's father feigned concern. Shall we rescue her? A few photographs to threaten them will suffice. Jiang Wenrui scoffed. She is not my daughter. I have no such wretched offspring. Why bother rescuing her? Let her be toyed with by those men. Let us see if Fu Sanshao still wants her. Liang's father fell silent, recognizing the true cruelty of Jiang Wenrui, who could so easily forsake his own daughter. To remain indifferent while listening to her humiliation was beyond comprehension. Shi Jiunian exited the CAF as night fell. The roadside was pitch dark, a black Land Rover parked nearby, its headlights illuminating the area. Fu was stood in front of the vehicle, and upon spotting Shi Jiunian approaching, he bowed respectfully, madam. Shi Jiunian glanced into the back seat, the tinted windows obscuring the view within. Yet with Fu who were present, it was certain that Fu Jingqian was also inside. Madam, please enter the vehicle. Fu nodded. All right, Shi Jiunian agreed, opening the door to find Fu Jingqian seated in the back. Fu Jingqian, would you mind shifting over? He was seated at the edge, making it impossible for her to sit beside him. Fu Jingqian glanced at her, his expression unreadable in the dim light, slowly shifting aside. What brings you here? Shi Jiunian inquired casually as she settled in beside him. Fu Jingqian's gaze remained fixed on her, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his tone teasing. If I hadn't come, how would I know that Mrs. Fu possesses such formidable capabilities? Who would have thought there was a force aiding you? Sure, Jiunian's ability to protect herself pleased Fu Jingqian, yet the thought of a wild man potentially shielding her ignited a fire of jealousy within him. Why the sarcasm? Shi Jiunian furrowed her brow, refusing to indulge him this time. You overestimate my abilities. You hold me in too high regard. Fu Jingqian smirked. If I were truly formidable, why wouldn't you seek my assistance? He inhaled deeply, articulating each word with precision. Sure, Jiunian, in name, you are my wife, Fu Jingqian. Whatever you encounter, you ought to inform me at once, rather than seeking assistance from others. In the dim light, his piercing gaze resembled that of a hawk. Should there be another occurrence, I shall have to discipline you. Shi Jiunian frowned, contemplating for a moment before responding. Matters that I can handle independently do not require your intervention. You are quite busy, after all. She was resolute. She did not wish to trouble him unnecessarily. Moreover, she was indeed capable of managing her own affairs. If she were truly faced with an insurmountable issue, she would seek his aid then. Shi Jiunian, what do you take me for? Fu Jingqian, however, misconstrued her intent, his expression cooling. No matter how occupied a man may be, the affairs of his woman should always take precedence. Do you believe I am incapable of protecting you, or do you deliberately wish to sever our ties? His gaze bore into her intensely. Or is it that you hold greater affection for another? Are you jealous? Shi Jiunian suddenly realized that his ire stemmed from her not seeking him out, but rather relying on others for help. Yet, she had not sought anyone else. She had called upon her own connections. Sister Chun was merely another young woman. After all, am I truly so petty? Fu Jingqian smirked. Indeed, you are. Shi Jiunian pinched her fingers together, then separated them by a mere centimeter. Just this small. Fu Jingqian could not help but chuckle, exasperated by her playful demeanor. He intended to admonish her, but Shi Jiunian turned her face away. Fu Jingqian, I do not wish to converse with you any longer. I am tired and need a rest. Turning her back to him, she closed her eyes, resolutely ignoring him. Infuriated, Fu Jingqian glared at her for 2 full minutes before letting out a cold huff and sending a text message. Eradicate the surveillance footage from the CAF and hotel, and find those who assisted Shi Jiunian today. I want them dealt with. His woman was not to be protected by anyone else. In the hotel, Jiang Wenrui and Liang's father listened through the wall all night. The men from the island proved to be formidable, tormenting their captive until dawn. Well, the sun has risen. It is time for us to make our appearance, Jiang Wenrui stated, showing no sympathy for Shi Jiunian's plight, even considering her cries and wails to be shameless. Why isn't the baby answering her phone? Jiang Wenrui had attempted to call Jiang Ying multiple times, but to no avail, while Liang's father also faced the same lack of response from Liang's mother. They had been unreachable for an entire night, a situation too peculiar to ignore. Forget them. The reporters have arrived. Let us go, Liang's father declared. As they stepped outside, a swarm of reporters descended upon them from the elevator. Mr. Jiang, is it true that Shi Jiunian is in your room? Jiang Wenrui nodded, feigning heartbreak. I never imagined my daughter could be so shameless, cavorting with multiple men and leading such a disordered private life. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They had received word that Shi Jiunian was involved with other men at the hotel and had rushed over. Shi Jiunian had recently gained notoriety and was quite the sensation, particularly as someone had paid handsomely for them to broadcast this scandal. To their surprise, there were indeed multiple men present. Shi Jiunian is still in university. How could she engage in such reckless behavior? I feel utterly ashamed to have raised such a brazen daughter, Jiang Wenrui sighed. Shi Jiunian has always been disobedient, entangled with numerous men, and even implicated her sister, leading to her imprisonment. Liang's father chimed in. Shi Jiunian once expressed her affections for my son, but he rejected her. In retaliation, she falsely accused him of assault. My son would never be interested in such a loose woman. Today, I will ensure she is taught a lesson. With that, Jiang Wenrui produced the room key and kicked the door open. Inside, chaos reigned. Clothes, both men's and women's, lay strewn about and on the large round bed. Several bodies intertwined in a state of utter disarray. The reporters gasped in shock. The woman on top was covered in various burns and welts, her lower body bleeding. Clearly a victim of severe torment. Now you see how debased Shi Jiunian has been. Jiang Wenrui and Liang's father scoffed. The reporters, momentarily stunned, quickly began snapping photographs, only to realize something was amiss. Wait, there seem to be 2 women here, and they appear to be in their 30s, not Shi Jiunian. Jiang Wenrui's heart raced at this revelation. He had not scrutinized closely enough. 2 female bodies. How can this be? He rushed forward, pushing the man aside to reveal the woman's face. Upon recognition, his mind exploded. How can it be Jiang Ying? Liang's father also approached, his body shaking as he recognized Liang's mother, nearly choking on his outrage. "Stop taking pictures. Everyone, cease immediately." Jiang Wenrui's eyes blazed with fury. The woman who had endured such torment last night was their wives, and they had been completely unaware, listening from the adjoining room all night without intervening. Shi Jiunian was clearly behind this. At that moment, they knew their priority was to bury this scandal. Fortunately, these reporters were not particularly difficult to manage. A bit of money and pressure would surely keep their mouths shut. Just then, a cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Suddenly, a group of police officers burst in. "We have received reports of public indecency here." The sight of the police sent Liang's father and Jiang Wenrui reeling, nearly losing consciousness. The police had arrived. It was all over. The scandal involving the wives of the Jiang and Liang families engaging in lewd activities at the hotel quickly made headlines. The online community was aghast, lamenting the chaotic lives of the wealthy, with socialites indulging in such behavior. Jiang Ying and Liang's mother, barely hanging on to life, were swiftly transported to the hospital. Their injuries were severe. Jiang Ying sustained internal bleeding and multiple lacerations, requiring surgery that would forever alter her life. Shi Jiunian observed the news online with a detached expression. This was their doing. She was no saint, devoid of sympathy, and felt no guilt for their plight. Just then, her phone buzzed. It was a call from Lung Chun. Before she could speak, he exploded. "Nian Nian, is Fu Jingchen out his mind? He sent someone to beat up our brother." Shi Jiunian replied, "What?" They were thoroughly thrashed. "This is outrageous. We have a rivalry with the Fu family now, and he expects us to let this slide. Is anyone seriously hurt?" "Just superficial injuries, but the humiliation is intolerable. He is deliberately opposing our alliance with the hackers. You immediately compromised his company's data." This infuriated him. Shi Jiunian felt a headache coming on as she glanced at Fu Jingchen descending the stairs. Lowering her voice, she exchanged a few words with Lung Chun before hanging up the phone, her gaze fixated on Fu Jingchen. He raised an eyebrow. "Why are you staring at me like that?" Shi Jiunian thought of a term. Childish. Only a 3-year-old would resort to tying someone up in a sack and beating them. "It is wrong to hit people," she stated earnestly, especially when it was her people being targeted. "Did you report me?" Fu Jingchen approached her with long strides, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. "Are you planning to teach me a lesson on his behalf?" He had already discovered that the other party was affiliated with the Hacker Alliance. The leader of the Hacker Alliance, codenamed Q, was elusive and never made appearances, delegating matters to the vice leader, Lung Chun. Within the Hacker Alliance, aside from Lung Chun and the ambiguous Q, everyone else was male. Due to the Hacker Alliance assisting the renowned healer Qing Jiu in concealing his whereabouts, Fu Jingchen had already formed a vendetta against them. Learning that they were secretly aiding Shi Jiunian only worsened his mood. The young girl, silent as she was, had acquainted herself with those wild men from the Hacker Alliance. When faced with difficulties, she sought them out first, and now she dared to confront him on their behalf. "Shi Jiunian, who holds more significance to you, him or your husband?" Fu Jingchen stood directly in front of Shi Jiunian, leaning down to meet her gaze, his expression reflecting discontent. Shi Jiunian felt a headache. What wild man? She couldn't comprehend. "Speak," Fu Jingchen said, gripping her chin. "Then I shall speak." Unable to hold back, Shi Jiunian replied, "I think you might be mentally impaired. Otherwise, how could you say such things?" Questioning his mental state, what did that imply? Did it mean that man was of great importance? Fu Jingchen was momentarily taken aback, incredulous. "I have a problem?" He licked his back molars. "Perhaps tonight I'll cause you a few physical troubles." Now it was Shi Jiunian's turn to be speechless. A dangerous aura pervaded the space, Fu Jingchen's gaze growing increasingly perilous, causing her to swallow hard. Suddenly, hurried footsteps disrupted the charged atmosphere as Fu Huo rushed in. "Master, something has happened. News from the capital. Old Master Fu has suddenly collapsed and is in a coma, possibly facing life-threatening danger." Fu Jingchen straightened abruptly, his expression shifting. "Prepare the helicopter immediately. We are heading to the capital." "Yes." Fu Huo quickly departed. Shi Jiunian furrowed her brows. Although old Master Fu was not particularly robust, he would not suddenly be in life-threatening danger. In her previous life, he was still well when she died. Why the sudden? "Shi Jiunian," Fu Jingchen called her, pulling her thoughts back. He placed his hands on her shoulders, solemnly stating, I have to leave for a while. Stay at home obediently, and if anything arises, call me. I will answer promptly. Okay, Shi Jiunian nodded. Fu Jingchun regarded her for a moment, ultimately embracing her tightly, exhaling a heavy breath. Shi Jiunian hesitated, lifting her hand to gently pat his back. Don't worry, Grandpa Fu will be fine. The helicopter was ready in no time. Fu Jingchun instructed the butler to take good care of Shi Jiunian and reiterated a few things before hurriedly departing. As she watched him board the helicopter, she immediately took out her phone to call Lung Chun. Sister Chun, prepare a helicopter for me. I am going to the capital. Lung Chun responded with surprise. You're coming? Miss me? Old Master Fu suddenly collapsed. I need to check on him. Chapter 54. Old Master Fu's critical condition. As Fu Jingchun disembarked from the plane, he received a call from Mu Shichuan. Third brother, you finally answered. I'm on my way. Don't worry, Grandpa Fu will be fine. I brought Chang Shou along as you suggested. His medical skills may not match Qin Jio's, but he is the best doctor in the capital and should be of assistance. I'm also in contact with the renowned healer Qin Jio. This time, I will surely find her. No need, Fu Jingchun replied, sitting in a chair while opening his laptop with one hand. I will find her myself. His fingers flew across the keyboard with remarkable speed, his demeanor cold. After 2 minutes, a blinking red dot appeared on screen. Just as Fu Jingchun was about to track it, the dot vanished. Unfazed, he continued his relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, Lung Chun was nearing her breaking point. As Fu Jingchun relentlessly attacked her firewall, she could barely withstand it and sought help from Shi Jiunian. But her calls were unreachable as Shi Jiunian was on a plane. When old Master Fu was healthy, he could afford to slowly wear down the Hacker Alliance. However, now that old Master Fu's life was in jeopardy, Fu Jingchun had to locate the healer Qin Jio, even if it meant severing ties with the Hacker Alliance. 10 minutes later, Lung Chun succumbed, and the computer screen went completely black. Subsequently, a line of red text appeared. Either hand over the healer Qin Jio, or I will dismantle the Hacker Alliance. Damn it! Lung Chun trembled with rage, her chest heaving. Fu Jingchun was too much. He had just attacked their people, and now he threatened to annihilate them. If you want to fight, so be it. Gather everyone. Prepare for a showdown. Lung Chun stood up abruptly, seething with anger. Shi Jiunian had just alighted from the plane. She pulled out her phone and noticed multiple missed calls from Lung Chun. Upon returning the call, Lung Chun answered instantly. Nian Nian, darling, you finally answered. What is wrong? Shi Jiunian sensed something was amiss in her tone. That bastard Fu Jingchun is about to attack our lair. I'm not afraid of him. He is just a freak. Surely a violent man in daily life. Scum. We found out he seems to be in a hidden marriage. I pity his wife. Marrying him is a lifetime of bad luck. Lung Chun was furious. Don't go to the Fu residence. Whether old Master Fu lives or dies has nothing to do with us. I've heard that old Master Fu has less time left than he has left to live. I want to see if he breaks us first or if old Master Fu dies first. It's me, Shi Jiunian confessed, realizing that if she didn't come clean, the Hacker Alliance and Fu Jingchun would genuinely clash. What do you mean, you? Lung Chun asked, confused. Shi Jiunian spoke slowly. The person you referred to as having a lifetime of bad luck is me. Lung Chun. I am married to Fu Jingchun. Lung Chun. Meanwhile, Fu Jingchun was nearing the Fu residence. Master, are you truly going to confront the Hacker Alliance? Fu Hua inquired hesitantly in the car. The Hacker Alliance held significant power, and a direct confrontation would not bode well for them. More importantly, if the commotion was too great, the Fu family's people would learn of Fu Jingchun's influence. Fu Jingchun remained silent but resolute. Either they obediently hand over the healer Qin Jio, or I will dismantle their stronghold and bring Qin Jio to the Fu residence. Those are the only two options. Fu Hua couldn't help but say. The leader of the Hacker Alliance, Q, is said to possess exceptional hacking skills and formidable combat abilities. Do you think I would fear her? Fu Jingchun retorted. Fu Hua quickly shook his head, not implying that. He was merely curious about Q's identity. As they spoke, the car came to a gradual halt. The Fu residence had arrived. Fu Jingchun exited the vehicle, where the butler had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing him, he exclaimed, Young master, you must go see the old master. He has just coughed up blood and is on the brink of death. Fu Jingchun hurried to old Master Fu's room, with Fu Hua closely following. The room was filled with people of all ages, their faces etched with sorrow as they wept uncontrollably. Fu Jingchun, what brings you here? Upon seeing Fu Jingqian approach, Fu Lixing's countenance darkened, and he glared at him with fury. You have already been banished to Haicheng by the old master. What brings you back? Do you intend to seize the family fortune now that the old master is on his deathbed? Fu Jingqian's expression was ghastly, his eyes bloodshot and veins prominent. Was it not enough that they were already discussing inheritance while the old master still clung to life? You once vowed never to step foot in the Fu family again. What is your purpose now? Fu Liming, the second master of the Fu family, also obstructed Fu Jingqian's path. When the old master was well, you frolicked in Haicheng. Now that he is in peril, you return to contest the estate. Such opportunism is unacceptable. Fu's eyes were similarly reddened. The old master is on the brink of death, and you still think only of the inheritance? Our master would disdain such trivial wealth. Yet, if he truly held such disdain, why return at this critical juncture? You cannot enter. Leave. Fu Jingqian, consumed by rage, could no longer contain himself. He raised his foot to kick, causing those in the room to recoil in fear. The individuals who had blocked his way hastily parted, creating a clear path. They had witnessed Fu Jingqian's wrath before. At the tender age of 10, he had avenged his dog-ass death by bludgeoning its killer with a brick, nearly ending the man's life, only to be pulled away by the old master. Fu Jingqian spotted the old master lying on the bed, having just coughed up blood, his chest heaving violently, one hand clutching his heart, struggling to breathe. A tremor coursed through Fu Jingqian's body, and his steps grew heavy. He called out for Mu Shichuan, inquiring about his whereabouts. Third brother, as if summoned. Mu Shichuan's voice rang out. He rushed in, dragging an elderly man behind him. Changsho, quick, attend to grandfather Fu. Everyone in the room gasped upon seeing Changsho, renowned as the finest physician in the capital, second only to the legendary healer Qing Jiu. Changsho was known for his peculiar temperament. He would only treat those he deemed worthy, regardless of the riches offered. Fu Lixing and Fu Liming had previously sought his aid, but were turned away before they could even enter. Yet here was Fu Jingqian, the prodigal son from Haicheng, managing to summon Changsho. Changsho, breathless from his hurried arrival, began examining the old master, his brow furrowing deeper. The old master's condition is quite peculiar. Is there any hope for treatment? Mu Shichuan asked anxiously. Changsho's expression soured as he shook his head. The old master's illness is strange. I am at a loss. A pallor washed over Mu Shichuan's face, and sorrowful cries filled the room. If only we could find the legendary healer Qing Jiu. Perhaps the old master could be saved. Changsho added, Qing Jiu can bring even the dead back to life. It is said that she can restore a person even when they are on the brink of death. That is hardly helpful. Fu Laiming interjected. Everyone knows how formidable Qing Jiu is, but summoning her is akin to reaching for the stars. Even if this scoundrel managed to bring you, what good will it do? The old master cannot be saved. Fu Jingqian interjected, use your utmost skill to preserve the old master's life. I shall summon Qing Jiu, but he must remain alive until then. Changsho nodded. I will do my best. However, the old master is nearly out of time. We must locate Qing Jiu without delay. And how do you propose to find a legendary healer? Fu Liming sneered. You think you can summon someone we could not? Do not use this as an excuse to linger in the Fu family. You simply wish to wait for the old master to pass, so you can claim the inheritance. Do you not? Before he could finish, a servant rushed in. Masters, young master, a woman has arrived outside, claiming to be the legendary healer Qing Jiu, sent by young master to treat the old master. Silence enveloped the room, and Fu Liming's face flushed with disbelief. They had just declared that Fu Jingqian could not possibly summon Qing Jiu, and yet, here she was. How could a man who had been exiled to Haicheng possibly have connections to the Hacker Alliance? Or was Fu Jingqian more cunning than he let on? Seeing Fu Jingqian stride out the door, they quickly followed. Outside the Fu residence, a woman in a veil stood, her figure draped in loose garments, exuding an aura of cool detachment. Fu Jingqian approached her directly, his gaze fixed. Qing Jiu, a mere girl? Shi Jiunian nodded, feeling somewhat anxious. But with her disguise of a wig and veil, Fu Jingqian shouldn't recognize her. Without wasting words, Fu Jingqian seized her arm through her clothing and pulled her toward the old master's room. Stop! Fu Liming and Fu Lixing rushed over, blocking their path. Fu Jingqian, how can you drag someone in like this? She could very well be an imposter. Indeed, you can't just bring any girl and claim she is Qing Jiu. Do you think we are fools? Or perhaps you see the old master-esque condition and have deliberately brought in a fraud to bolster your reputation and seize the inheritance. Having failed to summon the legendary healer, the two brothers feared the disgrace that would follow if word got out that Fu Jingchun, a mere junior, had succeeded where they had failed. Mu Shichuan and Fu Hua hurried to separate the two parties, but Fu Jingchun pressed on, kicking the two aside as he strode forward without hesitation. He moved swiftly, dragging Shi Jiunian along, forcing her to follow in his wake. "Fool! Toss them into the lake to cool off," Fu Jingchun called back. "Yes, sir. Doyudare, Fu Jingkin." Mu Shichuan, passing over the fallen individuals, maintained his nonchalant demeanor, his tone icy. "You two had better pray that the old master survives. Should anything happen to him, you won't escape either." As Fu Jingxin and Shi Jiunian reached the doorway of the old master's room, they heard the anguished cries within. Their hearts sank, and they hurried inside. The room was filled with people kneeling, and the old master lay on the bed, devoid of life. "We did all we could, but the old master. Please accept our condolences," Chang Shou said, his eyes closed in sorrow. At this, the wailing intensified. Shi Jiunian felt the grip of Fu Jingxin's hand on her arm tighten painfully, causing her to wince. With a fierce glare, she turned to Chang Shou, her voice sharp. "He is not dead. Are you a doctor or a Grim Reaper?" Chang Shou finally noticed her presence. The girl before him, veiled and only revealing her starry eyes, claimed that the old master still lived. Hadn't the servant mentioned that Qin Jiu had arrived? Could this be her? Fu Jingxin's gaze locked onto Shi Jiunian, his demeanor shifting as he suppressed his overwhelming agitation. "You are Qin Jiu, are you not? They call you the legendary healer, capable of reviving the dead. You had better possess such abilities. If you restore him, I will grant you anything you desire. But if you fail," his expression turned cold, laced with malice, "you will not leave this place." Fu San Shao, "That is hardly a manner of requesting assistance," Shi Jiunian replied coolly, recognizing that saving the old master was of utmost importance. She approached the bed to examine his condition. Fu Jingchun followed closely, his gaze fixed on her, vigilant against any deceit. If she dared to play tricks, he would not hesitate to end her life. Shi Jiunian checked the pulse of the old master Fu, letting out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she arrived in time. Had she delayed any longer, it would have been too late. She took out her silver needles and glanced at Chang Shou beside her, stating coolly, "You're a doctor, right? Come over and assist me." Chang Shou, the most esteemed physician in the capital, was usually treated with utmost respect. Yet there he was, showing a hint of eagerness to assist the young doctor. To be able to aid the legendary healer Qin Jiu was an opportunity that many would covet. He helped the old master to sit up and removed his clothing. "Good," Chang Shou complied hastily. Shi Jiunian retrieved a silver needle and expertly inserted it into the Baihui acupoint on Master Fu's head. Her movements were calm and precise, flowing like water, igniting Chang Shou's excitement. Truly, she was the renowned healer Qin Jiu. This technique could take him years to master. Those two acupoints shouldn't be pricked together. Noticing something amiss, Chang Shou urgently spoke up, but Shi Jiunian's expression remained unperturbed as she deftly pressed the needle in. "Hey," he attempted to interject, but his voice faltered. Chapter 56. Fu San Shao. Indeed as frivolous as the rumor suggests. Cough, cough, cough. The old master Fu erupted into a violent fit of coughs, expelling a mouthful of dark blood. His breathing became erratic, yet his complexion gradually flushed with color. The old master was alive. He had survived. A chorus of astonished exclamations filled the room. Chang Shou stared at Shi Jiunian in disbelief, still grappling with the situation. How had she accomplished this? Master Fu was well again. Shi Jiunian put away her needles and announced, "I will prescribe a few more medicines. Take them as directed, and in 5 days, he will fully recover." Fu Jingchun glanced at Chang Shou, inquiring, "Is he all right?" Chang Shou remained in a state of astonishment. The old master is completely healed. Fu Jingchun, who had been anxiously holding his breath, finally relaxed. Thank goodness, all was well. The legendary healer Qin Jiu truly lived up to her reputation. After finishing the prescription, Shi Jiunian rubbed her sore wrist, stood up, and fixed her gaze on Fu Jingchun. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "Fu San Shao, please step outside for a moment." Fu Jingchun followed her outside. Previously, he had been focused solely on Master Fu and had not paid much attention to Shi Jiunian. However, now, he found her figure somewhat familiar. The fragrance she emanated was also reminiscent of someone he knew, his little woman at home. Furrowing his brows, Fu Jingchun suddenly sensed something amiss behind him. Turning around, he found himself very close to her, seemingly inhaling her scent. Her expression changed, and she quickly retreated 2 steps, only to stumble backward down the stairs. Instinctively, Fu Jingchun reached out to grasp her arm, locking eyes with her startled gaze. In a fateful moment, his hand moved toward her veil. Shi Jiunian swiftly swatted his hand away, glaring at him in indignation. Fu Sanshao, you truly are as frivolous as the rumors suggest. Aside from the anxiety of nearly having her identity exposed, she felt an unexplainable anger. To unmask her on their first meeting and stand so close. Apologies. Fu Jingchun recognized that his actions were indeed impolite. He felt a bit deranged for a fleeting moment, thinking she resembled his little woman at home. I hear Fu Sanshao is married. Fu Jingchun's expression darkened. The members of the Hacker Alliance were indeed well informed. His tone turned unfriendly. The divine healer saves lives. My personal matters are not for you to inquire about. Shi Jiunian's mouth tightened beneath her veil. What did he mean by that? Did he think her unworthy of respect? Unable to respond directly? Feeling an unquenchable anger within her, she chose to divert the conversation, stating coldly, the old master's illness was rather peculiar. Upon mentioning Master Fu Jingchun's demeanor chilled, and he lost interest in other matters. He was acutely aware of the strangeness of the illness. What do you find peculiar about it? It doesn't resemble a natural ailment. It feels as if someone has drugged him. Drugged? A hint of menace flickered in his eyes, only to be masked swiftly as he addressed her politely. Thank you for your assistance today. Shi Jiunian replied with a half-smile, with Fu Sanshao's authority. Should the Hacker Alliance attack, I would not have the luxury to refrain. Fu Jingchun's expression faltered as he realized she was holding him accountable. Fu Sanshao, the Hacker Alliance is not to be trifled with. Do not let this happen again. Otherwise, we shall be adversaries. She too felt angered. Her sanctuary had nearly been dismantled by her own husband. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished countless times by now. I was too hasty. I apologize. Fu Jingchun's admission came with a straightforwardness that hinted he was not afraid of the Hacker Alliance. Even if he were to obliterate them today, he would not bat an eye. His apology stemmed from a desire to avoid antagonizing the divine healer Qingjio. I will bear the full cost of the Hacker Alliance's losses, and for your services, I will pay 80 billion. Please invoice it to my account. The fee for divine healer Qingjio was 2 billion, yet she demanded 80 billion. Such a sum was far from trivial, yet Fu Jingchun readily agreed. Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow, surprised at his lavishness. Fu Jingchun was wealthier than she had anticipated. The hour is late. I shall arrange accommodations for you, divine healer. That is unacceptable, Shi Jiunian firmly declined. She needed to return promptly. Otherwise, she would be discovered by those in the villa. Fu Jingchun narrowed his eyes dangerously. As a healer, you should act with compassion. Since you have saved a life, you ought to stay until the old master awakens. Feel free to voice any needs. I shall accommodate them. Fu Hua, escort the divine healer to her room. Fu was stepped forward. Divine healer, please. Fu Sanshao, are you threatening me? Shi Jiunian gritted her teeth. Fu Jingchun clearly did not trust her and sought to confine her here. You speak too harshly. You are tired. Go rest. He said in a tone that brooked no argument. Shi Jiunian realized that the Fu Jingchun before her was a vastly different person from the one she had known. It left her feeling both apprehensive and determined. Capturing her would not be so simple. She opted not to confront Fu Jingchun directly and chose to follow Fu Hua back to her room. Third brother, Mu Shihuan, approached. Waving his hand in front of Fu Jingchun's eyes, she has left, and you are still staring. Are you infatuated with her? Mu Shichuan squinted at him. Though she wears a veil and her attire is loose, she is undeniably a beauty. Fu Jingchun averted his gaze, indifferent to her beauty. His increased attention stemmed solely from her resemblance to Shi Jiunian. Otherwise, he would not have spared her a second glance. Do you not think? Fu Jingqin bowed. She bears a striking resemblance to Shi Jiunian. Mu Shichuan's expression turned incredulous. Third brother, you must be delusional. They share no similarities. Your beloved is unique. While this lady is the famed healer Qingjio, your lady would not even be worthy of carrying her bags. Fu Jingchun shot a dangerous glare, causing Mu Shichuan to instantly quiet down. I only speak the truth. Ah, third brother, I quite fancy her. Do you think she would consent if I pursued her? You may try your luck. Fu Jingchun did not discourage him. Though the odds were slim, Mu Shichuan was quite adept at charming women. Should he succeed, Qing Jiu would be on their side, which would be a fortunate turn of events. On the other side, Shi Jiunian followed Fu Hua to a guest room. Several bodyguards stood watch outside, clearly positioned to prevent her escape. Shi Jiunian let out a cold snort. Fu Jingchun, she would remember this. The divine healer needs anything. Please do not hesitate to ask. I will remain at the door. Fu Hua stated before stepping back to guard the entrance. Shi Jiunian scanned the room, her gaze resting on a vase atop a shelf. Raising an eyebrow, she quietly approached the balcony. Below, numerous bodyguards were stationed. Chapter 57. Raise the cannon to bombard Fu Jingchun. Indeed, Fu Jingchun was guarding her as one would a thief. However, he feared he could not withstand it. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Shi Jiunian took it out and glanced at it. It was a call from Lung Chun. Sister Chun, has the treatment been successful? On the other end, Lung Chun snorted. Shi Jiunian touched her nose. Yes. Then hurry over here. Lung Chun nearly roared. My little cabbage, whom I raised with great care, suddenly wants to marry someone else. How can that be? Ah, I can't come right now, Shi Jiunian replied slowly. Fu Jingchun is holding me back. He dares to hold you back. Lung Chun erupted in anger. Just wait. I'll bring the big guns over immediately. Damn it. I'm never like that guy. Amused yet helpless, Shi Jiunian quickly reassured Lung Chun, urging her not to act impulsively. Suddenly, Lung Chun chuckled. He still doesn't know your true identity, does he? I can't wait to see his reaction when he finds out. Shi Jiunian couldn't help but imagine that scene. It might be quite delightful. Wait a moment, I need to take a call. On the other end, Lung Chun received another call, abruptly cutting off her conversation with Shi Jiunian. After a brief wait, Lung Chun called back, her voice brimming with excitement. Jiunian, someone from Fu Jingchun's side has come to apologize. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to make those rascals pay. After you leave the Fu residence, come see me immediately, understood? Hanging up, Shi Jiunian thought she really couldn't go over. If she didn't return to Haiqing soon, her cover would be blown. Sister Chun, please, don't be too violent, Shi Jiunian suggested after a moment of contemplation. It seemed Fu Jingchun's people might be torn apart by the Hacker Alliance. Hearing this, Lung Chun felt even more uneasy. Had she already started to protect and cherish him? To steal her little cabbage and expect her to treat him politely? In her dreams, as it stood, only she knew. If the others in the Hacker Alliance found out, they would truly unleash their wrath upon Fu Jingchun. Just wait, Lung Chun huffed. She would certainly entertain Fu Jingchun's people well. After hanging up, Shi Jiunian entered her room. Upon seeing the vase, her gaze paused for a moment, a smile slowly gracing her lips. She gave a thumbs up to the camera, then tipped it provocatively. Following that, she darted toward the window and vanished from sight. To think they could imprison her, how utterly underestimated she was. Shi Jiunian strode confidently out of the Fu residence. Everyone there was busy attending to old Master Fu. Thus the servants on the road were few. Occasionally, a couple would notice her and bow respectfully, acknowledging that she was the one who saved old Master Fu's life. Ah, the miraculous doctor. As she passed by a lakeside, someone suddenly called out to her. Shi Jiunian turned her head to see two drenched figures climbing out of the water, resembling two large water ghosts. Doctor, it's us. Fu Lixing and Fu Liming grinned, with a tuft of green algae atop their heads and mud smeared across their faces. They had been bound and tossed into the lake, now finally managing to crawl out. They realized that old Master Fu had awakened, thanks to Shi Jiunian's treatment. The young girl before them was indeed the legendary miraculous doctor, Qingjiu. Little doctor, we apologize for the unkind words we said earlier. Please don't take them to heart. After Fu Lixing spoke, Fu Liming quickly added, yes. We didn't know your identity before, and since you're with that playboy Fu Jingchun, we mistakenly thought you were an imposter. This young lady was the miraculous Dr. Qingjiu, someone every prominent family in the capital sought to recruit. They had finally met her, and naturally, they wanted to forge a good relationship. Fu Jingqian, appelé by? Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. Fu Lixing had a sudden idea. They could speak ill of Fu Jingchun in front of her to sow discord between them. He hurriedly exclaimed, Little doctor, you probably don't know how notorious Fu Jingchun is, right? He has been playing around since he was a teenager, causing pregnancies, which is why old Master Fu sent him to Haicheng. Yet he shows no signs of repentance. Is that so? Shi Jiunian replied with a smile that masked a chilling gaze. Fu Liming quickly followed up. The incident caused quite a stir back then. If you don't believe us, you can investigate. You're so beautiful. Don't get too close to Fu Jingchun. He might have ulterior motives toward you. We're his uncles, and considering he could toss us in the lake, you can tell how much of a scoundrel he is. Shi Jiunian stroked her chin, nodding in agreement. He is quite the rogue. In her presence, he was nothing more than a rogue, obsessed with that sort of thing. What he did to you too by tossing you into the lake doesn't sit right with me either, she chuckled. Just tossing you into the lake is rather lenient. Fu Lixing and Fu Liming were overjoyed. Indeed, she was a clever girl. With just a few words, she had already sided with them. Do you want to know what I would do? Shi Jiunian suddenly asked. Fu Lixing and Fu Liming were momentarily taken aback, unsure of her meaning. However, they would soon understand. 10 minutes later, Shi Jiunian gazed at her handiwork with satisfaction. I've added a little something to you too. A smile crept up beneath her veil. Enjoy, gentlemen. With that, she turned and left, leaving behind Fu Liming and Fu Lixing stripped of their clothes, bound, and dangling from a tree. Woo-woo. Their mouths stuffed with stinky socks. They could utter no words, only whimper helplessly, watching as Shi Jiunian walked further away, followed by a buzzing sound. It was bees. Woo-woo. They struggled in fear, swaying in the air as the bees drew ever closer, ultimately engulfing them. 2 hours passed. Old Master Fu was now able to sit up and eat. Chang Shou checked his pulse. He was completely fine and only needed to rest for a few days. A lifetime in business had not endowed Old Master Fu with the shrewdness of a merchant. Instead, he exuded a refined elegance, yet the fleeting sharpness in his eyes was impossible to ignore. This illness had proven worthwhile. At least it brought you back to see me. Old Master Fu's complexion remained pale as he gazed at Fu Jingchun, his expression complex. After a moment, he let out a bitter smile. I've weathered this storm, but I wonder if I can endure the next one. Fu Jingchun tucked in the blanket, a smirk playing on his lips, exuding a playful yet roguish demeanor before Old Master Fu. Old Master, your constitution is sturdier than mine. Living to 100 should be no problem. You rascal. Old Master Fu chuckled, gazing at Fu Jingchun's increasingly similar features, sighing deeply. He was uncertain how long he had left, but his greatest concern was Fu Jingchun. Hesitating for a moment, Old Master Fu couldn't help but say, Jingchun, about your mother. Chapter 58. After returning, let her handle it. Hesitating for a moment, Old Master Fu still couldn't suppress the urge to speak. Jingchun, about your mother. Take your medicine. Fu Jingchun handed the medicine bowl to Old Master Fu, his expression nonchalant, as if he had not heard the previous comments. Old Master Fu had no choice but to swallow his words. Forget it. This child is grown up. There are many matters beyond my control. Having just awakened, Old Master Fu felt weak. After a brief conversation, he grew fatigued and fell into a deep slumber once more. Fu Jingchun watched him for a while, tucked the blanket around him, and stepped out of the room. The sky had darkened, and the faint moonlight stretched a shadow, adding a touch of melancholy. Fu Jingchun stared at the dark sky, closing his eyes. His mother, those unpleasant memories surged forth, nearly overwhelming him, causing his breathing to grow heavy and uncomfortable. Just then his phone buzzed in his pocket. Fu Jingchun took several seconds before slowly retrieving his phone. After reading the message, Fu Jingchun's lips curled slightly, alleviating much of his earlier discomfort. Mu Shichuan, having been overly sheltered by the Mu family, truly lived a carefree life. It was quite enviable to be nurtured in such a manner within a prominent family. He tucked his phone away and made his way to the room of the renowned healer, Qingjiu, wishing to inquire about the proper care for the elder's health. Fu was stood guard outside the room, and upon seeing Fu Jingchun approach, he hurriedly greeted him. Master, is anyone inside? Fu Jingchun cast a glance at the firmly closed door. Fu nodded and replied solemnly, We have secured this place as if it were a fortress. She cannot escape. Open the door, commanded Fu Jingchun. Yes, Fu Hua complied, pushing the door open as Fu Jingchun stepped inside. The room was empty. The windows were wide open, indicating an escape through the window. She must have left quite some time ago, yet none of the guards had noticed. Fu's complexion turned pale. Fu Jingchun chuckled. This is what you call securing it like a fortress? Fu bowed his head. I am at fault. Fu Jingchun waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. It's not surprising you couldn't keep watch. If she could be contained so easily, This little healer wound tea have gained such a legendary reputation. With extraordinary skills, but no means of self-preservation, she would have long since met her demise. Regardless, since the elder is unharmed, her departure is inconsequential. Should any issues arise later, I will find her wherever she may be. Fu Jingqian couldn't help but think of Shi Jiunian. He had been gone for an afternoon. He wondered how that little woman at home was faring. Perhaps he should call and check in. In Haicheng, at the villa, Shi Jiunian quietly entered her room, undressed, and was about to take a shower when she received a call from Fu Jingqian. Remembering how he had refused to admit his marriage and had been rather forward with her disguise as Qingjio, Shi Jiunian's expression turned cold, and she chose not to answer. Although Qingjio was also her, Fu Jingqian was unaware. He had been inappropriate with another woman besides her. How unfaithful! Meanwhile, Fu Jingqian stared at his phone, which had yet to connect, his brow furrowed in worry. Why isn't she answering? Could something have happened? The thought of Shi Jiunian being in danger ignited a sense of urgency within him. He instructed Fu Hua, immediately contact the housekeeper and inquire about Shi Jiunian's whereabouts. Seeing the urgency in Fu Jingqian's expression, Fu Hua felt a wave of dread. Surely, the lady hasn't encountered any mishap? He promptly called the housekeeper. As fortune would have it, was in the garden trimming branches and did not answer. Neither of them was reachable. This could only mean trouble. Prepare the helicopter and return to Haicheng. Deploy everyone to search and seal off all exits. We must locate Shi Jiunian. Yes. Fu Hua rushed out. Just as Fu Jingqian's voice rang out, wait. Fu Jingqian gripped his phone tightly, his pupils dilating as Shi Jiunian finally answered the call. The phone rang incessantly, and just as it was about to disconnect, she let out a soft sound and picked up. What are you busy with? He endeavored to suppress his earlier anxiety and spoke as casually as possible. I'm not busy. Shi Jiunian set her phone aside and began removing her makeup. Fu Jingqian frowned. Then why did it take you so long to answer? I heard it, Shi Jiunian replied, but I didn't want to. What? Fu Jingqian was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her meaning. What did she mean by hearing it but not wanting to answer? However, Shi Jiunian was disinclined to elaborate. It's nothing. I'm hanging up. As she prepared to end the call, Fu Jingqian could no longer contain himself. You dare hang up? Try it. In those brief seconds when she had not answered, he had been consumed by worry, fearful of any misfortune befalling her. Yet she simply did not want to answer. Did she think he was no longer in Haicheng and thus beyond her concern? So, she refused to even feign interest and was inexplicably angry with him. The mere thought ignited a fire within Fu Jingqian, and his tone turned stern. Shi Jiunian, even if I were not in Haicheng, do not entertain any thoughts of disloyalty. You must obediently fulfill your role as Mrs. Fu. Have you acknowledged me as Mrs. Fu? Shi Jiunian huffed. Her voice was so soft that Fu Jingqian could scarcely hear, and she refused to say more. Sensing her sulkiness, he was perplexed about the cause. He rubbed his temples. I might have spoken harshly earlier, but I have been away for several hours, and after finally reaching you, you choose to lash out at me. Shi Jiunian, tell me, are you in the right? Hearing the weariness in his voice, Shi Jiunian paused. Today had indeed been taxing for Fu Jingqian. The elder, who cherished him most, had come perilously close to death, which must have weighed heavily on him. Reflecting on this, she realized that her anger towards him was unwarranted, especially since she had concealed her identity as Qingjio from him. Fu Jingqian's familiarity with her had stemmed from his recognition of similarities between her and Qingjio. She could hardly blame him for that. He had neither openly declared his marriage nor denied it. Perhaps he had his own reasons, and their marriage had been an unexpected turn of events. She didn't possess any profound feelings for him, only guilt, and thus had no grounds for anger. As she contemplated this, Shi Jiunian felt a twinge of guilt. She cleared her throat and softened her tone. Is grandfather all right now? Detecting her apparent easing of anger, Fu Jingqian's tension relaxed a bit. Yes, he is fine now, he replied. Since he is fine, don't worry, she said, struggling to provide comfort, her words coming off somewhat stiff. And you shouldn't be angry either, Fu Jingqian added. If there is anything you need to discuss with me, please do so openly. Don't bottle it up, making us both unhappy. Also, do not ignore my calls. I don't know what I did to upset you, but since it's my fault, when I return, you may deal with me as you wish. The last 4 words were spoken low, their intonation lingering, imparting an unexpected allure. Deal with you. Shi Jiunian felt her cheeks flush. Why did it feel as though Fu Jingchen had become quite flirtatious? Blushing, she nodded, realizing he couldn't see her. Thus, she replied softly, "It's getting late. You should rest early." "I'll hang up now." "Don't hang up," Fu Jingchen insisted. "Keep the line open. Let us not disconnect tonight." Hearing her voice soothed his worries. Chapter 59. Drag them out to see who is worse. In a private hospital in Haicheng, Jiang Ying lay on the hospital bed, staring lifelessly at the ceiling, her gaze vacant, an overwhelming sense of despair enveloping her. Beneath her was a cold colostomy bag. She had been brutally violated, her body ruined, and now she could only live with the indignity of the bag. The tormenting images of that night, spent with those men, replayed incessantly in her mind, driving her to the brink of madness. Now, she had nothing left. "Hey, time for a dressing change." A nurse entered, visibly impatient. "Hurry and take off your pants." Jiang Ying remained still. The nurse frowned and, lacking patience, approached her and forcibly pulled down her pants. "Get away." Jiang Ying suddenly snapped to attention, shrieking, "Don't touch me. Do you still think you're a lady?" The nurse retorted angrily. "What are you pretending for?" Jiang Ying screamed frantically, shoving her away. The nurse, now furious, retaliated by slapping Jiang Ying hard. "Who do you think you are to push me?" When her anger was not quelled, she slapped Jiang Ying again, yanking her hair and dragging her from the bed, slamming her head against the bedside table. "Do you think you're still Mrs. Jiang?" The character, worn out by men, is now abandoned even by her husband. "If you won't let me change your bandages, then suffer in your misery," the nurse sneered before exiting. Jiang Ying lay on the floor, exuding an aura of despair that was chilling. All of this was due to Shi Jiunian. She would not let her off the hook. Jiang Ying retrieved her phone and dialed Jiang Wenrui's number. He did not answer the first call. On the second, he directly blocked her. Very well. This is the man she loved. They were heartless, so she would not be bound by loyalty. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Ying found another man's number in her contacts and called him. "Brother He, it's me, Xiaoing." The man on the other end exclaimed with delight. "Why are you calling me?" He, surnamed He, had been her childhood friend, harboring feelings for her for decades. Once a poor boy, he had now achieved some success and joined a hacker alliance, albeit as a regular member without access to the higher echelons. "Brother He, I'm being bullied." Jiang Ying sobbed uncontrollably. He immediately responded, "What has happened?" "Wait for me. I'll be right there." "Who dares to bully you?" "I'll deal with them." He arrived in less than 2 hours, having rushed from the capital. A burly man with slick back hair, he looked formidable, compared to Jiang Wenrui's pretentious, gentlemanly demeanor. He was far more appealing, though his appearance was rather unseemly, a scar stretching from his brow, through his eye, to behind his ear. "Brother He." Upon seeing him, Jiang Ying broke into tears, which pained He Chung immensely. He quickly embraced her, shouting, "How did you end up like this?" She was the light of his life, and seeing her in such a wretched state filled him with anguish. Jiang Ying recounted how Shi Jiunian had wronged her, weeping. "I don't want to live anymore." She buried her face in his chest, her tears captivating and calculated, leaving He Chung utterly helpless. "Enough, don't cry." He consoled her, his heart in turmoil. "How could Jiang Wenrui let you end up like this?" Mentioning Jiang Wenrui sparked a glimmer of darkness in Jiang Ying's eyes. This scoundrel had not visited her even once during her hospitalization, and she would not forgive him. She would not hesitate to tarnish his reputation. "It was my failure to see his true nature." "Oh," she lamented. "Brother He, Ruru is still in the police station. What should we do?" "I'll have her released immediately. As for that Shi Jiunian, I want to let her go. But first, we must focus on treating your wounds. Behave, and I'll take you to the best hospital." Jiang Ying obediently nodded as He Chung picked her up and carried her outside. The area was swarming with bodyguards, while medical staff stood outside, too fearful to breathe, drenched in cold sweat. "Brother He," Jiang Ying tugged at his collar, pointing at a nurse huddled within the crowd. "This nurse, she bullied me, said I was worthless." The nurse's legs gave way as she knelt. He Cheng's face darkened with fury. "Drag her out and punish her. I want to see who is truly worthless." "No, no." The nurse cried in terror as several bodyguards seized her legs, tearing her clothes apart in the hallway without a second thought. In this private hospital, a nurse's life held little value, and with He Cheng's connections, no one dared to protest. Jiang Ying nestled into He Cheng's embrace, satisfied as she watched the scene unfold. Her protector had arrived. Those who had bullied her would meet their demise. Shi Jiunian would share the same fate. The following day at 8 o'clock, Shi Jiunian woke up later than usual, her phone nearly dead from a night of conversations with Fu Jingqian. Awake? Fu Jingqian's voice reached her as she stirred. Yes, Shi Jiunian replied, placing her phone aside and beginning to change her clothes. Did you just wake up? Or did you not sleep at all? Couldn't T sleep? As she donned her camisole, she remarked slowly, Fu Jingqian, staying up late will age you. You're already older than me. Are you implying I'm old? He retorted, somewhat annoyed. I'm merely stating a fact. Today is Monday. Remember to eat breakfast before heading to school. Don't skip meals, he instructed. I know, Shi Jiunian replied lazily. With her phone now dead, she grabbed a spare one and, after washing up, went downstairs, casually taking a piece of bread from the dining table before heading to school. Over here, in the classroom, Qin Ming had already secured a spot and waved excitedly upon seeing Shi Jiunian approach. Shi Jiunian sat beside her. Did you have breakfast? I brought an extra piece of bread and some milk for you. Qin Ming offered enthusiastically. Thank you. Shi Jiunian accepted the food, still half asleep with bloodshot eyes. Though she had eaten a piece of bread, her appetite remained. You're welcome. If you like it, I'll bring you something every day. Qin Ming, your relationship with Shi Jiunian seems quite close. Xiao Xiu, sitting in front of them, remarked with a tinge of discontent. She turned back with a mocking smile. You rarely eat breakfast yourself, yet you bring food for Shi Jiunian. Do you have enough of that meager allowance of yours? During enrollment, Xiao Xiu had helped the counselor organize student information and clearly remembered that Qin Ming had written none under the parental occupation section. It was evident that Qin Ming's parents did not hold respectable jobs, likely being migrant workers. Known for her frugality, Qin Ming wore clothes from unknown brands. So poor yet daring to oppose her. If pushed too far, she could easily have Qin Ming expelled. Chapter 60. What are you looking at? Go on, say it. Qin Ming's face fell, and she turned with an unfriendly expression. What I have or don't have is none of your business. Instead of meddling in others' affairs, you should focus on yourself. Xiao Xiu was taken aback by Qin Ming's audacity to shout back at her, her eyes icy. I'm merely concerned for you. We all know your family situation is not good. If you need money, feel free to ask. We're classmates, and I can organize a collection for you. The commotion drew the attention of other students, but no one dared to speak. Xiao Xiu, being the daughter of a powerful family, held significant influence, while most students were ordinary and fearful of offending her. Qin Ming, fully aware of her circumstances, defiantly opposed Xiao Xiu, trembling with rage. Qin Ming felt satisfaction from Xiao Xiu's smirk. Don't feel embarrassed. If your family's poor, let go of your pride. A little contribution from each student could cover a year of your parents' hard work. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud crash echoed. Shi Jiunian kicked the table leg, causing it to topple forward. Xiao Xiu, facing them, had the table corner collide with her chest. The impact drained color from her face, and she glared furiously at Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian crossed her arms, watching with a smile. What are you looking at? Go on, say it. Her tone was daring, laced with defiance, and her piercing gaze sent shivers down spines. Shi Jiunian had enchanting almond-shaped eyes, usually misty and cool, but when angered, they darkened, augmenting her fierce demeanor. Xiao Xiu trembled with rage, yet found herself at a loss for words against that intense gaze. At that moment, the teacher entered the classroom, and she clenched her teeth, suppressing her resentment. Shi Jiunian, you were so cool just now. Qin Ming whispered excitedly. Shi Jiunian slowly opened her notebook and began to write, responding casually. Please don't bring me that bread and milk anymore. Qin Ming assumed Shi Jiunian was trying to save her money after hearing Xiao Xiu's comment, and she anxiously replied, Actually, I'm not poor. I can afford a pack of bread. Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. She certainly knew Qin Ming was not impoverished. What Xiao Xiu is currently doing is akin to courting disaster. No. She turned her head and looked at Qin Ming, who was anxiously trying to explain. What I meant is that the bread and milk you brought are not to my taste. Qin Ming. Shi Jiunian handed her the notebook. If you're going to buy for me, then buy these few items. Qin Ming's gaze fell upon the notebook. Was she just writing this? This class consisted of 4 consecutive sessions, and by the time it ended, it was already noon. After class, Qin Ming intended to invite Shi Jiunian out for lunch, but the counselor called for Shi Jiunian regarding an urgent matter. Sure, classmate, the situation is as follows. Soon, a foreign university will be visiting to collaborate with the medical department of High University, and they require a medical report that needs translation into English. Originally, We were supposed to contact someone from the English department, but they specifically requested you. Do you have the time? The counselor, surnamed Tung, had just graduated from graduate school and appeared youthful and easy to converse with. You can arrange it as you see fit. She was indifferent to the matter. The counselor smiled with satisfaction, then thoughtfully scrutinized Shi Jiunian. The workload for this task is quite substantial. You may find it overwhelming to handle alone. The medical department has also indicated that you can bring an assistant. I was thinking of assigning the spot to Qiao Shiyu. Shi Jiunian remained silent, her eyelids lifting slightly as she looked over at her. The counselor, fearing a rejection, hastily added, "Sure, classmate. You and Xiao classmate are in the same class. There's no need to make things awkward. Xiao classmate made a mistake last time, but she has been punished. You both will be classmates for 3 years. It is better not to have a strained relationship." The counselor hoped for reconciliation, if not friendship, at least to avoid enmity. She was well aware that last week, Shi Jiunian had thrown a book at Xiao Shiyu's face, and this morning they had nearly come to blows again. At this rate, trouble was inevitable. Moreover, Xiao Shiyu's English proficiency was quite commendable, and she possessed some medical knowledge, which would assist in translating medical terminology. As the counselor spoke, her voice grew softer, lacking confidence. "If you are unwilling." "All right," Shi Jiunian finally spoke, "you can decide." The Qiao household. Upon returning home, Qiao Shiyu saw her grandmother waving lovingly. "Shiyu, you are back." "Grandma, why are you alone? Where's Mom?" Qiao Shiyu approached her. "Your mother has gone out for some errands and will return later." Qiao Shiyu responded with an "oh," then asked, "Grandma, has your headache improved? Let me give you a massage." Qiao grandmother felt warmth in her heart. "After your massage, I feel much better. My headaches have been occurring more frequently lately." The pain had deprived her of sleep for several nights. Sighing, Qiao grandmother continued, "Your grandfather Mu is quite upset this time. He won't even answer my calls. Once he calms down, I will inquire about that renowned doctor." The Mu family had withdrawn their support, leaving the Qiao family significantly weakened, but Qiao grandmother was unperturbed. Would the old Mr. Mu truly sever ties with the Qiao family over Shi Jiunian? He was a man of deep loyalty. They were the orphaned descendants of his old comrade. Would he abandon them for the sake of one Shi Jiunian? After some time, things would settle down. By the way, Qiao grandmother suddenly remembered. "I heard that a foreign school is coming soon to collaborate with High University. I heard the medical department is looking for students proficient in English to assist. Have they approached you?" Qiao Shiyu's smile faded. "Not yet. Your English skills, cultivated by the Qiao family since childhood, surpass even those of many English majors. Rest assured, you will certainly be chosen," Qiao grandmother reassured. "Focus on improving yourself and ignore that Shi Jiunian. You are the eldest young lady of the Qiao family, with a bright future ahead. How can she possibly compare?" "Understood." Qiao Shiyu felt increasingly vexed. Suddenly, her phone chimed with an incoming call. It was the counselor. What could the counselor want at this moment? She pressed the answer button. "Hello, Teacher Tung. Shiyu, I called to discuss the matter regarding the medical department's selection of students to assist. Do you have the time?" Qiao Shiyu's heart leapt with joy. The counselor had chosen her. She had presumed the counselor would opt for Shi Jiunian. "Teacher, I can go." After a pause, she added, "Teacher, why didn't you select Shi Jiunian? Her English is superior to mine." By saying this, she aimed to demonstrate that despite Shi Jiunian's impressive English skills, when faced with a significant task, the school had chosen her over Shi Jiunian. "She will be working with you." The counselor replied promptly. "Working with me?" Qiao Shiyu's expression froze. Chapter 61. Taking aim at him first. The medical department specifically requested Shi Jiunian, insisting on her presence. The counselor explained, "However, this translation task entails a considerable workload, so I have elevated you to the position of assistant to Shi Jiunian." Qiao Shiyu's complexion paled, her grip on the phone tightening, veins bulging. To have her serve as Shi Jiunian's assistant? This was an opportunity she had fought hard to secure, and the counselor insisted she seize it. In this collaboration, establish a good rapport with Shi Jiunian. You are classmates. There is no need to make things so unpleasant. After hanging up, Qiao Shiyu remained with the phone pressed to her ear, her fingertips turning pale and purple. "What's wrong?" Qiao grandmother inquired. "Was your teacher on the line?" "Yes." Qiao Shiyu took a deep breath. "The teacher wants me to assist the medical department." Hearing this, Qiao grandmother beamed. "I knew they would choose you, my precious granddaughter. You are destined for greatness." Qiao Shiyu forced a smile, refraining from mentioning that she was not the only one chosen, and moreover, She would be assisting Shi Jiunian, the He family. After a night of treatment, Jiang Ying felt significantly better, but her injuries were severe, and the doctors could only do their best to alleviate her suffering. He Tsung, noticing Jiang Ying's gloomy demeanor, remarked, "You must focus on your recovery. Don't worry about Ruo. I've arranged for her release." Fu Jingchun seems to wield considerable influence. He is likely colluding with the police. Jiang Ying bit her lip, displaying concern for him. He Tsung scoffed. "He's merely a spoiled rich kid sent here. What is there to fear? Xiaoying, I have now joined the Hacker Alliance, and I have the means to protect you. Once you recover, I will take care of Shi Jiunian." Jiang Ying smiled. He Tsung was as devoted as ever, and she feared that he might abandon her due to her condition. To ease her worries, He Tsung immediately instructed his people to contact the police station and demand Jiang Ruo's release. At the police station, the police chief received a call from He Tsung's subordinate. "Release Jiang Ruo? That's impossible." Without hesitation, the chief rejected the request. "This is someone Fu Jingchen intends to deal with severely. Director Lin, I hope you consider carefully. Our master is from the Hacker Alliance. The Hacker Alliance's influence spans the globe. Do you wish to oppose them over someone like Jiang Ruo?" The voice on the other end brimmed with threats. Director Lin indeed feared the Hacker Alliance, but releasing Jiang Ruo was not an option either. "If you wish to keep your position, release Jiang Ruo immediately, or else. You know the consequences." After that, the line went dead, leaving a firm impression. Director Lin pondered for a moment and then called Fu Jingchen. He lacked the courage to offend the Hacker Alliance. How had Jiang Ruo found such a powerful backing? When Fu San Xiao answered the call, having just left the elder Fu's room, he chuckled at the mention of the Hacker Alliance. He had a peculiar connection with them. "Tell the people from the Hacker Alliance to keep their hands to themselves. Jiang Ruo is firmly imprisoned, and no amount of persuasion will change that." However, the influence of the Hacker Alliance. Director Lin is not fully aware of Fu Jingchen's power, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. "With me around, you'll only ascend," Fu Jingchen remarked. Upon hearing this, Director Lin's fear dissipated instantly. This individual never boasts. He also understood that Fu Sanxiao was not as simple as rumor suggested. "Yes, I understand." After hanging up, Fu Jingcheng glanced at Fu Hu beside him. "Investigate the background of He Tsung." "Understood," Fu Hu replied. Within 10 minutes, he had gathered information. He Tsung was merely a minor member of the Hacker Alliance, known for flaunting the Alliance's name and thriving in the underground. He had a small influence in the capital, but in their eyes, this power was insignificant. A minor member of the Hacker Alliance. Fu Jingchun felt an intense anger brewing within him. Then let us deal with this person. In front of Fu Jingchun stood a mirror. He gazed at his reflection. He had been so busy these past few days that he had neglected to shave, resulting in a slight stubble. He recalled Shi Jiunian's words from that morning and squinted, for the first time questioning himself. "Fu Hua, do I look old?" Fu Hua responded. "The young lady. Do you prefer youthful faces?" Fu Hua was left utterly perplexed. At the He family, He Tsung stood beside Jiang Ying, who was eagerly awaiting news. Her spirits lifted as she was about to reunite with Ro. Suddenly, He Tsung's phone rang. It must be news that Ro had been rescued. Seeing it was a subordinate calling, He Tsung smiled and answered, intentionally putting it on speaker. "Boss, that son of a gun at the police station refuses to release her." The man exclaimed anxiously as soon as the call connected. He Tsung's expression darkened instantly. Do they dare refuse? Risking offending the Hacker Alliance? The man was helpless. After all, Lin was the police chief, and once he made up his mind, there was little they could do. "All right, I understand," He Tsung said, hanging up and turning to the worried Jiang Ying. "Don't fret, I'll go personally. I refuse to believe they want to release her." Though he was merely a minor member of the Hacker Alliance, the alliance was fiercely protective, and He Tsung had thrived under its banner for years, commanding respect. Jiang Ying nodded, her expression filled with concern. "Be careful." Just as He Tsung grabbed a coat and was about to leave, his men rushed in, breathless. "Not good, boss. Several of our lines have been blown up." "What?" He Tsung was taken aback, abandoning Jiang Ying in haste to follow his men outside. Jiang Ying was left without a chance to speak, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Following his confidant to his territory, He Tsung was met with a sight of thick black smoke. His eyelids twitched as he nearly fainted. This was a crucial base for him. Finances flowed through here, and now it was reduced to rubble, costing him at least half of his annual revenue. Who did this? Who did this? He Tsung was on the brink of madness. the scar on his face appearing even more menacing. We haven't identified the culprit yet, but they left us a message warning us not to meddle in things we shouldn't and not to touch the wrong people. Otherwise, next time, the fire will be directly thrown at you, boss. Furious, Hitsung slammed his fist against a tree. Such audacity, yet the enemy's ability to strike his base so stealthily indicated their formidable strength. Boss, have you offended anyone recently? His confidant ventured cautiously. Hitsung pondered carefully. His longevity in the underworld was due to his discretion. He never provoked those he shouldn't. He hadn't T-crossed any particularly powerful figures. Forget it. First, get this area cleaned up and try to salvage what we can, Hitsung instructed. He had numerous pressing matters to attend to, needing to reassure Jiang Ying, find an opportunity to rescue Jiang Ro, and deal with Shi Jiunian. He would not let her off lightly. Once he finished his current tasks, he would take action against her. After all, he was part of the Hacker Alliance, and what was Shi Jiunian? Just someone who dared to provoke him. Chapter 62. The person coming for me has arrived the next day. The counselor took Shi Jiunian and Xiao Shiyu to report to the medical department early in the morning, earnestly advising them to collaborate and improve together, ensuring they performed translations that would bring glory to the school. Director Peng, they are in your hands now. If they falter in any way, please let me know. The head of the medical department smiled warmly. We are thrilled to have you, student Shi. Your efforts are greatly appreciated. Shi Jiunian shook her head lightly. We are happy to assist. There is no need for formalities, Director. Xiao Shiyu was obedient. Director Peng recognized her as the one who had conspired against Shi Jiunian during the arts festival, and his smile faded slightly, but he said nothing further, leading them to the conference room to meet the medical students responsible for the upcoming report. In the conference room, a group of young men and women awaited, their eyes darting toward the door. Finally, when the door opened, they all stood up. Director Peng entered with Shi Jiunian and Xiao Shiyu. Junior Shi. The group's eyes brightened at the sight of her, hastening toward her. Shi Jiunian had become a celebrity throughout the school, and everyone wanted to meet her. This time, they had specifically requested her, as her performance at the arts festival was still fresh in their minds. Student Shi, let me introduce you. This is Lu Xing, a senior and your team leader. If you have any questions, feel free to ask him. This is Senior Lining and the others. Director Peng introduced the entire group as Shi Jiunian listened quietly. This time, she was responsible for the translation work, with Xiao Shiyu assisting her. Hello, junior sisters, Lu Xing said with a smile. We truly appreciate your help. The medical field is quite specialized, and many things are challenging to translate. We'll rely on your expertise. It's our honor to assist, Xiao Shiyu replied with a smile. I have some medical knowledge, so as long as it's not overly complex, I should manage just fine. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at her with increased admiration. It was quite endearing. Having some medical knowledge would certainly make translation easier and reduce complications. As mealtime approached, Lu Xing suggested, since this is our first meeting, let me treat everyone to dinner so we can get to know each other better. Shall we go to Jinshu restaurant? Xiao Shiyu proposed, her heart racing at the thought of its proximity to the school. Upon hearing the name of Jinshu restaurant, Shi Jiunian cast Xiao Shiyu a fleeting glance. Isn't that place rather expensive? Someone couldn't help but interject, a meal there costs 5 figures. That's enough for my living expenses for 2 months. We could just have something simple. There's no need for such extravagance. Lu Xing came from a well-off family, while not from a wealthy clan. He hailed from a scholarly lineage and was unconcerned about the cost. However, Jinshu restaurant required reservations, and they might not even be allowed in without prior arrangements. He candidly shared his thoughts, and Xiao Shiyu smiled. That's all right. I have a VIP card for Jinshu restaurant, so we can dine there anytime. I still have over 100,000 on the card, more than enough for us. Since this is our first meeting, let me treat everyone to dinner. We will be collaborating, and I will need your assistance in many areas, Xiao Shiyu said, her words polished and persuasive. Initially, the others felt a twinge of discomfort recalling Xiao Shiyu's actions at the arts festival, but reflecting on it, they acknowledged that everyone makes mistakes, and thus, they were not overly critical. Junior Shi, what do you think? Lu Xing asked, turning to Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian raised her eyes. I'm indifferent. Then let us go to Jinshu restaurant. Lu Xing gazed at Xiao Shiyu, his eyes reflecting a hint of detachment, and his smile was faint. However, it was unreasonable for Xiao Shui Mei to pay. Xiao Shiyu chuckled, her expression intentionally crafted to appear endearing. Half an hour later, the The group arrived at Jinshu restaurant. Xiao Shiyu walked ahead, casting a deliberate glance at Shi Jiunian, who maintained a placid demeanor, devoid of significant expression, prompting a derisive snicker from Xiao Shiyu. Given Shi Jiunian's status, she likely had never set foot in such an establishment. As they entered, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, and a server approached them, apologizing. "I'm sorry, but we're fully booked. Do you have a reservation?" Xiao Shiyu nonchalantly produced a black card, asserting, "I am a VIP here. A reservation is unnecessary. Please arrange for a large private room." The server smiled. "Please hold on." He took the card to the front desk for verification. The onlookers could not help but marvel at Xiao's affluent background, as she effortlessly brandished a black card. Flushed with pride, Xiao Shiyu straightened up. Lu Xing's expression remained neutral, although he could not resist glancing at Shi Jiunian, who stood quietly at the edge, dressed simply in a white coat and jeans, her pale complexion accentuated by her slender wrists. She was absorbed in her phone, seemingly sending a message. Soon, the server returned, handing the card back to Xiao Shiyu with an apologetic tone. "Miss, your card is a first-tier card. It does not qualify for a private room. Would you be willing to dine in the lobby instead?" Xiao Shiyu's smile faltered. Dining in a lobby with such a large group would be utterly embarrassing. She had explicitly requested a private room. Switching to the lobby felt like a slap in the face. Her cheeks burned with indignation. "We only want a private room, not the lobby." The server appeared conflicted. "Then you may have to wait until another time." "That's all right. Dining in the lobby will suffice." Someone attempted to mediate. "Yes, we are not picky," Linning chimed in. "I'm sorry," the server interjected, adjusting his earpiece, "but the lobby is also fully occupied. You will have to return another time." Xiao Shiyu's expression darkened. The previously supportive crowd exchanged awkward glances, unsure of what to say. "Perhaps we should try another restaurant. We can always return here later," Lu Xing suggested with a smile. Xiao Shiyu felt utterly humiliated. She had never experienced such disgrace. Just as they were about to leave, Shi Jiunian, who had been silent, spoke up, still clutching her phone. "Someone is coming to escort us in for dinner." "Shi Xuanmei, do you know anyone here at Jinshu restaurant?" Linning inquired. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Shiyu, already feeling embarrassed, was further incensed by Shi Jiunian's words. She smirked mockingly. "Shi Jiunian, if you know any of the staff here, it won't help us get inside." Shi Jiunian likely had never even crossed the threshold of Jinshu restaurant, so it was improbable she knew anyone there, perhaps just a single server. The crowd frowned at Xiao Shiyu's remarks, recognizing her blatant targeting of Shi Jiunian. Their admiration for Xiao Shiyu began to wane rapidly. "Who says our Shi Shui may can only know the staff? Perhaps she knows the manager or someone higher up," Linning defended Shi Jiunian. "Given Shi Jiunian's circumstances, I believe we all understand her situation better than you do. Knowing the higher-ups here? Really?" Xiao Shiyu laughed. "Shi Jiunian, with a father who doesn't take care and a mother who is absent, has lived a life of hardship. How could she possibly enter a place like this?" Her frustration boiled over, directing her fury at Shi Jiunian without regard for pretense. The others' impressions of her plummeted. "Xiao Shiyu, your family may be affluent, but does that give you the right to bully others?" Linning retorted angrily. "Just because you come from a powerful family, you look down on others?" Lu Xing smirked, his voice sharp. "Xiao Xuanmei, your family is well off and educated, yet during the arts festival, didn't you conspire with your mentor to steal Shi Jiunian's work? You disdain her yet consistently oppose her. How intriguing." Xiao Shiyu's face turned pale. She had not expected them to bring up that incident. "Shi Xuanmei, let's go," Linning urged, pulling Shi Jiunian away. But Shi Jiunian glanced at her phone. "My contact has arrived." As she spoke, a middle-aged man in a suit strode forward, and all the servers in the lobby bowed respectfully, addressing him as manager. The man approached Shi Jiunian directly, ignoring Xiao Shiyu completely. "Miss Shi, you must inform us in advance when you come. We would love to prepare for your arrival," he said, his tone laced with deference. This was someone of considerable importance, and the respect shown to Shi Jiunian was palpable. "Miss Shi." The crowd was taken aback by the manager's respectful address toward Shi Jiunian. It was a last-minute decision. Shi Jiunian replied coolly. "Is there a table available?" "Of course," the manager nodded eagerly. "We have reserved the best private room on the 4th floor for you and your friends, complete with dining, singing, and games. Allow me to escort you." The 4th floor, a place not easily accessible even to the affluent or influential. Shi Jiunian nodded calmly and followed the manager upstairs, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Lu Xing was the first to regain his composure and followed, with Lin Ying and the others quickly trailing behind. Shi Jiunian is indeed remarkable. She knows the manager of Jinshu restaurant. Lin Ying murmured, still dazed. The manager held significant sway, and many wealthy families sought to befriend him. Yet he treated Shi Jiunian with such respect. Oh, how the tables have turned. Just moments ago, Xiao Xiu looked down on Shi Jiunian. Now, she realizes that Shi Jiunian is acquainted with the manager of Jinshu restaurant. Xiao Xiu's complexion drained of color. She had never imagined that Shi Jiunian would know the restaurant's manager. The fourth floor was a realm she had never entered. As Lu Xing and the others ascended the stairs, Xiao Xiu found herself at a loss, unable to advance or retreat. Finally, she gritted her teeth and chose to follow them upstairs, as not doing so would be an even greater embarrassment. As she stepped onto the staircase, Shi Jiunian, already at the corner, halted and turned to look down at her. You leave? Shi Jiunian, what did you say? Xiao Xiu exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom that she was being dismissed in front of so many people. I said, leave, Shi Jiunian reiterated, her lips curling into a smirk, her almond eyes narrowing slightly. Your presence is affecting my appetite. Though the manager was perplexed by the unfolding scene, he had to obey Shi Jiunian's command. He signaled to the servers, who approached Xiao Xiu. Miss, please leave. The bustling atmosphere drew the attention of many, and the onlookers' stares felt like daggers piercing Xiao Xiu's heart. With just one statement from Shi Jiunian, the manager had indeed ordered her to leave. The two service staff exhibited an unwavering attitude. It seemed that when Xiao Xiu refused to cooperate, they unceremoniously expelled her. Xiao Xiu, feeling humiliated, trembled uncontrollably, clenching her jaw tightly as she turned to leave. Manager Zhao personally escorted Shi Jiunian and her companions to the fourth floor. Upon entering the private room, they were utterly astonished by the opulence that surrounded them. The lavish decor featured not only a dining table, but also a television, a sofa, a computer, and even a billiard table. Truly, it was no ordinary restaurant. Please proceed with your orders, Manager Zhao said with a smile as he handed them a menu. As they perused the prices, gasps of disbelief escaped their lips. The dishes were exorbitantly priced, with some reaching for digits. Reluctantly, they selected a few dishes, while Shi Jiunian skillfully marked several items as well. Throughout the process, Manager Zhao maintained an exceptionally courteous demeanor. Unable to contain her curiosity, Lin Ying inquired, Sure. What connection do you have with the Jinshu restaurant? Why does the manager regard you with such respect? All eyes turned to Shi Jiunian, including Lu Xing, who looked at her with interest. Taking a sip of water, Shi Jiunian replied, I am acquainted with their owner. A wave of understanding washed over the group. They realized Shi Jiunian was being modest. Her relationship with the owner of Jinshu restaurant was evidently more than mere acquaintance, as evidenced by Manager Zhao's deference. Rumor had it that the owner was extraordinarily wealthy, and the fact that Shi Jiunian knew him hinted at a deeper familiarity. Lu Xing's expression darkened slightly. Xiao Xiu, brimming with self-importance, would surely have a fascinating reaction if she discovered that Shi Jiunian was connected to the restaurant's elusive proprietor. Lin Ying couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Shi Jiunian rested her chin on her hand, the corners of her lips curving slightly. Let us not discuss her anymore, Lu Xing interjected, and Lin Ying fell silent, knowing Lu Xing commanded respect among them. Soon the waiter arrived, bringing an array of exquisite dishes that ignited their appetites. Shi Jiunian picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Sure. Lu Xing hesitated before picking up a serving chopstick and placing a piece of chicken gizzard in front of her. Try this. The taste is quite pleasant. A faint blush crept to her ears as Shi Jiunian paused mid-bite, glancing at him. The group erupted in playful teasing, prompting Shi Jiunian to thank him softly, though she didn't eat the dish he offered. Just then, Manager Zhao entered with beverages and, upon witnessing Lu Xing serving Shi Jiunian, his eyes widened in shock. What is happening here? Is someone trying to steal a woman from young Master Fu? Without another thought, Manager Zhao abandoned the drinks and rushed towards Mu Shichuan's office. Inside, Mu Shichuan was on a call, his feet crossed on the desk, his tone impatient. I told you it's over. Can't you understand? I bought you a car, a house, designer bags, and you dare to bring me shame? Boss. Manager Zhao barged in. What is it? Mu Shichuan ended the call, his expression flat as he regarded Zhao and the woman in his arms. Miss Shi is dining with her classmates on the fourth floor. I just saw Manager Zhao quickly relayed the situation. Upon hearing Mu Shichuan let out a mocking whistle. Oh dear, Shi Jiunian is taking advantage of my absence to bestow a green hat upon me? Amused, he instructed Zhao to leave, then picked up his phone to message Fu Jingxian in the capital. Brother, your wife seems to be running off with someone. After their meal, Lu Xing handled the bill, which totaled a staggering 80,000 yuan, quite extravagant. He paid without a flicker of his eyelid. Mu Shichuan, observing from the surveillance, clicked his tongue and continued texting Fu Jingxian. Brother, your opponent is quite formidable and seemingly affluent. You're in danger. After dining, they found a place to discuss the specifics of their cooperation. Xiao Shiyu was absent, and no one called for her, as she was merely Shi Jiunian's assistant. Moreover, after their earlier altercation, her presence would have made the atmosphere uncomfortable. Sure, have you studied medicine? Lu Xing couldn't help but ask during their discussion, recalling how Shi Jiunian had mentioned numerous medical terminologies. Somewhat, Shi Jiunian nodded. Just somewhat? Lu Xing questioned, a hint of skepticism in his tone. It wasn't until 6 in the evening that they concluded their discussions and parted ways. Amidst playful banter, they encouraged Lu Xing to escort Shi Jiunian home. It's hard to hail a taxi here. Let me take you back, Shi. His voice held a gentle undertone. Just as the words left his lips, an empty taxi arrived. Shi Jiunian waved, the cab came to a halt, and she climbed in. Lu Xing, I'm leaving now. Her tone was nonchalant. Hey, Shi. He barely had a chance to respond before the car sped away. Lu Xing stood there, feeling somewhat dejected, while Lin Ying and the others cast sympathetic glances his way. Upon returning to the villa, the butler approached her. Madam, why did you take a taxi back alone? There happened to be a cab available, so I took it, Shi Jiunian replied, eager to leave behind the thoughts of Lin Ying and Lu Xing. As she reached the foyer to change her shoes, she suddenly noticed a pair of men's leather shoes and froze. Is Fu Jingxian back? Yes. He arrived 2 hours ago, the butler confirmed. Shi Jiunian acknowledged this, and, having changed her shoes, walked into the living room, where she found Fu Jingxian lounging on the sofa. Dressed in a gray long-sleeved shirt and black pants, he sat with his legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his fingers, the smoke softening his features. His almond-shaped eyes were slightly downcast, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Fu Jingxian, Shi Jiunian approached. Didn't you say you'd return tomorrow? She had just asked him this morning. There was no issue with my grandfather, so I returned early, he replied, raising his gaze to meet hers, a knowing smile playing on his lips. How did you fare while I was away? Were you happy? Not too bad, Shi Jiunian answered honestly. She had felt quite comfortable on her own, though there were moments of solitude. Is that so? Did you have a man serving you dishes? His tone carried an unmistakable hint of jealousy. Just a little, she retorted, maintaining her composure. Come closer, he beckoned, his voice low. I'm a foot away. What do you want? She replied, shaking her head. You smoke and it stinks. Fu Jingxian chuckled, lowering his legs and reaching for her arm. His grip was firm, and before she could react, she found herself in his embrace. Shi Jiunian remained unfazed, though the position was somewhat awkward, prompting her to instinctively shift. What are you moving for? He teased, extinguishing the cigarette in the ashtray and resting a hand on her waist. Have you started to despise me after a few days apart? Who told you to smoke? I merely lit it. I didn't inhale, he replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Why don't you take a whiff? Shi Jiunian averted her gaze, maintaining her stoic demeanor. Fu Jingxian observed her, his expression inscrutable. Returning so late, where did you go this afternoon? The medical department had a report due, and I needed to translate it into English. I was busy with that all afternoon. Fu Jingxian listened intently, his expression unreadable. Once she finished, he pinched her waist lightly. All right, go change and join me for dinner. Shi Jiunian adeptly extracted herself from his embrace and headed upstairs. When she returned downstairs, the dining table was already set. She sat down and picked up her chopsticks to eat. Try this. A hand appeared in her line of sight as Fu Jingxian leisurely placed a piece of chicken gizzard into her bowl. Shi Jiunian took it and sampled it, followed closely by another serving of vegetables from Fu Jingxian. Shi Jiunian furrowed her brows, sensing that Fu Jingxian was behaving strangely today, yet she still ate. However, Fu Jingxian seemed to be in a peculiar mood, persistently serving her dishes until her bowl was overflowing. She felt unwell from overeating. In truth, Shi Jiunian wasn't even hungry. Is this all you're going to eat? Fu Jingxian squinted his eyes, teasingly asking if she had secretly feasted outside. Confused, Shi Jiunian did not understand. She maintained a haughty demeanor in front of outsiders, but was gentle and amiable with her family, her expression earnest as she insisted, "I truly can't eat more. Too much will keep me awake at night." "You are quite delicate," Fu Jingqian scoffed lightly. He hadn't intended to relent so easily, but when he met her gaze, his heart softened. Expressionless, he picked up her unfinished bowl of rice and began to eat. Shi Jiunian was taken aback by his action and pursed her lips. After dinner, Shi Jiunian went upstairs to take a shower, while Fu Jingqian had some matters to attend to in the study. By the time he finished, it was quite late, and the night had fully descended, the clock striking 11. As he made his way to the bedroom, he received a call from Mu Shichuan. "Third brother, how's it going? Have you managed to discipline Shi Jiunian to uphold the family values?" Chapter 65, Last Night's Turmoil. His tone was exuberant, clearly relishing the drama. "She has gone too far, dining with another man behind your back." "What a spectacle! She was at a school gathering," Fu Jingqian corrected. "Furthermore, your little girlfriend has been sneaking off to bed with another man." Mu Shichuan was rendered speechless. "That's brutally heart-wrenching," Fu Jingqian continued. "I heard from Fu Hua that you want to expand the restaurant to Europe?" Yes, Mu Shichuan nodded, though he found it somewhat challenging, hence seeking his brother's assistance. "Think it over," Fu Jingqian snickered, hanging up the phone. Mu Shichuan cursed under his breath, frustrated that Shi Jiunian had upset him, taking it out on him. "If you want help, then fine. I'll go to the Hacker Alliance." That line was partially managed by Fu Jingqian's people and partially by the Hacker Alliance. He would throw money at them to retrieve the funds. That line wasn't crucial, and the Hacker Alliance would likely oblige. Besides, he had money to spare. Fu Jingqian returned to the room, where the lights were dim, illuminated only by the bedside lamp casting a soft glow. Shi Jiunian was fast asleep, her posture serene, hands clasped over her abdomen, radiating tranquility. He gently covered her with the quilt. In the stillness of the night, emotions surged within him. Fu Jingqian gazed at her, leaning down to press his lips against her neck, inhaling deeply. Shi Jiunian, though not in a deep sleep, sensed his presence, yet was too lethargic to rouse herself. "Shi Jiunian, keep your distance from those wild men, do you understand?" Fu Jingqian gritted his teeth, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, his breath growing heavy. He had yet to uncover the man from the Hacker Alliance, and now another, Lu Xing, had surfaced. However, Lu Xing's prospects were mediocre. Shi Jiunian's taste should not be so poor. Thus, he believed he could maintain his composure. The following day, Shi Jiunian headed to school, her neck bearing several red marks that refused to fade, prompting her to don a high-neck sweatshirt. Last night, she had been in a daze, vaguely aware of Fu Jingqian's actions, but had paid little mind. Had she known he would leave such marks, she would have never allowed him such liberties. She went directly to the medical department, where the director granted her a leave of absence, permitting her to focus on translation matters. "Good morning, Shi Jiunian." Lin Ying and her companions greeted her cheerfully upon her arrival. Shi Jiunian nodded in response. "Shi Jiunian, you haven't eaten yet, have you?" Lu Xing handed her a food bag. "Here, that's your breakfast." "How thoughtful of you, Senior Lu." They teased, but Lu Xing's ears turned red. His gaze fixed on Shi Jiunian, clearly enamored. "I've already eaten," she replied, her brow slightly furrowing, her tone a touch cold. She felt the need to clarify her stance with Lu Xing undeterred by her rejection. Lu Xing simply smiled, but the atmosphere grew awkward. Lin Ying quickly intervened. "Shi Jiunian, you look unwell. Did you not sleep well last night?" Senior Lu is quite knowledgeable about traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps he could assist you. "Yes, I didn't sleep well," Shi Jiunian admitted, glancing at Lu Xing before adding, "Last night, my husband and I were a bit too engaged." The office fell silent. Lin Ying's face flushed crimson, and Lu Xing stared at Shi Jiunian, his smile faltering. "Shi Jiunian, you're married?" "Yes," she affirmed with a nod. Lu Xing fell silent, and Lin Ying forced a laugh. "Well, you married quite early. I wonder who the lucky man is." Shi Jiunian placed her bag on the table, settling down. "All right, let's begin working. Please hand me the materials you need translated." Everyone hurried to their tasks, the tension palpable. It was awkward for Lu Xing, who had finally found someone he liked, only to discover she was already taken. "Junior, I had no idea you were married. My actions might have caused you discomfort, and I apologize." Lu Xing sighed, stepping forward, genuinely regretful. He wasn't naive. He could tell that Shi Jiunian had intentionally said those words to him, hoping to clarify matters. "I hope I haven't caused any rift between you and your husband. If so, I can explain." Shi Jiunian's eyes flickered with confusion. A rift? Lu Xing's words awakened her realization. It dawned on her why Fu Jingchen had been acting so strangely, serving her dishes with such fervor. Did Fu Jingchen know that Lu Xing had feelings for her? Shi Jiunian narrowed her eyes, recalling the moment manager, Zhao, had brought drinks while Lu Xing was serving her. Mu Shichuan. If he hadn't leaked that information, she wouldn't believe it. His loose lips had led to her being exhausted last night. Lu Xing adopted a nonchalant attitude, erasing any lingering feelings he had for Shi Jiunian after speaking. Ultimately, his affection for her was still shallow, merely a fleeting infatuation. If Shi Jiunian did not clarify matters now, he might become more entangled over time. He handed her a report. This is our newly organized report. Please review it and attempt the translation. Feel free to ask us if you encounter any difficulties. All right, Shi Jiunian replied, glancing through it briefly. The content was well written, with no major issues. Her phone buzzed in her pocket, and upon checking, she found a message from Lung Chun. Nian Yin, Fu Jingchun is indeed wealthy. He mentioned compensating the Hacker Alliance, casually tossing out hundreds of billions. Everyone claims he is a rich playboy. Indeed, rumors are often misleading. However, I haven't yet uncovered the specifics of his influence. Do you know? Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow, unaware. Previously, she had been indifferent to such matters, and now, she remained disinterested. When Fu Jingchun wished to share, he would do so in due time. By the way, Mu Shichuan approached us, requesting the European line. What do you think? Should we grant it? The second young master of the Mu family was indeed a typical playboy, with no hobbies other than running restaurants. Should she grant it? Shi Jiunian chuckled, the karma arriving swiftly. Grant it, she typed, but at 10 times the price. Did I offend you? Yes, she replied, nodding, still holding a grudge. Just as she sent the message, a female voice interrupted, sorry for being late. Xiao Xiu entered, looking somewhat haggard from a lack of sleep. She had hesitated to come today, feeling the weight of having embarrassed herself yesterday and sensing the disapproval from Lin Ying and the others. However, if she were to leave now, with so many eyes watching her in the school, she would undoubtedly become a laughingstock. Moreover, this translation opportunity could potentially connect her with international institutions, serving as an excellent springboard. Therefore, she cannot leave. If she must, she will tarnish Shi Jiunian's reputation and depart together. Chapter 66. The paper has been altered. Everyone was initially engaged in light-hearted conversation, but upon her arrival, their expressions turned cold as they busied themselves, refraining from initiating any dialogue with her. Senior Lu, is there anything I can assist you with? Xiao Xiu inquired with a smile, not feeling the slightest bit awkward. You are Shi's assistant. Any tasks you need to undertake should be directed towards her for arrangement. Lu Xing replied coolly, his gaze fixed on the paper displayed on his computer screen, his brow furrowed in concentration. There were several peculiar sections, but he was at a loss for how to amend them. He stood up to seek resources in the library. Here, take these, Shi Jiunian said, handing a stack of documents to Xiao Xiu, who was merely a laborer. Why not utilize her? First, organize and categorize these, conduct a preliminary translation, and present it to me tomorrow. I wish to assess your foundational skills. Xiao Xiu's face turned pale, perceiving Shi Jiunian's actions as a humiliation. To assign her such a rudimentary task was astonishing, and she wore an air of superiority. She should not revel in it. She would reclaim everything. Throughout the morning, everyone continued their respective tasks. When Shi Jiunian rose to fetch some water, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Xing's paper on the computer. She raised an eyebrow, approached the desk, and placed her hands on the surface. With her right hand, she effortlessly maneuvered the mouse, although she was reluctant to interfere. Observing Lu Xing's agitation all morning compelled her to assist him. Just then, Xiao Xiu entered, cradling a pile of documents, her eyes flashing at the sight. Professor Dong, could you please take a look at these data? I believe there may be an issue. Lu Xing pulled Professor Dong into his office. An anxious expression etched on his face. This report fell off, yet he could not pinpoint the flaw, so he sought Professor Dong's expertise. Professor Dong, an honorary professor at the Medical College of Haida, was quite renowned in the medical community, having published several SCI papers by the age of 40. Even Jingqing University had invited him as a visiting professor. However, since his wife, a native of Haicheng, passed away, he had not left the city and remained dedicated to his academic pursuits. Rushed and without time for lunch, Professor Dong sat down in Lu Xing's chair and scrutinized the paper. The more he read, the tighter his brow furrowed, yet it soon relaxed, his eyes sparkling with astonishment, admiration, and shock. Eventually, he burst into laughter. Young Lu, you have learned to be modest. This paper is exceptionally well written, yet you claim it is lacking. The data support is robust, and several sections are truly remarkable. I could assist you in applying to publish it in the National Medical Network. With the upcoming exchange with St. Deborg School, you will have the opportunity to compare with them. That group is notoriously arrogant and condescending. Professor Dong was relieved that there were few at Haida Medical College who could rival them. But with Lu Xing, he felt reassured. Lu Xing was taken aback. The paper he believed to be flawed received such high praise from Professor Dong. Hesitating, he moved around the desk to stand beside Professor Dong and glanced at the computer screen. Upon seeing it, he was left speechless. Professor Dong continued, pointing at the screen with awe. Look here, especially this section. It's written beautifully, and the data is so reliable. Professor Dong. Lu Xing finally found his voice. This paper, isn't mine. It has been altered by someone. Altered by someone? Professor Dong was astonished. This isn't your work? Lu Xing shook his head. The overall structure is mine, but several parts have been modified by someone else. Moreover, the revisions are particularly well executed. Professor Dong was further astonished. Such an excellent paper. Who could have authored it? A figure suddenly flashed in Lu Xing's mind, but was quickly dismissed. It couldn't possibly be Shi Jiunian. He must be losing his senses to think of her. Shi Jiunian was indeed formidable, but she lacked medical expertise. Whoever helped him revise the paper must be a true expert in the field. Is something amiss? A melodious voice inquired as Qiao Xiu entered with files in hand. My computer has been tampered with. Do you know who did it? Lu Xing, though disliking Qiao Xiu, could not help but ask. Qiao Xiu observed their serious expressions and pressed her lips together. What's wrong? Is there an issue with the paper on the computer? Just answer me, Lu Xing replied. His usually gentle demeanor tinged with irritation as he desperately sought the identity of the perpetrator. Seeing his anxious expression only confirmed Qiao Xiu's suspicions. Indeed, Shi Jiunian had accessed his computer earlier, and now trouble had emerged. She couldn't help but smirk, feigning concern. I just saw Shi Jiunian using your computer, senior. Shi Jiunian. The mere utterance of her name sent a jolt through Lu Xing. Professor Dong was equally taken aback. He was familiar with Shi Jiunian's reputation. The darling of Principal Lu, who gained fame at the arts festival and was a disciple of the chairman of a National Chinese Painting Association. Could it be that she also possessed medical knowledge? Where's she? She should be in the cafeteria, having lunch, Qiao Xiu replied. Without hesitation, Lu Xing bolted from the room in a rush he had never experienced before, with Professor Dong following closely behind. Qiao Xiu watched with a smile, finally laughing aloud. Even Professor Dong was so anxious, indicating the magnitude of the trouble Shi Jiunian had stirred. This time, she was surely finished, perhaps even landing on the blacklist of the entire medical department. Qiao Xiu eagerly anticipated witnessing that scene, thus she followed suit. At that moment, Shi Jiunian and Qin Ming were in the cafeteria. Shi Jiunian, how is your translation work progressing? Are the folks from the medical department easy to get along with? Qin Ming inquired. It's all right, Shi Jiunian replied. What do you feel like eating today? I've looked around, but there isn't much good here. Shall we eat out instead? Sure, you decide. Shi Jiunian was not picky. She took out her phone and messaged Fu Jingchen. Don't come to pick me up. I'm having lunch with classmates. Fu Jingchen replied promptly. Male or female? Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow, understanding why he had been so moody the previous day. That insufferable man was far too possessive. She needed to teach him a lesson. Shi Jiunian replied. What if I say I'm having lunch with a guy? After a half-minute pause, he responded, then you'd better have the nerve to go. She could almost envision his frustrated expression through the screen, causing her lips to curl into a smile. Oh, sure, Jiunian typed earnestly. I'm the bravest of them all. Fu Jingchen responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Fu Jingchen was genuinely infuriated yet amused, grinding his molars. Fine, you're impressive. Let us see who finishes their meal first, whether it's you with that wild man or me getting there. His tone remained as domineering as ever. Chapter 67. Fu Jingchen. You must soothe me, Shi Jiunian's eyes sparkled with delight, fully confident that he would arrive within 20 minutes to confront her. She activated her camera and snapped a photo, capturing only Qin Ming's arm, yet it was evident she was a girl. Shi Jiunian sent the picture to him. Fu Jingchun, you caused a scene yesterday and distressed me. I'm upset. Shi Jiunian expressed her grievance. Before I return home tonight, I don't wish to message you anymore, nor do I want to sleep in the same bed as you tonight. You must appease me first. After sending the message, she disregarded his potential reply and tucked her phone in her pocket, her lips still curved upwards. Boyfriend? Qin Ming stared in astonishment, witnessing Shi Jiunian, who usually exuded an air of aloofness, smile so radiantly for the first time. Shi Jiunian tightened her lips slightly. No, it's my husband. Qin Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Husband? You're married. She stumbled over her words, but how old are you? How can you be married? Which man is so beastly? In truth, she had intended to introduce Shi Jiunian to her brother, who spent his days surrounded by a group of men, with little opportunity to interact with women. Shi Jiunian pondered for a moment and nodded affirmatively. I too believe he is a beast. In certain respects, describing Fu Jingchun with such terms was not entirely unfair. Suddenly, an urgent voice interrupted their conversation. Professors Dong and Lu hurried toward them, both drenched in sweat from their frantic search for Shi Jiunian. As prominent figures at Haida University, one a respected honorary professor and the other a renowned talent in the medical department, everyone was curious about their haste. Shi Jiunian, may I ask if you have tampered with my computer? Lu's tone was filled with anxiety. Qin Ming felt a pang of concern. Lu, usually gentle and composed, seemed unusually agitated. Had Shi Jiunian inadvertently damaged his computer? The onlookers cast eager glances, anticipating a spectacle. Shi Jiunian, just confess. I saw you touch Senior Lu's computer and meddle with his thesis. Xiao Shiyu approached, her voice not loud, but clear enough for all to hear. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Had Shi Jiunian truly interfered with Lu's important work? Is it true that my thesis has been altered by you? Lu's fists clenched tightly, disbelief flashing in his eyes. Professor Dong mirrored his shock, realizing it was indeed this girl. Let us discuss this calmly, Qin Ming urged, her heart racing at the sight of Lu's tightened fists. Shi Jiunian nodded calmly. Yes, I did use your computer. Lu stared at her, seeking confirmation. And my thesis? He pressed, his gaze unwavering. That too, she admitted nonchalantly. I should have informed you beforehand that I would not tamper with your computer. Gasps filled the air as realization dawned. Shi Jiunian had indeed confessed. The crowd collectively thought, this is the end for her. Xiao Shiyu seized the moment. Senior, Shi Jiunian has admitted to altering your work without your permission. Shouldn't there be consequences? Lu, however, remained focused solely on Shi Jiunian, digesting the shocking news. Finally, he accepted the reality with a bitter smile. If you merely tinkered with it, then my writing is indeed worthless. Everyone expected Lu to explode with anger, yet he merely wore a wry smile, leaving the crowd in confusion. Xiao Shiyu was flabbergasted. How could the outcome differ from her expectations? Professor Dong, his excitement barely contained, turned to Shi Jiunian. Come with me to my office. Shi Jiunian replied, I haven't eaten yet. Professor Dong, in a flurry, conceded, fine, eat first. Lu, quickly fetch her some food. Lu nodded and swiftly went to get the meal, leaving the spectators astonished. It was unheard of for someone of his stature to be tasked with such a menial chore. Qin Ming was equally bewildered, her mind racing to comprehend the unfolding events. Shi Jiunian, unfazed, called out to Lu, and make sure to get a meal for my friend as well. Xiao Shiyu, feeling the chill of disbelief, finally found her voice. Professor Dong, Shi Jiunian tampered with Senior Lu's computer and ruined his painstakingly crafted thesis. Shouldn't she be punished? Professor Dong, engrossed in his thoughts about Shi Jiunian, dismissed her concerns. While she did alter Lu's thesis, she did so remarkably well. Why would I punish her for enhancing my treasure? To think you possess knowledge in medicine, he exclaimed with renewed excitement. The crowd was taken aback. How could Shi Jiunian excel in yet another field? Soon after, Lu returned with food for both Shi Jiunian and Qin Ming. Thank you, Senior, Qin Ming said, surprised by the attention. Shi Jiunian sat down and began to eat with an air of nonchalance, prompting Qin Ming to marvel at her composure under the scrutiny of Professors Dong and Lu. As the two professors eagerly awaited Shi Jiunian's response to their questions about her thesis revisions, they were captivated by her succinct and incisive explanations. Professor Dong was practically enamored, lamenting the fact that such talent was not in the medical department. Shi Jiunian was finally freed from their eager grasp as evening approached, receiving a message from Fu Jingchun, indicating he would come to collect her. I have matters to attend to, so I must leave now. The hour was indeed late, and Professor Dong found it inappropriate to impede her departure. Thus he could only watch as Shi Jiunian left. However, in his heart, he silently resolved that such a prodigy must join the medical department. As Shi Jiunian exited the school gate, she spotted Fu Jing-chun leaning against the roadside on his sleek black SUV, dressed in a white shirt and tailored trousers, with his tie slightly loosened. He exuded an air of charm that attracted the gaze of many young ladies. Shi Jiunian squinted her eyes. Indeed, he was wealthy, changing cars daily. In addition, he possessed a touch of handsomeness. As she approached, Fu Jing-chun straightened up upon noticing her approach. "Give me your backpack," he requested as he took it from her, kindly opening the car door for her. Once seated inside, Fu Jing-chun, who was behind the wheel, respectfully addressed her as madam. Shortly after, Fu Jing-chun joined her in the back seat, his body closely pressed against hers. Shi Jiunian shifted slightly and slowly remarked, "Please don't sit so close to me. Maintain some distance." "Are you still angry?" Fu Jing-chun observed her. "You were irrationally jealous yesterday, causing me distress all night." "Was it irrational jealousy?" Shi Jiunian retorted. "You were being overly familiar with your junior, and I couldn't help but feel discomfort. After all, I am your nominal spouse, and I have not wronged you in any way." Fu Jing-chun, maintaining his composure, replied, "What is wrong with being affectionate? We are adults. Why should we fear the gazes of others?" He seemed to relish the thought of being observed. Shi Jiunian, however, lacked his audacity. "You truly don't recognize your faults. I shall cease conversing with you." With that, she turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. "I feel jealousy and distress because you, Fu Jing-chun, hold a place in your heart for me, cherish me, and fear others coveting me." Fu Jing-chun turned her face back towards him. "Shi Jiunian, when will you ever feel jealous for me?" To feel jealousy for him, Shi Jiunian thought. She would never. She considered herself magnanimous and would not indulge in such petty jealousy like Fu Jing-chun. Observing her expression, Fu Jing-chun suddenly produced a thick folder and handed it to her. "What is this?" Shi Jiunian inquired. "Didn't he want me to coax you?" Fu Jing-chun replied with a smirk. "Take a look for yourself." It was peculiar that he, who should have been the aggrieved party, was now the one trying to soothe her. Shi Jiunian opened the folder to find a substantial stack of property transfer documents, business transfer agreements, and stock transfer documents, amounting to no less than 9 figures. "Are you giving me your entire fortune?" Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. "You just lost billions to the Hacker Alliance, and now this? Since we are married, what is mine is yours. This is merely a fraction. The rest is simply too vast for this folder. Are you attempting to overwhelm me with wealth?" It is not about overwhelming you with wealth, but rather Fu Jing-chun believes that nothing in this world is worthy of you, Shi Jiunian. Thus, he can only offer you all that he possesses. If money could soften your ironclad heart, then perhaps it might work, Fu Jing-chun teased. Fu Jing-chun, Shi Jiunian closed the folder and looked at him earnestly. "I want to eat the tomato and egg noodles you make. If they are delicious," she paused, "then I shall cease to be angry." Fu Jing-chun was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected her to mention tomato and egg noodles. Realizing her request, he chuckled softly. "All right, I will cook noodles for you." The following day, upon arriving at school, Shi Jiunian was summoned to Principal Lu's office. She knocked and entered Uncle Lu. No need for that." Principal Lu glanced at her. "It is I who should be referring to you as ancestor." Shi Jiunian was puzzled. "Professor Dong from the medical department came to ask for you." Principal Lu scoffed. "I was unaware that you possessed medical skills. I fear even old Shi does not know." "Well, I am somewhat proficient," she replied modestly. "You are far too humble. In less than half a month, the English department sought you out. The traditional Chinese painting department sought you out, and now even the medical department wants you. They are nearly driving me to baldness. Luckily, the medicine you provided has been effective. I have even sprouted a few strands of hair. Will you go to the medical department?" "I will not." Shi Jiunian firmly rejected. Principal Lu had anticipated her refusal. If she were to join, the heads of the traditional Chinese painting and English departments would surely not relent. By the way, Shi Jiunian retrieved a few packets of medicine from her backpack. "Uncle Lu, here is the medicine you requested. These 2 packets are for you. The efficacy is much better. The rest, you could distribute as you see fit." She was never stingy with those who treated her well. Upon seeing the medicine, a smile spread across Principal Lu's face, and, As if remembering something, he added, "By the way, did you know your grandfather and the others have completed their competition and are preparing to return?" Chapter 69. Enemies on Narrow Paths. Shi Jiunian nodded. "I know. My cousin Shi Jiunian informed me earlier. Having lived again, she was finally able to reunite with them. To be honest, Shi Jiunian felt quite anxious. In her previous life, her grandfather had passed away from a cerebral hemorrhage, and her family had encountered misfortune. Just thinking about it made her heart ache." Noticing her sudden change in demeanor, Principal Liu asked, "What's the matter?" Shi Jiunian shook her head. "It's nothing, Uncle Liu. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go on." Upon exiting Principal Liu's office, Shi Jiunian made her way to the medical department. Inside the office, Professor Dong was already eagerly awaiting her arrival. "Student Shi." His eyes brightened the moment he saw her, and he rushed to greet her. "Professor Dong." Shi Jiunian nodded and took her seat. Professor Dong rubbed his hands together in excitement. "So, Student Shi, Principal Liu sent you over, right? Are you considering joining our medical department?" His expression was one of eager anticipation. Shi Jiunian remained composed. "No," she stated plainly. Professor Dong's heart sank. "Why not? The medical department is the best department at High University. You are wasting your talents here." "My current department is quite suitable for me," Shi Jiunian replied, opening her laptop. "The workload is light, and there's hardly anything to do. It's the perfect choice for a leisurely existence." No. The medical department is the best fit for you. Whatever you need, just ask, and I will fulfill your requests." Professor Dong was desperate not to let this promising talent slip away. Meanwhile, Lin Ying and the others watched this scene, questioning their own lives. They had heard about the cafeteria incident yesterday. Apparently, Shi Jiunian had revised Lu Xing's paper, and it had turned out quite well. What kind of brilliance was required to make Professor Dong plead for Shi Jiunian to join the medical department? Xiao Xiyu felt her heart churn with regret. She wished she had never mentioned Shi Jiunian yesterday. Her intention had been to drive Shi Jiunian away, yet she had inadvertently helped her instead. "I truly will not join the medical department." No matter what Professor Dong argued, Shi Jiunian remained resolute. "Student Shi." Professor Dong gazed at her with wide eyes, looking quite aggrieved. Shi Jiunian glanced at him. "Professor Dong, please refrain from acting cute." Professor Dong was speechless. Having failed to recruit Shi Jiunian into the medical department, Professor Dong's mood soured for the remainder of the day, leaving him despondent. Shi Jiunian translated swiftly and finished early, exiting the office around 4 o'clock. She headed to the mall as her grandfather and the others were returning. She wanted to buy them some gifts. Initially planning to go alone, Qin Ming, who had no classes that afternoon, eagerly tagged along upon learning of her shopping trip. "Shi Jiunian, do you really possess medical skills?" Qin Ming inquired. "What did Professor Dong say after he took you away yesterday?" Qin Ming, filled with curiosity, inquired. "How are you?" "Not bad, just a bit," Shi Jiunian replied, nonchalantly while browsing through the clothes on the rack. "He suggested I switch to the medical department." Qin Ming retorted, "Is that really just a bit?" Just then, she spotted a particularly beautiful garment and eagerly asked, "Hey, don't you have an aunt? What do you think of this coat?" At the mention of Lu Xiaoman, Shi Jiunian's gaze turned cold, though she glanced at the coat and admitted, "It is indeed quite nice. Wrap it up." "Certainly," the sales assistant responded, but before she could remove the clothing, a sharp voice interjected, "I want this dress." Recognizing the familiar voice, Shi Jiunian turned her head, her brows slightly raised. She actually dared to show up. "I'm sorry, madam," the sales assistant stammered, clearly caught in a difficult position. "This dress is a limited edition and is the only one left. This young lady had her eyes on it first. Perhaps you could consider something else?" "I want this one," Jiang Ying declared as she strode confidently into the store, adorned in an exquisite gown and flanked by 2 bodyguards. Exuding an air of superiority that clearly surpassed anything Jiang Wenrui could provide. It appeared Jiang Ying had found herself a wealthy benefactor. "I'll pay triple the price. I want this dress." Unbeknownst to her, encountering Shi Jiunian here was unexpected. She had been living quite lavishly lately, receiving kindness from Yitsong, who even mentioned taking her back to the capital. With the Hacker Alliance backing her, her life had become rather carefree. Save for one regret. Ro was still trapped in the police station, unable to be rescued. However, the sales assistant hesitated, glancing nervously. "Didn't you hear what our madam said? We want this dress." One of the bodyguards produced a black card and slammed it on the counter. "Recognize this? Our madam is a VIP client of this entire mall. Buying you a dress is a favor. This mall belonged to the Hacker Alliance, and thus Heat Singh also possessed a VIP black card. Upon seeing it, the sales assistant's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming exceedingly respectful. Yes, I will wrap it up for you right away. Though she despised the arrogant demeanor of this woman, the black card's significance was undeniable. It was not someone of her caliber who could provoke such authority. The waiter cast a glance at Shi Jiunian, realizing that neither she nor Qin Ming could afford to challenge the situation. "What's wrong with you, madam? Aren't you ashamed to snatch a dress from a girl?" Qin Ming exclaimed, furious. Jiang Ying, ignoring Qin Ming entirely, fixed her venomous gaze on Shi Jiunian, her eyes glinting like a serpent's. "Shi Jiunian, with me around, you want to be able to purchase anything in this mall today." While Shi Jiunian had her own support, Jiang Ying had hers, though her backing was far more formidable. As a member of the Hacker Alliance, her retribution was imminent. Shi Jiunian's expression remained unchanged, even sporting a slight smile as she regarded Jiang Ying as one might observe a clown. "How does it feel to wear a colostomy bag?" Her tone was casual, yet sliced right through Jiang Ying's vulnerable spot. Jiang Ying blanched, a wave of intense shame washing over her. "Shi Jiunian, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this position. Throw her out," Jiang Ying screeched, and her two bodyguards immediately advanced. As Heat Sing's new favorite, they were bound to obey her. "Madam, please refrain from causing a disturbance here," the sales assistant implored, nearly in tears. She couldn't afford to offend an internal VIP client. The bodyguards pushed through, advancing toward Shi Jiunian, but Qin Ming swiftly stepped in front of her. At that moment, a group of security personnel rushed in. The waiter, spotting them, exclaimed excitedly, "Manager." The individual entering was indeed the mall's manager. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" The manager approached with an imposing presence, his gaze darkening as it flicked over Jiang Ying, but his expression softened into one of respect upon seeing Shi Jiunian. "Miss Shi," he bowed at a 90-degree angle, his tone reverent. Jiang Ying's face turned ashen, disbelief washing over her. This store belonged to the Hacker Alliance, the largest mall in Haicheng. The manager was undoubtedly affiliated with the alliance. Why was he treating Shi Jiunian with such deference? "Miss Shi, I apologize for allowing the wrong people in here and disturbing you," Manager Du said in a flurry, panic evident in his voice. If the higher-ups of the Hacker Alliance discovered he allowed Shi Jiunian to be wronged here, he would surely face dire consequences. "Throw them out." Manager du commanded, and a swarm of security personnel surged forward to escort Jiang Ying and her bodyguards out. The bodyguards, recognizing the prowess of the mall's security, quickly surrendered. They could never hope to match such numbers, especially not in front of Manager Du, whose status in the Hacker Alliance far surpassed that of Heat Singh. "Manager," Jiang Ying cried, realizing they were indeed about to be expelled. "I am affiliated with Heat Singh, and thus part of the Hacker Alliance. We are all on the same side here. It's unreasonable to expel us over Shi Jiunian." "Heat Singh?" Manager Du racked his brain, but couldn't he quite place who Heat Singh was. Besides, even if Heat Singh were powerful in Hacker Alliance, could he rival the lady before him? "Hurry and throw them out." Manager Du asserted. The security personnel moved in, firmly grasping Jiang Ying and her bodyguards and dragging them out. Jiang Ying screamed for them to let her go, but the guards paid her no mind. "Wait," Shi Jiunian interjected calmly. The guards halted immediately. Stepping in front of Jiang Ying, she met the panic-stricken look in her eyes with a mocking smile, her gaze dropping to the black card in Jiang Ying's hand. "VIP black card. Quite impressive, isn't it? But it's not something you deserve. Only members of the Hacker Alliance have a chance to obtain these." Shi Jiunian's smile widened as she glanced at the manager, who promptly stepped forward, respectfully presenting her with a bag. As Shi Jiunian retrieved the contents, she revealed a thick stack of black cards, at least dozens, all adorned with gold trimming and unique emblems. The bodyguards' faces drained of color at the sight of the cards, their bodies turning cold. These were the ultimate VIP black cards. Only the 5 senior members of the Hacker Alliance and the mysterious founder, In, could possess them. What was Shi Jiunian's true identity to hold such power? Jiang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. She was ecstatic to possess a single black card, while Shi Jiunian had an entire stack. "Take a good look," Shi Jiunian said, playfully slapping the stack against Jiang Ying's face. "I have plenty of these." Her tone was casual yet defiant. "Consider this a gift." With that, Shi Jiunian released the stack, sending it flying toward Jiang Ying's face with an audacious flourish. "Get lost." Jiang Ying was seething, her body trembling with rage, desperate to claw Shi Jiunian's face apart. Yet, held down by the security personnel, she was powerless. In her frantic struggle, the colostomy bag beneath her skirt fell to the ground. Ah! She screamed in utter mortification. Manager Du, repulsed by the sight, hurriedly ordered that she and her 2 bodyguards be swiftly removed from the mall. With that, the mall regained its tranquility. Manager Du dared not leave, closely following Shi Jiunian with an air of utmost respect. Shi Jiunian, Qi Ming cautiously ventured. What connection do you have with this mall? Even the manager showed her such deference that a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could it be that you know the owner of this mall? After a moment of contemplation, Shi Jiunian realized that the owner was indeed her, and she exclaimed, I suppose we are acquainted. She pulled out her phone and sent a message. Investigate who is behind Jiang Ying. The response arrived swiftly. Leader, the individual is named He Tsung, a minor F-level member of the Alliance. Should we take action against him immediately? F-level. Shi Jiunian clicked her tongue. By the way, leader, Jiang Wenrui has been captured by He Tsung's men and is on the verge of being tortured to death. Should we intervene? Another message came through. Shi Jiunian read it and couldn't help but smile, though her eyes were icy. A dog-eat-dog situation? How intriguing. Meanwhile, Jiang Ying was unceremoniously ejected from the mall. Utterly humiliated, in a fit of rage, she slapped 2 bodyguards, berating them as useless. They had caused her immense embarrassment. The 2 bodyguards, stung by the blow, could only seethe in silence. This woman truly believed herself to be exceptional. Were it not for their master's fondness for her, she would be nothing. What is wrong? A male voice suddenly called out. Jiang Ying turned to see a man, and her eyes filled with tears as she rushed into his embrace. Brother He, all right, what is the matter? He Tsung quickly comforted her. Jiang Ying recounted the events from the mall, embellishing the details, yet omitting the part where Shi Jiunian casually brandished a stack of black cards and how manager Du had treated her with utmost respect. Upon hearing her tale, He Tsung erupted in fury. That Shi Jiunian dares to treat you like this. I've been too busy to confront her, and now she comes to you? It was imperative to teach her a lesson. Don't cry, littling. Today, I will make her wish for life and death, begging on her knees for mercy. Jiang Ying eagerly awaited this promise, her fingers tracing circles on He Tsung's chest as she cooed, Brother He, you're so wonderful. Shi Jiunian had purchased items for her grandfather, uncle, aunt, and Shizhong. With time still on her hands, she decided to explore the black market to procure some medicinal herbs. In her previous life, her grandfather had succumbed to a cerebral hemorrhage. In this life, she vowed to restore his health, ensuring he would be vigorous and live a long life. Fu Jingchen was in a meeting scheduled to conclude in half an hour, and promised to come pick her up. Are you chatting with your husband? Qi Ming couldn't resist asking. Shi Jiunian put her phone away and glanced at her. Yes, I knew it. Your lips are curled up, and there's a sparkle in your eyes. Upon hearing this, Shi Jiunian tightened her lips slightly. Is that so? Sister, you're not fooling anyone. Qi Ming teased. When are you 2 getting married? I remember when I organized class materials at the start of the semester, you were still single. Shi Jiunian, you haven't been deceived, have you? Qi Ming couldn't help but ask. How old is your husband? What is his status? Is he wealthy? He.S. not a loser, is he? Loser. Shi Jiunian thought mischievously about how Fu Jingchen would react if he heard such remarks about him. Noticing Shi Jiunian's silence, Qi Ming grew anxious and pressed her for answers. Wait a moment, Shi Jiunian interrupted, her gaze suddenly sharp as she scanned a particular direction. What is wrong? Qi Ming asked, puzzled. Nothing, Shi Jiunian said, her hands tucked into her pockets, her expression cheerful but her eyes cold. It seems someone is seeking trouble. Chapter 71. How many people does Shi Jiunian truly know? They were in an alley devoid of passers-by, stretching far and wide, exuding an inexplicable eeriness. Qi Ming shivered at Shi Jiunian's expression. What is the matter? Shi Jiunian, expressionless, surveyed the surroundings. Come out. As her words lingered, a gust of wind swept through. Moments later, uproarious laughter echoed. This little girl possesses some skill, capable of sensing our presence. A group of over 20 men emerged from both ends of the alley, each exuding a menacing aura. Qi Ming instinctively shielded Shi Jiunian, her palms sweating. These intruders were not here for a friendly visit. Little girl, we have no intention of harming you, but you've crossed paths with the wrong people. TSK, with your delicate frame, You should come with us quietly, and you might avoid some suffering. Shi Jiunian, I have practiced martial arts and possess some self-defense skills. I'll handle them. You should run. Though terrified, Qi Ming stood her ground before Shi Jiunian. Not only was Shi Jiunian her friend, but her own family circumstances compelled her to stand tall in the face of danger. Run. Qi Ming pushed Shi Jiunian aside, then charged at the group of men with her fists raised. The men laughed derisively, and as Qi Ming reached one, she aimed a kick at his abdomen. With a resounding thud, a scream erupted. The man crumpled to the ground, clutching his leg in agony. Shi Jiunian stood impassively nearby. Qi Ming, still in shock, realized the man was far stronger than she had anticipated. She hadn't evaded his kick, and as it was about to strike her abdomen, Shi Jiunian suddenly intervened, planting her foot on the man's leg mid-air. The motion was swift and ruthless. With a crack, the man's leg snapped. Now, they were in the current predicament. The man lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, glaring at Shi Jiunian. What are you waiting for? Attack, he shouted, and only then did the group react, a dozen burly men charging at Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian rubbed her wrist, unflinching, and casually instructed Qi Ming, stay back. Her tone was light, yet the gravity of the situation was palpable. With that, Shi Jiunian moved like a specter, confronting the men head-on. She fought fiercely, dispatching one after another with powerful punches and kicks. Within half a minute, the entire group lay on the ground, wailing in despair, their expressions akin to that of seeing a ghost. Qi Ming's mouth fell open in astonishment. Shi Jiunian, so impressive. If her father were to witness this, he would surely exclaim what a remarkable talent she was, and try to recruit her. Are you frightened? Shi Jiunian inquired, observing Qi Ming's stunned expression. A bit. Qi Ming replied earnestly. It wasn't the men who frightened her, though she might not be able to defeat them. She wouldn't flinch if even more came. It was Shi Jiunian who had truly astounded her. Noticing that Qi Ming was unharmed, Shi Jiunian turned her attention back to the groaning men on the ground. You, don't come any closer. A mere glance from her sent shivers down their spines. They scrambled to retreat, desperate to escape. This was no ordinary woman. She was a demon. Just then, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, a sound that was music to the men's ears. They would rather face the police than Shi Jiunian. Soon, a police car arrived, halting at the alley's entrance. The doors swung open, and 3 officers emerged, striding towards them. The lead officer glanced at the men on the ground, his expression immediately turning grave. Officer, they attacked us first. We were merely defending ourselves. Qi Ming, fearing the police might misunderstand and think Shi Jiunian was the aggressor, hurried to clarify, especially since Shi Jiunian was a student and would face serious consequences if a criminal record ensued. However, the officer bowed deeply to Shi Jiunian. Miss Shi, we apologize for our tardiness. Team Leader Tan was drenched in cold sweat. This young lady was someone dear to young Master Fu. Should anything go awry, they would be in dire trouble. Qi Ming, now utterly bewildered. How many people does Shi Jiunian actually know? Miss Shi, we will take them back to the station now. This may not be a simple brawl. There may be someone orchestrating this from behind. Rest assured, we will investigate thoroughly. Understood. Shi Jiunian nodded. The group was to be taken to the police station. As for who is orchestrating their actions from behind, she doesn't need to ponder. She already knows. Captain Tan ordered his men to take a group of men away, leaving the alley desolate. Let us return to school. I'll escort you back. Shi Jiunian said to Qi Ming. There are some who are courting their own demise. They must be dealt with decisively. She could care less about herself, but harming those around her was unacceptable. Shi Jiunian took out her phone and sent a text. Remove that individual named Hitsung. At the Fu group, Fu Jingshan also received a call from Captain Tan, learning of the events that had transpired in the black market involving Shi Jiunian. He had Fu Hua investigate, and within minutes, he discovered that Hitsung was the puppet master behind it all. It appeared that the lesson he had previously imparted was indeed insufficient. Hitsung ought to be made incapable of ever appearing before Shi Jiunian again. Handle this matter cleanly, Fu Jingshan instructed, rising to put on his suit jacket and striding out of the office. Understood. Fu nodded. Fu Jingshan drove himself to pick up Shi Jiunian, and upon his arrival at the school, she had just dropped Qi Ming off. He waited in the car for 5 minutes before seeing Shi Jiunian emerge. He accepted the numerous bags she carried, opening the door for her to enter. You bought so much? He inquired. Yes, Shi Jiunian replied earnestly. My grandfather and the others are returning soon, so I bought them some gifts. Fu Jingqian did not question her about the day's events in the black market and casually asked, what do you want for dinner? Shi Jiunian considered seriously. Shall we go to Jinshu restaurant? No, she replied. Then how about the Japanese restaurant outside? No, she reiterated. Fu Jingqian chuckled. Then what do you desire? Shi Jiunian responded slowly. I want to eat what you cook. Another round of tomato and egg noodles? Fu Jingqian raised an eyebrow. Shi Jiunian looked at him, asking earnestly, I actually want something different. Can you make that? Fu Jingqian smirked. How naive. Do you think I am your personal chef? He had no intention of catering to this ungrateful woman. With that, he started the car and reminded Shi Jiunian, buckle your seatbelt. Once she fastened it, he announced, it takes half an hour to get home from here. You have that time to decide what you want to eat. Shi Jiunian smiled softly. Chapter 72. The grievance is firmly established. The He family. Jiang Ying, shaken by an incident at the mall, prompted He Tsung to invite a doctor to check on her health. Xiaoying, don't let that Shi Jiunian bother you, He Tsung said. I have already sent someone to capture her. Soon, she will kneel before you, begging for mercy at your disposal. Jiang Ying felt utterly relieved. Once Shi Jiunian was captured, she intended to gather a dozen men to torment her mercilessly, to see if she would dare to mock her again. Suddenly, the door burst open, and He Tsung's confidant rushed in, anxious. Master, the Hacker Alliance is here. The helicopter is outside. What? He Tsung exclaimed in shock. Why would the Hacker Alliance arrive suddenly? Who is it? It's Jiang He, the head of this region, an A-level member, a high-ranking figure within the Hacker Alliance, far superior to his F-level status. He Tsung quickly stood and went out to greet them, with Jiang Ying hurrying to follow. This was a prime opportunity to forge connections with the Hacker Alliance, perhaps even align herself with someone more powerful, distancing herself from He Tsung, whose scarred face repulsed her daily. Outside the He family villa, a helicopter descended slowly, and a group of people disembarked in an orderly fashion. The leading man, clad in a suit, stood tall with an extraordinary demeanor, appearing gentle and refined. Yet those familiar with him knew he was ruthless. President Jiang, He Tsung respectfully approached. What brings you here? You've been quite active lately. The headquarters has taken notice. Why not come? Jiang He replied with a semblance of smile. He Tsung's nerves tightened, sensing an underlying message in Jiang He's words. But he had not engaged in any wrongdoing recently that would warrant such a visit from such a high-ranking individual. I don't understand your intent, President Jiang. Don't understand? Jiang He suddenly kicked him in the stomach. He Tsung, you dare to act against anyone? He Tsung was sent flying, and Jiang Ying screamed in fright. He Tsung hit the ground, spitting blood, but disregarding the pain, he scrambled to his knees before Jiang He, trembling. President Jiang, what have I done wrong? His mind was in turmoil. He had not offended anyone recently. Jiang He narrowed his eyes, placing a foot on his chest. Do you know Shi Jiunian? Shi Jiunian. He Tsung's body jolted. Jiang He came specifically for Shi Jiunian. She was revered as a queen by the entire Hacker Alliance. Who did he think he was to send people after her? Since you seek death, we shall take your life. Shi Jiunian was indeed the queen of the Hacker Alliance. How could this be? He Tsung's blood ran cold. Within the Hacker Alliance, only one individual could be deemed worthy of such a title. But Shi Jiunian was merely a girl. President Jiang, you must be mistaken. How could that Shi Jiunian? Jiang Ying trembled as well. How could Shi Jiunian possibly know members of the Hacker Alliance? Moreover, from Jiang He's tone, her status in the Hacker Alliance was exceedingly high. How could this be? Jiang He then turned to Jiang Ying, narrowing his gaze. You are Jiang Ying, the wicked stepmother. I almost forgot you. You cannot escape either. Jiang He sneered. Take them all away. If you can leave here alive today, consider yourselves fortunate. With a command from Jiang He, a group moved forward to seize He Tsung and Jiang Ying. No. Jiang Ying struggled violently. He could save me. But He Tsung was unable to protect himself. One individual, annoyed by Jiang Ying's incessant pleas, slapped her hard, nearly disfiguring her face. He Tsung's heart ached, yet he could do nothing. Just as the group was about to lead He Tsung and Jiang Ying away, the courtyard door was suddenly flung open with a loud bang. Several long black Hummers charged in. Jiang He's eyes narrowed, instinctively reaching for the gun at his waist. The vehicles halted, and a group of burly men clad in black exited. We want these two, the leader stated, glancing at Jiang Ying and He Tsung. What do you mean? Jiang He replied with a semblance of a smile. You intend to snatch them from us? If you're here to capture them, You ought to be aware of their identities. The Hacker Alliance handles its own. It is not for others to meddle. We had no intention of intervening, but they have offended my lady, so we must act. Fu Hui's words caused He Tsung and Jiang Ying's legs to weaken further. These men appeared even more formidable than the Hacker Alliance members. Why had he offended their lady? Could it be Shi Jiunian? He Tsung's legs trembled. It was impossible. Upon hearing lady Jiang, he was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the situation, scrutinizing them as a smile crept across his lips. So, you're from Fu Jingqian's entourage? Fu did not confirm nor deny. Jiang He's smile widened. How amusing. You've lured away our leader and now have the audacity to demand someone from us. Today, we cannot hand them over. Then we shall take them by force. Fu withstood his ground. There was a certain man in the Hacker Alliance who had long coveted his lady. If he conceded now, that man would only grow bolder. If Fu Hua helped the lady and she expressed gratitude, what might that lead to? Jiang, he was infuriated, his teeth grinding. Although they had fewer men, could they simply hand over the people? Are your Fu family members all such brigands? Without a sound, the small alliance leader was wed. And now he seeks to reclaim his prize. Fu Hua, unwilling to concede, retorted, you members of the Hacker Alliance are no different, merely coveting another's woman and vying to be her paramour. Jiang He, perplexed by this exchange, found no detriment in their mutual disdain. The atmosphere crackled with tension, as if a skirmish might erupt at any moment. Enough of your prattle. Let us get straight to it. With a wave of his hand, Fu Hua summoned his allies, and they surged forward to seize their target, relying solely on their fists rather than firearms. Old Master Fu still required his wine for medicinal purposes, and Jiang he had no intention of drawing weapons either. Thus, a fierce melee ensued, culminating in the utter defeat of Jiang He's men, who were outnumbered and had merely intended to teach the pair a lesson. Who could have anticipated the emergence of Fu Hua from the Fu family? Just you wait. Jiang he glared at Fu Hua, his eyes shadowed like a panda's. Fu Hua, with a swift kick, shoved He Tsung into a car, his hair disheveled. Fine. I'll wait. Inform your master to refrain from coveting married women. Chapter 73, I don't particularly like him. Meanwhile, Fu Jingqian returned to the villa, changed into casual attire, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal for Shi Jiunian. His face bore a reluctant expression, yet his body betrayed his eagerness. Shi Jiunian ordered sweet and sour fish, cola chicken wings, and vinegar cabbage. Initially, she had considered simpler options, but Fu Jingqian confidently asserted that he could create anything she desired. Seated on the sofa, she snacked on an assortment of fruits and snacks while engrossed in her phone. Shi Jiunian, come here. Fu Jingqian's voice rang from the kitchen. She set down the pillow and approached. What is it? Help me tie this. Fu Jingqian raised the apron he held, his demeanor somewhat proud. Shi Jiunian glanced at him, then walked over to assist in tying the apron. His physique was firm, and even through the fabric, she could discern the definition of his abdomen. Maintaining her composure, she tied the knot and declared, All right, I'm heading back to my room. As she turned to leave, Fu Jingqian called after her, You're not going anywhere. Move a chair to the doorway and watch me cook. Taken aback, Shi Jiunian paused and looked back at him. Dressed in a navy apron, the warm light above cast shadows around his eyes, accentuating their depth, while the slight curve of his smile added a touch of charm. Undeniably, he was quite striking. What's so captivating about your cooking? She teased, masking her true feelings. Fu Jingqian chuckled softly, his confidence in his appearance evident. Shi Jiunian chose not to sit in the living room, instead standing at the door, observing him. The kitchen was filled with steam, softening the contours of his profile, while he wielded the spatula with strength, his physique accentuated by the apron. He truly looked quite handsome while cooking. Suddenly, Shi Jiunian's phone rang, a call from Lung Chun. She glanced at Fu Jingqian. I'm going upstairs to take this. With that, she ascended the stairs. Fu Jingqian, feeling a twinge of annoyance, wondered why she needed to take a call from some man upstairs, out of his sight. Upon reaching her room, Shi Jiunian closed the door and answered the call. The moment it connected, Lung Chen's voice boomed through the line. Nian Yan, our people have been bullied. You can't just stand by. Initially taken aback, Shi Jiunian rubbed her temples after hearing the full account of events. How did Fu Jingqian come into conflict with the Hacker Alliance? This marked the third incident involving her people. Let me tell you, this marriage is opposed by the entire Hacker Alliance. Lung Chun continued, visibly agitated. Shi Jiunian listened quietly, her thoughts racing. Seriously, what do you see in Fu Jingqian? Lung Chun lamented. He is great in every regard, except for his poor taste in men. First Liao Maching, now Fu Jingxian. Well. Shi Jiunian hesitated. What did she truly feel for Fu Jingxian? She pondered, then spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Perhaps I don't really like him all that much. Chapter 74. I need to ask Shi Jiunian for clarity. Downstairs, Fu Jingxian waited impatiently for Shi Jiunian to return. Just as his restlessness peaked, Fu came back. Observing Fu, who was bruised face and disheveled hair, Fu Jingxian was taken aback. What happened to you? Fu, feeling agudievid, especially in light of Fu Jingxian in his black apron, nearly brought him to tears. His master, so devoted to Shi Jiunian, had taken to cooking, while she cavorted with that rogue from the Hacker Alliance, bringing shame upon him. The more he thought about it, the more distressed he became. Noticing fu ese distress. Fu Jingxian set down the spatula, his expression unreadable. Who attacked you? Who dared to strike a member of the Fu family? Fu Hua recounted the day's events at his residence, feeling increasingly wronged on behalf of his master. The moment Shi Jiunian encountered trouble, the Hacker Alliance was instantly informed, suggesting a deeper connection than met the eye. Fu Jingxian listened in silence, his face betraying little emotion. He extinguished the flame and set the pot aside. You should go see a doctor for your injuries. His tone remained even, but Fu Hua sensed the underlying anger. As Fu Hua departed, Fu Jingxian's chest heaved with frustration. He could not abide the thought of another man coveting his woman. He discarded the apron and ascended the stairs, intent on confronting Shi Jiunian to clarify the identity of this rogue. Approaching her room, he overheard her voice from within. Honestly, I don't really like him all that much. Fu Jingxian's hand halted on the door handle. Inside, Shi Jiunian was still on the phone with Lung Chun. She, too, grappled with her feelings for Fu Jingxian. Though she had lived a second life, their interactions were few and far between. In her past life, Fu Jingxian had been cold and obsessive, often met with her rejection, and now, in this life, he often appeared childlike in his demeanor. Not fond of him? Then why are you with him? Lung Chun questioned, clearly perplexed. Perhaps it's guilt, Shi Jiunian mused. In her previous life, she had caused Fu Jingxian considerable harm. Now, having already married him upon her rebirth, she felt bound to fulfill the role of his wife. If given a few more days, she might have chosen differently. She wished to avoid romantic entanglements altogether. Guilt? Nian, even I can see that you like Fu Jingxian. Lung Chun pressed. Have you noticed that every time you mention him, you smile? Shi Jiunian paused, taken aback. Did she smile? She bit her lip, about to ask, do I? When suddenly, the door swung open. She turned to see Fu Jingxian leaning against the doorframe, half of his face obscured by shadow, the warm light casting a glow beneath his eyes, creating an air of mystery as he fixed his gaze upon her. The gaze was imbued with an unprecedented chill, even tinged with disappointment. Let's go out to eat, he said, his tone piercingly cold. It was the same tone he had used when she had just returned to life. After speaking, he turned to leave, offering Shi Jiunian no opportunity to respond. Clutching her phone, she rarely felt frustrated. He had heard her. Perhaps she should explain, lest Fu Jingxian's temperament lead him to act unpredictably. However, as Shi Jiunian hurried down the stairs, she found that Fu Jingxian had already departed. Outside the villa, the sound of an engine roared to life. The butler set the meal on the table and stated, Sir said he won't be returning tonight. He asks you to dine alone and rest afterward. Shi Jiunian gazed at the array of dishes, biting her lip. Fu Jingxian's culinary skills were indeed remarkable. Each dish was a feast for the senses. Yet, suddenly, she found her appetite waning. She took a seat, contemplated for a moment, and decided to call Fu Jingxian. After 3 rings, the call was abruptly ended. Shi Jiunian bit her lip and dialed again. This time, it rang a bit longer, but still ended without answer. Soon, a message arrived from Fu Jingxian. If there's anything, contact the butler. Despite his anger, he made the effort to respond, concerned that Shi Jiunian might genuinely be facing an insurmountable issue. Shi Jiunian sighed in resignation. It appeared he was genuinely upset this time. Undeterred, she redialed. After 3 attempts, she resolved that if he did not answer now, she would cease her efforts. Finally, he picked up. What is it? His voice was icily sharp. Fu Jingxian. We need to talk, Shi Jiunian replied earnestly. You'd best not discuss it now. I have no intention of placating you, nor do I wish to lose my temper. What was there to discuss? Her lack of affection for him? His one-sided feelings? He might very well tear her apart for her heartlessness. He hung up without further ado. Shi Jiunian's expression turned equally frosty. Fine, she thought. The butler and several servants observed Shi Jiunian's glum demeanor, their hearts racing with apprehension. The sudden departure of the Sir, with a stern countenance, startled them all. After all their efforts to mend the relationship between the Sir and Madam, why had things soured once more? Shi Jiunian had lost her appetite, and recalling He Tsung and Jiang Ying, she inquired of the butler, "Are they currently in the dungeon?" "Yes, madam," the butler replied respectfully. "Assistant Hua brought them to the dungeon, and they have been clamoring to see you." He Tsung and Jiang Ying were utterly perplexed by Shi Jiunian's identity and why Jiang he referred to her as the Queen of the Hacker Alliance. Their curiosity gnawed at them, driving them to the brink of madness. However, they would never uncover the truth. After tapping her fingers lightly on the table twice, Shi Jiunian instructed, "Keep them confined. Tomorrow morning, send them to the police station. Let Jiang Ying and her precious daughter keep each other company. Charge them with attempted murder. That should suffice for her imprisonment." Having given her orders, Shi Jiunian retreated to her room. She couldn't help but recall Cold Chin's words and Qin Ming's remark that Fu Jingqian would smile. Was it truly so? Did she genuinely harbor feelings for Fu Jingqian? Surely not. She felt uncertain. Chapter 76. Fu Jingqian drowns his sorrows in a bar. Fu Jingqian irritably slammed his phone on the table. Mu Shichuan sympathized with him, saying, "Third brother, your feelings for Shi Jiunian run too deep. Look at me. I frolic through a garden of beauties without a care. Get lost. Third brother, you know Shi Jiunian doesn't like you, right? You once said that as long as she was willing to stay by your side, you wouldn't care where her heart lay. So why the discontent?" Mu Shichuan nearly pointed out that Fu Jingqian was only digging his own grave by clinging to Shi Jiunian. Fu Jingqian drank a glass of liquor, the strong spirit bringing a flush to his brown eyes. His entire demeanor radiated agitation. He was acutely aware that Shi Jiunian did not harbor feelings for him. He had thought he could deceive himself, but he could no longer manage it. His greed knew no bounds. He desired not only Shi Jiunian's presence, but also her heart. Each word she uttered in her room felt like a dagger, piercing his heart. "Come on, third brother," Mu Shichuan observed Fu Jingqian's expression. "Since we're at the bar, why not let me introduce you to some girls? Perhaps you'll forget Shi Jiunian." Of course, such words were merely jest. Fu Jingqian would never acquiesce. Since their arrival, countless women had cast flirtatious glances in their direction, yet Fu Jingqian had not spared them a single glance. As expected, Fu Jingqian snapped, "Get lost." Mu Shichuan grinned, relishing the moment. It was good for Fu Jingqian to vent his frustrations rather than bottle them up. After 3 bottles of liquor, Fu Jingqian finally felt some relief from his pent-up emotions. "Third brother, tonight we shall not return until we are intoxicated. I will stay by your side," Mu Shichuan proclaimed, ready to accompany him in revelry. Fu Jingqian shot him a glance. Who said anything about not returning? He stood, draping his coat over his arm. Mu Shichuan hurriedly asked, "Third brother, where are you going?" "Home." Fu Jingqian exhaled, frustration evident in his breath. Mu Shichuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You can't be serious. After all this, you're going home? You ought to let Shi Jiunian stew a bit. Otherwise, what reputation will you have going forward?" "I've already let her stew," he retorted. "I hung up on her." Mu Shichuan was taken aback. "You call that letting her stew? Besides, a man with a wife has a fundamental duty to return home at a reasonable hour." He paused. "You wouldn't understand. You don't have a wife." Mu Shichuan exclaimed, "Damn. You deserve to be completely ensnared by Shi Jiunian." By the time Fu Jingqian returned to the villa, it was well past 11. He ascended the stairs quietly, hesitating momentarily before the bedroom door, yet ultimately deciding against entering. Never mind, he would sleep in the study. Shoulders sagging in defeat, he turned toward the study. Just as he took a few steps, the bedroom door creaked open. Shi Jiunian stood there in a cotton nightgown, her almond-shaped eyes fixed on him. Fu Jingqian met her gaze. "Should he enter the room? Can we talk?" Shi Jiunian ventured, stepping aside to create a path while still watching him intently. Fu Jingqian's feet felt rooted to the ground. He wanted to assert his resolve and not appear weak by entering the room. He was still angry, after all, but he let out a resigned breath and stepped inside. "I knew you would drink." Shi Jiunian followed him, retrieving a thermos of hangover soup from the bedside table and offering it to him. "Drink this. I thought you might not return tonight, so I prepared it. If I didn't return, would you be pleased?" Fu Jingqian smirked sarcastically, his face shrouded in coldness, a frigid air surrounding him. If I'm not here, you needn't force a smile. I'm not forcing a smile, Shi Jiunian replied earnestly. When I smile, I genuinely feel happy. Fu Jinkin remained silent. He begrudgingly accepted the hangover soup from her, taking a sip. Ugh, it was genuinely unpleasant. His head throbbed painfully, and he yearned for an outlet for his frustration. Yet he had no desire to argue with the woman before him. Forget it, you should sleep. I'll head to the study. He uttered this before turning to leave, his figure appearing somewhat forlorn. Just as he had taken a few steps, the hem of his clothing was tugged. Chapter 77. What does not impossible mean? His footsteps halted, and after a brief pause, he glanced sideways at the delicate hand gripping his clothing, his expression still cold. Shi Jiunian, if you force me to share a room with you, you will be the one at a disadvantage, he warned, his voice laced with restrained anger. So let go. Shi Jiunian did not relent. Instead, she maneuvered around to face him, locking her gaze with his. Seeing his dejected and suppressed demeanor made her heart ache. Fu Jinkin, please don't be angry, she implored. Don't be angry? How could he not be? He had cared for Shi Jiunian deeply, yet received no reciprocation. Fu Jinchun forced a smile, a bitter twist of his lips. The dim, cold light accentuated the chill of his entire visage, yet within his slightly reddened eyes, there lingered a touch of vulnerability. His entire being exuded a restless and agitated aura. At this moment, there was but one way to quell my fury. You profess your affection for me, yet can you utter those words aloud? Fu Jingchun felt a tempest of emotions swirling violently within him, teetering on the brink of losing control. Having consumed alcohol, his eyes glistened with a hint of red. Shi Jiunian, I, Fu Jingchun, can attain everything I desire except for you. I have come to realize that I truly cannot manage it. I have lowered myself enough. As he spoke, anger began to resurface. His teeth clenched tightly. Have I not treated you well? Is there anything you wish for that I have not provided? Why can you not harbor even a modicum of affection for me? A humble voice within him pleaded, Shi Jiunian, could you perhaps like me just a little, even if it were only a fraction? But there was nothing. Shi Jiunian felt not even a hint of such sentiment. These words had always been beneath him. Yet perhaps due to the alcohol today, they had long been suppressed in his heart, yearning for release. Upon finishing his confession, he noticed Shi Jiunian staring at him in silence, her almond-shaped eyes cool and detached. In an instant, Fu Jingchun felt utterly deflated, grappling with an unprecedented sense of helplessness. It was a foregone conclusion that there would be no response. From the outset, he had forced his feelings upon her, and he had no right to demand equal affection in return. Today, my mood is decidedly poor. I shall retreat to the study to sleep. His voice was hoarse. I may have been a bit harsh. Do not take it to heart. I was wrong to hang up on you today. It will not happen again. I am leaving. As he declared his departure, Shi Jiunian's hand clutched at his clothing, her gaze unwavering. He was on the verge of madness. What are you trying to achieve, Shi Jiunian? He ground out through clenched teeth. Yet perhaps it was not entirely impossible. Shi Jiunian spoke slowly. Fu Jingchun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend her words, but in the next heartbeat, a realization struck him like thunder. What did you say? His voice trembled. His heart raced wildly. Could it be, as he had imagined? Fu Jingchun, I am quite hungry. Shi Jiunian continued. After you left last night, I did not have dinner. Fu Jingchun's gaze was intense. Shi Jiunian continued. Upon reflection, if you are unhappy, I too seem to share in that discontent. Hence, Fu Jingchun stared at her intently, his breath caught in his throat. We were already married. It seems unnecessary to discuss feelings of affection. Yet, this appears unjust to you, Shi Jiunian said earnestly. You like me, and it seems you like me quite a bit. Fu Jinkin chuckled in disbelief. You know that, do you? Please do not torment me, he pleaded. After a long pause, he could no longer contain himself, torn between fear and desire to ask her, what did you mean by that earlier statement? What does it mean? Not entirely impossible. Chapter 78. Trying to like him, please crouch down a bit. Shi Jiunian pressed on his shoulder. Standing at 1.67 meters, she was not particularly short, yet Fu Jingchun, at 1.90 meters, created a noticeable disparity. Taking a deep breath, he slightly bent forward, gazing into her eyes, which reflected his own. He heard Shi Jiunian slowly articulate, to like someone entails reciprocity. Thus, I can afford to like you just a little. Shi Jiunian even gestured with her hands, indicating just a small amount. She too could like him, even if just a little. A thunderous realization struck Fu Jingqian's mind. Shi Jiunian, repeat that. His voice quivered with intensity. Exhilaration coursing through him to the point he questioned whether he had overindulged in drink. Unable to restrain himself, his hand instinctively grasped Shi Jiunian's shoulder. His voice urgent and laced with uncertainty. Shi Jiunian met his fervent gaze with a calm demeanor, though her ears glowed with an unusual hue. Just a little. And based on your performance, we can increase that daily. She paused before adding, however, since you have been drinking today and smell rather unpleasant, that will result in a deduction. At her words, Fu Jingqian's clarity returned in an instant. How can you reduce what is already so scant? He growled, hastily retreating to the bathroom, shedding his clothes as he ran. No deductions allowed. I will clean up right now. Shi Jiunian watched him flee in disarray and finally burst into laughter. In this lifetime, Fu Jingqian truly resembled a child, requiring coaxing. Fu Jingqian took a full 30 minutes in the bathroom before emerging, clad in a bathrobe, his hair still damp and unstyled. He struggled to believe it, even feeling as though he were in a dream. Shi Jiunian had expressed the desire to like him, incrementally, day by day. Yet, just a little was sufficient. Upon stepping out of the bathroom, he found Shi Jiunian reclining on the bed, engrossed in her phone, confirming his reality. He exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not a dream. He approached her, his steps heavy. Fu Jingqian had never felt so anxious and uncertain before. Shi Jiunian, he began, but before he could finish, she tossed her phone aside and lay down flat. It is 11:30. I am so tired. I wish to sleep, so do not speak. Get up, Fu Jingqian insisted. Then I will have to deduct points from you. Suddenly, Fu Jingqian fell silent, feeling utterly frustrated. Why did it seem that Shi Jiunian had ensnared him so effortlessly? Yet, strangely, a sense of joy bloomed within him. After drying his hair, he lay down on the bed, cautious not to disturb Shi Jiunian with the noise of the hairdryer. He was also wary of getting her cold. Shi Jiunian, indeed, was exhausted, and with Fu Jingqian's presence, she drifted into slumber with remarkable speed. As she teetered on the brink of sleep, she heard Fu Jingqian emit a low sigh beside her. Shi Jiunian, you must keep your word. Like me a little each day, do you understand? The following day was a weekend. Shi Jiunian slumbered until 10 o'clock before awakening. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of a handsome face. Fu Jingqian propped his head on one hand. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her. What are you doing? She asked slowly. Just enjoying the sight of you a bit longer. It brings me joy, he replied. Shi Jiunian remarked. I just got up and personally prepared your breakfast. Fu Jingqian paused. Given my thoughtful gesture, shouldn't you consider adding a little to that fondness of yours? Chapter 79. Shi Jiunian. You must keep your word. Shi Jiunian cast him a sidelong glance without responding, heading to the bathroom, where she discovered her toothbrush already adorned with toothpaste. Fu Jingqian's voice echoed. Shi Jiunian, bonus points. Shi Jiunian remained silent. After completing her morning routine, she descended to find breakfast already laid out, with Fu Jingqian watching her intently. The housekeeper and servants stood aside, relieved to witness the reconciliation between Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingqian. Finally, they had made amends. As Shi Jiunian sat down to eat, Fu Jingqian gazed at her with the same devotion as a stone statue of a husband. Just then, Fu Hua entered, wearing a hat that, combined with his stern expression, appeared somewhat comical. Jiang Ying can be sent to the station per the lady's instructions. What shall we do about He Tsung? After all, he is part of the Hacker Alliance. They cannot simply dispose of him. Though they were unafraid of the Hacker Alliance, they could not afford to provoke them. They would need to cite Fu Leiazizi's illness, which still required the divine Dr. Qingjiu's treatment. Is he still in the dungeon? Shi Jiunian inquired. Fu Hua nodded. He remains in the dungeon. And He Tsung has been demanding to see the lady, shouting all night. Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. So eager to see her? Very well, I shall go and meet him. After her argument with Fu Jingqian yesterday, she had little inclination to concern herself with them, but now was an opportune moment. Fu Jingqian wished to accompany Shi Jiunian, but just then, an urgent call came from the company, summoning him to an important meeting. He reluctantly departed to address the meeting, assured that Shi Jiunian would be safe within the confines of their own dungeon. In the dungeon, He Tsung and Jiang Ying had been so thoroughly tormented that they were nearly unrecognizable. Let us out, He Tsung bellowed, his throat hoarse from shouting all night. I'm a member of the Hacker Alliance. On what grounds do you imprison me? The Hacker Alliance will not let you off lightly. Brother, Jiang Ying's voice was barely a whisper. Do not worry, Xiaoying. He Chung gritted his teeth and declared, I am a member of the Hacker Alliance. They would not dare to lay a finger on me. I will ensure your safe escape. Within the Hacker Alliance, there existed not only hackers, but also an array of extraordinary talents from across the globe, deserving of respect from all. He had merely stumbled upon good fortune to attain the status of an F-level member. Despite being at the lowest tier, the Alliance was fiercely protective of its own, particularly the vice leader, Lung Chun, and the enigmatic Q. By the way, do you know what connection Shi Jiunian has with the Hacker Alliance? He Chung inquired hesitantly, unable to comprehend why Jiang he would stand up for her. Jiang Ying bit her lip, asserting Shi Jiunian cannot possibly be associated with the Hacker Alliance. However, she does possess a beguiling charm that could easily ensnare someone. Perhaps she has entangled herself with Jiang he in some way. At this, He Chung sighed in relief. This explanation made sense, as he had nearly entertained the thought that Shi Jiunian was the mysterious Q. Just then, the door that had remained shut swung open with a resounding bang, flooding the room with blinding light. A young woman stepped in, silhouetted against the brightness. Her demeanor calm and her aura cool. It was Shi Jiunian. Jiang Ying's mood shifted dramatically upon seeing her enter, seething with rage. You vile creature, she screamed. If it weren't for you, I would not have fallen to such depths. In a frenzy, she charged toward Shi Jiunian, but before she could reach her, Fu Hua delivered a swift kick that sent her sprawling. He was still fuming. This woman was audacious enough to raise her voice against his mistress. While he was incensed about his lady's entanglement with the Hacker Alliance, it did not grant this woman the right to insult her. Chapter 80, Unmasking. Shi Jiunian is Q Jiang Ying was knocked down, rolling across the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. You are Shi Jiunian. He Chung quickly helped her up. His gaze fixated on Shi Jiunian, who was undeniably striking. Could it be, as Jiang Ying suggested, she had indeed shared a bed with Jiang He? Was that why she was standing up for her? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Shi Jiunian, is it? I advise you to release me at once. He Chung grit his teeth. I'm a member of the Hacker Alliance. Are you familiar with them? With a mere flick of a finger, they could crush you. I am acquainted with Vice Leader Lung Chun. Therefore, even if you know Jiang He, it is of no consequence. Release me immediately, or I shall ensure that both you and Jiang He face dire consequences. Of course, He Ching did not truly know Lung Chun. He was merely attempting to intimidate Shi Jiunian, making her realize that her connection with Jiang He did not afford her the liberty to act against him. Shi Jiunian chuckled softly, instructing, Fu Hua, please step outside. Understood. Fu Hua exited, but remained close by the door. However, due to its unique material, he could not hear the conversation within. You are acquainted with Lung Chun, are you? Shi Jiunian casually reclined in her chair, regarding He Chung with a mocking gaze. What is the matter? Are you afraid? He Chung glared at her. Then let us out at once. Shi Jiunian smiled lightly, raising an eyebrow. What a coincidence. I know her too. Her tone was nonchalant. You know her? He Chung scoffed. What are you to claim such a connection? Shi Jiunian. Has it not dawned on you that you merely climbed into Jiang He's bed? He is merely the local head of the Hacker Alliance. His words do not dictate its fate. If you truly know Lung Chun, I shall let you use my head as a football. Very well, Shi Jiunian laughed. Retrieving her phone, she gently tapped the screen and initiated a video call. What a charade. He Chung sneered. The next second, the call connected. Sister Chun, came the languid voice of Nian Nian, sending He Cheng's smile crashing to the ground. That voice. Sister Chun, please take a look at this individual. Shi Jiunian turned her phone around, and in the next moment, He Chung found himself face-to-face with Lung Chun, both of them staring in disbelief. He Chung screamed in terror, collapsing onto the ground. He had only seen Lung Chun once during an online meeting, and that woman, with her alluring figure, could effortlessly snap necks with her bare hands. Nian Nian, I was just snuggling with a man when you showed me this filthy creature. Lung Chen's voice oozed with lazy seduction. He Chung was nearly paralyzed with fear. Lung Vice Leader, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please help me. I'm being held captive. You must save me. I had no idea that Miss Shi Jiunian knew you. Please, spare me. Just look at you, daring to cross paths with Nian Nian, someone I cherish. You should consider yourself fortunate that you did not fall into Jiang Yan's hands. Otherwise, your bones would have been shattered by now. Yes, I was wrong. But Vice Leader Lung, I'm a member of the Hacker Alliance. I cannot perish at the hands of others. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to the Alliance? Please, save me. He Chung pleaded, desperately aware that this was his only chance. If the Hacker Alliance could rescue him, he might yet see salvation. Who says he will perish at the hands of others? Lung Chun chuckled lightly. The entire Hacker Alliance belongs to Jiunian. If you were to die by her hand, you should be lighting incense at home. The revelation struck He Chung like a thunderclap. His blood ran cold. Shi Jiunian. She was the founder of the Hacker Alliance. She was a mysterious Q. Chapter 81. I brought you a person. No wonder the usually arrogant Jiang. He referred to Shi Jiunian as the one whom the entire Hacker Alliance revered. He had indeed disclosed her true identity to him. Yet He Chung had been too incredulous to accept it. Sister Chun, please continue your rest. I shall hang up now. Observing the utterly dazed He Chung, Shi Jiunian relished in the moment as she ended the call. The dungeon fell silent once more. Yet the air was thick with a suffocating sense of danger. He Chung felt as though an enormous hand had seized his throat, rendering him breathless. After a few moments of teetering on the brink of death, he regained his senses, his teeth chattering in terror. He discarded all pretenses, crawling toward Shi Jiunian. I was wrong. Leader, please spare me, spare me. Had he known that Shi Jiunian was Q, the founder of the Hacker Alliance, he would never have dared to provoke her. Jiang Ying, unfamiliar with Lung Chun, was bewildered by He Cheng's reaction. She could not fathom why he would address Shi Jiunian as leader. He was over 40 years old, calling a 20-year-old girl leader. Have you lost your mind? You dare call that vile creature Shi Jiunian leader? Silence. He Chung roared in fury. At such a moment, Jiang Ying still dared to insult Shi Jiunian. You dare shout at me? Jiang Ying trembled, tears welling in her swollen eyes. What on earth is happening? You are a member of the Hacker Alliance. Why are you afraid of Shi Jiunian? Did you not say you would take me out of here, that you would? Enough. He Chung, driven to the brink of madness by her incessant prattling, raised his hand and struck her. Her words would only serve as the grass atop her grave. Leader, I implore you, spare me. He Chung knelt again, fervently begging Shi Jiunian for mercy. Shi Jiunian leisurely shifted her posture. Do not disgust me. You are unworthy of calling me leader. He Chung, you are well aware of the many vile deeds you have committed under the banner of the Hacker Alliance over the years. You should not be unfamiliar with how the Alliance punishes traitors. Upon hearing this, He Chung realized his fate was sealed. He collapsed to the ground, his face ashen, lips trembling, utterly speechless. No words could alter his grim reality. He should never have heeded Jiang Ying's words and provoked Shi Jiunian, ultimately leading to his own downfall. Yet, faced with the woman he adored, He Chung closed his eyes in despair, resigned to his fate. Shi Jiunian cast a serene glance at Jiang Ying and remarked with a smile, as for you, initially, I intended to escort you to the police station for a reunion with your cherished daughter, but I have since reconsidered. Jiang Ying's nerves instantly tensed. I have brought someone for you. Shi Jiunian's lips curled upward, someone you are quite familiar with. Jiang Ying felt her scalp prickle. When did Shi Jiunian become so formidable? Even seated there, doing nothing, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a queen, instilling fear. No, more accurately, she resembled a vengeful spirit from hell, emanating a despairing atmosphere akin to death itself. Jiang Ying's eyes widened in terror as she witnessed Shi Jiunian retrieve her phone and send text. Mere minutes later, Fu Hua entered, escorting a person, none other than Jiang Wenrui. He was battered, particularly around his mouth, with several needle-like punctures, bloodied and raw. These were the handiwork of Jiang Ying and He Tsung. After Jiang Ying allied with He Tsung to retaliate against Jiang Wenrui for abandoning her, she had captured him and subjected him to a thorough torment. Upon seeing Jiang Ying, Jiang Wenrui lunged at her in fury. Vile woman, you seduced a man and imprisoned me to torture me. Jiang Ying was momentarily stunned by a slap. Her mind was unraveling, and that blow shattered her last remnants of rationality. She dared not confront Shi Jiunian, nor could she tolerate Jiang Wenrui's aggression any longer. She hurled herself at him, and they became entangled in a fierce struggle. Shi Jiunian observed the spectacle with an impassive expression. Only when both were utterly exhausted and collapsed to the ground did she rise languidly. My dear father. Upon seeing her stand, Jiang Wenrui hurriedly exclaimed, It was my fault before. I was misled by this woman and treated you poorly. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please forgive me, and I shall cherish you henceforth. Shi Jiunian had rescued Jiang Wenrui, who mistakenly believed that remnants of paternal affection still lingered between them. He had been thoroughly tormented in recent days. And this daughter he despised had suddenly transformed into someone so powerful. If he could win back her favor, his future would be exceedingly bright. Shi Jiunian's laughter rang out, her eyes sparkling with mirth, illuminating the previously dim dungeon. Jiang Wenrui was momentarily entranced. Yet the next moment, her words plunged him into an icy abyss. "My dear father, how did I never notice how grand your face is?" Nian. Jiang Wenrui was rendered speechless. "How can you even utter the word father?" Shi Jiunian exhaled slowly. "From the moment I began to recall, you neglected me entirely, never contesting the words of Jiang Ying and her daughter. You never taught me anything. It was my grandfather who annually took me to the capital, investing effort in my education. It was precisely because of him that I managed to survive in the Jiang family, as Jiang Ying and her daughter dared not overstep their bounds with me. Eventually, I acquired various skills in the capital, allowing me to meet individuals like Lung Chun and establish a hacker alliance. In her past life, she had yearned for parental affection, witnessing others with loving fathers and mothers, while she herself sought to please Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying, even Jiang Ru and Liang Maching. It was this yearning that led her astray, ultimately severing ties with Lung Chun and his companions, resulting in a tragic demise. Throughout my life, have you ever once cared for me? How dare you utter the word father?" Each word pierced Jiang Wenrui's heart, reddening his face, not out of shame, but from the fear that Shi Jiunian would harbor resentment against him. After all, he had nothing left and needed to cling to her. He hastily apologized, this time with genuine sincerity, knowing that without her forgiveness, he could not survive. "Father realizes his mistakes. I admit I have been neglectful. But for the sake of your mother, could you please forgive me this once?" The mere mention of her mother ignited a tempest of fury within Shi Jiunian, her anger causing her to smile eerily, the corners of her eyes tinged with crimson. Memories of the venomous words spoken to her during her Bedouin days echoed in her ears. "For the sake of my mother," her voice cold and haunting, seemed to drift from the depths of hell. "Are you not afraid that my mother's vengeful spirit will seek you out for those words? Do you remember how she met her demise?" A chill gripped Jiang Wenrui's heart, rendering him speechless, his body turning cold. Shi Jiunian regarded him with a penetrating gaze and began softly. "Not long after my mother gave birth to me, weak and fragile, you brought Jiang Ying home, driving her to her grave in anguish. Have you forgotten all of this?" Her voice, low and eerie, resonated within the shadowy dungeon, instilling dread. "My mother was a distinguished lady from the Shi family. She forsook the capital for you, severing ties with my grandfather, enduring scorn from the aristocracy to this day. She devoted herself to you. Yet how did you repay her? You caused her to die with unfulfilled grievances." Jiang Wenrui never anticipated that Shi Jiunian would possess such knowledge. He found himself unable to craft any more deceitful excuses. Panic spread through him as he realized the extent of her understanding, prompting him to wonder if she would show him any mercy. Nian. After expressing her thoughts, Shi Jiunian closed her eyes, releasing the pent-up anger within her. When she opened her eyes again, they were devoid of any emotion, save for a hint of bloodshot veins. "Let us not dwell on the past. Let us discuss the present. You too. What do you think I will do?" She laughed maliciously. Jiang Wenrui was on the verge of insanity, his nerves fraying. "Nian, I was wrong, truly wrong. I beg you, spare me, grant me my life, will you?" "Very well." Shi Jiunian agreed, with an unexpected eagerness. Jiang Wenrui was taken aback, his gaze shifting to her with uncertainty. "My dear father, you will soon discover that living can be the most tormenting of all. Are you familiar with the Golden Triangle?" Shi Jiunian smiled. "I intend to send you and Jiang Ying there, and whether you survive or not will depend on your own abilities. The Golden Triangle, where devils revel and the weak languish in despair. There, no authority prevails. Those who venture there often wish for death. Women are reduced to mere flesh, while men like Jiang Wenrui, devoid of capability, would find themselves utterly dismantled. Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying were well aware of the horrors that lurked there. They would do anything to avoid it, even preferring a trip to the police station. Yet they had no choice in the matter. After delivering her words, Shi Jiunian exited, leaving behind the echoes of their anguished cries, reminiscent of a hellish realm, as she stepped forth from the abyss. Upon crossing the threshold of the iron door, the tension within her body eased, her shoulders sagging in fatigue. Yet the next moment, her nerves tensed again. Fu Jingchun stood leaning against the wall, partially shrouded in darkness. The duration of his presence unknown. He had overheard much of their earlier conversation. A cigarette dangled from his fingertips, emitting wisps of smoke as he lowered his gaze. Obscuring his expression, though his demeanor seemed troubled, the hand holding the cigarette turning pale. Having concluded a conference call, Fu Jingchun had come over, only to overhear Shi Jiunian's exchange with Jiang Wenrui. His heart ached for the suffering endured by his little girl. Guilt washed over him for not having protected her adequately. Yet now, he would strive to draw closer to Shi Jiunian, to safeguard her, ensuring she would never again experience even a fraction of that agony. Upon seeing Shi Jiunian emerge, he straightened and approached her, his expression striving for calm. "You're smoking again." Shi Jiunian frowned at the cigarette in his hand. "I couldn't resist. I lit one, but I didn't actually smoke it." Fu Jingchun discarded the cigarette, inhaling deeply to ensure his scent remained neutral. "You smell fine. Don't let me deduct points, understood?" "Well, let me think about it," Shi Jiunian said, a smile gracing her lips. "Are you really considering it?" There wasn't much to contemplate. What would happen if it was all used up? Shi Jiunian noticed his genuine concern, which made her eyes sparkle with amusement. Fu Jingchun was merely teasing her, and seeing her in better spirits, he remarked, "Let's go back. Fu Hua is here." "All right." Shi Jiunian nodded, preparing to exit. But Fu Jingchun swiftly lifted her off the ground. Her hands instinctively rested on his shoulders. "I can walk by myself." "Oh, now you can walk." Fu Jingchun squinted playfully. "Do you remember the last time we were here? You pretended to be weak and asked me to carry you?" Shi Jiunian was taken aback. "You remember that? Now that I'm the one initiating the embrace, you seem reluctant." "Mrs. Fu, you are quite capricious," Fu Jingchun teased, his brown eyes narrowing, exuding a charming playfulness. Shi Jiunian buried her head in his chest, unwilling to engage in conversation. Fu Jingchun carried her back to the room and gently placed her on the bed. "Leave the matters regarding the dungeon to me. You should rest well. I've finished everything I needed to handle today and can stay with you." Shi Jiunian clutched a pillow, looking at him. "Wait, I just remembered something." Fu Jingchun looked at her. "The He Chung matter. You need to hand it over to the Hacker Alliance." If she didn't return He Chung to the Hacker Alliance, Chun Jie would surely accuse her of prioritizing romance over friendship, claiming she had betrayed her own. Although Fu Jingchun wasn't exactly a stranger, she felt Chun Jie had a point. Matters concerning the Hacker Alliance should be dealt with by the Hacker Alliance itself. Upon hearing her words, Fu Jingchun's expression darkened. Did she dare mention the Hacker Alliance to him? Was that wild man complaining to her, causing her to stand up for him? "Shi Jiunian, you're quite capable. Knowing about the Hacker Alliance," he remarked, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Well, I did establish the Hacker Alliance when I was 15, so I suppose I am quite capable," Shi Jiunian replied honestly. Fu Jingchun smirked. "So, you must know quite a few people in the Hacker Alliance?" "Somewhat," she continued, "but tell me, who is that wild man you're referring to? What is his name?" At last, he was getting to the crux of the matter. Shi Jiunian looked at him earnestly. "There are no wild men in the Hacker Alliance." Fu Jingchun was baffled by her response. "Still denying it?" "Shi Jiunian, come clean," he urged, his tone laced with mockery. Shi Jiunian genuinely didn't comprehend what he meant. Fu Jingchun, too, had faltered in his explanation, making it hard for her to grasp his intentions. He assumed she was fully aware of the wild man's identity and didn't need to elaborate further. Thus, both found themselves on different wavelengths. Shi Jiunian thought to herself that she hadn't done anything wrong. Why should she confess anything? Did Fu Jingchun discover that she was Qing Jiao, the hacker known as Q? Her brow furrowed. "Fu Jingchun, don't be unreasonable." "Who is being unreasonable? My temper is still quite restrained," he retorted with a cold smile. Shi Jiunian felt a twinge of guilt as she observed his unwavering demeanor. Could he truly know her identity as Qing Jiao? After a moment of contemplation, she resolved that since she was beginning to like Fu Jingchun a little more each day, it would be unfair to keep secrets from him. With a serious gaze, she prepared to reveal her true identity as the founder of the Hacker Alliance, Q, and the renowned healer, Qing Jiao. "Fu Jingchun." Shi Jiunian clutched her pillow and, looking at him earnestly, said, "I truly do not understand what you mean by wild man." Fu Jingchun narrowed his eyes, sensing her attempt to evade the topic. "So, you cannot answer my question, but I can share another secret with you." "No, 2 secrets. 2 aliases?" Shi Jiunian's eyes sparkled, Her expression conflicted, as she recalled how she had previously withheld information from Fu Jingshan. Would he be upset now? He was known for his short temper and unpredictable moods. Taking a deep breath, she decided to lay everything bare. Actually, I am. What are you? Before she could finish, Fu Jingshan pinched her cheek, half amused and half exasperated. Shi Jiunian, you're changing the subject rather clumsily. Moreover, it was evident that she had no intention of revealing those two secrets. Not wanting to pressure her, he interrupted, stating that he would investigate the wild man himself. As for what she had been about to say, was she going to confess that she was the healer Qin Jiu or the founder of the Hacker Alliance, Q? Yet, there was indeed a resemblance between Shi Jiunian and the healer, but she was nowhere near as remarkable. Shi Jiunian was exceptional. Even her casual remarks brought him joy. I am not changing the subject, Shi Jiunian insisted, slightly furrowing her brow. Fu Jingshan pinched her cheek again, declaring, I want to listen to your secrets. But from now on, you must come to me for anything. No consulting anyone else, understood? Especially not the Hacker Alliance. Shi Jiunian replied with a simple, okay. Just remember not to regret it. I want to regret it. Very well. Shi Jiunian decided not to press further. I will have Fu Huo return He-chung. At the mention of this, Fu Jingshan's expression soured, but the next moment, a thought struck him, and he gazed at Shi Jiunian intently. Shi Jiunian, since I am so compliant with you today, can we not increase your affection for me, just a tad? His eyes narrowed playfully, revealing a hint of awkwardness. Perhaps feeling foolish for discussing such matters with Shi Jiunian. She smiled, yes, I can increase it just a little. Fu Hua had escorted Jiang Wenrui and Jiang Ying away, and then he carried the unconscious He-chung to meet Jiang He. The thought of handing He-chung over to that scoundrel Jiang He filled Fu Hua with rage. He was already balding in spots, so he wore a hat. Jiang He, arms crossed and leaning against the car, whistled upon seeing him. Oh, new look? That hat is quite unique, he mocked. You're not looking too shabby yourself. Fu Hua retorted coldly, unwilling to back down. Those sunglasses are quite fashionable. At this, Jiang He's irritation flared. How could he not wear sunglasses with those panda eyes? He smirked, glancing at the He-chung Fu Hua was carrying. I told you before, we can't take anyone from the Hacker Alliance. After all this trouble, you're just bringing him back to me? Fu Hua's face turned green with frustration. He had just rescued He-chung from Jiang He, and now he had to return him willingly. Seeing Fu Hua's defeated demeanor lifted Jiang He's spirits. He gestured for his lackey to take He-chung from Fu Hua's grasp and toss him into the car. As Jiang He climbed in, he paused, leaning back slightly to fixate on Fu Hua, his hand resting on the car roof, his eyes narrowing. What are you looking at? Want to fight? Fu Hua was fuming. How dare he stare at him? Jiang He chuckled. You've got quite the temper, Fu Hua. I'll remember you. He would definitely get his revenge for the injury around his eye. Likewise, Fu Hua growled, nearly grinding his teeth. Sooner or later, I'll make you bald. Chapter 86. Sure, the beloved of the office, the translation of the medical reports was nearly complete. All papers had been translated, and Shi Jiunian had organized everything, ready to send it to St. Paul University the following day. Sure, we owe you a great debt for your assistance. It's thanks to you that we managed to complete the task within such a short time frame. Lu Xing smiled as he glanced at Qiao Shiyu, pausing momentarily before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Qiao classmate. Your assistance has been invaluable. In this translation effort, Shi Jiunian bore the brunt of the work, while Qiao Shiyu merely played a supporting role. At times, after Qiao Shiyu's initial translation, Shi Jiunian even had to assist in refining it, which proved to be quite a hassle. Qiao Shiyu's fingers were practically embedded in her flesh from stress. Referring to Shi Jiunian as junior while addressing her as classmate Qiao felt like a blatant distinction. Oh dear, I've been utterly exhausted these past few days. Now that we've finally completed everything, let us go out for a meal, proposed Lin Ying, to which the senior students nodded in agreement. Sure, Junior. Do you have time later? Lu Xing inquired. Shi Jiunian frowned. I have plans to have dinner with a classmate, so I might not be able to join today. Due to some business at Fu Jingshan's company, he wouldn't be able to accompany her for dinner, prompting Qin Ming to invite her out early. Which classmate? It's no trouble. We could all go together, Lin Ying exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Dining together would be much livelier. Shi Jiunian refrained from immediately agreeing, needing to consult Qin Ming first, as she was unfamiliar with Lu Xing and Lin Ying and feared potential awkwardness. She sent Qin Ming a text, who quickly replied, Of course go. Ah, this is Lu Xing. The heartthrob of Haida. Just the thought of dining with him makes me want to wake up laughing. Shi Jiunian. All right. Qin Ming was certainly not the type to feel embarrassed. How about it? Is your friend joining us? Linning asked impatiently. Shi Jiunian nodded. She will be coming. You all go ahead. I'll sit this one out, Xiao Xiu said with a forced smile, unlike Shi Jiunian. I'm not good at charming conversations. My presence would only lead to an awkward silence. At her words, Lu Xing's brow furrowed. Such petty remarks were unbecoming. Linning, having long found her insufferable, was not inclined to indulge her. If you know you can't hold a conversation, it's better to remain silent. You know you come off as annoying. Shi Jr. is intelligent and beautiful. She effortlessly outshines you by miles. Besides, we never intended to invite you in the first place. Xiao Xiu turned pale with anger. Lu Xing, shouldering his backpack, cast a calm gaze upon her and spoke. Classmate Xiao, Shi Jr. is the darling of our office. It is not her trying to win our favor. Rather, we genuinely appreciate her. His tone remained tranquil, yet was laced with pointed clarity as he continued. As for some individuals, it appears they expend tremendous effort to seek approval but are met with indifference, leading to their indignation. Xiao Xiu's unseemly thoughts were laid bare. Overwhelmed with rage and humiliation, she trembled uncontrollably, her heart seething with resentment. Why should she endure such humiliation, especially with Lu Xing siding with Shi Jiunian? A single comment from her had spiraled into a barrage of ridicule directed at her. Her eyes reddened with fury, looking pitiful as not a single senior came to her defense. Shi Jr., let us go, Lu Xing declared before turning away from Xiao Xiu, leading the way, with Linning pulling Shi Jiunian along. Wait a moment, I need to grab something. Shi Jiunian approached her desk, where her computer was still on. She swiftly typed a few keys before nonchalantly shutting it down. Picking up her bag, she followed Linning outside, casting a meaningful smirk at Xiao Xiu as she passed. Soon, all the seniors exited the office, leaving Xiao Xiu alone. She glared at the closed door, ensuring they would not return. Her gaze then shifted to Shi Jiunian's computer, glimmering with malicious intent. Chapter 87. The God of Racing, Shi Zheng. Xiao Xiu approached Shi Jiunian's workstation and powered on the computer, opening the folder on the desktop. She found a meticulously organized medical report along with its English translation. These reports were not only destined for academic exchange with St. Delberg University, but also to be submitted to the National Medical Network. Professor Dong had set the deadline for tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But what if someone else submitted the report before then? The efforts of Lu Xing and the others would be rendered futile, and Shi Jiunian, responsible for the final document organization, could face repercussions, perhaps even disciplinary actions. In a severe scenario, none of them would escape unscathed. Initially, she had no intention of being so ruthless. Her target had always been Shi Jiunian. However, with everyone seemingly against her, she resolved not to allow them an easy time, even at the cost of her own well-being. As she contemplated the downfall of Shi Jiunian and her companions, a sinister smile crept across her face. The soft glow from the computer illuminated her features, transforming her once youthful visage into something chilling, akin to a venomous serpent. Meanwhile, Shi Jiunian and the others dined at the Jinshu restaurant. Though the prices were steep, the food was exquisite. Having dined there once before, they had not forgotten the experience. Lu Xing, recognizing their desire to return, brought them along. The meal cost several thousand yuan, but it was not a significant expense. With the translation work concluded, opportunities to dine with Shi Jiunian would dwindle, perhaps becoming scarce in the future. They were determined to ensure that Shi Jiunian enjoyed this meal. Just for a chicken wing, it costs over 2,000. Qin Ming exclaimed while perusing the menu, her eyes widening. She swallowed hard, imagining her father, who was frugal to the point of eating plain bread, discovering her extravagant dining choice. Qin Jr., order whatever you like. Our senior Lu Xing is quite affluent. Linning chimed in cheerfully. Indeed, today we shall let Lu Xing foot the bill. The seniors teased one another. After all, our senior Lu Xing is quite generous. Please, don't say that. Lu Xing responded with a hint of exasperation. I'm just an ordinary person, not wealthy at all. His family had a political background, with his lineage reaching the deputy minister level, yet their actual wealth was modest. The financial support came from his maternal grandfather's family, who ran a chain of stores, providing a slight cushion for occasional indulgences. Nonetheless, he considered his upbringing rather typical. Shi Jiunian, what would you like to eat? Qin Ming offered the menu to her once more. Shi Jiunian adeptly selected a couple of dishes when her phone unexpectedly vibrated in her pocket. Upon seeing it was a message from her computer, her brow arched in interest. Opening the details, a slow smile crept across her face as she realized her suspicions had been confirmed. However, Xiao Xiu was rather foolish for employing such a method. "What's got you smiling so ominously?" Qin Ming remarked, feeling a chill run down her spine upon noticing Shi Jiunian's mysteriously eerie smile. Shi Jiunian chuckled softly, twirling her phone in her hand. "Oh, nothing much. It's just that some amusing developments have surfaced." Having been persistently provoked, she was more than willing to engage in this game. Before their meals arrived, Shi Jiunian placed her phone on the table, opening a video to watch. Quirky sounds filled the air. "Shi Jiunian, you watch racing videos too?" Qin Ming leaned in curiously. "Yes." Shi Jiunian was viewing footage of her uncle and cousin's race, where they had recently secured a championship title and were attending various celebratory events abroad, likely delayed in their return for a few days. "I enjoy racing videos as well. I watched that race. It was incredibly thrilling. And look, my idol is here. Number 8, Shi Zheng. Do you know him?" Shi Jiunian. Not only did she know him, but she was also quite familiar with him. Seeing Qin Ming's excitement, she turned to her and asked, "Would you like an autograph? I can get it for you. A photo is also possible." Qin Ming quickly shook her head. "Shi Jr. He is the god of racing. Shi Zheng. He is extraordinary. Getting his autograph is more challenging than securing one from a top celebrity. If you want it, I can help you get it." Forget it. I am unworthy." Qin Ming shook her head. "You are worthy." No, I am unworthy." As Shi Jiunian attempted to speak further, she suddenly caught sight of a shadow lurking at the door. Narrowing her eyes, she rose and walked outside. Chapter 88. How could the illustrious and mighty boss fear ghosts? "Hey, Shi Jiunian, I need to use the restroom." With that, Shi Jiunian stepped out. The figure outside noticed her departure and hurriedly left. Shi Jiunian chose not to pursue. Instead, she leaned against the wall, arms crossed. "Mu Shichuan." She uttered 2 words, "Stop." The figure indeed froze in place. Mu Shichuan was taken aback at being caught, yet he maintained his bravado and turned around with a radiant smile. "Shi Jiunian, when did the second young master of the Mu family learn to eavesdrop?" Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. Mu Shichuan rubbed his nose, explaining that his third brother had gone to a bar a couple of days ago to drown his sorrows, and he was concerned. Seeing Shi Jiunian arriving with a group for dinner today, he couldn't resist coming to take a look. "Last time, it was also you who reported me, right?" Shi Jiunian approached him, exuding an intimidating aura, entirely different from her soft demeanor in front of Fu Jingchen. Mu Shichuan involuntarily swallowed hard. "What's wrong with that? You're the one hiding things from my third brother and expecting my help to cover it up?" As Shi Jiunian drew nearer, Mu Shichuan's tone weakened. "What do you want?" "I want nothing at all," Shi Jiunian replied with a radiant smile. "But if you continue to meddle and sow discord between me and Fu Jingchen, I shall become quite irate. Those who speak carelessly might find themselves visited by a ghost at the foot of their bed tonight." Mu Shichuan's eyes widened in terror. Her voice slowed, laced with a seductive quality, as she stood by the bed in a blood-red gown, her face pale, casting a shadowy green glow in the darkness. Slowly reaching out to touch his shoulder. As she extended her hand towards him, Mu Shichuan's legs trembled, his teeth chattering. "Did you hear her voice? She's speaking to you." She said, "Mu Shichuan." Shi Jiunian's voice was low, deliberately drawn out, echoing hauntingly in the empty corridor, striking directly at Mu Shichuan's eardrums. His rationality crumbled completely. He could no longer bear it, covering his face and screaming as he fled. Watching his foolishness, Shi Jiunian's lips curled into a smile as she leisurely turned to leave. Mu Shichuan, who feared nothing but ghosts. His screams echoed throughout the restaurant. Once back in the office, he remained shaken, drenched in cold sweat. Shi Jiunian's words had painted vivid images in his mind. He felt someone approaching him, a cold sensation landing on his shoulder, followed by a voice calling, "Hey, Mu Shichuan spun around in terror, locking eyes with the equally frightened Manager Zhao. "Boss, what's wrong?" Manager Zhao was also startled. Upon realizing it was him, Mu Shichuan's heart finally settled, collapsing into his chair, gasping for air, nearly terrified to death. It's nothing." He would never admit to fearing ghosts. Manager Zhao scrutinized him. "What are you doing here?" Mu Shichuan glared at him. "Well, here's the thing," Manager Zhao replied earnestly. Earlier, some employees said you were yelling in the corridor, seemingly frightened, calling out about ghosts. So I came to check on you. He added, but I think they're talking nonsense. Our illustrious and invincible boss. How could he cover his face and run like a coward in the corridor, fearing ghosts? Right, boss? He posed a soul-searching question. Mu Shichuan. Chapter 89. So, damn handsome. Mu Shichuan dismissed Manager Zhao, filled with indignation. How outrageous. Shi Jiunian actually scared him. He picked up his phone to call Fu Jingxin. He needed his third brother to stand up for him. As the call connected, a single word greeted him, delivered in a notably cold tone. Third brother, you need to manage your wife. She dared to frighten me while I was at dinner today. Fu Jingxin was quite taken aback, first by the fact that Shi Jiunian was at the Jinshu restaurant, and second, by how she managed to frighten him. Tell me more. Mu Shichuan spilled everything. Isn't it infuriating? She said a ghost would scare me. She's so malicious. You wouldn't believe her expression. She looked like a fiend. Mu Shichuan hoped Fu Jingxin would join him in reprimanding Shi Jiunian. However, Fu Jingxin chuckled lightly after hearing the tale. My wife is that adorable, isn't she? Mu Shichuan? Adorable? He was nearly scared to death. How is Shi Jiunian adorable? Third brother. She's bullying me. He protested. On the other end, Fu Jingxin's tone was light and slightly smug. My wife can only bully me. You don't have that privilege. Moreover, he paused before adding, Mu Shichuan. Mu Shichuan instinctively replied. Be careful when you go to the restroom tonight. Mu Shichuan. The red-dressed female, ghost, is most likely to haunt restrooms at night. Mu Shichuan. Now he was genuinely on the verge of tears, feeling utterly miserable as he ended the call. He shouldn't have called his third brother. He only ended up being frightened again. His third brother no longer cared for him, only loving that woman, Shi Jiunian. He felt disheartened, like a frostbitten vegetable. After hanging up, Fu Jingxin messaged Shi Jiunian. At the Jinshu restaurant? Shi Jiunian had just finished her meal and replied. At Jinshu restaurant, just finished eating. Fu Jingxin. How many people? Shi Jiunian. Just the seniors from the medical department. That meant Lu Xing was also present. Fu Jingxin narrowed his eyes, subtly continuing to text. Have you finished? I'll come pick you up in 20 minutes. Sure, Lu Xing is about to settle the bill, so hurry. Got it. After sending the message, Fu Jingxin let out a slight huff. Lu Xing going to settle the bill? Did his wife need someone else to pay for her meal? He grabbed his coat and exited his office, calling Manager Zhao. Senior, who are you chatting with? You seem so happy. Is it your husband? Linning teased. Yes. Shi Jiunian set her phone down and nodded. He said he is coming to pick me up. Oh my, are we finally going to see your husband as true appearance? Linning exclaimed excitedly. Lu Xing couldn't help but glance over. Everyone was curious about what Shi Jiunian's husband looked like. They were genuinely concerned for her, fearing she might be deceived. At just 20 years old, she had married right after reaching the legal age, and her spouse seemed older than her. They dreaded he might be a greasy middle-aged man nearing 30, preying on young girls. In their eyes, Lu Xing was truly excellent, an elite offspring, wealthy and handsome. Shi Jiunian was fortunate to be with him. Qin Ming tightened her grip on her chopsticks, determined that if Shi Jiunian's husband turned out to be a loser, she would find a way to help her get a divorce. I'll settle the bill first. Seeing that everyone was watching him and Shi Jiunian, Lu Xing, fearing she might feel uncomfortable, proactively changed the subject and called the waiter to pay. The waiter respectfully replied, Sir, your table has already settled the bill. Already settled? Everyone was surprised. Lu Xing also frowned. Mr. Fu, the husband of Miss Shi, settled the bill while the waiter spoke, pulling out a stack of black cards from his bag. These are the top-tier VIP membership cards for Jinshu Restaurant, gifted to everyone by Mr. Fu. You may dine at Jinshu Restaurant at your convenience, as each card holds 3 million. Mr. Fu wishes to express his gratitude for your care of Miss Shi during these days. Qin Ming's chopsticks clattered to the floor. The room fell into a profound silence, stunned by this extravagant display. The top-tier VIP black cards of Jinshu Restaurant were a rarity even among the elite families of Haicheng. A thick stack, all presented to them? Moreover, each card contained 3 million. Was this not excessive? They all turned their gazes towards Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian nodded slightly, solidifying a thought in her mind. Fu Jingxin was indeed quite wealthy. The hands that accepted the cards trembled slightly. Lu Xing remained silent for a few seconds before also accepting a black card. After such a commotion, everyone grew increasingly curious about what Shi Jiunian's husband might look like. A group gathered at the entrance, awaiting Fu Jingqian's arrival, their hearts fluttering with anticipation. Although Shi Jiunian's husband was undeniably affluent, it only reinforced their suspicion that he might be a balding man in his 30s. Only an older gentleman could possess such wealth. The thought brought tears to their eyes. If that were the case, they would surely hurl the cards at his head. After waiting for over 10 minutes, a black Hummer slowly approached. Lin Ying and the others clenched their fists. Here he comes. Please, let him not be a balding uncle, or they would surely pummel him. Lu Xing's gaze was fixed on the vehicle, his lips pressed tightly together. The black Hummer came to a halt. The door swung open, revealing a man wearing a hat. Lin Ying and the others felt their hearts shatter. This man was indeed Shi's husband. While he was not unattractive, he paled in comparison to senior brother Lu Xing. They couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Yet at that moment, the man moved to the rear door, respectfully opening it. Master, he called out with great reverence. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was a pair of glossy black leather shoes, followed by long, powerful legs, and then a meticulously tailored iron gray suit that accentuated the man's flawless physique, complemented by exquisitely sculpted features that seemed chiseled by divine hands. The man's demeanor was somewhat aloof, his sharp features instilling a sense of awe. However, when his brown phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, they revealed an irresistible charm and a hint of rebellious spirit. One glance could lead to utter enchantment. So, breathtakingly handsome, not only the women, but even the men could hear the rapid beating of their hearts. Dear wife, Fu Jingqian, with his long legs taking strides, approached Shi Jiunian. Wife. The term jolted everyone back to reality. Sure, is this truly your husband? Lin Ying swallowed hard. This was astonishingly handsome. She cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Xing, who had been utterly overshadowed in an instant. Shi Jiunian responded calmly with a slight hum, catching a whiff of the faint scent of his cologne. He wore cologne? Hello, I am Nianyan's husband. Thank you for taking care of her during these days, Fu Jingqian said, effortlessly wrapping his arm around Shi Jiunian's waist. No, it was Shi who helped us immensely. Everyone quickly interjected. Also, those black cards were incredibly generous. Of course, upon our first meeting, it's customary to prepare a small gift. It is but a trifle. Fu Jingqian smiled, his gaze momentarily flickering toward a particular individual. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. My wife prefers to retire early, so we must return soon. Shi Jiunian shot him an expressionless glance. The onlookers were left to speculate. It was only 7 o'clock, hardly late. Or was it that they wished to engage in something scandalous, necessitating an early return for a good night's sleep? Lin Ying chuckled awkwardly. All right, you two head back then and drive safely. Fu Jingqian embraced Shi Jiunian and entered the vehicle, both domineering and tender. A collective sigh escaped the crowd. Oh dear, senior brother Lu Xing still fell short. Let us depart as well, Lu Xing said with a composed smile. This man was indeed impressive, his eyes solely on Shi Jiunian. Clearly, she had exquisite taste. Inside the car, Shi Jiunian silently observed Fu Jingqian. What is it? Fu Jingqian asked, somewhat perplexed by her gaze. Fu Jingqian, Shi Jiunian began. Yes? You today resemble a flamboyant peacock. Is that your description? Fu Jingqian chuckled. Amuzed. You are simply too ostentatious today. Shi Jiunian wrinkled her nose. And you even wore cologne. It's to enhance my presence. Fu Jingqian replied with a grin, and also to deter any undesirable intentions from certain wild men. You are rather petty. Shi Jiunian saw through his intentions, choosing not to engage further, and closed her eyes to rest. The following day, at 8:40, the atmosphere in the office was tense. Shi Jiunian had yet to arrive, infuriating Professor Dong, who smashed 2 cups. Can someone explain what is happening? Why was the medical report released prematurely? Who leaked it? Speak up. Professor Dong was on the brink of madness. He had intended to submit the medical report to the National Medical Network today, but it had failed to review. In checking, he discovered someone had published their medical paper first, identical to theirs. It was an outrageous scandal. Lu Xing, Lin Ying, and others kept their heads down, their faces grim. They too were baffled by who might have leaked the information. Professor Dong, Xiao Xiu stepped forward. The final version of the medical report was compiled by Shi Jiunian. It only existed on her computer. If it has been leaked, who else could it be? Are you out of your mind? Casting blame on Shi? Lin Ying glared at her. The final version is indeed with Shi Jiunian. Xiao Xiu scoffed. Now that it has been leaked, if she does not take responsibility, who will? Enough. Shi would never do something like this. Professor Dong took a deep breath. I will attempt to contact the National Medical website to determine who published it first, to have their account suspended and ours uploaded. We cannot allow St. DeBeo Academy to find out. Otherwise, it would be a disgrace on an international scale. However, time is critically short. Damn, only 20 minutes remain. There is simply no time. Professor Dong was nearly pulling his hair out. Professor, you all are being incredibly biased. Xiao Shiyu had not anticipated that they would not hold Shi Jiunian accountable at all. The leak of the medical report is a grave matter. Are you simply going to let it slide without holding Shi accountable? She should be reprimanded, even expelled. Professor Dong was already on edge, his head buzzing. And Xiao Shiyu's incessant noise only heightened his irritation. His temper flared. Is this the time for assigning blame? We need to rectify the situation promptly. Can you not keep quiet? If you cannot, then get out. Shi Jiunian made a mistake, and you want her to leave. Xiao Shiyu's eyes turned red with anger. Just then, Shi Jiunian entered, her backpack slung over one shoulder, holding a bag of milk and sipping through a straw. Upon seeing her, Xiao Shiyu unleashed all her grievances and animosity. Shi Jiunian, how dare you show your face? Do you realize that because of you, the medical report has leaked and been published prematurely? Shi Jiunian walked to her desk, placed her backpack on the chair, and powered on her computer. Only then did she respond, I know. Xiao Shiyu was momentarily taken aback. How did she know, and why was she so composed? As if she had anticipated this outcome all along. Classmate Shi, I hope you can provide an explanation, Professor Dong stated. He found it hard to believe that Shi Jiunian could commit such an act. However, the final medical report was indeed compiled by her. Now that it has been leaked, Shi Jiunian bears an unavoidable responsibility. Lu Xing and others anxiously stared at her, as this incident had escalated far too much. Not only Shi Jiunian would face punishment, but they too would suffer consequences. The senior student had come to assist them, and it would be a grave disservice to her if she returned with a reprimand. Just wait, Shi Jiunian said slowly. We will soon discover who is responsible for the leak. It was you who leaked it. Why are you still pretending? Xiao Shiyu sneered. Shi Jiunian, the leak of the medical report indicates your negligence in safeguarding it, which could lead to disciplinary action or even expulsion. Do you still have the leisure to gaze at that broken computer of yours? Oh, Shi Jiunian replied, not seated but slightly bending forward. One hand pressing the mouse while her almond-shaped eyes briefly scanned Xiao Shiyu, as if everything was under her meticulous control. I forgot to mention that I installed a small program on my computer. As soon as it is powered on, it automatically records. Seeing Xiao Shiyu's increasingly rigid expression, Shi Jiunian smiled faintly. Soon, we will know who tampered with my computer. Xiao Shiyu visibly began to panic, incredulously staring at Shi Jiunian. Such a program existed? Shi Jiunian was not even a computer science major. How could she possess such knowledge? Senior, you have such a program on your computer? Did you install it yourself? Lu Xing and the others were astonished. Yes, Shi Jiunian nodded nonchalantly. It's quite simple. If you wish, I can help you install it as well. As her words fell, she had already opened a video. All right, she pressed the enter key, and instantly, a video popped up. Professor Dong hurriedly leaned in. On the screen appeared Xiao Shiyu's face. Her expression twisted as she manipulated Shi Jiunian's computer. Instantly, the way everyone looked at Xiao Shiyu changed. It was indeed her. To be honest, although they did not have a fondness for Xiao Shiyu, they never expected her to engage in such treachery. These medical reports contain not only their hard work, but also Xiao Shiyu's. Why would she commit an act that harmed herself as well? Xiao Shiyu, Professor Dong roared. This revelation froze Xiao Shiyu's blood, draining color from her face as she grit her teeth and replied, I did access Shi Jiunian's computer, but I did it to check. This medical report was a collaborative effort. Do I not even have the right to review it? As long as she staunchly denied it. Shi Jiunian would be a loss. With reddened eyes, she challenged, Shi Jiunian, you leaked the medical report and now attempt to cast the blame on me? Fine, Shi Jiunian retorted, her gaze captivating. If you refuse to admit it, I shall compel you to confess. Her fingers swiftly danced across the keyboard. I've already identified the account that disseminated our medical report. A simple inquiry will reveal who leaked it. Indeed, they could trace the account's origin and ownership, revealing the perpetrator. I'll call some friends from the computer science department to assist. Lu Xing exclaimed, eager to help. No need, Shi Jiunian replied with a teasing glance towards the sweating Xiao Shiyu. Coincidentally, I possess some computer skills myself. The revelation that Shi Jiunian could handle computers shocked everyone anew. What else can she do? Xiao Shiyu's legs felt weak. She never anticipated that Shi Jiunian would possess such abilities. Could she truly uncover the truth? No. That account was posted anonymously. Only a phone number was verified, and no ID was linked. There was no way Shi Jiunian could trace it. The National Medical Network fiercely protects user privacy, making it incredibly difficult to uncover identities. Even for top hackers, Shi Jiunian could not possibly have that capability. Go ahead and investigate. I'm curious what you might uncover. I did nothing wrong, she asserted defiantly. Yet the last word was left unspoken. The room fell into a hushed silence. Xiao Shiyu stared at the computer screen, her blood running cold. Account. Owner, Xiao Shiyu. Location, Haicheng. Phone number, 18,375XXXX. Xiao Shiyu. What grievances have we caused you to warrant such malice? Lining was the first to react, her fury boiling over as she hurled a folder at her. Xiao Shiyu did not even flinch as the folder grazed her face, leaving a shallow cut. Her heart raced uncontrollably. What grievances? Was it not them who isolated her? You've forgotten how you treated me. Xiao Shiyu's pent-up grievances and indignation surged forth as she cried out, You all adore Shi Jiunian, neglecting me and treating me differently. So what if I did it? You have the power to punish me. You are utterly unreasonable. Lu Xing had never encountered a woman as deranged as her. His upbringing prevented him from uttering profanities, so he could only express his frustration in this manner. Why could she not reflect on why they treated her differently? The lovely and kind-hearted senior student was overlooked while they favored this woman who only knew how to harm others. Enough, Xiao Shiyu. I will report your conduct to the principal. You will face the consequences without exception, Professor Dong declared, growing impatient with her. He needed to contact the National Medical Network. Now leave. If I remain in your presence any longer, I might have a heart attack. Tears streamed down Xiao Shiyu's face as she wiped it away and fled the office, leaving a silence behind. Professor Dong, it's 8:50. Suddenly, Shi Jiunian glanced at her watch and spoke slowly. Her rapid change of topic caught Professor Dong off guard, and he slapped his thigh in realization. It's 8:50. We only have 10 minutes left until our appointment with St. Debalt University. He had yet to establish contact with anyone from the National Medical Network. Their review process was notoriously slow. By the time they navigated through all the protocols, they might not even meet the deadline tomorrow. The thought made him want to weep. They would embarrass themselves internationally. As Professor Dong contemplated his misfortune, he heard Shi Jiunian's voice regarding the National Medical Network. I have already made arrangements. The medical report submitted by Xiao Shiyu has been retracted, and you can now resubmit it for immediate review. Professor Dong turned to her in astonishment. Before 9 o'clock, St. Debalt University would receive it. Shi Jiunian continued, perfectly timed. It will not exceed our agreed schedule. You. Professor Dong's heart raced. Quick, bring me my computer. Lu Xing hurriedly entered the office, retrieving Professor Dong's computer. The latter promptly logged into the National Medical Network, discovering that Xiao Shiyu's account had indeed been suspended, and her submissions had been taken down. He quickly uploaded the medical report from his drafts, which was approved in an instant. What? The National Medical Network usually takes half an hour to review something, yet this was approved in seconds. Shi Jiunian, do you know people at the National Medical Network? Professor Dong swallowed hard. Shi Jiunian replied nonchalantly. Ido. Those old gentlemen. Senior, just how many connections do you have? Lining felt like kneeling before Shi Jiunian. The owner of the Jinshu Hotel was a friend of hers, and now she was acquainted with someone from the National Medical Network. Shi Jiunian modestly replied. Not many. With this matter resolved, the immense weight on Professor Dong's heart finally lifted. He gazed at Shi Jiunian, narrowing his eyes. Sure. Did you anticipate that Xiao Shiyu would take such actions against you? Today, Shi Jiunian was exceptionally well prepared, clearly coming with a purpose. She openly acknowledged. I warned her before not to provoke me. If she dares to approach, she must be ready to face the consequences. Let her taste defeat. Professor Dong was bemused. Shi Jiunian appeared to be an obedient girl, yet she harbored a cunning nature. Lining swallowed hard, finding Shi Jiunian's demeanor today quite impressive. I need to visit the principal. The matter concerning Xiao Shiyu cannot be overlooked, Professor Dong remarked. After a moment's thought, he added, Sure, you will accompany me. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyu had fled the laboratory at breakneck speed, finding herself in a deserted area where she collapsed in tears. It was at this moment that she truly began to feel fear. She had caused a significant uproar, and Professor Dong would surely not let her off easily. He would confront Principal Liu and seek disciplinary action against her, potentially leading to expulsion. In a panic, she pulled out her phone and called her mother. As soon as the call connected, she burst into tears. "Mom, what happened?" Xiao's mother inquired. Ignoring her embarrassment, Xiao Shiyu recounted everything that had transpired that day. "Mom, what should I do now? I don't want to be expelled, sob, especially not for something so humiliating. I would become a laughingstock." On the other end, Xiao's mother grew increasingly furious. "How many times have I told you? Shi Jiunian is not someone of your standing. Why must you provoke her?" She scolded Xiao Shiyu mercilessly. However, upon hearing her daughter's sobs, her heart softened. Regardless of Xiao Shiyu's foolishness, she was still her daughter, and she needed to assist her in rectifying the situation. Her tone softened. "Don't be afraid. I will handle this. It's just a mere Shi Jiunian, a solitary girl. What can she accomplish? Rest assured, I have a plan to deal with her." Listening to her mother's reassurances, Xiao Shiyu felt her heart finally settle. After anxiously hanging up, she noticed two security guards approaching her, causing her heart to race. The guard stopped in front of her and stated flatly, "You are Xiao Shiyu, correct? Please come with us. The principal wishes to see you." As they escorted her away, it was the end of class, and the campus was bustling with students, all curious about why Xiao Shiyu was being taken by the guards. In the principal's office, Shi Jiunian sat on a small sofa sipping juice. Principal Liu was already aware of the entire situation. "Rest assured, I will ensure justice is served for you, my dear. That Xiao Shiyu. Last time we let her off lightly, and now she has the audacity to frame you again." Professor Dong was still fuming, exclaiming, "Encountering this woman is nothing short of a curse. If it weren't for Shi Jiunian, all our hard work during this period would have been rendered futile." Shi Jiunian remained calm, taking a sip of her juice. "Uncle Liu, this juice is quite delightful." Liu chuckled. "If you enjoy it, feel free to come over any time. I'll personally prepare it for you." Just then, the guards brought Xiao Shiyu into the office. Upon seeing her, Principal Liu's expression turned cold. "Principal Liu," Xiao Shiyu said, steeling herself. "Stand by the door and wait for your guardian to arrive," he replied, not wishing to spare her a glance. With such malicious intent in a student, Haida University had indeed fallen upon misfortune. Biting her lip, Xiao Shiyu glanced at Shi Jiunian, who was casually sipping her juice, and, swallowing her humiliation, stepped outside. Half an hour later, Xiao's mother rushed in. Upon seeing her, Xiao Shiyu burst into tears. "Mom, the past 30 minutes have been torturous for her." Xiao's mother patted the back of her hand and led her into the principal's office. Coming from an aristocratic family, she wore a composed smile. "Principal Liu." She nodded to Professor Dong and Shi Jiunian, acknowledging them with appropriate decorum. Principal Liu spoke sternly. "Mrs. Xiao, you must be aware of your daughter's misdeeds." "I'm aware. It is my failure to discipline Shiyu that has led her to wrongfully accuse Shi." Xiao's mother expressed regretfully. "Sure, I apologize on behalf of my daughter. I hope you can forgive her and not hold it against her." Shi Jiunian shot her a glance, noting the immediate shift in focus onto her. "Mrs. Xiao, you may not be aware, but Xiao Shiyu has not only sullied my name, but has also, I understand." Xiao's mother interjected with a smile, interrupting Principal Liu. "The Xiao family will take full responsibility for the damages caused by Shiyu." While she knew that Xiao Shiyu had deliberately framed Shi Jiunian by leaking a medical report, she was unaware of its significance and had not contemplated the severity of the consequences. Had she foreseen the ramifications, her attitude would have been entirely different. "Sure, if you have any demands, feel free to voice them. After all, you and Shiyu are classmates. It would be unseemly to escalate this matter further. Don't you agree?" Xiao's mother maintained her focus on Shi Jiunian, believing that if Shi Jiunian would relent, then the principal and Professor Dong would have little ground to stand on. Her tone was assertive, her demeanor condescending. Liu and Professor Dong's expressions darkened. Did they believe Shi Jiunian was easy to manipulate, forcing her to forgive? Shi Jiunian smiled. "What if I wish to make this quite uncomfortable?" Xiao's mother maintained her decorum, gently holding Xiao Shiyu's hand, offering her reassurance. "You are all young. Such matters should be handled by adults. Since your parents are unavailable, I have contacted your aunt in the capital." Shi Jiunian's gaze sharpened. "Your aunt, Mrs. Shi, has already agreed not to pursue this matter further. Xiao's mother continued, still smiling. Shi Jiunian placed her juice on the table, her countenance now completely frosty. Mrs. Shi, you have troubled her enough during your visits to the capital. I believe you wouldn't want to oppose her decision, would you? Xiao's mother declared with a radiant smile, exuding a sense of inevitability. Shi Jiunian, wanting to rely on the Shi family's powerful connections, would have to tread carefully around Lu Xiaoman. As soon as Xiao's mother finished speaking, Shi Jiunian's phone rang. Answer it. It must be your aunt, Xiao's mother said with a considerate smile. Shi Jiunian glanced at her phone, seeing that it was indeed Lu Xiaoman calling. She licked her slightly itchy gums, her gaze icy. Jiunian, Principal Lu stepped closer. Hand me the phone. I will take this call for you. The Shi family was known for their disdain toward Shi Jiunian. It was likely that this call aimed to force her compliance. No need, Shi Jiunian replied coolly. I will handle it myself. Mom Xiao Shiyu felt anxious. Don't be afraid, Xiao's mother assured her with a pat on her hand. As long as Shi Jiunian wishes to remain in the Shi household, she must heed her aunt's wishes. Reassured, Xiao Shiyu felt a surge of satisfaction. No matter how she had wronged Shi Jiunian, ultimately, Shi would have to swallow her pride. Shi Jiunian pressed the answer button, and at once, Lu Xiaoman's cold, caustic voice echoed from the other end. Shi Jiunian, can you not make my life difficult? Have you caused trouble again? I am merely your aunt, not your mother, and I cannot keep cleaning up your messes. Shi Jiunian pressed her lips together, a chill creeping across her brow. I did not ask you to clean up any mess. I can manage it myself. The tirade continued, laden with reproach. Manage? How will you manage? I am already aware of your entanglement with the Qiao family. Cease your incessant pursuit of this matter, and let it go. The Qiao family is not particularly noteworthy. Rather, it is their close relationship with the Mu family that holds significance. Lu Xiaoman has matters to discuss with the old man Mu, which is why she urges Shi Jiunian not to hold a grudge. Leaning against the back of the sofa, Shi Jiunian slowly uttered two words. No way. No way. How long do you intend to cause a scene? Lu Xiaoman scolded. You must listen to me. Do you have any idea how much shame you and your mother have brought upon the Shi family for all these years? Again, those same words. Shi Jiunian, feeling vexed, tugged at her hair by her ear. In her previous life, Lu Xiaoman would incessantly repeat such phrases. Young girl, hand me your phone. Principal Lu had been observing her expression. He understood Lu Xiaoman's temperament. Noticing Shi Jiunian's demeanor, he realized that the person on the other end was not delivering pleasant tidings. Shi Jiunian truly did not wish to hear any more from Lu Xiaoman, so she handed her phone to Principal Lu. Shi Jiunian, did you hear what I said? Lu Xiaoman, not receiving a response, began to feel dissatisfied. How dare this girl ignore her? Just then, a stranger's male voice reached Shi Jiunian's ears. Mrs. Shi, greetings. I am Principal Lu from H University. Ah, the principal of H University? Perfect. I shall address you directly. I am Shi Jiunian's guardian. I will not pursue the conflict between her and Xiao Shiyu any further. Let us consider it settled, and there is no need for her to face punishment. Principal Lu's expression turned cold as he listened to these words. Ha! Old Shi, you truly have a wonderful wife. Chapter 96. Nationwide Announcement, Expulsion Measures. Principal Lu's smile did not reach his eyes, his tone icy. I'm afraid, Mrs. Shi, you have no authority in this matter. Lu Xiaoman's brow furrowed. As Shi Jiunian's guardian, why am I unable to make decisions? Because this issue extends beyond merely Shi Jiunian and Xiao Shiyu. It concerns the reputation of H University. Your words alone do not hold weight. Moreover, if I recall correctly, Shi Jiunian's guardian is Mr. Shi Shizizi. Lu Xiaoman furrowed her brow, about to speak, when Principal Lu's voice interrupted again. Unfortunately, I have been friends with old Shi for many years. I will relay everything you have just said to him. A pang of anxiety gripped Lu Xiaoman. He is actually friends with Shizizi. Her audacity stemmed from the fact that the Shi family was currently absent from the capital. If Shizizi were to learn of her comments, given his affection for Shi Jiunian, he would undoubtedly confront her. Who would have thought that the principal of H University would know Shizizi? Lu Xiaoman felt a wave of humiliation wash over her, revealing an unfavorable side in front of her husband's friend. Gritting her teeth, she instructed, hand the phone to Shi Jiunian. What should I give it to her for? To hear you berate her? Principal Lu snorted coldly, hanging up the call and then handing the phone to Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed by Lu Xiaoman's words. However, Principal Lu felt a pang of sympathy directing a stern gaze toward Mrs. Chiao and Xiao Shiyu. Mrs. Chiao, you are the one who has escalated the situation. I was initially inclined to be lenient, considering Xiao Shiyu is still a student. If your attitude had been more amiable, I might have allowed her to withdraw from school without further consequence. But now, that is no longer feasible. Xiao Shiyu, at merely 20 years of age, held a future that he did not wish to ruin. Despite his repeated leniency, it seemed unnecessary now. The hearts of this mother and daughter had turned dark. Xiao Shiyu was beyond redemption. Principal Liu, what do you mean by that? Mrs. Chiao felt a wave of unease. Principal Liu did not rush to respond. He sat behind his desk, his sharp gaze fixed on her. I will announce to the entire network that Xiao Shiyu's actions warrant expulsion. I dare assert that no institution, be it domestic or international, will accept her. Xiao Shiyu had committed a fundamental error. Having leaked such a critical medical report today, who knows what else she might disclose in the future? What institution would dare to admit her? Mrs. Chiao's face turned pale as she realized the gravity of the situation. Principal Liu. Principal Liu's expression remained frigid, devoid of mercy. Furthermore, Xiao Shiyu's act of leaking a medical report using her own account to publish it ahead of time constitutes a criminal offense. She is now 20 years old and must bear criminal responsibility. H University will pursue legal action against her. Mrs. Chiao, I suggest you find her a lawyer promptly. The news of H University's impending lawsuit against Xiao Shiyu shocked even Professor Dong, who cast a few glances at Principal Liu. Principal Liu was indeed protective of Shi Jiunian, staunchly defending her. Xiao Shiyu would be the first student in history to be sued by H University. Mom, Xiao Shiyu trembled, still young and unable to withstand such pressure. After Principal Liu finished speaking, she nearly fainted from fright. She had merely wanted to incite disdain for Shi Jiunian among the medical department. How did it escalate to this level? Would she end up in prison? Mrs. Chiao panicked as well, realizing the situation had reached litigation. If Xiao Shiyu bore a lawsuit, what future would she have? Chapter 97. Save money to hire a good lawyer. The previously arrogant demeanor of Mrs. Chiao vanished, replaced by a frantic tone. Principal Liu, regardless of the circumstances, she is still your student. Are you attempting to drive her to despair? Mrs. Chiao, it is you who is driving her to despair, not me. Principal Liu, seated behind his desk with hands clasped, regarded her with cold, piercing eyes. If you cannot educate your children, someone will step in to do so. Principal Liu, this is also a scandal for H University. Must you escalate it to such proportions? Mrs. Chiao bit her lip. Are you not concerned about losing face? Why should I be? Principal Liu let out a laugh. Principal Liu, seeing that he was resolute, Mrs. Chiao softened her tone. What if I invest 50 million in the school? Would you then consider overlooking this matter? As she spoke, she glanced at Shi Jiunian. Classmate Shi, if you are willing to let this go, I can offer you 100,000 in pocket money. That is no small amount. 100,000? Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow, finding the proposition rather amusing. Someone was actually trying to bribe her with that sum. Seeing her expression, Mrs. Chiao thought there was hope and quickly added, Yes, 100,000, and we can consider this matter settled. Shi Jiunian smiled. Mrs. Chiao, if I were you, I would feel embarrassed to even mention 100,000. You. Mrs. Chiao felt a surge of anger, but suppressed it for Xiao Shiyu's sake. Choosing to ignore Shi Jiunian, she continued speaking to Principal Liu. Principal Liu, think carefully. 50 million is not a trivial sum. And H University is currently in need of funds, is it not? While Xiao Shiyu was in the wrong, the damage was not catastrophic, was it? Perhaps we could meet halfway. You could refrain from a public announcement and not press charges against her, and I will ensure that Xiao Shiyu withdraws from school. Mom. Xiao Shiyu screamed, unwilling to withdraw. Mrs. Chiao shot her a glare, signaling her to be silent. Did she not realize that she could no longer remain at H University? However, voluntarily withdrawing and being expelled were entirely different matters. If she withdrew voluntarily, she could still seek admission to a more prestigious institution abroad. But expulsion due to scandal would leave her future in ruins. Mrs. Chiao was calculating her options, but failed to notice Principal Liu's gaze growing increasingly frigid. Mrs. Chiao, you truly show no signs of remorse. It is a tragedy for Xiao Shiyu to have a mother like you. Do not think that 50 million will change my mind. Even if you offer me 1 billion, Xiao Shiyu is still facing expulsion today. There will be a public announcement, and legal action will follow. I will not relent on any of these matters. While H University was experiencing some financial strain, he would never compromise Shi Jiunian's dignity for such a sum. Save your money, Mrs. Chiao. Use it to hire a competent lawyer for your precious daughter. Principal Liu no longer wished to engage with them, signaling to his secretary, who approached to escort them out. Ladies, please leave. The security guard at the entrance stood watch, ready to escort Mrs. Chiao and Xiao Shiyu out if they refused to comply. Mom. Tears streamed down Xiao Shiyu's face, overwhelmed by humiliation. What are you shouting for? We are leaving. With gritted teeth, Xiao's mother was unwilling to create a greater scene, so she led Xiao Shiyu away. They decided to leave first and contemplate their next move. Principal Liu was genuinely infuriated by the mother-daughter duo's departure, his anger still simmering within him. Uncle Liu, Shi Jiunian said, pour him a cup of tea here. Have some tea. Liu accepted the cup, his heart warmed by Shi Jiunian's kindness. What a wonderful girl she is. Uncle Liu, has High University been facing financial difficulties lately? Suddenly, Shi Jiunian inquired. Well, a little, Principal Liu admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed to mention it in front of her. The university was currently researching a medical project, which required substantial funding. However, it was quite absurd that both the Zhang and Xiao families were attempting to pressure him financially. Shi Jiunian offered, actually, I have a bit of savings. How about I invest in the school? Would I dare to accept your money? Principal Liu chuckled in disbelief. Moreover, with your monthly allowance, it wouldn't be enough for an investment. He estimated that Shi Jiunian had merely a few tens of thousands in her pocket. Given her circumstances, how could he possibly take her money? It's good that you have the intention, but I'll find a way to handle the investment myself, he said with a fatherly gaze. Indeed, sure, you're still a student. Such matters are for adults, so you need not concern yourself with them, Professor Dong added in agreement. I have the funds, Shi Jiunian retorted. It's not just a few tens of thousands. In fact, she cautiously stated, I have 1 billion. Is that sufficient? Principal Liu? Professor Dong? Seeing their stunned silence, Shi Jiunian continued, if that isn't enough, I can provide 2 billion or even 5 billion if necessary. 20 billion, even 50 billion. Professor Dong was so astonished that he leapt from his chair. How much? Principal Liu rubbed his ears, fearing he had misheard. 50 billion. Why does it sound so casual when it comes from your mouth? The largest shareholder of the school had never invested such a vast sum. Is that sufficient? Shi Jiunian, oblivious to the weight of money, asked. Dear girl, I find your humor delightful. Principal Liu chuckled nervously. Then it is settled. Shi Jiunian nodded, pulling out her phone and typing swiftly, resembling a domineering CEO. Uncle Liu, I have transferred 50 billion to you. If that's insufficient, just let me know. Her expression was quite serious. In truth, I possess considerable wealth. She was not exaggerating. As soon as she finished speaking, Principal Liu's phone buzzed. He was startled. No, it couldn't be. Trembling, he retrieved his phone. It was a payment notification. Your bank card ending in 0766 has received a transfer of 50,000,000,000 so many zeros. Principal Liu nearly dropped his phone, his eyes widening in disbelief. Nianguru, you. He stumbled over his words. Where could she possibly have acquired such wealth? Even the Shi family could not casually produce such a sum. Uncle Liu, you're stuttering, Shi Jiunian remarked calmly. Fu Jingshun has come to pick me up, so I must be going. With that, she neatly tucked her phone away and left without looking back. Principal Liu and Professor Dong remained in a state of shock until she had vanished from sight. Upon hearing the name Fu Jingshun, Principal Liu gradually regained his composure. That playboy was never short on cash. This sum was likely provided by him for Shi Jiunian. With that thought, Principal Liu felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Secretary Zhang, he commanded, draft a contract. From now on, Nianguru will be the largest shareholder of High University. 50 billion, a definite first shareholder. The secretary nodded respectfully, realizing that Shi Jiunian would soon stride confidently through High University. At just 20 years of age, she had become a stakeholder in national academia. Would she address him as classmate Shi or director Shi? Principal Liu was also reminded of Liu Xiaoman's attitude today, feeling a headache coming on. How had old Shi ended up marrying such a woman? He hesitated, then dialed Shi Shoji. Across the ocean, Shi Shoji was attending a celebration banquet, and it was noisy. Hello, old Liu, why the sudden call? Is something wrong with my precious niece? Principal Liu candidly relayed the events of the day without embellishment. Upon hearing, Shi Shoji's expression darkened. I'm not trying to meddle in your marriage, but her behavior is unacceptable. Nian girl has been wronged, and instead of supporting her, She aids outsiders in bullying her. What kind of situation is this? I understand, Shi Jiunian replied tersely. I will be back as soon as possible. In M state. After hanging up, Shi Jiunian irritably tugged at his tie. What is it? Old Master Shi and Shi Jiunian inquired, noticing his unusual demeanor. Is something wrong with Jiunian? They were both extremely anxious. It's nothing serious, Dad. You needn't worry, Shi Jiunian reassured. How can it be nothing serious? Jiunian's matters are trivial? Old Master Shi retorted sharply. Indeed, Shi Jiunian conceded, briefly explaining that Shi Jiunian had been framed at school, but had spared Lu Xiaoman from involvement. Someone dared to bully my precious granddaughter. Old Master Shi's heart ached. Xiao Shiyu was it? Shi Jiunian ground his teeth, his gaze growing fierce. I'm not attending this celebration banquet anymore. Jiunian must be feeling very upset right now. We should hurry back to find her. Old Master Shi, despite his age, was still vigorous. Dad, I won't attend either. I want to return. Shi Jiunian added. Excuse me, the secretary interjected, unable to hold back. Old Master Shi, Mr. Shi. Young Master Shi, many people are waiting for you. You can't leave now? Do they matter more than our Jiunian? Old Master Shi shot back. They were originally supposed to return after the race 2 days ago, but this wretched banquet had delayed them. The secretary was hesitant to speak further. Those waiting were big names in the racing world, along with formidable investors. Far more important than your little princess who only knows how to create trouble. Isn't Miss Shi already fine? The secretary pressed on. We should at least finish the banquet. Who says she's fine? Our Jiunian has been unjustly wronged and is undoubtedly feeling miserable. She might be crying somewhere. Old Master Shi's agitation grew, as did Shi Jiunian's and Shi Jiang's solemn expressions. Book tickets. We are returning this afternoon, Shi Jiunian commanded. The secretary felt like crying, but had no choice but to comply with their wishes. Unbeknownst to Shi Jiunian, her troubles had prompted her family to rush back home at full speed. Exiting High University, Shi Jiunian spotted Fu Jingxun's car parked at the entrance. She climbed in, and Fu Jingxun took her backpack, holding it himself, his enchanting eyes shimmering with amusement. Today, our Mrs. Fu was truly formidable, effortlessly handling that group. Was it so remarkable? Shi Jiunian modestly replied. It's nearly noon. Are you hungry? Shall we go eat first? Yes, Shi Jiunian nodded. Fu Jingxun signaled Fu to drive them back to the villa. By the way, there is something I want to discuss with you regarding the Jiang group. How would you like to handle it? Jiang Wenrui has been sent abroad, leaving the Jiang group in disarray. Were it not for Fu Jingxun's support behind the scenes, it would have long since faced bankruptcy. Recently, Shi Jiunian had been preoccupied with translation work, almost forgetting the situation. The Jiang group embodies her mother's hard work, and she would not allow it to collapse so easily. Let's have a meal first, then I'll visit the company in the afternoon, she proposed. All right. Fu Jingxun replied with a smile. Chapter 100. Blacklisted by global universities. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyu emerged from the principal's office, unable to contain her tears. Mom, what should I do? I don't want to be publicly shamed. The thought of such disgrace could ruin her future. Now you're scared? I warned you not to provoke Shi Jiunian. Xiao's mother was equally furious. Not only was Xiao Shiyu embarrassed, but she felt the shame as well. Principal Lu is just making threats. He won't go that far, she said, taking a deep breath, still holding onto a glimmer of hope. Even if he wants to expel you and announce it online, the process will take time. We should return home and discuss it with your grandmother. We must suppress this matter. Okay, Xiao Shiyu nodded. I refuse to believe I can't handle a mere principal. Xiao's mother sneered. Let us see if he dares to issue a public reprimand. Observing her mother's confidence, Xiao Shiyu felt a flicker of hope. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, with connections in Beijing, even knowing old Master Mu. Would Principal Lu truly dare to confront her? It was likely just an angry outburst. Once he calmed down, they could offer him some money, and perhaps this would blow over. As they consoled each other, they stepped outside the school gates. The streets were crowded, and Xiao Shiyu wanted to maintain her proud demeanor, akin to a noble princess. However, she noticed the surrounding gazes were peculiar. They lacked the admiration and envy of the past, replaced instead by disdain and contempt. Her face paled slightly, an ominous feeling creeping in. Look at her still pretending. Hilarious. Voices reach her ears. She acts like a socialite, but her actions are disgusting. What are you saying? Xiao Shiyu shouted in anger. You dare to speak while doing such things? How dare you? Two girls spat at her before walking away, leaving Xiao Shiyu with an increasingly strong sense of foreboding. She quickly pulled out her phone, and the screen displayed ominous words. Her vision darkened, nearly causing her to faint. Haidai University, publicly announcing sophomore Qiao Shiyu for leaking confidential medical reports and maliciously framing her classmates. She has been expelled. Students should take this as a warning. Mom. Qiao Shiyu trembled, screaming and crying. It was all over for her. Qiao's mother turned pale. They had just left the office when Principal Liu made the announcement, leaving them no room for negotiation. Suddenly, her phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her nerves tightened. It was the admissions office of a foreign university. Qiao's mother had always wanted Qiao Shiyu to study abroad to gain prestige and leverage old Master Mu's connections to secure a marriage into a prominent family. This university was among the top 20 in the world, a connection she had painstakingly secured, and now they were calling. Taking a deep breath, she answered, "Hello? Is this Mrs. Qiao?" A cold male voice responded. "Regarding Qiao Shiyu's application, the college has rejected it. Please choose another school." "Rejected? Why?" Qiao's mother instinctively inquired. "Why? Your daughter is not only young, but also quite capable of maliciously framing others and leaking confidential information. We certainly cannot accept someone like that. I doubt any university worldwide would want her," the voice said, lacking any politeness before abruptly hanging up. Qiao's mother held her phone, her body turning cold, struggling to process the news. After a long pause, she suddenly jolted as if realizing something. "Quick, call old Master Mu. He will certainly help you." Chapter 101. Until they dare not defy us. After enjoying a complimentary meal at Jinshi restaurant, Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingchen headed to the Jiang Group. Along the way, Fu Jingchen summarized the recent state of the Jiang Group and the various business dealings, handing the information to Shi Jiunian. After reading it, she felt a severe headache. Jiang Wenrui truly had some skills. Her mother had built such a large company, yet it had been brought to this state. Without Fu Jingchen's support, the Jiang Group would have long faced ruin. Shi Jiunian sighed. "Mom, what do you see in Jiang Wenrui? Since I can remember, he has never shown love for her, constantly belittling her as a disgrace and referring to me as an illegitimate child. It's quite absurd. If I'm an illegitimate child, what does that make him?" Fu Jingchen observed Shi Jiunian's troubled expression and, sensing her distress, gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "I can handle matters at the Jiang Group. You need not involve yourself." "No." Shi Jiunian shook her head softly. "I have always been independent. I can manage this myself." The Jiang Group was a chaotic environment, with employees resistant to authority. Yet, facing her, even a host of evildoers would be subdued today. After a moment, she declared, "Fu Jingchen, make a call and gather a few more people. I prefer a straightforward approach." Closing the data sheet, she asserted, "Today, we will confront them until they dare not defy us." Shi Jiunian had announced her visit to the Jiang Group an hour in advance, yet no one was there to welcome her. The atmosphere was desolate. Inside the office, some were playing games, others were engrossed in their phones, and very few were actually working. "Isn't the young lady supposed to arrive today? She should be here soon. Should we not go greet her?" someone asked, a hint of unease in their voice. Those slurping spicy noodles rolled their eyes. "What young lady?" "She is just a 20-year-old girl. What does she know? Why should we go greet her?" A man gaming whistled. "I heard this young lady is particularly meek. It will be better if she doesn't come. If she does, a mere smirk from me could send her crying." Laughter erupted among them. "Come on, it will be hard to comfort a girl once she starts crying." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud crash shattered the air. The door swung open with a kick, the sound abrupt and jarring. Everyone in the office jumped, the one slurping noodles getting doused in sauce, while the gamer nearly fell from his chair. They hurriedly looked outside, collectively gasping in shock. A group of tall, muscular men entered, standing in 2 rows, respectfully ushering in a young man and woman. The girl wore a simple white baseball jacket, her graceful figure on full display. With her hands clasped behind her back, she walked in unhurriedly, exuding confidence and power. Her almond-shaped eyes were slightly downcast, yet her presence was commanding and radiant. The man beside her, clad in a custom iron gray suit, perfectly accentuated his tall, strong physique, his features striking and aloof, emanating an aura of authority. Together, they walked in, exuding a formidable presence, as if they were a pair of unmatched paragons. Chapter 102. Commanding presence, bring them to me. Everyone stood dumbfounded. What on earth? How did such powerful figures suddenly arrive at our small company? And who is this girl? Why does she seem so familiar? As Shi Jiunian approached them step by step, she cast a glance at the cosmetics, snacks, instant noodles, and even a mini hot pot laid out on the table. Are you eating? She smiled. Are you drinking? Her smile remained. Playing games? Her grin widened, yet it bore an eerie quality. Life seemed to be quite comfortable. But then Shi Jiunian's smile abruptly vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor that pierced like a shard of ice. Would you like me to assist you in making your lives even more comfortable? The nearest boy, the one who had just threatened to scare Shi Jiunian into tears, stared at her in a daze, her visage magnified before him. Her labyrinthine smile sending chills down his spine. His lips quivered, and moments later, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in terror, "Help! Mom, she's terrifying!" Shi Jiunian smirked, her lips curling into a cold smile as her piercing gaze swept across the office, causing the already petrified employees to shiver involuntarily. "Miss!" Finally, someone snapped back to reality, recognizing Shi Jiunian's identity. Although she rarely visited the company, they had seen her photograph. The trembling call of Miss brought everyone's spirits back to life. The woman before them, akin to a demon, was their esteemed lady, the one rumored to be meek and fragile. How could that be? She appeared to be a fierce force of nature. Even Fu Hua and a cadre of bodyguards were taken aback. Fu Hua cast a sympathetic glance at his superior, pondering how challenging life would be for him with such a wife. Fu Jingqian's gaze remained fixated on Shi Jiunian, his lips curling into a slight smile. When his phoenix eyes narrowed, he exuded an even more charming aura. His little wife. Truly, she was irresistibly adorable. He strolled over and pulled a chair behind her. "Sit down. Don't tire yourself." Shi Jiunian glanced at him and complied. "I recall informing you all beforehand that I would be coming to the company today. Is this how you greet me?" With her arms crossed, she strove to project an air of authority. "What? Am I not welcome?" "Miss, how could that be?" a manager stammered, glancing nervously at the imposing figures at the entrance. "We certainly welcome you, it's just—" He racked his brain for an excuse. Shi Jiunian interrupted him. "You truly should not welcome me." She smiled faintly, her chin slightly raised, her tone languid, "because with my arrival, your good days are over." The atmosphere grew tense. "And what are those others?" she inquired, surveying the empty seats. "They have gone for interviews at other companies." The manager, initially intent on fabricating a reason, found himself unable to utter a single lie under her unwavering gaze. The Jiang group was on the brink of collapse. Many employees were already seeking new opportunities. And President Zhang? Shi Jiunian scanned the room, her voice devoid of warmth. "President Zhang, Zhang Xing, is in his office." The manager finally admitted, somewhat embarrassed, engaged in inappropriate activities with his secretary. Understanding immediately, Shi Jiunian exchanged a glance with Fu Hua and commanded softly, "Go, bring him out." 5 minutes later, Zhang Xing, whose belt he had not even had time to fasten, was dragged out by Fu Hua. He cursed vehemently. Who dares to cause trouble at Jiang Group? Do they want to die? Just as he was in the midst of a tirade, Fu Hua burst in, nearly incapacitating him. Who has the audacity to create chaos in broad daylight at Jiang Group? Where are the security guards? Where is everyone? As Zhang Xing continued to rant, all the employees stood in 3 rows, resembling frightened quails, too intimidated to raise their heads, silently lighting a candle for him in their hearts. Upon stepping outside, Zhang Xing abruptly sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. He glanced at the group of muscular men, and his bravado diminished instantly. Was it possible he had offended a married woman, and her husband had come to confront him? "President Zhang," Shi Jiunian remarked, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery. Zhang Xing looked at her in shock. Wasn't she the daughter of that pushover, Jiang Wenrui? While she bore the same features, the disparity in presence was striking. "I wondered who was causing trouble at Jiang Group. It turns out to be you." Recognizing Shi Jiunian, Zhang Xing's fear dissipated, and he retorted angrily, "You worthless girl. What are you doing with all these people? Are you trying to ruin Jiang Group?" Although he was aware of her visit, he had not considered her a threat, thus failing to prepare for her arrival. Who knew that the usually timid girl would orchestrate such a grand spectacle? "President Zhang," a cold, chilling voice interrupted. Zhang Xing instinctively glared, only to be met with a face of otherworldly beauty that nearly made him scream. Fu Jingqian. His eyes widened in terror, his legs buckling beneath him. How could Fu Jingqian be here? The junior employees might not recognize Fu Jingqian, but Zhang Xing certainly did. When Fu Jingchun was ruthless, he could instill fear in anyone. Fu, President, what are you doing here? Zhang Xing stammered, drenched in cold sweat. Fu Jingchun chuckled lightly. Shi Jiunian seated while he stood, his hand resting casually atop her head. Shi Jiunian is my wife. If I didn't team miss here, President Zhang, were you questioning or even humiliating my wife just now? Shi Jiunian, Fu Jingchun's wife. That revelation struck Zhang Xing like a cannonball, obliterating his composure. His mind reeled. Wasn't Fu Jingchun an anti-marriage advocate? How could he suddenly be married to Shi Jiunian? Especially after hearing Fu Jingchun's words, terror coursed through Zhang Xing's veins, making his hair stand on end. He was all too aware of Fu Jingchun's methods. Fu, President, I didn't know, Shi Jiunian, the young lady is your wife. I didn't insult her. What? Does President Zhang imply that I am slandering you? Fu Jingchun's smile was dangerously enchanting, sending Zhang Xing's heart racing. His legs gave way entirely, and he felt his knees. President, he stuttered, trembling like a leaf. Enough. This time, it was Shi Jiunian who spoke up. Fu Jingchun was too formidable, and if he continued, Zhang Xing might genuinely perish from fright. She had come for a specific purpose. Go, bring me the company's financial statements from the past decade. I wish to review them. Remember, do not attempt any tricks. Shi Jiunian placed her hands on her lap, slightly leaning forward, her gaze dominating as she looked down at Zhang Xing, exuding the authority of a superior. You cannot afford to play games. Zhang Xing was genuinely terrified, hastily scrambling to his feet, instructing the financial supervisor to retrieve the reports. President Zhang. The financial supervisor hesitated. Hurry. Zhang Xing gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glance. The financial supervisor nodded and retreated. Their exchange did not escape Shi Jiunian's notice, and she raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Soon, the financial supervisor returned, placing a thick stack of financial statements on the table before Shi Jiunian. Miss Shi, please take a look. Shi Jiunian did not respond, casually extracting the topmost document and perusing it. The longer she read, the more sweat trickled down the financial supervisor's forehead. Zhang Xing maintained his composure, convinced that Shi Jiunian, being a mere girl, would not comprehend the complexities of these documents. After all, who would flip through the pages every few seconds? Either she had a photographic memory or was merely skimming through. But Shi Jiunian, indeed, was the latter. 5 minutes later, Shi Jiunian had finished perusing the entire ledger. She closed the book with a smile. Is this truly what you wish to show me? This decade's accounts are all here. Zhang Xing feigned innocence. Do you have any concerns, miss? He chuckled. It's understandable that, having studied finance management in college at such a young age, you might find these figures perplexing. If there's anything you don't grasp, I'm more than willing to elucidate. Teach me? Shi Jiunian chuckled softly, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with laughter, radiating an unparalleled charm, leaving Zhang Xing utterly entranced. Very well. Then enlighten me on the meaning of these discrepancies. She casually flipped to a page, her delicate fingertip resting on a specific line. Zhang Xing leaned in to inspect it, his expression suddenly freezing. Was Shi Jiunian's luck truly this remarkable? Her casual gesture had pinpointed a flaw. Unable to respond, he felt the weight of her gaze. Now, do tell me, what is the explanation for this? She continued, flipping to another page that revealed even greater inconsistencies. Zhang Xing's complexion turned ashen. Still no answer? The corners of Shi Jiunian's lips curled into a smirk, her authoritative presence palpable as she slammed the ledger onto the table. The resounding noise sending shivers through everyone in the office. Rising to her feet, she cracked her neck. Zhang Xing, are you attempting to deceive me? Before he could utter a word, Shi Jiunian delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Towering over him, her eyes glinted with icy disdain. Her tone was severe and exaggerated. I have warned you not to play tricks with me. You are not equipped for such games. She hurled the stack of documents at him. You dare present this filth before me? Do you think I cannot comprehend it? Her gaze swept past Zhang Xing, the finance officer, and all the employees in the office. Unfortunately, not only do I understand, I am quite proficient. Therefore, if you think you can bamboozle me with this rubbish, you are sorely mistaken. I do not care what your previous work ethic was, but now that I am here, you will all adhere to my standards. Rework these financial statements immediately. None of you shall leave until they are complete. Furthermore, any lingering discrepancies within the company must be promptly resolved. I shall not hold past transgressions against you. But should I uncover any issues myself, the consequences will be unfathomable. Now, gather all this disarray and return to your duties. Shi Jiunian's commanding aura was overwhelming. The room fell into a profound silence. The employees stood in stunned disbelief until Shi Jiunian wrapped her fingers on the table, jolting them back to reality, prompting them to hastily return to their workstations. Hands trembling over their mice, backs slick with sweat. It was as if they had emerged from a harrowing ordeal. Chapter 105. Fujinkin. Are you afraid of meeting the parents? Shi Jiunian had successfully asserted her authority, and, as she finished speaking, she took Fu Jingqian's hand and departed. Yet even as they left, the employees dared not entertain any rebellious thoughts. A dozen burly men stood guard at the entrance, their watchful eyes ready to pounce at the slightest hint of mischief. Once Shi Jiunian settled into the car, the tension eased, and she reverted to her more subdued, gentle demeanor in Fu Jingqian's presence. Madame Fu, you were quite impressive just now, he remarked with a light chuckle, resting her head on his shoulder. It was nothing much, she replied humbly, acknowledging her earlier display of force. But to establish authority, a bit of force is necessary. Wouldn't you agree? Now that I call you Madame Fu, so composed, have you grown accustomed to this role? Fu Jingqian teased. Shi Jiunian rolled her eyes, uninterested in his antics. When did you learn to read financial statements? He inquired, playfully ruffling her hair, unable to resist the urge to do so again. I picked it up casually, she replied, choosing not to elaborate on what was not a particularly fond memory. Sensing her reluctance to delve deeper, he refrained from pressing the matter further. Just then, her phone buzzed in her pocket. Shi Jiunian retrieved it, and upon reading the message, her expression shifted dramatically, and she sat up straight. What is it? Fu Jingqian asked, his own demeanor growing serious at her reaction. Shi Jiunian bit her lip, her clear gaze fixed on him. Fu Jingqian, are you afraid of meeting the parents? Does it make you anxious? Fu Jingqian furrowed his brow, puzzled by her sudden inquiry. However, he was resolute in his lack of fear. He intended to set a positive example for Shi Jiunian. After all, she would need to feel comfortable accompanying him to meet his grandfather in the future. Your husband. Fear nothing. Meeting the parents is no cause for trepidation. I wouldn't even blink. Oh, Shi Jiunian nodded, then it settled. My uncle just messaged me, saying he'll be back in the country tonight and will come directly to Haicheng to see me. I thought I would bring you along. Fu Jingqian smiled faltered. You won't be nervous, will you? Shi Jiunian scrutinized him. I feel you should prepare yourself mentally. She continued. My grandfather and the others may not be particularly welcoming. Fu Jingqian tightened. Not particularly welcoming? He had whisked away their precious girl. The Shi family would undoubtedly have their sights set on him. Moreover, he needed to make a stellar first impression. Taking a deep breath, he discreetly pulled out his phone and opened his search engine. What should one keep in mind when meeting the girlfriend's parents for the first time? How to win their favor? What should I wear for the first encounter? What gifts would be appropriate? The previously unflappable Fu Sin Xiao found his fingers trembling as he typed. In the capital city, the Shi family was abuzz. Lu Xiaoman, dressed in a bespoke gown, exuded elegance and grace. She had received word that Elder Shi and the others would soon return. After several months apart, she missed her husband and son dearly. Auntie, you look stunning today. Uncle will surely be smitten upon his return. Lu Xinyu exclaimed, her voice bright. As Lu Xiaoman's brother's daughter, she was the eldest young lady of the Lu family, well-versed in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and highly regarded among the elite in the capital. Lu Xiaoman beamed with pride at her niece's compliment. I heard Uncle didn't even attend the celebration banquet and hurried back. Lu Xinyu continued, her keen observation not lost on Lu Xiaoman. With how much Uncle dotes on you. I can't help but envy you. You mischievous girl. Lu Xiaoman chided just as her phone rang. Seeing her husband's name light up the screen filled her with joy, and she answered eagerly, Husband. Chapter 106. Uncle support. Lu Xiaoman's fury husband. When will you be back? I've already instructed the staff to prepare a feast, just waiting for you. Lu Xiaoman inquired, her tone warm. Although Shi Shouji and the others had missed the celebration banquet, losing the chance to meet influential figures and secure investments, the thought of Shi Shouji returning to see her first warmed her heart, and she felt reluctant to scold him. Her enthusiasm was met with a cold response from Shi Shouji. You eat without us. No need to wait. Lu Xiaoman's smile faltered. We are going straight to Haicheng to find Jiunian. It will be a few days before we come to the capital. After being away for months, he prioritized seeing Shi Jiunian over her. Shi Shoji, what do you mean by that? Unable to contain her frustration, she snapped, only to realize Lu Xinyu and the staff were still present, her face paling in embarrassment. Lu Xinyu, perceptive to her discomfort, quickly ushered the staff out, while Lu Xiaoman hurried upstairs, locking the door behind her. Shi Shoji, she yelled into the phone, I had the staff prepare a feast for you hours ago. Everyone knew you were returning, yet you choose to go to Haicheng to see Shi Jiunian instead of coming to me. What do you expect me to place my dignity? After a moment of silence, Shi Shoji finally spoke. Nian is all alone in Haicheng, desolate and unsupported. We should go see her and check on her well-being. She is certainly well, Lu Xiaoman retorted, feeling aggrieved. With you all thinking of her and caring for her, how could she not be? She lamented, as her daughter was studying abroad, and the 3 men in her family all favored Shi Jiunian. I have been closely monitoring her situation these past few months, taking your advice to care for her more. Lu Xiaoman took a deep breath, her tone softening. You all return to the Shi family first, visit Shi Jiunian later. Upon returning, her father-in-law, husband, and son did not come to see her first, but instead went to see Shi Jiunian. If word got out, she would surely become the laughingstock of the high society in the capital. As Shi Shoji listened to her assertive tone, the pent-up anger within him finally erupted. You cared for her? Are you certain you have cared for Nian? Then tell me, how exactly did you care for her? Even through the phone, Lu Xiaoman could sense Shi Shoji's fury. Nian is being vilified online. Such a significant matter. Why did you not inform me? And when someone bullies Nian, what have you as her aunt done? You not only failed to assist her, but allowed outsiders to humiliate her. And you speak of reconciliation? With whom? Now you claim you have taken good care of Nian? Lu Xiaoman, I am ashamed for you. Shi Shoji was truly enraged. He had been suppressing his anger, not wanting to lash out at Lu Xiaoman. Yet she showed no remorse, boldly claiming to have cared for Nian. If it weren't for old Lu informing him of the recent events, he would have remained in the dark. After being scolded, Lu Xiaoman felt no guilt, only grievance. How could Shi Shoji scold her for Shi Jiunian? Why are you so fierce? Everything I did was for the Shi family. Do you know that Xiao Shiyu is backed by old Mu? Are we to offend the Mu family over a trivial conflict among children? And do you know that your precious niece has been fooling around with men, associating with that playboy from the Fu family? The playboy from the Fu family? You mean Fu Jingxin? Impossible. Shi Shoji retorted without a moment's hesitation, his voice laced with anger. Our Nian is so sensible and obedient. How could she possibly be with Fu Jingxin? Chapter 107. The first meeting with the parents. You may not like Nian, but you cannot spread such rumors. Shi Shoji's patience was wearing thin. How could our Nian possibly be with Fu Jingxin? I'm telling the truth. Lu Xiaoman was nearing her breaking point. No way. I don't believe it. Shi Shoji completely lost his desire to converse with her. I have not mentioned your actions to Dad or Shi Zhong, but I hope this is the last time. Goodbye. With that, Shi Shoji hung up the phone. At the airport, Shi Shoji sat in a massage chair, rubbing his aching temples. Old Master Shi had taken Shi Zhong to find a restroom, and he found himself chuckling at Lu Xiaoman's earlier words. How could his precious Nian possibly be with that playboy Fu Jingxin? It was absurd that Lu Xiaoman could fabricate such a lie. Thinking of Shi Jiunian, his expression softened, and he sent her a message. Nian, we have arrived at the airport. Let us meet directly at the hotel. You need Tika to pick us up as there are too many fans outside. We plan to sneak out. The Shi family was quite renowned in the racing world. And this time, returning as champions, they were met with throngs of fans. They needed to exit quietly, making it unnecessary for Shi Jiunian to come to the airport, which would only complicate matters. Principal Lu called. Old Shi, are you there yet? Did you see Nian? Is she alone or with someone? Shi Shoji frowned. What do you mean alone or with someone? Of course, Nian is alone. Upon hearing this, Principal Lu realized he was still unaware and chuckled. Don't say I didn't warn you. Prepare some emergency heart medication. I fear you may faint from shock. He laughed maliciously. Have you considered that your niece might have secretly gotten married behind your back? Nonsense. Shi Shoji exclaimed, furious. Your niece is the one who might be marrying someone else. My Nian would never do such a thing. If she did, I would kick my own head off for you. All right then. Principal Lu laughed heartily. Meanwhile, at the villa, Shi Jiunian sat expressionless on the sofa, staring at the tightly shut door upstairs. Is Fu Jingxin ready yet? Fu cleared his throat. Master, He will be ready shortly. Madam, please wait a moment. Shi Jiunian felt helpless. This had been said half an hour ago. Why was Fu Jingqian taking so long? As if he were a woman preparing to go out? In the room, Fu Jingqian stood bare-chested before the wardrobe, his well-defined brows furrowed. The bed behind him was strewn with clothes. Mu Shichuan was nearly in hysterics. I say, third brother, is this really necessary? It's just a meeting with old Master Shi. Is it that serious? He had specially shaved, cut his hair, and cleaned himself thoroughly. Now, he had spent half an hour selecting an outfit. Fu Jingqian shot him a glance. If you keep making sarcastic remarks, I'll send you to Africa. Mu Shichuan stifled his laughter, though his shoulders still trembled. Third brother, you have only a few outfits, suits and trousers. Just wear one of them, like that iron gray suit. Fu Jingqian was agitated. Being nearly 6 years older than Shi Jiunian, he wanted to dress a bit younger. Wearing a suit felt too heavy and aged. What if old Master Shi didn't like it? Never mind. He would have the designer send over a few more outfits. Chapter 108. Like a male fox spirit, Fu Jingqian's expression was conflicted. The usually roguish and decisive third master Fu now resembled a naive young man. He picked up his phone, ready to have clothes sent over when a knock interrupted him. Fu was stood at the door, on the verge of tears. Master, are you ready? Madam can't wait any longer. Old Master Shi and the others are heading to the restaurant. If they were late now, it would leave a very poor impression. Ready. Fu Jingqian answered curtly, knowing he could no longer delay. He found a suitable outfit and put it on. Downstairs, Shi Jiunian was truly becoming impatient. She tossed her phone onto the sofa and was about to go upstairs to fetch him when she saw Fu Jingqian descending the stairs. She looked up, momentarily stunned. The man wore a perfectly tailored white suit that accentuated his tall, sturdy frame. His brown eyes, like the tranquil night sky, narrowed slightly, losing some of their usual coldness, revealing a hint of charm. Every movement radiated elegance and nobility. As he descended, everything around seemed to pale in comparison. In Shi Jiunian's moment of daze, Fu Jingqian, with his long strides, had already reached her side. She caught a whiff of the cologne he wore. He wore cologne. Shi Jiunian's heart, which had been racing, gradually calmed, and her slightly flushed ears returned to normal. She squinted, assessing Fu Jingqian. Truth be told, today he looked astonishingly handsome. His usual aloof demeanor was softened, making him more enigmatic. Yet, that flirtatious charm was still present. Very alluring. He resembled a. Fu Jingqian held his breath, allowing her to scrutinize him, his expression seemingly nonchalant. After a while, Shi Jiunian spoke earnestly. Fu Jingqian, I finally understand why they say you're a playboy. Looking at him now, it truly fits. Do you know what you resemble today? Fu Jingqian inquired. You look like a. Shi Jiunian searched for a fitting descriptor. Male fox spirit. Fu Jingqian. What kind of descriptor is that? All right, let us go. Shi Jiunian observed his flustered expression, a smile gracing her lips as she picked up her bag and walked ahead. Fu Jingqian quickly caught up, taking her bag and slinging it over his shoulder. What kind of man would allow his wife to carry her own bag? He glanced at Shi Jiunian, who was walking ahead, and discreetly sent a text message. The gifts have all been sent to Jinshu Hotel. Hurry, 20 minutes. It was their first meeting. How could one not present a grand gift? When Fu Jingqian and Shi Jiunian arrived at Jinshu Hotel, the elder Shi and the others had yet to arrive. They took a seat and waited. After about 15 minutes, Fu Jingqian's phone buzzed. It was a message from Mu Shichuan. Third brother, the elder Shi has arrived. They're in the lobby. They've gone upstairs. They just turned the corner. Quick, get ready. Fu Jingqian immediately stood and walked to the entrance. Shi Jiunian looked at him in confusion, unsure of his intentions. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open. Standing outside were the elder Shi and 2 others, accompanied by a doorman. My precious granddaughter, Nian and cousin. As soon as the door opened, they eagerly called out. But the next second, they were all taken aback. They looked at Fu Jingqian, then at the number on the door and thought, wait, how can there be a man here? Grandfather, uncle, and cousin. Shi Jiunian, who was completely obscured by Fu Jingqian, slowly peeked out, breaking into a smile. Chapter 109. The cherished Nianjie, the one-of-a-kind diamond necklace. Nian. Upon seeing Shi Jiunian, the elder Shi and the others instantly brightened, forgetting all about Fu Jingqian. Oh, darling, come here and let your uncle give you a hug. Go on, I haven't hugged you yet, my precious granddaughter. Just as Shi Shoji was about to embrace Shi Jiunian, the elder Shi struck his hand with his cane, glaring fiercely. He hasn't hugged Nian yet. Who dares to snatch her away? Shi Zheng stood silently at the back. Shi Jiunian smiled gently, her eyes full of warmth. Uncle, grandfather, it's been a long time. She stepped forward and embraced them. This left the elder Shi and Shi Shoji pleasantly surprised. In her past life, Shi Jiunian had been obedient to Jiang Wenrui for the sake of paternal love. Thus she had never been particularly close to them, especially as she grew older. She had drifted even further away, hardly visiting the capital in the past 2 years. Now, she was unexpectedly so well-behaved and affectionate towards them. Shi Shoji's eyes squinted with joy. Oh, after not seeing you for a while, it seems our Nian has become even more obedient. Old Lu was just talking nonsense, claiming Nian had gotten married behind my back. How could that be? Nian, I wasn't sure what you liked, so I bought you this. Take a look and see if it's to your taste. Shi Zheng handed Shi Jiunian a gift bag, his sunny and robust appearance lighting up with a broad smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth, radiating vitality. Shi Jiunian accepted it and opened it under Shi Zheng's expectant gaze. Inside was a diamond necklace, personally designed by Queen Mora, of which only one existed in the world. Shi Zheng had gone to great lengths to procure it, for his sister deserved nothing but the best, the most unique treasures. Shi Jiunian beamed. Thank you, cousin. I really like it. Seeing her delight, Shi Zheng felt both pleased and bashful, scratching the back of his head. As long as my sister likes it, I would pluck the stars from the sky for her. Nian, we have gifts for you too. Shi Shoji and the elder Shi quickly chimed in, eager to present the plethora of gifts they had brought for Shi Jiunian, nearly wishing to purchase the entire shopping street for her. They acted like children, proudly displaying their gifts, and with each I like it from Shi Jiunian, their joy knew no bounds. In this harmonious atmosphere, they completely overlooked Fu Jingqian. Once Shi Jiunian set aside the mountain of gifts, she cleared her throat, realizing it was time to speak, and said, Grandfather, uncle, cousin, I would like to introduce someone. Someone? Who? Oh right, there was indeed someone else in the room. Only then did the three turn their attention to Fu Jingqian. The young man appears somewhat handsome, although his fashion sense leaves much to be desired, clad in pure white attire. Iron gray would suit him better. That is the elder Shi's favorite color, steady and dignified. Allow me to introduce, this is Fu Jingqian, Shi Jiunian announced. Fu Jingqian. Upon hearing this name, Shi Shoji's expression shifted drastically. Lu Xiaoman said Nian was with Fu Jingqian, and now they truly are together. Could it be? Shi Shoji felt a jolt in his heart. Nian, you cannot be telling me he is your boyfriend? His heart trembled. No, Shi Jiunian shook her head. Oh, I knew it. My Nian could never be with Fu Jingqian. Just as Shi Shoji's heart began to ease, he heard Shi Jiunian slowly continue. He is my husband. Shi Shoji. Fu Jingqian and I have already registered our marriage. We are wed. As she watched the elder Shi and the others, who looked as if they had been struck by lightning, Shi Jiunian spoke again, delivering another heavy blow. Chapter 110. Grandfather, here's an emergency pill. Fu Jingqian's gaze remained fixed on Shi Jiunian, and upon hearing her openly declare their relationship, the tension in his lips relaxed into a subtle smile. The tenderness and affection in his eyes nearly overflowed. Meanwhile, the elder Shi and the others were in uproar. Were they still half asleep? What did Shi Jiunian just say? She is married? To Fu Jingqian. The elder Shi could hardly believe it. Nian, please repeat that. What'd you just say? Shi Jiunian pressed her lips together and reiterated. I said, Fu Jingqian and I are married. As her words echoed in the private room, a heavy silence fell. You, oh dear my heart. A few seconds later, the elder Shi clutched his chest, his expression contorting in discomfort as if he were about to collapse. Shi Jiunian, quicker than him, pulled out a pack of medicine from her bag and handed it to him. Grandfather, here's an emergency pill. Her tone was sincere, her actions swift, clearly prepared. The elder Shi, he was utterly flabbergasted. Shi Shoji finally understood what Principal Lu had meant by advising him to prepare an emergency pill. You are going to drive me to an early grave. The elder Shi trembled as he sat down, pointing an accusatory finger at Shi Jiunian, shaking with rage. Shi Shoji and Shi Zheng wore equally grim expressions. They had just returned from abroad, and their precious little girl had been swept away. Grandfather, please don't be angry. How can I not be angry? The elder Shi's beard quivered with fury. Nian Nian, tell me, what is going on with you and that Fu kid? Did he force you? Shi Shoji's face was dark with fury, his eyes blazing. Shi Zheng was equally incensed, his eyes aflame, as if he would strike Fu Jingqian dead should Shi Jiunian claim she had been coerced. Fu Jingqian looked at Shi Jiunian, awaiting her response, for indeed he had compelled her. Grandfather, we truly are married. It is already a fact that cannot be changed. Shi Jiunian sighed softly. The elder Shi was genuinely furious. Shi Jiunian's mother had similarly married in silence, and now Shi Jiunian was following suit. His heart was bleeding. He longed to scold Shi Jiunian, but could not bring himself to do so. Wait outside for me, understanding that Shi Jiunian would be put in a difficult position here. Fu Jingqian decided to take charge of the situation, since she had the courage to clarify their relationship in front of the elder Shi. He would take care of everything else. He gently patted Shi Jiunian's back, saying, "Leave this to me." Shi Zheng observed Fu Jingqian's hand, his gaze turning perilous. "Nian Nian, step outside. Let us men have a word." Suppressing his rage, Shi Shoji spoke in a relatively gentle tone. Shi Jiunian bit her lip, glancing at Fu Jingqian, meeting his calm gaze, and nodded before quickly exiting. In the private room, only Fu Jingqian and the three members of the Shi family remained. Shi Zheng could no longer contain his fury and threw a punch. Fu Jingqian did not evade, taking the blow squarely. "Are you even human? How could you marry my little sister when she's so young?" "Shi Zheng, step aside." Shi Shoji gestured for Shi Zheng to back down. Though he was equally furious, it was imperative to clarify Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingqian's situation first. "Now tell me, how long have you two been together?" 2 months have passed. After Fu Jingqian finished speaking, he noticed the fiery glares from the three members of the Shi family. "Nian Nian and I hastily registered our marriage without informing grandpa, uncle, or cousin. That was my mistake. I understand your concerns." He presented a document he had drafted. Chapter 111. Pregnancy must be avoided for 5 years if Nian Nian and I divorce for any reason. All of my assets will be transferred to her name. Although I firmly believe that day will never come. The three elders of the Shi family were taken aback as they received the document. Several hundred billion in assets for Shi Jiunian. My love for Nian Nian surpasses what you can imagine. Throughout my life, I shall never do anything to betray her. My commitment remains unshakable. Upon witnessing his resolute demeanor, the elders' expressions softened slightly, yet they remained resolute in their disapproval. Fu Jingqian smiled and presented an intricately rolled scroll to Grandpa Shi. "I know you appreciate calligraphy. This is a piece by the esteemed Master Luchan. I hope you find it pleasing." The tremor in Grandpa Shi's hand as he grasped the cup revealed his surprise. A work by Luchan was indeed priceless, something he had long desired but could never acquire. "Calm down, Dad." Shi Shoji pressed down on his father's hand. "It's just a small gesture, nothing to get emotional over." Fu Jingqian continued, "Uncle, I am aware that the Shi family's racing team requires investment. Here is a contract. I intend to invest 5 billion. 5 billion. Shi Shoji's reaction was more pronounced than that of Grandpa Shi. His cup nearly slipped from his grasp. "Is it truly that much money?" Shi Zheng shot a disapproving glance at his father, chastising him for his lack of composure. "It's only 5 billion. Look how composed he is." "Cousin, an exceptional new race car has been released internationally. The Zeus SV265. Although I am not well versed in racing, it struck me as perfectly suited to your style. I have already purchased it for you." Shi Zheng was nearly propelled from his seat in shock. The Zeus SV265 was a legend in the racing world, and it had only been released for less than a month, with millions of racers vying for it. How had Fu Jingqian managed to secure one for him? He was indeed impressive. However, would they truly agree to this marriage over such material gifts? 2 minutes later, Grandpa Shi summoned Shi Jiunian into the room and coldly stated, "We agree to your marriage. Of course, it is not solely for these gifts. Now that you are married, what can be done? It's not as if we could force Shi Jiunian to divorce. Moreover, Fu Jingqian appears to genuinely care for her, contrary to what the outside world may think. However, should Fu Jingqian treat her poorly in the future, we shall not hesitate to hold him accountable. But we have one condition," Grandpa Shi sighed. "Regardless of what you do, we will not intervene. However, for at least 5 years, Nian Nian, you must not become pregnant." Shi Jiunian was still young and not ready for motherhood, especially as she was still in school. Becoming pregnant would irrevocably alter her life. Additionally, to speak bluntly, should they part ways in the future, The absence of children would mitigate any lingering ties. I understand. Fu Jingqian nodded, though he hesitated to mention that aside from their initial encounter, he and Shi Jiunian had yet to consummate their marriage. Grandpa, I will exercise discretion. Shi Jiunian added, let us eat first. Grandpa Shi took a deep breath just as the waiter entered with their meal. A fish dish slightly pungent made Shi Jiunian feel nauseous, prompting her to retch involuntarily. The chopsticks in Grandpa Shi and Shi Shouji's hands clattered to the floor. Shi Jiunian, it was merely an accident. Chapter 112. The Pariah, Qiao Shiyu, although the Shi family begrudgingly accepted the marriage. They felt as if a precious cabbage was being snatched away whenever they saw Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingqian growing closer. The Shi family had a villa in Haicheng, but they chose to reside with Fu Jingqian. At night, they insisted that Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingqian sleep in separate rooms. Fu Jingqian, being perceptive, did not contest this and complied. Although they had previously shared a blanket for sleeping, at least there had been the comfort of a warm spouse beside him. Now, he lay alone on a cold bed, causing him to lose sleep. The next morning, he descended the stairs with dark circles under his eyes, while Shi Jiunian appeared refreshed. Sleeping alone is incredibly liberating. Fu Jingqian, irritated by her apparent lack of empathy, gritted his teeth. After breakfast, I will take you to school. I'll take Nian Nian, Shi Shouji interjected. I need to stop by the school as well. He intended to have a cordial discussion with old Liu. Having made his statement, Fu Jingqian remained silent. Your outfit looks nice today, Grandpa Shi remarked, approvingly nodding at Fu Jingqian's charcoal gray suit. Done with the same outfit as yesterday, it lacked gravitas. That ensemble was clearly too casual. Fu Jingqian. He had spent hours selecting his attire, and that white suit had been chosen by Mu Shichuan. Mu Shichuan, huh? At 9 o'clock, Qiao Shiyu returned to her dormitory, donning a cap and mask. Shiyu, grab your documents. We must leave. Please, do not engage in any altercations, urged Qiao's mother. Your grandfather Mu has agreed to help you find a good school abroad. You have plenty of bright days ahead, understand? Although Elder Mu had initially been reluctant to assist Qiao Shiyu, her lineage as a descendant of his comrade compelled him to lend a hand, albeit this would be the last time. Thus, Qiao Shiyu could not afford to cause any trouble. Understood, Qiao Shiyu nodded, her eyes hollow and weary, devoid of her previous arrogance. Throughout the night, she had become a pariah. The internet was rife with insults directed at her, and she dared not look. She returned to her dormitory solely to retrieve her belongings, as her documents remained there. She had not had the chance to collect them amid the chaos of the previous day. Her roommates, having no classes, were still asleep at 9 o'clock. As she opened the door, she made quite the noise. Qiao Shiyu, why are you back? Her peers, roused from their slumber, looked at her with confusion, their gazes filled with a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. Was she really returning to school? Without a word, Qiao Shiyu began packing her things. Shiyu, did you really leak the medical report? One girl inquired curiously. What are you thinking? How could you do something like this? Now that you've been expelled, what will you do? Suppressing her anger, Qiao Shiyu stuffed her belongings into the small suitcase. I heard all global universities have blacklisted you. You with a loud crash. Qiao Shiyu lost her composure and slammed the suitcase to the ground. Can you just shut up? Why are you so aggressive? You made a mistake, and now you can't handle the criticism? You still think of yourself as that lofty young lady? You've already become a pariah. Be quiet. Qiao Shiyu, stung by the truth, screamed in rage. She seized a book and hurled it at the girl. The commotion drew the attention of several neighboring dorms. Qin Ming, the class monitor, heard the noise and stepped out. What's going on? She took the initiative to address the situation. Chapter 113. You are just her dog. Qiao Shiyu threw a book at me. The injured girl clutched her face, feeling aggrieved. She harmed Shi Jiunian and got expelled. But now she can't stand being criticized. You still dare to speak. Qiao Shiyu's eyes blazed with fury. You have no idea. This is not my fault. It's that wretched Shi Jiunian's doing. It's Lu Xing and his crew who isolated her, only favoring Shi Jiunian, which led her to act this way. She is the one who dragged me down. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be in this position. Qiao Shiyu, do you still have the audacity to mention Shi Jiunian? Qin Ming could no longer endure the situation, feeling as if she were dealing with a madwoman. Her dear Nian Nian was the true victim, yet this woman dared to feel wronged. Was it Shi Jiunian who coerced you into framing her? Was it Shi Jiunian who compelled you to leak the medical report? You are both foolish and malicious, and yet you cast the blame upon Shi Jiunian. Let me tell you, you are not worthy of even a single strand of Shi Jiunian's hair. Qiao Shiyu had completely lost her sanity upon hearing Qin Ming's words. She felt an overwhelming surge of rage. Were you even? She shouted, seizing a bedside lamp and striking Qin Ming fiercely on the forehead. Then, she grabbed her hair and forcefully slammed her head back. Qin Ming was taken aback by the sudden attack, completely unprepared, and the back of her head struck the iron edge of the upper bunk. A searing pain engulfed her, and her vision started to blur. Yet, Qiao Shiyu was not satisfied. She continued to grip Qin Ming's head, striking it backward repeatedly. Do you really think Shi Jiunian considers you a good friend? You flatter her, but in truth, you are merely her lapdog. Qiao Shiyu unleashed all her pent-up fury on Qin Ming, gripping her head with astonishing force. Akin to a vengeful spirit, you are the daughter of a laborer. Your status is beneath contempt. Who gave you the audacity to provoke me? As Qin Ming's surroundings grew increasingly hazy and her mental state deteriorated, she realized that normally she could easily overpower Qiao Shiyu with one hand. However, the recent blow had left her in agony, and now Qiao Shiyu was utterly deranged. I am the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. No matter how destitute I may be, I am still leagues above you. I'm about to go abroad. I will have a brilliant future. And you are destined to remain a maggot at the bottom of society. Do you believe that with a mere word, I could make you and your shameful parents beg for survival and wish for death? Eventually, Qiao Shiyu, having vented her rage, angrily tossed Qin Ming aside, grabbed her suitcase, and stormed out of the dormitory. The onlooking students were left dumbfounded. Once Qiao Shiyu had departed, they finally reacted, shrieking in horror, blood. It's all blood. They saw Qin Ming slumped against the floor, blood pooling ominously beneath her. Meanwhile, Shi Shoji led Shi Jiunian to Principal Lu's office. Ah, you've come. Principal Lu greeted with a smile. Is it that you missed me so much upon your return? Shi Shoji rubbed his wrist, his smile devoid of warmth. Indeed, I missed you. He then threw a punch. Principal Lu felt a sharp pain in his chest, nearly collapsing. Nian, your uncle is very gentle. Do not fear, he assured, turning to Shi Jiunian with a radiant smile. The reason for my aggression is that your Uncle Lu deserves a beating. Shi Jiunian was silent. Chapter 114. The city clears the way. Nianjie is enraged. Principal Lu clutched his chest, glaring at Shi Shoji. Is it your intent to take my life upon our first meeting? It seems you've learned that Shi Jiunian has married. Why strike me when your niece wed without your knowledge? Weren't you the one who said you would sever your head and kick it if she married? Go ahead. I am watching, Shi Shoji retorted angrily. Old Lu, you're not a true friend. Why didn't you tell me about such a grave matter? I only learned of her marriage after the fact, and at that time, you were in close training, unreachable. Shi Shoji was incensed. Is this my fault? Shi Jiunian, feeling somewhat guilty, interjected, Uncle, this truly has nothing to do with Uncle Lu. Shi Shoji's eyes widened. I know, but I simply wanted to hit him. I cannot hit Shi Jiunian, so I must strike him instead. Old Lu, brace yourself. I'm coming for another punch. He was still furious. Suddenly, a secretary rushed in, panic evident in her eyes. Principal, there's been an incident in the girls' dormitory. What happened? Principal Lu's expression shifted at the mention of the girls' dormitory. It seems that Qin Ming was assaulted in her room. She is bleeding profusely. Qin Ming. Shi Jiunian's expression changed drastically. Principal Lu was alarmed. How could Qin Ming have been harmed? Her parents had specifically entrusted him with her care. If anything happened to Qin Ming, they could very well shut down his school. Moreover, who would dare to assault someone on his campus? Quickly, let us see. Principal Lu hastily exited, with Shi Jiunian following closely behind, her pace even more urgent. The occurrence of violence at school was an extremely serious matter. Outside the girls' dormitory, chaos reigned. Upon arrival, Shi Jiunian found several girls supporting the bloody Qin Ming as they emerged from the building. Qin Ming had sustained a head injury and had lost consciousness. The girls, upon seeing Shi Jiunian, were on the verge of tears. Hand her over to me, Shi Jiunian said, her voice icy. She removed her coat to cover Qin Ming, then swiftly scooped her into her arms, striding toward the exit. Nian, the ambulance has arrived. Principal Lu and Shi Shoji also made their way to the scene, accompanied by the ambulance. The vehicle halted outside the dormitory, and several doctors rushed out. Shi Jiunian quickly approached the ambulance, placing Qin Ming onto the stretcher. Her condition was critical. Immediate medical attention was imperative. The doctors nodded gravely, swiftly loading Qin Ming and the stretcher into the ambulance. As the vehicle sped away, Shi Jiunian dialed a number. Jiang He, dispatch the H71201 ambulance from Haida, clear the way for them throughout the city, and ensure they arrive at the first hospital with utmost haste. Understood, boss. After placing her phone in her pocket, Shi Jiunian turned to the two girls who had assisted Qin Ming. They were visibly shaken, their faces pale and trembling. "Do not fear," she said, her voice calm and reassuring, and they inexplicably felt a sense of stability amidst their trembling. They were still students, witnessing such chaos for the first time. "Tell me, how did Qin Ming get injured?" "It was Xiao Shiyu," one girl cried out. A wave of coldness radiated from Shi Jiunian, the air around her freezing. Chapter 115. She is her ancestor Qin Ming had been injured because she spoke out for Shi Jiunian, incurring Xiao Shiyu's wrath. Xiao Shiyu. She took out her phone and sent a text message. "Find out where Xiao Shiyu is." The response came swiftly. "Boss, Xiao Shiyu is currently en route to the airport, preparing to flee." Shi Jiunian coldly curled her lips. It was too late for her to run now. "Send me the route." "So she wishes to play tricks, does she?" "She is her ancestor." At the villa, Fu Jingchun received news of the incident at Haida Qinming. He pondered the name, his expression darkening. This girl seemed to have a close relationship with Shi Jiunian. "Where's my wife?" "It seems she is driving to chase after Xiao Shiyu." Fu replied. "Send me the license plate number. I will pursue her." Fu Jingchun swiftly exited, and Fu Wu promptly transmitted Shi Jiunian's license plate number. Fu Jingchun dialed a number. "Clear the way for the private vehicle with the license plate H6759 throughout the city. Ensure she remains unharmed." He was concerned that in her fury, Shi Jiunian might drive recklessly and encounter an accident. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiyu was on the road to the airport. Xiao's mother, frustrated, chastised her. "What were you thinking? Did I not tell you to restrain yourself? And yet, you went and assaulted someone." She repeatedly cautioned her daughter. Yet Xiao Shiyu still managed to stir up trouble. In front of so many people, she resorted to violence. "Mom, she provoked me first." Xiao Shiyu felt no remorse. After all, Qin Ming had instigated the confrontation. Who could blame her for being friends with Shi Jiunian? Having suffered such a significant loss due to Shi Jiunian, she lacked the means to seek revenge on her. Hence, Qin Ming became a convenient scapegoat. "Mom, don't worry. Qin Ming's family is quite impoverished and lacks any notable background. So what if I beat her up? What could she possibly do? At worst, we'll just pay a little compensation." "No notable background?" Xiao's mother inquired. Indeed, a look of disdain flickered in Xiao Shiyu's eyes. Her parents' positions are too shameful to mention. They are surely farmers, filthy and destitute. At this, Xiao's mother also felt a surge of contempt. So this was the background of the girl. Regardless, she admonished, "It is still wrong to behave violently at Haida University. I'll take you to the airport right now. You need to leave the country to study and also to avoid the storm." Strangely, the usually busy road was almost deserted today. It seemed as if fate was on their side, wishing for them to arrive at the airport and board their flight promptly. "Your grandmother pleaded with your grandfather Mu for a long time to secure this opportunity for you to study abroad. You must seize it well. Thinking of the future." Xiao's mother's tone lightened. "Once you complete your studies, I will arrange a good match for you through your grandfather Mu. Your fortune lies ahead." Xiao Shiyu's lips curled into a smile as she envisioned a beautiful future. Suddenly, a cacophony of roaring engines erupted behind them, an unsettling noise that heightened their anxiety. At first, neither Xiao's mother nor Xiao Shiyu paid attention, but as the sound intensified, they could not help but turn around. 4 cars occupied 4 lanes, barreling towards them at an alarming speed. The foremost blue sports car was racing forward recklessly, prompting the driver of their vehicle to panic. Fearing that the cars behind were engaged in a street race, they quickly swerved aside. Bang! A deafening crash ensued as the blue sports car slammed into the front of their vehicle. Xiao's mother and Xiao Shiyu were jolted against the window, their heads spinning. Inside the blue sports car, Shi Jiunian gripped the steering wheel with one hand while propping her chin with the other, a chilling smile spreading across her face, instilling terror. Chapter 116. Little sister, have you considered your fate? With the pedal pressed to the floor, she casually collided once more. Just as Xiao's mother and Xiao Shiyu were recovering from the previous impact, another loud bang echoed, causing their heads to strike the window again, eliciting tears of pain. The driver, utterly terrified, lost control of the steering wheel as the car swerved wildly, ultimately crashing into the roadside barrier. Shi Jiunian pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward, then deftly yanked the steering wheel, executing a sharp drift and coming to a halt. The three cars behind her also came to a stop. Jiang He and his entourage emerged, a dozen robust men who could intimidate anyone merely by their presence. Qiao's mother and Qiao Shiyu scrambled out of the car, nearly thrown out during the crash, utterly shaken. Qiao's mother initially intended to shout at them, but upon seeing Jiang He and his crew, her bravado diminished. This group was clearly not to be trifled with. Who are you? Why did you deliberately ram into us? Qiao's mother demanded. Jiang He, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, sneered dismissively and ignored her, bowing respectfully toward the blue sports car along with his burly companions. Boss! The car door swung open, and Shi Jiunian stepped out, her face shrouded in a layer of frost, her starry eyes glinting with a cold, fierce light. As she approached, each step seemed to tread upon the hearts of Qiao's mother and Qiao Shiyu, who felt as if a chilling reaper had descended upon them. An aura of unending cold surrounded her, freezing the very air around. This version of Shi Jiunian was terrifying. Shi Jiunian, Qiao Shiyu's pupils dilated in fear, a shiver coursing through her body as panic set in. Shi Jiunian had come specifically to confront her. What did she intend to do? Shi Jiunian, you came here for Qin Ming, didn't you? She shouted, though her voice quivered with uncertainty. So what if I hit her? Dare you touch me? I'm the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, with the Qiao family backing me. Do you dare? This proclamation felt more like a desperate reassurance to herself. Dare? Shi Jiunian remained silent, responding with actions instead. She raised her foot and kicked directly at Qiao Shiyu's knee, shattering her kneecap. Qiao Shiyu let out a horrific scream. Collapsing to the ground, forced to kneel before Shi Jiunian, resembling a defeated dog. Do you think I am easy to provoke? Shi Jiunian's voice, icy and menacing, echoed above her like a death knell from the underworld. You dare to harm my friend, you have quite the audacity. Little sister, have you considered your fate? She had lived a previous life, and in her eyes, the same-aged Qiao Shiyu was merely a little sister. Witnessing her daughter's humiliation filled Qiao's mother with desperation, prompting her to rush forward, only to be blocked by Jiang He, who flicked the burning cigarette but towards her. Calm down, you won't escape. Shi Jiunian, what do you intend to do? Qiao Shiyu, drenched in cold sweat, looked at Shi Jiunian in terror, a fear that resonated from her very soul. Don't act recklessly. I am the eldest daughter of the Qiao family. The eldest daughter of the Qiao family. Oh, how impressive, Shi Jiunian mocked, then delivered another kick. To hell with you. Grabbing Qiao Shiyu's hair, she treated her as she had with Qin Ming, repeatedly slamming her head against the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 117. Wife. Kill him. Hand over the knife in a position of utter humiliation, Qiao Shiyu knelt on the ground, her head crashing against the floor with dull thuds. Her forehead split open, blood gushing forth. Shiyu, Qiao's mother's eyes widened in horror. After delivering more than a dozen blows, Shi Jiunian finally released her grip from Qiao Shiyu's neck, her brows etched with an icy severity. Without support, Qiao Shiyu collapsed heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. Take her away. This matter would not end so simply. The image of Qin Ming injured fueled Shi Jiunian's rage. Particularly knowing that Qin Ming had been attacked for defending her, her fury was palpable. Two burly men stepped forward, seizing Qiao Shiyu by the neck, ready to drag her to the car. What are you doing? Let my daughter go. Let her go. Qiao's mother screamed in panic. No one paid her any mind. Jiang He, finding her bothersome, kicked her away. Shut up. Stop whining. He had no qualms about hitting a woman. Ignoring her pain, Qiao's mother could only think of preventing Shi Jiunian from taking Qiao Shiyu away. Otherwise, her daughter's fate would be dire. As Qiao's mother's eyes brimmed with tears of desperation, a sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air. A fleet of police cars moved in unison down the main road, heading towards them. Qiao's mother's eyes sparkled with hope. The police. The police have arrived. With the arrival of the police, Shi Jiunian was surely doomed. Police. Over here, she shouted, her voice filled with urgency and elation, as if she had spotted a savior. Boss, the police are here. You should leave. I'll handle this, Jiang He said, frowning at the approaching law enforcement. Not out of fear, but because Shi Jiunian's status as a student would not bode well if apprehended. It's too late to leave now. Shi Jiunian, the police are coming. They won't let you escape. You're finished. Xiao's mother's hatred was barely contained. Shi Jiunian squinted at the approaching police cars, then glanced at Xiao's mother, smirking as she slammed the car door shut. Is that so? Let us see who won't let whom escape. Leaning against the car door, arms crossed, her white coat slipped slightly, revealing her slender waist. Her voice was both gentle and defiant. Meanwhile, the police car halted before them, and the leading officer's door swung open. Officer Xiao stepped forward abruptly. The man, clad in a slate gray suit, possessed a strikingly handsome face that was almost disheartening, adorned with a layer of frost-like demeanor. As he alighted from the vehicle, an aura of chilling intimidation emanated from him. Shi Jiunian was momentarily taken aback. Fu Jingchen. Officer Xiao was also stunned. The menace radiating from Fu Jingchen was too formidable, rendering him unrecognizable as a policeman. Fu Jingchen strode directly to Shi Jiunian's front. Why are you here? She replied, biting her lip. I came to leverage some influence for you. Fu Jingchen remarked nonchalantly. My wife is a force to be reckoned with. I merely stand behind her, quietly providing support. Shi Jiunian had been racing on the main road, and no one dared to intervene, as he had preemptively cleared the way, dispersing all vehicles to prevent any disruption. Yet, she felt a surge of anger. Shi Jiunian had reached out to the hacker alliance's Jiang He. Oh, Fu Hua. Jiang He whistled upon seeing Fu Hua, who had shed his hat, revealing a slightly longer buzz cut, giving him a somewhat clumsy appearance. Fu Hua felt an overwhelming urge to punch Jiang He's face. What's that supposed to mean? Fool. Chapter 118. Aren't you still breathing? Officer Qiao felt a chill as she realized it was Fu Jingchen stepping out of the police car. How could Shi Jiunian be so intimately acquainted with him? Although Fu Jingchen was a notorious playboy, he was still the legitimate heir of the esteemed Fu family in the capital, a figure to be revered. How could Shi Jiunian, a lowly orphan, know him? As Officer Qiao's mind spiraled in confusion, the doors of several other police cars opened, and a group of uniformed officers descended. Director Lin, upon recognizing the leading officer, Officer Qiao trembled with relief, rushing forward as though she had found a savior. Director Lin was the chief of the Haicheng Police Department. She had met him a few times and shared a modicum of rapport. Known for his impartiality, he would surely not favor Shi Jiunian. Director Lin, you must apprehend Shi Jiunian. She rammed into us with her car and harmed my daughter. If you hadn't arrived in time, my daughter would have been taken away. She cried desperately. However, Director Lin merely shot her a cold glance and walked past her to stand before Fu Jingchen and Shi Jiunian, bowing respectfully. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Fu, MRS. Fu. Officer Qiao's mind exploded. Why would the proud Director Lin address Shi Jiunian with such deference? Could it be? Realizing the closeness between Fu Jingchen and Shi Jiunian, her head spun in disbelief. Mrs. Fu, I will take charge of Qiao Shiyu. I will escort her back to the station for a thorough reprimand. She will face every consequence she deserves. Director Lin's frigid words snapped Officer Qiao back to reality. Director Lin, my daughter is the victim. Why should she accompany you? The person you should apprehend is Shi Jiunian. Director Lin regarded her with a dismissive expression, as if she were jesting. Your daughter assaulted a classmate in the Haida dormitory an hour ago, inflicting severe injuries. Who should I arrest, if not her? Assault? Officer Qiao panicked. She only knew that Xiao Shiyu had hurt someone, but she hadn't realized how serious it was. She had nearly killed a person. Jiang He, hand her over. Shi Jiunian glanced at Jiang He, signaling him to comply. Some matters were best left to professionals. Fu Jingchen cast a casual glance at her. Jiang He? Quite a fitting name. Yes, Jiang He nodded, pulling the barely conscious Xiao Shiyu from the car and handing her over to Director Lin's men. Director Lin, my daughter isn't the only one who harmed someone. Shi Jiunian must also be taken. Officer Qiao finally regained her composure and insisted. My daughter's life was nearly taken by Shi Jiunian. If you're arresting someone, you must take both. Nearly taken? Director Lin scrutinized her. Is she not still breathing? Moreover, was this woman oblivious? Didn't she see how terrified he was of Fu Sanshao? Who would dare touch Fu Sanshao's woman? Besides, this was entirely Qiao Shiyu's fault for using such excessive force against a classmate. She deserved it. He even admired Shi Jiunian for standing up for a friend. Officer Qiao could hardly believe her ears. Director Lin, if I were Mrs. Qiao, I would reflect on how my daughter ended up in such a predicament and consider how to compensate the victim. Director Lin, uninterested in further dialogue, turned back to Fu Jingchen and Shi Jiunian, his demeanor shifting to one of politeness. Mr. Fu, we will take our leave now. Chapter 119. He is the legitimate one. Fu Jingchen nodded lightly. Director Lin instructed his subordinates to escort Xiao Shiyu into the vehicle. The distraught officer, Xiao, pounded on the car door, and as the police car sped away, she fell heavily to the ground. She screamed, collapsing like a mad woman, utterly stripped of her former dignified demeanor, leaving onlookers feeling nauseated. How is Qin Ming? Shi Jiunian inquired, turning her gaze away, addressing Jiang He. As per your instructions, I arranged for Dean He to treat him personally. Qin Ming is fine now. Dean He Ming of Haida First Hospital was renowned for his exceptional medical skills. Many aristocrats sought his assistance. Though he hadn't personally consulted patients in years, he would rush to help at Shi Jiunian's request. Hearing that Qin Ming was all right, a hint of warmth returned to Shi Jiunian's demeanor. My dear, shall we go to the hospital now? I'll take you there. Fu Jingchen, observing the scene, wrapped his arm around Shi Jiunian's waist, his voice gentle. My dear, the term of endearment nearly caused Jiang He to spit blood. Shi Jiunian's expression turned complicated. What was Fu Jingchen's sudden obsession with sentimentality? Then please take me, she replied, wishing to check on Qin Ming. Fu Jingchen smiled, guiding Shi Jiunian into the vehicle, instructing Fu Hua to remain and manage the subsequent matters. Understood. Fu Hua nodded obediently. Oh, you're so stubborn in front of me, yet so docile in front of your master. Jiang, he remarked sarcastically. You're not so bad yourself. You act like a grandson in front of the lady. Fu Hua retorted defiantly. Officer Qiao, trembling, rose from the ground, watching as Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingchen departed. Instinctively, she reached out to stop them, grasping the closing car door. Shi Jiunian, I will not let you off. Seated in the passenger seat, Shi Jiunian lifted her gaze slightly. What a coincidence. I won't let your Qiao family off either. With a light laugh, she closed the car door, adding, let us see who can outplay whom. Officer Qiao's hand was caught in the closing door, causing her pain and bringing tears to her eyes. Watching the vehicle speed away, her heart felt as though it were being fried in a pan. What to do? What to do? Her trembling fingers retrieved her phone, dialing the number of Elder Qiao. Mother, please save Shiyu. Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingchen made their way to the hospital. Along the route, they encountered numerous irate drivers. Wife, it's not that I didn't kind of pick you up. I was truly stuck in traffic. It's gridlocked. Oh, right. This road usually doesn't have traffic, but today it's a mess because some idiot has inexplicably blocked several main roads. Wife, I'm not lying. I swear I'm not. Please don't cry. Don't cry. One driver, on the verge of tears, lamented his misfortune. He.S. doomed to face punishment upon returning. Who is the one responsible for blocking a third of the city's roads? Curse be him. In the car, Shi Jiunian rubbed her nose, while Fu Jingchen cleared his throat, feeling slightly embarrassed. Shi Jiunian, are you very close to Jiang He? Fu Jingchen suddenly inquired. Not particularly, but we've known each other for several years. Oh. Fu Jingchen raised an eyebrow, remaining composed. He had come to terms with the situation. Who is that wild man in the Hacker Alliance? Shi Jiunian has already become his person and has even promised to gradually develop feelings for him, introducing him to her parents. He is indeed the rightful partner. Chapter 120. Sister Nian's powerful connections. Before long, the two arrived at the hospital. Fu Jingchen parked the car and accompanied Shi Jiunian to the ward. Inside, Principal Liu and Shi Shoji were present. Qin Ming had already regained consciousness but still appeared somewhat weak, while Dean he was conducting a physical examination on her. Yin, Shi Shoji exclaimed upon seeing Shi Jiunian approach, rushing towards her. You little girl, why were you in such a hurry to leave? Did anything happen? Shi Jiunian snatched his car keys and dashed out without giving him a chance to speak, leaving him in a state of anxiety. He had intended to search for Shi Jiunian when Fu Jingchen called to tell him not to worry, as he was going to find her. That reassured Shi Shoji, who then stayed at Haida to assist Principal Liu with the follow-up matters. Uncle, Shi Jiunian called, glancing at the bed where Qin Ming lay. How is she? Qin Ming is fine now. She just needs to recuperate, Principal Liu replied. It's all thanks to Dean He. They had followed the ambulance to the hospital and found Dean He standing solemnly at the entrance. Principal Liu was taken aback that He Ming personally treated Qin Ming. He felt somewhat flattered. Thank you so much, Dean He. Principal Liu expressed his gratitude once more. Dean He, with an indifferent expression, replied, "No need for thanks. My involvement is not for your sake." Principal Liu was left speechless. Dean He then turned to Shi Jiunian, his tones softening unexpectedly. "Yin, it's been a while." Shi Jiunian smiled. "Dean He, indeed it has been a while. How could I forget you?" Enough with the flattery. Dean He feigned annoyance, though he was secretly delighted. "I've examined your friend. She is fine, and I'll take my leave now." "Okay." Shi Jiunian nodded. "Wow, Ninji, you know Dean He?" Principal Liu observed Shi Jiunian, swallowing hard. It seemed her connections were even more impressive than his. Fu Jingxin also regarded Shi Jiunian with a meaningful look. His little woman appeared to be quite remarkable, knowing many people. Of course, Shi Jiunian shrugged and approached the bedside, inquiring of Qin Ming, "How are you feeling? Is it still painful?" "My occiput hurts a little, and I feel nauseous," Qin Ming replied, her expression one of frustration. "I can't believe I was beaten into the hospital by Qiao Shiyu. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Damn that Qiao Shiyu, she ambushed me. If she tries again, I will definitely smash her head." Shi Jiunian poured her a glass of water. "She will get what she deserves. Since Qiao Shiyu dared to harm you, her consequences will be dire. I've hired a lawyer to sue her for intentional injury. She is already at the police station. What do you want to do?" "Sue. To the very end," Qin Ming exclaimed, her head throbbing with anger at the mention of Qiao Shiyu. "If I don't get Qiao Shiyu locked up this time, I want to call myself Qin Ming." "Qin Ming, given the severity of your injury, should I notify your parents?" Principal Liu asked. Qin Ming's expression turned fearful. No. Principal, you know their profession is sensitive. I'm fine now. Please don't call them." Principal Liu regarded her. "It's too late. I've already informed them. They should arrive by tomorrow at the latest." "Qin Ming, since you've already notified them, why are you asking me?" Meanwhile, Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. Qin Ming's parents are coming. The real drama is about to unfold. Chapter 121, Dazzlingly Handsome. The commander arrives. Meanwhile, at the National Military Base, a man hung up the phone, his brows furrowing with anger. He stormed out of the room, observing the swarming new recruits on the training ground, and bellowed, "Prepare the helicopter immediately. I'm flying to Haicheng." "Sir, is there a problem?" An officer inquired, noticing the commander's furious expression. "What problem?" Qin's father scoffed. "It's a major issue. Someone has bullied my precious daughter. I'll deal with him. What scoundrel dares to harm his daughter?" Upon hearing this, the officer's expressions shifted. "Who dares to bully our young lady? We will take care of him." "Sir, I'll prepare the helicopter right away. Let us deal with him decisively. How dare he bully the young lady?" Ding, ding, ding. Qin's father's phone rang. He glanced at it, his expression instantly softening. "Dear, you know our daughter is in trouble, right? I'm heading there now. Are you on your way? Did your bureau approve it? Good. We'll meet in Haicheng." "In Haicheng, at the Qiao family residence, Mom. Think of a way. Shiyu has been locked up at the police station. She can't really be jailed. Can she?" Qiao mother fretted anxiously. Qiao grandmother wore a grim expression. "What's the rush? I'm thinking of a way. That Shi Jiunian is truly a seductress." Having latched onto Fu Sanshao, the police station is filled with their people. Despite using all my connections, I couldn't get Qiao Shiyu out. Hurry and call Zian back. His sister is in such big trouble, and he is busy with business abroad. I've already called Zian, urging him to return as soon as possible. Qiao mother promptly replied. Qiao Zian, Qiao Shiyu's brother, had been conducting business abroad for years, single-handedly supporting the Qiao family. Mom, perhaps we should also contact old Master Mu? He is the head of a prestigious family in the capital, with connections far surpassing ours. He could help rescue Shiyu. Exactly. Qiao grandmother's eyes sparkled. Call Brother Mu. He will definitely help Shiyu. Brother Mu is known for being loyal and has vast connections. He should be able to rescue Shiyu. However, we must not reveal the truth about Qiao Shiyu's arrest. If old Master Mu learns that Qiao Shiyu attacked someone, especially Shi Jiunian's friend, he would surely want to take matters into his own hands and punish her. Qiao grandmother hurriedly took out her phone to call old Master Mu. However, her call failed to go through. Old Master Mu had directly blocked her. Confused, Qiao grandmother wondered why he had suddenly blocked her. She dialed Mu Zai's number, and it connected. As soon as she began to speak, Mu Zai's icy voice cut in. If you're calling about Qiao Shiyu, save your breath. The old master intervened. Moreover, from now on, whatever happens to the Qiao family has nothing to do with the Mu family. The Mu family will retract all assistance to the Qiao family. The old master asked me to convey a message. Hope you all know what is best for yourselves. With that, Muze hung up decisively. Nearby, old Master Mu gazed at a photograph of himself and his comrades, letting out a long sigh. Old friend, it's not that I don't want to help, but your descendant is simply beyond saving. Don't blame me. His phone lay beside him, illuminated, displaying that Shi Jiunian had just called him half an hour ago. Chapter 122. My heart is already captivated by our mom. Old Master Mu refuses to help us. What do we do? Xiao mother wept, feeling utterly lost and unable to think. Xiao grandmother felt her head throbbing, supporting herself on a chair. Let us not panic. Let me think carefully. Qin Ming's parents, are they migrant workers? Xiao grandmother suddenly asked after a moment's thought. Yes, Shi mentioned that in the school records. Their occupation was listed as none, which suggests they are farmers. Only farmers would have no identifiable jobs or significant professions that the state requires to keep confidential. However, the latter is clearly impossible. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in the murky eyes of the elderly Mrs. Qiao. Farmers. That makes things easier. In this world, the most manageable individuals are the impoverished. Attempting to contact Qin Ming's parents, even if it requires substantial financial means, is imperative to ensure they refrain from pursuing the matter. As long as Qin Ming's parents are willing to relent, then Shi Jiunian will be unable to stir up any trouble. Indeed, Mrs. Qiao could not help but admire the cleverness of the elderly Mrs. Qiao. She was indeed a person who had weathered many storms, possessing great intelligence. Mrs. Qiao promptly instructed someone to investigate the contact details of Qin Ming as parents, as it should be relatively straightforward to locate the information of a migrant worker. However, after searching for a considerable time, they found nothing. The elderly Mrs. Qiao grew restless. Each moment they delayed here meant more suffering for Qiao Shiyu. We're going to the hospital, she declared, rising with the support of her cane. She intended to confront Shi Jiunian and Qin Ming. In the hospital, Qin Ming's spirits had improved significantly. She clamored for delicious food, but alas, she could only manage some bland offerings. Nian Yan, I want to eat something tasty. She pouted cutely. Shi Jiunian remained unfazed. Then think about it. Qin Ming began to cry, turning to the handsome Fu Jingshan beside her. Handsome, can you manage your wife? Fu Jingshan raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing in his eyes. I cannot manage her. He chuckled. At home, my wife is in charge. She manages me. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming's expression twisted in distress. This was a second blow to her, as a single person. Shi Jiunian lifted her gaze to stare at Fu Jingshan. Have I ever managed you? Thus, Mrs. Fu, you should reflect on this. With such a handsome husband, do you not fear I might run off with someone else? Do you dare? Shi Jiunian's eyes did not even blink. Fu Jindikin chakuld lightly. I do not dare. My heart and soul are entirely yours, tethered to you, unable to escape, nor would I wish to. Qin Ming, in utter despair, clutched her hair. Could you please respect me as a patient? What sin had she committed to endure such torment while lying in hospital bed? All right, do not be upset. Shi Jiunian reached out, gently patting her head, still wrapped in bandages. We respect you. Qin Ming could only retort. Why does that feel even more insulting? Master, Fu Hua entered, informing them that Mrs. Qiao and the elderly Mrs. Qiao had arrived to see Miss Qin Ming and asked if they should be let in. The smiles faded from the faces of the three. You mean Xiao Shiyu's mother and grandmother? Qin Ming inquired. Fu Hua nodded. Indeed. Ha! They still have the audacity to come. Qin Ming inhaled deeply, gritting her teeth in resentment. Let them in. I wish to see what they have to say. Fu Hua glanced at Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingshan, and upon receiving their nods, he stepped out. A minute later, Mrs. Qiao, supporting the elderly Mrs. Qiao, entered. Chapter 123. The eyes of a fool the moment Mrs. Qiao laid eyes on Fu Jingshan and Shi Jiunian. She recalled the scene on the main road where Shi Jiunian expressionlessly pressed Xiao Shiyu's head down, repeatedly slamming it against the ground. Her hand resting on the elderly Mrs. Qiao's arm tightened. The elderly Mrs. Qiao felt the pain, silently lamenting her lack of composure. The other party hadn't yet done anything, and she was already frightened. You must be Qin Ming, right? My poor child, how are you feeling now? Is it any better? Having lived for over 80 years, the elderly Mrs. Qiao excelled at maintaining appearances. Her face was a mask of concern and sympathy for Qin Ming. Good child, I truly apologize. I failed to educate that girl Shiyu properly, allowing her to harm you. You cannot imagine, since your injury, my heart has been in agony, and I've been unable to eat or sleep well." In the hospital room, silence prevailed. Qin Ming regarded her with derision, choosing not to respond. Shi Jiunian sat casually in a chair, her legs crossed, idly playing with her phone. Fu Jingchun stood beside her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. No one acknowledged the elderly Mrs. Chiao, who continued without embarrassment. "Child, how are you? What did the doctor say? Is your body all right? Does it still hurt anywhere? I have some connections with Director He at the hospital. Would you like me to ask him to come and examine you?" Of course. It was mere pleasantries. The elderly Mrs. Chiao lacked the influence to summon Director He. She was merely hinting at Qin Ming, hoping to convey the breadth of her connections, urging her not to be ungrateful. Qin Ming wore an expression of disbelief. Did the elderly woman not realize that Director He was the very one who treated her injuries? Upon hearing this, Shi Jiunian finally lifted her head, casting a scornful glance at her. "Enough. If you have something to say it quickly. If you continue with this nauseating talk, then you may as well leave." Qin Ming could no longer endure it. The elderly Mrs. Chiao's face darkened. How dare this ill-mannered girl speak to her so? Yet, for the sake of Qiao Shiyu, she restrained herself and smiled. "Child, whatever demands you have, state them. Any sum you desire, you may request. This matter has already escalated sufficiently. Let us settle it here." Her tone was not one of negotiation, but rather an order. Qin Ming's lips curled upward. "What if I do not wish to settle things this way?" The elderly Mrs. Chiao chuckled, surveying the surroundings before finding a chair to sit. "Little girl, it would be wise for you to be sensible. If this matter escalates, it will not benefit you or your parents. Are you threatening me?" Qin Ming narrowed her eyes. "Your parents are merely migrant workers, yes? Their lives are rather bleak. As long as you are willing to let this matter rest, I can arrange a formal job for them." Qin Ming found it laughable. Who had told them that her parents were migrant workers? And to propose finding her parents a formal job? That was the most absurd joke she had heard all year. "Little girl, do not act rashly," the elderly Mrs. Chiao stated confidently. "Currently, you have assistants, but how long can they aid you? Offending the Chiao family is certainly not a wise choice for you." After a brief pause, she continued, "I've already contacted your parents, and they have agreed not to pursue the matter." She deliberately used Qin Ming's parents to pressure her, yet the elderly Mrs. Chiao had not even managed to discover where Qin Ming's parents were located. However, she understood the characteristics of the impoverished, timid, fearful of trouble, unwilling to escalate matters, and lacking in emotional ties, only concerned with money. A small sum would suffice to placate them. The elderly Mrs. Chiao believed her strategy was flawless, yet she failed to notice that everyone in the hospital room regarded her as if she were a fool. Chapter 124. The arrival of the parents. "You say you have contacted my parents? They agreed not to pursue it?" Qin Ming genuinely laughed. Mrs. Chiao, unable to contain herself, interjected, "Indeed, your parents have chosen not to pursue it, so you would do well to be sensible. What leverage does a girl without any background have to contend with the Chiao family?" The Chiao family. Shi Jiunian lazily fiddled with her phone. "They seem rather formidable. I wonder if they can survive a day in my hands? The weather has turned chilly. It is a fitting time for bankruptcy," Fu Jingchun observed, looking at her. Shi Jiunian raised her gaze. "Within 2 hours, let the Chiao group change its leadership and surname." Fu Jingchun spoke in a calm tone, as if discussing trivial matters. Yet the immense confidence radiating from him indicated that he indeed possessed such power. Mrs. Chiao's legs went weak, nearly causing her to collapse. The elderly Mrs. Chiao's expression darkened as well. This scion of the Fu family, relegated to High City, spoke with such bravado. Shi Jiunian smiled. "A good suggestion. I shall consider it." The elderly Mrs. Chiao's face grew increasingly grim. "Qin Ming, I have finished speaking. I hope you will contemplate carefully. No one can protect you for a lifetime. If you make things difficult for my granddaughter, I assure you, I will make it impossible for you and your family to survive." She ceased pretending to be benevolent, opting instead for a mix of kindness and severity, ensuring Qin Ming understood the gravity of the situation. After speaking, she gestured for Mrs. Chiao to assist her in leaving. "Trying to leave? It won't be that easy." Shi Jiunian tossed her phone onto the sofa with a stylish flourish. As Mrs. Chiao and the elderly Mrs. Chiao reached the door, their hands resting on the doorknob, just as they were about to exit, a loud crash echoed. The door was kicked open with a force that sent Mrs. Chiao and her mother sprawling outwards. The impact of their heads against the wall was so severe that Mrs. Chiao nearly met her end there. At the entrance stood a large group of people, led by a middle-aged couple. The man, clad in military uniform, exuded a formidable aura, while the woman, dressed in simple athletic wear, possessed a gentle demeanor, though a fleeting coldness in her eyes sent chills down one's spine. Behind them stood a cadre of men in military attire, each radiating vigor and courage. Just as Mrs. Chiao was about to unleash a torrent of anger, the words caught in her throat. Who were they? Why were they here, dressed in military garb? Shi Jiunian observed the figures outside, her brow slightly raised. So, they had arrived. Mrs. Chiao regarded the middle-aged couple with trepidation. The man's uniform signified a high rank, likely that of a commanding officer. Despite the woman's unassuming appearance, the badge pinned to her chest seemed oddly familiar. It felt reminiscent of personnel from a national intelligence agency. Such individuals were beyond Mrs. Chiao's usual realm of encounter. Mrs. Chiao was engulfed in fear, questioning why such prominent figures would grace them with their presence. The woman did not speak, but directed her piercing gaze toward Mrs. Chiao. You are Chiao Shi's mother, are you not? Yes. The intensity of the woman's presence rendered Mrs. Chiao almost powerless. A smirk curled at the corners of the woman's lips as she raised her arm and delivered a resounding slap to Mrs. Chiao's right cheek. The sharp crack echoed throughout the hospital room, leaving one side of Mrs. Chiao's face swelling, her eyes wide with disbelief. Why did she strike me? This is our first meeting. I have done nothing to provoke her. Before she could utter another word, the woman struck again, knocking out Mrs. Chiao's teeth. Why so silent now? Who gave you the audacity to bully my daughter? Qin Mu raised her hand for yet another slap. Do you think my daughter is a pushover? Someone you can trample upon at will? This time, instead of a slap, she delivered a fierce kick to Mrs. Chiao's knee, shattering her kneecap. A piercing scream escaped Mrs. Chiao as she collapsed to the ground in agony. Fool! Kneel properly here. Qin Mu finally vented her frustrations, yet she glanced at her own hand with disdain. Striking that wretch felt utterly filthy. Come here, dear. Qin Fu, ever perceptive, approached with a handkerchief. Qin Mu took it, wiping her hands clean. Mrs. Chiao, you have been foolish. We will settle our accounts slowly. A cold chuckle escaped Qin Mu as she approached the bed where Qin Ming lay. You foolish girl, how could you end up in such a miserable state? Oh, my dear daughter, you have broken your father's heart, Qin Fu lamented, shedding the stern demeanor of a commanding officer. How is your head? Are you sure you're all right? I can have someone examine you again. No need, Qin Ming weakly replied. Nian Yan has already had director. He look at me. I'm fine. I just need to rest for a few days. You must be Shi Jiunian. Qin Mu turned her attention to her, her expression softening. We are deeply grateful that you saved Qin Ming. You are truly a remarkable child. We shall remember this kindness. Qin Mu, the deputy director of the National Intelligence Agency, had crossed paths with Shi Jiunian in her previous life. So, was the Chiao family truly so naive as to claim that Qin Ming's parents were mere migrant workers? Qin Ming's father was a commanding officer, and her mother held a prestigious position as deputy director of the intelligence agency. Such stature eclipsed even the most illustrious of families, rendering the Chiao family's provocations against Qin Ming a foolish endeavor. Hearing the exchange, Mrs. Chiao and her mother felt their blood run cold. These formidable figures were indeed Qin Ming's parents. Wasn't he, it said, that Qin Ming had no background? This revelation could instill terror in anyone. Director He, upon learning of their arrival, hurried over with hospital staff. These individuals are high-ranking officials. Everyone must treat them with the utmost respect. No need for formality. Qin Fu waved his hand dismissively. It is merely a matter of addressing a few ruffians and avenging my beloved daughter. There is no need to make a grand spectacle. You may leave now. Thank you, Director He, for personally attending to our Ming. We will surely express our gratitude in due course, Qin Mu added, her admiration for Shi Jiunian growing. This girl had the remarkable ability to summon Director He. She was truly impressive. Director He observed the two women, now utterly cowed, and nodded before departing. These two had provoked not only his daughter, but also two formidable forces. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Qin Mu lounged on a small sofa, legs crossed, exuding an air of authority. Her icy, piercing gaze fell upon Mrs. Chiao and her mother. Her tone as frigid as ice. Why the silence now? Mrs. Chiao, drenched in sweat, dared not utter a word before them. Outside, several soldiers stood with weapons drawn, their eyes sharp. They feared that a single misstep in speech could lead to their demise. To think you come from a lineage of soldiers. You truly bring shame upon the military. Qin Fu mocked from his perch on the armrest, his laughter cold. My daughter is inherently modest and does not enjoy ostentation. Did you think her meekness made her an easy target? Having fought on the battlefield, Qin Fu's commanding presence was palpable, leaving Mrs. Qiao and her mother trembling. Cold sweat pouring down their faces, their legs weakening beneath them. Mrs. Qiao, gripped by fear of Qin Fu, found herself torn as she sought to plead for her daughter. Xiaoxiu, Mr. Qin, my daughter has made mistakes, but I implore you to show mercy and spare her. Spare her? Your daughter left mine gravely injured. Did she ever consider sparing her? Qin Mu's fury surged at the memory of Qin Ming's injuries. And just a moment ago, you two were so brazen, flaunting your disdain for the daughter of a poor family. What of it? The daughter of the impoverished is just as precious to her parents. Are you so blinded by your privilege that you think you can bully her at will? Perhaps you should leave while you still can. Otherwise, I fear I may lose control, and things could turn deadly. Qin Fu warned, his brows furrowed in indignation, gun in hand. Mrs. Qiao and her mother felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their lips trembling, yet no words escaped them. Your daughter must face the consequences for injuring mine. She must serve her time. If she does not receive a suitable sentence, I shall turn the Qin name upside down. You have failed in your duty as parents. Let the law teach you. Now leave. I can no longer stand the sight of you. Please. My granddaughter cannot go to prison. She cannot. No. Overwhelmed by the shock, Mrs. Qiao screamed, her frail body unable to withstand the stress, causing her to faint. Mom, Mom, Doctor, Doctor. Mrs. Qiao helplessly supported her mother, panic flooding her mind. What would she do? Throw them out, Qin Mu commanded, her voice chilling. If they do not regard your daughter as human, why should you regard them as such? In the next moment, soldiers advanced, unceremoniously ejecting the unconscious Mrs. Qiao and the distraught mother from the room. Silence finally enveloped the ward. Why were you so fierce just now? Qin Mu suddenly glared at Qin Fu. Nian is still here. What if you frightened her? In her moment of anger, she had almost overlooked the presence of Shi Jiunian. This was their first meeting. It was crucial to leave a good impression. The girl seemed gentle and fragile. Surely she had been frightened. My dear wife, you were even fiercer than I. Qin Fu replied, exasperated. Yet you blame me for my demeanor. But of course, whatever you say is right. Nian, were you frightened just now? Qin's mother revealed a gentle and amiable smile. In truth, I am exceptionally gentle. Your gaze earlier was almost ferocious. Yes. Nian, do not be afraid. We are all remarkably easygoing and gentle, individuals who seldom utter a boastful word. Qin's father wholeheartedly embraced this sentiment. Shi Jiunian found herself both amused and exasperated, thinking that perhaps they should first put down their weapons before speaking. Chapter 127. Very well, brother-in-law, father, mother, why is it that you incessantly mention Nian? Aren't you concerned about your precious daughter? Qin Ming huffed softly, a hint of jealousy in her tone. Qin's mother, with an impassive expression, replied, Why should I worry about you? You useless girl, nearly beaten to a pulp, and we only found out about your predicament when Principal Lu called us. Despite her scolding, Qin's mother poured her a glass of water. Drink this yourself. Do not interrupt our conversation with Nian, my darling. The term of endearment had already transformed into Nian, my darling. Qin Ming rolled her eyes dramatically. Auntie, since you are here, we shall take our leave. Shi Jiunian said with a smile. We will arrange for someone to escort you home. No need, I have someone to see me off. Qin's mother's gaze fell upon Fu Jingchun, a man of distinguished temperament. Ah, my darling Nian already has a man. Just moments ago, she had intended to introduce her son, the colonel, to her. It seems that the best cabbages have already been picked by pigs. Take care on your journey. With that, Qin's mother said no more. Fu Jingchun slung Shi Jiunian's backpack over his shoulder, took her hand, and strode outside. They returned directly to the villa. Inside the villa, Old Master Shi was engaged in a video call with Old Master Fu. Old Shi, I heard you have returned to the country. And congratulations on winning the championship in the racing competition. That is truly remarkable. Old Master Fu had called to extend his congratulations upon learning of Old Master Shi's return. Old Master Shi grimaced at the sight of him, responding sarcastically, Oh, I am not as impressive as you. You have raised quite a talented individual. You silently took away my precious granddaughter, and even now, The thought of it makes me want to throttle Fu Jingchen. Old Master Fu frowned. Old Shi, are you implying something? What have I done to offend you? He pondered, but could not recall any offense. Why then was old Shi acting so cryptically? What could it possibly be? Huh? Old Master Shi scoffed. Do you truly not know? Old Master Fu was bewildered. I have no idea. Ask your esteemed grandson. Old Master Shi, thoroughly vexed, hung up the phone. On the other end, Old Master Fu's expression darkened. He had merely called in good faith to offer congratulations. Yet was met with scorn. The Shi family truly had a capricious temperament. And how had this turned into a matter concerning his grandson? While his grandson's reputation could indeed be criticized, his granddaughter was quite another matter. After hanging up, Old Master Shi simmered with anger. When Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingchen returned, they exchanged puzzled glances. Grandfather, who has upset you? Shi Jiunian approached him, inquiring softly. Old Master Shi, resembling a sulking child, wore a disgruntled expression and refused to answer. Sister is back. Shi Zheng emerged from the kitchen. Quickly, I made your favorite osmanthus cake. You must try it. Clad in an apron and holding a plate, he detested cooking but was willing to do so for Shi Jiunian. Knowing her fondness for osmanthus cake, he had taken the time to learn the recipe from a chef. Release your hand. Upon seeing Fu Jingchen still holding Shi Jiunian's hand, Shi Zheng's eyes narrowed dangerously. Fu Jingchen merely raised an eyebrow. Very well, brother-in-law. This address was akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Chapter 128. Disdain for him. Embarrassment. Shi Zheng ground his teeth in irritation, prompting Shi Jiunian to quickly pop a piece of osmanthus cake in her mouth. Cousin, your skills have improved. This osmanthus cake is delicious. Flattered by the compliment, Shi Zheng's expression softened. Cousin, what has happened to grandfather? Shi Jiunian asked quietly. I do not know. Grandfather gets angry at least 8 times a day. I have grown accustomed to it, Shi Zheng said, scratching his head awkwardly. You insolent brat, do you seek a beating? Old Master Shi glared at him. Third brother. Third brother. A loud voice echoed as Mu Shichuan rushed in. Third brother, what has transpired today? You nearly caused a traffic jam in Haicheng. Driven by curiosity, Mu Shichuan had raced over. Old Master Shi, still fuming, scrutinized Mu Shichuan's loose-fitting hoodie and military green cargo pants. Fu Jingchen, is this your friend? What are you wearing? Fu Jingchen clearly noted the disdain in Old Master Shi's eyes, but maintained his composure. Grandfather, I am not well acquainted with him. Mu Shichuan? Third brother? We have literally grown up together. How can you say we are not well acquainted? Old Master Shi scoffed and hobbled upstairs with his cane. Next time you come over, dress appropriately. Do not wear such nonsense. Fu Jingchen shot him a glance. Is this how you feel I am embarrassing you? Third brother, we are not well acquainted? Mu Shichuan growled, pulling out his phone. Since we are not well acquainted, perhaps you should settle the bill for all those meals you have had at my place. Here, the invoice is right here. He extended his phone towards him. Fu Jingchen chuckled. You're asking me for money? Aren't we not well acquainted? Mu Shichuan retorted indignantly. If we are not acquainted, then you should pay for your meals. What, do you intend to dine and dash? I can pay you, but are you certain you are brave enough to accept it? Fu Jingchen placed his hand on Mu Shichuan's shoulder. The project for digging wells in Africa still needs personnel. Shall I sign you up? Mu Shichuan? You scoundrel. Fine, fine. If you won't, then who can blame you for being my grandfather? Fu Jingchen smirked, hand still resting on his shoulder. Now that is more like it. Shi Jiunian considered them both to be childish fools. She too ascended the stairs, contemplating how to restore order to the chaotic Jiang family. Suddenly, old lady Qiao fell into unconsciousness, prompting Qiao's mother to hurriedly take her to the hospital. Coincidentally, they were already at the hospital, and after being kicked out by Qin's father, they found themselves in the emergency room moments later. Doctor, what is the situation? Qiao's mother paced anxiously outside and, upon finally seeing the doctor emerge, rushed to inquire. The doctor's expression was grim. Old Lady Qiao's health has always been poor, and now, having suffered a severe shock, her condition is critical. There's a significant risk of paralysis. Hearing the word paralysis, Qiao's mother felt her vision blur, nearly fainting, utterly distraught. What should we do? Doctor, you must save my mother. At present, only director he could save old Lady Qiao. However, the doctor paused. As you know, director he never sees patients. Indeed, director he never sees patients. Xiao's mother lacked the confidence to think she could persuade him. But she had to try. Doctor, could you please attempt to contact Director He? I beg you. The doctor hesitated, but could not bear the thought of old Lady Xiao spending the rest of her life bedridden. After a moment's deliberation, he agreed, taking out his phone to call Director He. Hello, Dr. Li. The voice of Director He came through the line. Chapter 129. The disguised divine doctor is Shi Jiunian. Dr. Li explained old Lady Xiao's condition, and Xiao's mother could not help but shout from the side. Director He, you are a healer. Please have compassion and save my grandmother. On the other end, Director He remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Are you of the Qiao family? What is your relation to Qiao Shiyu? She is my daughter, Mrs. Qiao was perplexed as to why Dean He would inquire about Qiao Shiyu's name. Yet she felt that his willingness to converse with her indicated a glimmer of hope. Thus, she responded with excitement. However, Dean He merely smirked at her words. What a coincidence, Mrs. Qiao. Not only do I rarely make house calls, but even if I did, the fact that you are Qiao Shiyu's mother would prevent me from treating your family. Why? Mrs. Qiao was bewildered. She had never wronged Dean He. Do you know Shi Jiunian? In the next moment, Dean He uttered a name that sent chills down Mrs. Qiao's spine. That girl Nian is quite familiar with me. She is a junior I hold in high regard. You are aware of any misdeeds your daughter may have committed against her, I assume? So do you truly believe I would come to treat the Qiao family? Even after the call had ended and the screen of her phone had dimmed, Mrs. Qiao remained frozen in her previous position, feeling a frigid wave wash over her. The doctor, too, was at a loss. Suddenly, the phone rang again. Mrs. Qiao shivered involuntarily and instinctively glanced at the caller ID. Upon seeing the name, she felt as though she had encountered a savior. Zine, hurry and save your sister and grandmother. The caller was none other than Xiao Zine, Qiao Shiyu's elder brother. Mom, don't panic. I'll be right there. A half-hour later, Xiao Zine arrived, weary from his journey as he had just disembarked from a flight. Upon seeing him, Mrs. Qiao broke into tears. Zine, he comforted her with a gentle pat on the back. Mom, please don't cry. We need to focus on handling the situation. What should we do, Zine? Your sister, Mom. There's nothing I can do for Shiyu. She has indeed offended someone she should not have. Xiao Zine sighed heavily. The parents of Qin Ming were a high-ranking official and the deputy director of the National Intelligence Agency, a family far beyond their reach. He was prepared to give up on Xiao Shiyu. Mrs. Qiao covered her face and wept. Our priority now is to treat grandmother's illness. Xiao Zine stated. I remember there's a miraculous doctor who saved Grandfather Mu. We can ask her to treat Grandma, right? That miraculous doctor. Mrs. Qiao's eyes brightened, but then they dimmed again. But Grandfather Mu has stopped concerning himself with our affairs. Grandfather Mu wouldn't ignore grandmother's life. Xiao Zine's expression was resolute. Although Grandfather Mu may not care about us anymore, he cannot turn a blind eye to the life of Qiao old lady. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Mu Zai's number, as the old gentleman had blocked all their contacts. Master Qiao, we've discussed this. Do not trouble us with your family affairs again. Mu Zai's tone was noticeably curt. Xiao Zine's gaze hardened. Mu Zai, we are calling regarding grandmother's condition. He briefly explained, my grandmother is in critical condition, and we know Grandfather Mu is acquainted with the miraculous doctor. We hope he can introduce us. Zine, that doctor is not someone you can invite. After a brief silence, the voice of Grandfather Mu emerged. Not only you, but even I cannot invite her. Having thoroughly offended Shi Jiunian, they foolishly hoped she would treat them? Grandfather Mu, I understand that my grandmother has made mistakes, but it is a matter of life and death. Please, just give us the miraculous doctor's contact information. Do you know who that doctor is? Grandfather Mu paused for a few seconds before responding. Her name is Shi Jiunian. The mere utterance of Shi Jiunian's name rendered the air silent. Mrs. Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be her? Xiao Zine was equally astonished. The miraculous doctor was Shi Jiunian. In a flash, everything fell into place for Mrs. Qiao. No wonder Grandfather Mu was so protective of Shi Jiunian. It was because she had saved his life. What should we do? Zine? That doctor is actually Shi Jiunian. Mrs. Qiao was in a state of shock, overcome with regret. Had she known this would happen, she would never have offended Shi Jiunian. Xiao Zine had not anticipated that the doctor Grandfather Mu spoke of would be Shi Jiunian. However, having navigated the business world for many years, he remained composed and calm. He took a deep breath and said, Mom, don't panic. You stay here to care for grandmother. I will speak to Shi Jiunian. But Mrs. Qiao hesitated, wondering if Shi Jiunian would agree. That woman probably wishes for our demise. A glint of cold determination flickered in Xiao Xian's eyes. Don't worry, I have my ways to persuade her. You stay here with grandmother, and I will go find her. Whether Shi Jiunian agreed or not, she would have to comply. As a doctor, she ought to heal the sick. Xiao Xin patiently reassured Mrs. Qiao, who nodded anxiously. His son Xin was capable. Perhaps he really could persuade Shi Jiunian to come to Fu family villa. Fu Jingxin and Shi were busy in the kitchen, while Shi Jiunian lounged on the sofa, snacking on sunflower seeds. Yin Yin, come and have a slice of watermelon. Shi Shouji offered a piece of watermelon on a skewer to Shi Jiunian. He treated her like a child. Thank you, uncle. You're the best. Shi Jiunian smiled. Isn't your grandfather good? The old man was displeased and shoved a piece of osmanthus cake in her mouth. Their feeding made Shi Jiunian feel full even before having her meal. In the kitchen, Fu Jingxun listened to the commotion outside, amused. This little girl is quite well loved. Master, Fu Hua entered, whispering into his ear, Qiao Xin is here. Qiao Xin? Fu Jingxun narrowed his slanted eyes slightly. For what purpose? Fu was scolded. Qiao old lady is gravely ill. He is here to ask madam to treat her. Do you think he has lost his mind? Our madam has no medical skills. Shi Jiunian has medical skills? Fu Jingxun was taken aback. Moreover, Qiao Xin lowering himself to seek out Shi Jiunian indicated her skills were indeed commendable. Fu Hua continued. He also said that it was madam who saved grandfather Mu back then. I think he is just spouting nonsense. He must have ulterior motives in coming to see madam. Fu Jingxun had heard of grandfather Mu's critical health and the miraculous doctor who saved him. Was Shi Jiunian that doctor? The resemblance to the woman he had seen at the wine bar was uncanny. Master? Fu Hua noticed his silence and inquired. Fu Jingxun snapped back to reality, flicking the water droplets from his hands onto his apron. Get rid of him. Don't let any trash disturb my wife. Understood. Fu Hua exited swiftly, while Fu Jingxun leaned against the wall, slightly lifting his chin. The warm light illuminated his almost perfect, chiseled profile, casting a shadow in his eye sockets, both gentle and fierce. Memories stirred within him. The familiarity between Shi Jiunian and the Hacker Alliance. Even Jiang He's respect towards her, something was connecting. Fu Jingxun lowered his head slightly and chuckled. It seemed he had stumbled upon something significant. Chapter 131. Some people must be taught a lesson. Shi Jiunian, with a straw in her mouth, entered the kitchen to find Fu Jingxun leaning against the wall. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. She questioned, "What's wrong?" Fu Jingxun straightened up, the warm light highlighting his sharp features. He gazed meaningfully at Shi Jiunian. "What brings you to the kitchen?" "Sneaking a snack." Shi Jiunian confidently declared the two words, then reached for a chicken leg from the plate. As she turned to leave, a long arm reached out, pinning her against the wall. "What is the matter?" Shi Jiunian remained calm, looking at him in confusion. Fu Jingxun couldn't he possibly be so beastly, could he? If he dared to do anything to her here, she believed that her grandfather and the others would surely put an end to him. What was he thinking? Fu Jingxun's arms encircled her on either side, as if enveloping her in his embrace. He watched her changing expressions with keen interest, his gaze lingering on the rabbit pajamas she wore. He reached out and tugged playfully at the small tail on the back of her outfit. "Little girl, your rabbit tail is showing." Shi Jiunian. Has Fu Jingxun gone mad again today? Qiao Xin approached with confidence, yet he couldn't even get through the villa's door, his expression darkening. However, he dared not confront Fu Hua directly. Everyone knew that Fu Hua was Fu Jingxun's right-hand man. He lacked the capability to provoke Fu Jingxun. "Xian, what is the matter? Have you managed to invite Shi Jiunian over?" As he grew increasingly anxious, Qiao Mu called. Her voice filled with urgency. "Your grandmother's condition is deteriorating. You must bring Shi Jiunian back immediately, even if you have to tie her up." Xiao Xian felt a headache brewing. How could he possibly have the strength to drag Shi Jiunian here? "Mom, first find a doctor to stabilize grandmother's condition. I'll think of another way." Frustrated, Xiao Xian hung up the phone. With Fu Jingxun around, it was impossible for him to meet Shi Jiunian. He needed to devise another plan. Focusing on Shi Jiunian might yield results. It seemed she was associated with a company named Jiang Group. A girl like Shi Jiunian couldn't possibly manage a company. She must rely on the upper management and core staff. What if those executives were poached? Shi Jiunian would undoubtedly panic and come looking for him. then he would have leverage for negotiation. Xiao Zian quickly formed a plan and picked up his phone to call his assistant. Please investigate who the current executives of Jiang Group are and send me the complete list. Understood. Soon, the assistant sent over the list. Xiao Zian squinted at the name Zhang Xing, deep in thought. Director, he treated Qin Ming, and her condition improved rapidly. The bandages on her head were removed, and she was already moving about energetically. That day, after visiting Qin Ming, Shi Jiunian took some time to visit Jiang Group. She compiled some data on Jiang Group's external performance over the past decade. Jiang Group was in the clothing business and had been trying to venture into the film industry in recent years, but unfortunately, their efforts had been lackluster. However, now that she was involved, even a failing Jiang Group could be transformed into a leading industry player. Yet Shi Jiunian's eyes glinted coldly as she regarded the documents in her hands. Some individuals needed to be taught a proper lesson. Chapter 132. Young Rascal. Quite the mouthy one, the Jiang Group office was in disarray. A group of individuals was playing cards, drinking, and gaming. This doesn't seem right, a bespectacled youth cautiously remarked. The last time a young lady came, she warned us. If she sees us like this again, are you really afraid of a woman? A man scoffed. I remember you almost cried last time. Last time? If she hadn't brought a group with her, would we have been scared? Another man replied dismissively. I just didn't want to fight a little girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't last a punch. Why you, the bespectacled boy, was about to advise against such remarks when he spotted Shi Jiunian leaning against the door. He choked on his words, unable to utter a sound as cold sweat broke out. Why was the young lady here at this moment? The man continued. That woman cornered us in the office and went over the accounts all night. My shoulder is still aching. Who would want someone so fierce? Ha ha, what, you want her? Another chimed in. Though she dresses simply, have you noticed how slim her waist is? TSK. I really want to touch. His words were abruptly cut off as the men noticed Shi Jiunian walking slowly into the room. With her hands in her pockets and a seemingly casual demeanor, her expression was calm, even bearing a hint of a smile that was breathtakingly beautiful. The group of men, however, felt as if they were staring into the abyss. Their throats tightened, rendering them speechless. Why did you stop talking? Shi Jiunian maintained her smile, and the men nearly lost control. The shadow of her previous encounter loomed large over them. What are you afraid of? The man who had been the most mouthy, who had boasted about wanting to touch Shi Jiunian, gritted his teeth and stood up. She's all alone, and you're frightened like this? Last time, Shi Jiunian had brought many helpers, which had intimidated them. But now, she was alone, in broad daylight, in the company. What did she do to them? Everyone noticed, but remained tense, feeling that Shi Jiunian alone exuded more pressure than that group of bodyguards had before. Rascal, quite the mouthy one. Shi Jiunian stopped in front of the man, her lips curling into a slight smirk. She twisted her wrist. What, do you still want to hit me? Hearing this, the man recklessly threw caution to the wind. Seeing her seemingly ready to retaliate, he sneered, Young lady, don't say I didn't warn you. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. A pitiful scream echoed. The man, a black belt in Taekwondo, was sent flying with a single punch, landing face first on the ground. Unable to rise, the crowd, they finally understood the source of Shi Jiunian's overwhelming presence. How could a girl possess such strength? Oh, I forgot to mention, I specialize in taking down black belts. Shi Jiunian offered a sweet, innocent smile, her gaze sweeping across the office. Is the lesson I taught you last time still insufficient? As she spoke, she flung a stack of documents onto the desk. Her icy voice was laced with suppressed fury. What is this? I asked you to draft a proposal, not to produce this rubbish. Chapter 133. Joining Xiao Group. The crowd jumped ship. She had specifically requested a proposal, yet what they produced was an eyesore. She couldn't bear to look at it. What angered her was their blatant lack of effort, their clear indifference. You call this rubbish? Zhang Xing stepped forward, his face cold. Shi Jiunian, you're just a little girl. What do you know about proposals? You don't understand, so how dare you criticize our work? Zhang Xing glanced around the disheveled office. The last time you came, you caused a ruckus. Now you're doing it again. Do you want to turn this place upside down? Shi Jiunian narrowed her eyes, intrigued by his newfound bravado. She took a seat, eager to hear what he had to say. Zhang Xing, with an air of arrogance, declared, having a little girl like you run the company will only lead to its bankruptcy. This is my resignation letter. I will not remain in this wretched company any longer. As he spoke, he turned to the other employees in the office. Everyone, we have worked together for many years. And I do not wish for you to be managed by a woman like Shi Jiunian. I have joined Xiao Group, and anyone who wishes to follow me, feel free. I will offer each of you a salary of 10,000. Joining Xiao Group. The room erupted in astonishment. Xiao Group was one of the top fashion companies in Haicheng, far surpassing Jiang Group, and they recruited students from prestigious universities. The idea of working for Xiao Group was something they had never dared to dream. And a salary of 10,000? They were currently struggling to earn 6,000. Their pay would double instantly. Mr. Zhang, you really have joined Xiao Group? Curiosity sparked among the crowd. Indeed, Zhang Xing nodded affirmatively, stating that Xiao Zian, the president of the Xiao Group, held a profound appreciation for his talents and had specifically recruited him. He invited anyone interested in joining him to step forward, promising to usher them into Xiao Group. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, astonished by Zhang Xing's hidden depth. After all, even the president of Xiao Group sought him out personally. As the crowd grappled with their thoughts, Zhang Xing delivered another bombshell. Everyone knows about Lu Huan, right? President Xiao mentioned that she is about to join Xiao Group, and if we wish to move over, he could arrange for Ms. Lu to provide us with lessons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing Lu Huan's name, Shi Jiunian cast a cryptic glance at Zhang Xing. How fortuitous. Meanwhile, the employees in the office erupted with excitement at the mention of Lu Huan. She was a renowned fashion designer, celebrated even in the capital, and countless designers aspired to be her apprentices, willing to pay exorbitant sums for her instruction. For them, merely meeting Ms. Lu was a lofty dream. Now, they had the chance to learn from her. The mere thought ignited their fervor. Zhang, I will follow you. One person exclaimed eagerly. Zhang, I want to go with you too. As one took the lead, others quickly echoed the sentiment. With Jiang Group on the brink of bankruptcy, they were merely passing time, desperately seeking a new opportunity. The prospect of working at Xiao Group left them elated, especially with the added bonus of lessons from Ms. Lu. It was evident to anyone with sense how to choose. Before long, more than half of Jiang Group's employees stood behind Zhang Xing, leaving only a few stragglers at their posts, mostly interns and junior staff, the kind Zhang Xing deemed beneath him. Chapter 134. A strategic move. Top designer Lu Huan witnessing the eagerness of the crowd to follow him. Zhang Xing could not suppress his smug smile as he provocatively glanced at Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian. Jiang Group is a vast abyss. If you wish to take charge, be prepared. I look forward to seeing how you fill this gaping void now that I've taken away the backbone of your company. Last time, Shi Jiunian had caused him to lose significant talent, and now he returned the favor in full. Unfazed, Shi Jiunian rose slowly, addressing those who remained stationary at their desks. Is there anyone else who wishes to follow Zhang Xing? They remained still. It was not that they did not want to join Zhang Xing. They too yearned for lessons from Ms. Lu. Yet, they possessed a keen awareness of their limitations. Even if they entered Xiao Group, they would merely be cannon fodder. Very well. Since you have chosen to stay, I assure you that I will not shortchange you. Laughter erupted. Ha ha, Miss Shi, are you unaware of the company's current predicament? We can barely pay salaries. How can you ensure they won't be shortchanged? A man laughed loudly, unafraid to sever ties with Shi Jiunian, knowing they would soon leave the company. Let us go to Xiao Group. Let these fools follow that woman. I predict Jiang Group will collapse within 3 days. With that, a group of individuals swaggered out, leaving the remaining employees dejected. Shi Jiunian maintained her composure. Their departure was advantageous, as she intended to overhaul the company. Those who stayed were her allies. Since you have chosen to remain, you are mine, and we shall work diligently together. First, regarding financial matters, I will ensure you are not deprived. Each month, I shall offer you a salary of 20,000. Shi Jiunian's cold voice resonated through the air, akin to a thunderclap. 20,000. Heads that had hung low shot up in disbelief, staring at Shi Jiunian in astonishment. Surely, they had not misheard? The young lady intended to offer them a salary of 20,000. This was triple what they had received previously. Even Xiao Group had only offered Zhang Xing a salary of 10,000. Given Jiang Group's impending bankruptcy, could Shi Jiunian really afford such sums? With tangible action, she answered their doubts, producing a card. This card contains 5 million. This month's salaries will be issued at 20,000 each. Finance will handle the distribution. 5 million goodness. Our young lady is quite the affluent one. The realization left them awestruck. Salaries were not handed out freely. They were expected to deliver commensurate results in return. Shi Jiunian, strive for excellence. I want you to stand at the pinnacle and help elevate Jiang Group, overshadowing Qiao Group. Let those who once mocked you only see your backs. They were to stand at the pinnacle. They would elevate Jiang Group. The fervor ignited by Shi Jiunian's words surged through them, but within moments, their enthusiasm waned. But Miss, the upper management and key personnel have been poached by Zhang. With Qiao Group inviting Ms. Liu for lessons, how can we possibly compete? Liu Huan was so formidable, their gap would only widen. Shi Jiunian smiled confidently, radiating strength. Rest assured, they cannot secure Liu Huan. Curiosity enveloped the crowd. Miss, how can you be so certain? Shi Jiunian's tone became serious. Because I intend to intercept and invite Liu Huan to our company. The crowd fell silent. They had anticipated profound revelations. Yet this was her plan? Miss, do you understand who Liu Huan is? Is it so simple to just invite her? Qiao Group had invested considerable effort for nearly half a year to persuade Liu Huan to join them. Why would she deign to consider their small company? Chapter 135. With a flick of a finger, they could be obliterated. Enough, Shi Jiunian commanded. Let us tidy up the office. Ms. Liu will be here this afternoon. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Miss, we truly don't wish to undermine your confidence. Liu Huan is not someone you could just summon. Perhaps your expectations are a tad excessive. Is there something wrong with my words? Shi Jiunian inquired, noticing their hesitation. If you have any doubts, voice them. We can discuss it. Rest assured, I am quite patient, especially with my own. Her demeanor was exceedingly gentle, a stark contrast to the memory of her earlier display of strength. Some felt a lump in their throats. Miss, we believe there might be a misunderstanding regarding your temperament. Let us get to work. They hurriedly set about tidying the office. While the young lady's confidence might have been a touch overblown, they could not directly undermine her spirit. They resolved that even if she ultimately failed to secure Liu Huan, they would praise her and ensure she felt their support. Acting swiftly, they transformed the office into a revitalized space. Pleased with the results, Shi Jiunian approached the floor-to-ceiling window, dialing a number. Hello, darling Yin. A gentle voice greeted from the other end of the line. What is this? You're calling me? I thought you only had eyes for Long Chun. The words carried a hint of jealousy. Shi Jiunian smiled lightly. Sister Liu Huan. Humph, ungrateful little one. Liu Huan responded with playful pride. A young boy, just arriving to clean the area, paused in disbelief at the mention of Sister Liu Huan. Could it be the Liu Huan he was thinking of? No, surely he was mistaken. Perhaps it was just a coincidence of names. He couldn't help but steal a few glances at Shi Jiunian, who, with her phone pressed to her ear and a hand in her pocket, met his gaze with her almond-shaped eyes, devoid of emotion. The boy's legs instinctively tightened, and he hastily fled with his mop. Shi Jiunian found this group of children somewhat foolish. The voice of LV Han brought her attention back. Sister LV Han. I heard you were preparing to join the Qiao Corporation. LV Han was taken aback. How did you know? Could such a trivial matter warrant a personal call from Shi Jiunian? Is there a problem with Qiao Corporation? She quickly realized. Not really. Shi Jiunian replied nonchalantly. You know, I recently took over a small company. LV Han was indeed aware of this. Her darling Yin had taken over a small company. But what did that matter? Shi Jiunian continued. Just now, Qiao Corporation poached my key personnel. LV Han. They took all the key talents from my company. LV Han. What? So there's more to this story. No wonder Yin called me. Now, are you telling me you want to go to Qiao Corporation? Shi Jiunian asked slowly, her tone far from threatening, very calm, in fact. LV Han was so frightened that cold sweat broke out. No. Yin, please let me explain. I truly had no idea that Qiao Corporation was involved in this. I never thought highly of that Qiao Corporation. I was only going there at a friend's request. Shi Jiunian nodded. Oh, a friend. LV Han was almost in tears. Just an ordinary friend. My heart belongs to you. You, on the other hand, are heartless. Always hanging out with Long Chun. I absolutely won't go to Qiao Corporation. You can rest assured. LV Han was practically swearing an oath. If she dared to go, Yin would surely have her head. Moreover, how audacious was Qiao Corporation to poach from Yin. With a mere flick of her finger, Yin could obliterate them. Chapter 136. Just a group of errand runners, please. Yin, don't be angry. I truly didn't mean to. I kicked them out of Qiao Corporation. I am not angry, Shi Jiunian replied earnestly. Why would she be angry when LV Han was unaware? Then, Sister LV Han, are you certain you want to go to Qiao Corporation? LV Han nodded vigorously. How could she dare go? Then come work for me, Shi Jiunian said casually. We have a group of children here who need your guidance. Whatever Qiao Corporation is offering you, I will triple it. You think I'm beneath you? LV Han retorted. I just recently completed a few design drafts. You can help me review them when you have time. As she spoke, LV Han wondered, why don't you teach them yourself? Your skills far surpass mine. Shi Jiunian's tone was lazy. I feel a bit lazy and don't want to move. LV Han. All right. I should have known Yin Yin's temperament. I should have asked that. I happen to be in Haicheng. I'll come to your company this afternoon. LV Han said, send me the address. I have something to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Goodbye, Yin Yin. Shi Jiunian nodded and sent her the address. Meanwhile, after hanging up, LV Han's assistant walked in. Sister Han, are we going to Qiao Corporation now? Going where? LV Han scoffed. Qiao Corporation dared to poach from Yin Yin. She would never go there. Not only would she not go, but she also intended to deliver a significant gift in return. At the same time, at Qiao Corporation, Qiao Ziyan was feeling particularly troubled. He could not rescue Qiao Shiyu, and now, Qiao old lady's condition was deteriorating day by day. If Shi Jiunian did not come forward to treat her, Qiao old lady might truly lose her life. President Qiao, his secretary knocked and entered. Zhang Xing and the others have arrived at the company. How should we arrange for them? To be honest, they truly looked down on Zhang Xing. Their capabilities were too mediocre. The core personnel from Jiang Corporation, upon arriving at their company, were inferior even to ordinary employees, as Qiao Corporation was a publicly listed company, while Jiang Corporation was rather insignificant. It was unclear what President Qiao was thinking, insisting on recruiting Zhang Xing and his team, which seemed to hinder the company. Have the contracts been signed? Qiao Ziyan asked indifferently. Yes, the secretary nodded. They are currently in the conference room, waiting for you to assign them their positions. The secretary hesitated for a moment and said, should we give them special treatment? After all, they were personally recruited by you, President Qiao, and it wouldn't be appropriate to treat them too dismissively. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flickered across Qiao Ziyan's sharp, calculating gaze, making him appear even colder. Special treatment for a group of traitors? Qiao Ziyan looked down upon Zhang Xing and his team. Although he had recruited them, they abandoned their previous company for mere trifles, switching allegiance to Qiao Corporation. This clearly indicated they were fickle-minded. Such individuals were loathsome to him. However, he had brought them in merely to persuade Shi Jiunian to agree to treat Qiao old lady. Put them in the logistics department, starting as interns, Qiao Ziyan said apathetically. Also, inform the staff that they are merely a group of errand runners we have invited. Treat them with whatever attitude is deemed appropriate. Upon hearing this, the secretary was utterly shocked. President Qiao specifically recruited them, yet they were to be assigned to logistics. Several designers who accompanied Zhang Xing, who were somewhat renowned, would surely find such treatment unbearable. Chapter 137. A slap in the face. It seems President Qiao harbors a grudge against them. Otherwise, why would he recruit them only to assign them to logistics? Understood, President Qiao. I comprehend what attitude to adopt towards them, the secretary remarked, already knowing how to address that group. Qiao Ziyan pondered why Zhang Xing and the senior management he had recruited had yet to move from Shi Jiunian's side. Surely, she must be anxious now. After all, she was left with only a handful of remnants. It wouldn't be long before she called him. He needed to remain calm, waiting for Shi Jiunian to reach out to him so he would have leverage for negotiation. On the other side, Zhang Xing and his colleagues sat in the conference room, relishing their bright future. Manager Zhang, don't you think those who chose to stay with Shi Jiunian are foolish? Indeed, Jiang Corporation is facing severe financial losses. It's impossible for a single woman to manage it all. It won't be long before Jiang Corporation goes bankrupt. Once that happens, finding jobs will not be easy. Hearing this, Zhang Xing scoffed. The ones who stay behind are nothing but insignificant. Even a single finger of yours surpasses them. Now that we have entered Qiao Corporation, with Miss LV Han's guidance, we will surely become renowned designers. Yes, I never imagined I would enter Qiao Corporation. I must thank you, Manager Zhang, for bringing us here. The men flattered him. Manager Zhang, you are truly impressive. Even President Qiao Ziyan personally sought you out. Hearing this, Zhang Xing beamed with pride. As they chatted, the secretary pushed open the conference room door and walked in. Zhang Xing and the others quickly stood up, their eyes filled with anticipation. Here it comes. Finally, was it time to announce their positions in the fashion design department? They would soon meet Miss L.V. Han and receive her personal guidance. At that thought, every cell in their bodies screamed and rejoiced. The secretary's expression was indifferent. The decisions regarding your placements have already been made by President Xiao. Please follow me. With that, the secretary walked ahead, and Zhang Xing and the others hurriedly followed. They had been haughty in front of Shi Jiunian, yet here they resembled timid subordinates, not daring to speak loudly. They followed the secretary into the elevator, watching as the secretary pressed the button for the 5th floor. Zhang Xing furrowed his brow. The higher the floor, the better the department. The fashion design department of Qiao Corporation was on the 13th floor. Why was the secretary taking them to the 5th? He felt a bit puzzled, but did not question it further. After all, President Xiao would not treat them poorly, especially him, as he had been personally recruited by President Xiao. Zhang Xing had previously been unaware of his own capabilities. Astonished to discover that the president of the Qiao group had personally sought him out, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride, his head nearly reaching the heavens. However, that elation was fleeting, as he observed the secretary guiding them into the chaotic logistics department and introducing its head, Minister Qin. His exhilaration quickly faded. Minister Qin, this group will be your interns from now on. The president has instructed that all regulations must be adhered to, and no special treatment is to be afforded. Understood? Minister Qin nodded repeatedly, a middle-aged man with a glistening face and shrewd eyes. Zhang Xing and his companions stood in stunned silence, their smug smiles frozen on their faces, creating a rather comical scene. Interns in the logistics department? Wait, Secretary Liang. Surely there's some misunderstanding? Zhang Xing grasped the secretary's arm, anxiety lacing his voice. We were recruited by President Xiao to work as fashion designers. How we ended up in the logistics department? This is a mistake, and starting as interns, no less. We have never encountered such absurdity. We have at least held significant positions at the Jiang Group. Even if we move to another company, we will at least secure mid-level roles. How could we have sunk to being interns in logistics? This must be an error. The secretary maintained an expression of impartiality. There is no mistake. Your position is indeed that of logistics interns. Do your best, and perhaps there might be a chance for promotion. An intern in the logistics department? Even freshly graduated university students would look down upon such a role. Was this not a deliberate humiliation? And the notion of a promotion, did they truly covet such a position? Secretary Liang, there must be some misunderstanding. We demand to see President Xiao. Zhang Xing insisted, his urgency palpable. This is President Xiao's explicit directive, Secretary Liang replied. Moreover, you do not possess the qualifications to meet him. The implication of President Xiao's intent weighed heavily on Zhang Xing. If it were not his will, Secretary Liang would not dare to say such a thing. But why would he purposely send them to serve as interns in logistics? Zhang Xing, what is going on? Speak up. The group was in turmoil, their earlier expectations of joining as fashion designers now dashed, leaving them in the logistics department. Zhang Xing, you must provide us with an explanation. They clamored, their voices rising in discontent. They had trusted him, signing contracts based on his assurances. We have families to support. What are we to do now? Some, unable to contain their frustration, seized Zhang Xing by the collar, demanding answers. Had they known it would come to this, they would have preferred to remain at the Jiang Group. At least there, they would not be reduced to mere logistics interns. Being here meant the end of their careers. Later, Secretary Liang emerged from the logistics department to report to Qiao Ziyan. President Xiao, Zhang Xing and his group have been settled. Qiao Ziyan nodded slightly, indifferent to Zhang Xing and his companions. His sole concern lay with Shi Jiunian, pondering how she managed to remain so composed despite the upheaval. He had dispatched someone to monitor the Jiang Group, receiving reports that the atmosphere remained remarkably undisturbed, with employees seemingly unaffected. Meanwhile, his mother's urgent messages about her deteriorating health plagued his thoughts. You must bring that woman Shi Jiunian here at once. By the way, President Xiao. Secretary Liang continued. Miss L. Huan is scheduled to arrive this afternoon. Shall we prepare a welcome ceremony? After all, she is a master-level fashion designer, and it took considerable effort to secure her presence. Make the arrangements, Qiao Ziyan replied, feeling increasingly frazzled, and post an announcement on our official social media. As Secretary Liang departed, Qiao Ziyan contemplated contacting Shi Jiunian directly, having previously acquired her personal number from Zhang Xing. Unlike Zhang Xing, he could not afford to be patient. His grandmother's illness could not wait. He dialed her number, but the call ended abruptly after 2 rings. Undeterred, he tried again, and this time it connected. Who is this? Came Shi Jiunian's languid voice. Miss Shi, this is Qiao Zian, Qiao Shiyu's brother. Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. Reclining on her small sofa, her legs crossed in a commanding posture. What do you want? Miss Shi, I have no desire to be adversarial. Shiyu has faced the consequences of her actions, and I believe it is time to put our grievances to rest. My grandmother is currently bedridden. Could you assist with her treatment? Name your terms. Are you out of your mind? Shi Jiunian chuckled, genuinely amused. If your brain is unwell, seek medical attention. Do not insult my intelligence by attempting to negotiate with me. Our grievances cannot simply be dismissed. Shiyu has reaped what she sowed, and her past actions cannot be erased. Qiao Zian's expression darkened at her words. Miss Shi, I advise you not to overstep. You should be experiencing the might of the Qiao group by now. With a mere flick of my finger, I could bring the Jiang group to its knees. Oh, how impressive, Shi Jiunian retorted with a mocking laugh. Qiao Zian, Chapter 140. The demon arising from hell, suppressing his fury. Qiao Zian remarked, Miss Shi, as a physician, it is your duty to save lives. Can you truly bear to witness a compassionate elder perish due to your negligence? Doctors, of course, do not stand idly by in the face of death, Shi Jiunian replied with a calm demeanor. Qiao Zian felt a flicker of hope, believing he had swayed her, only to hear her retort moments later. But I am not a doctor. I am a demon from hell, devoid of a heart, and rather wicked. Her low, husky laughter resonated through the electric hum, echoing with a haunting depth that felt as though it emanated from a distant abyss. In that fleeting moment, Qiao Zian's heart tightened as if gripped by an unseen hand, a chill creeping up his spine. His hand trembled violently as he clutched his phone. Miss Lu Huan will soon arrive at our company. Even in your ignorance, you must recognize her influence in the fashion design realm. If you agree to treat my grandmother, I can arrange for your company's designers to attend a class each month. I am aware of your company's current staffing shortages and can provide several professionals. Qiao Zian urged, striving to stabilize his breathing. I have heard that the Jiang group houses your mother's legacy. I presume you would not wish for it to be destroyed by your own actions. That was a veiled threat. Shi Jiunian smiled lightly. Seated in the center of the sofa, with a floor-to-ceiling window behind her reflecting the skyline, her faint smile both enchanting and innocuous. Let us see whether the Jiang group succumbs first or if the Qiao group is the one to falter. With that, she hung up decisively. Staring at the darkened screen of his phone, Qiao Zian felt a tremor in his chest. After years of navigating the tumultuous business world, he had never encountered a woman quite like her, impervious to persuasion. He wondered how long she could maintain her stance. The time was now 10 o'clock, calculating the hours. Lu Huan would likely arrive by 2 in the afternoon. With the Mu family's withdrawal of funds, the Qiao group had long since declined, and Qiao Zian was merely holding the facade together. With Lu Huan's joining, the Qiao group could undoubtedly reclaim its former glory. The Qiao group's official Weibo account announced Lu Huan's impending employment, instantly igniting a frenzy within the fashion design community. Lu Huan was a titan in the industry. Numerous companies vied for her talents. Now, having been secured by the Qiao group, envy and admiration surged among peers. The Qiao group had struck gold. Meanwhile, within the Jiang group, expressions were grim. It appeared that Lu Huan's joining the Qiao group was now a foregone conclusion, especially since the official announcement had been made. Perhaps there is still hope. Didn't the young lady say she had a plan to intercept? A bespectacled youth named Dong Yuhan, freshly graduated and rather naive, suggested, earning him the nickname Simpleton. You really believe that? Retorted another boy, unimpressed. The young lady merely uttered that in passing. It was a moment of frustration. You can't take her seriously. Let us not mention this to the young lady. She will be heartbroken if she knows, another chimed in. She has already been devastated by failing to secure Lu Huan. We must not poke at her wounds. After all, she generously pays us a salary of 20,000. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was evident that convincing Lu Huan to join was no easy task, and the young lady was likely feeling quite down about it. They resolved not to bring up Lu Huan's name again, understanding the gravity of the situation. What are you all discussing? Suddenly, a feminine voice broke in. Hearing that voice sent chills down Dong Yuhan and his companion's spines. Chapter 141. Riding the Wave of Popularity Myths. They stammered, turning to face Shi Jiunian, who had just exited her call with Qiao Zian and caught sight of them huddled together, looking suspicious. What are you looking at? Shi Jiunian inquired. In nothing. Dong Yuhan stuttered vigorously. Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow, her silence imposing. The group shrank under her gaze. They dared not remain silent, for the truth was bound to surface. Besides, the young lady will inevitably find out about this. One of them nervously suggested, let us just tell her, so she can brace herself. We only want what's best for her. Another added. Dong Yuhan, timidly, reported, the Qiao group has just released a notification. Shi Jiunian's interest peaked. She pulled out her phone, accessed Weibo, and opened the Qiao group's official account. Welcome, esteemed designer Lu Huan, to the Qiao group. Together, we shall progress and grow. Let us go V. Shi Jiunian smiled at the post. Dong Yuhan and the others, believing Shi Jiunian had been rattled, quickly urged, Miss, please remain calm. Don't be upset. Lu Huan was never easy to recruit anyway. Exactly, stay composed. Shi Jiunian glanced at them. I am not upset. I am quite calm. Miss, if you're upset, it's all right to cry. They believed she was merely a young girl overwhelmed by the situation, feeling embarrassed after boasting and now facing reality. Shi Jiunian found their imaginations amusing, but dismissed their concerns. Please provide me with the Weibo account password. Oh. Dong Yuhan instinctively relayed the password, then hesitated. Miss, what do you need the account for? To post. Shi Jiunian began typing on her phone, casually responding, they post. We post. The group was left in utter bewilderment. What were they supposed to post? Moments later, Shi Jiunian provided them with an answer. They all followed the official account. Witnessing the recent update from a minute ago, it felt as if dozens of planes had simultaneously exploded above their heads. Welcome, esteemed designer Lu Huan, to the Jiang group. Together, we shall progress and grow. Let us go V. Not a word was altered. It was a direct copy. Had the young lady lost her senses? Miss, what are you doing? Riding the wave of popularity, Shi Jiunian replied, slipping her phone into her pocket with a disarming sincerity. The Jiang group's presence in this industry is alarmingly low. This is the perfect opportunity to ride on the Qiao group's coattails. Ride the wave. The group gasped. We will be mercilessly criticized. Moreover, are we not inviting ridicule? Lu Huan has already made her choice. How can we post this now? Miss, please delete the post. It will lead to chaos. Shi Jiunian remained unfazed, soothing them. Do not fret. The group was on the verge of panic. We can't help but worry. Please, just delete it. That is out of the question, Shi Jiunian replied, shaking her head. Just wait and enjoy the spectacle. With that, she departed, leaving them in a state of helpless despair, fully aware that the impending backlash would be directed at them. Chapter 142, A Wave of Mockery. Fu Jingshun takes action. They cautiously retrieved their phones and discovered that the Jiang group's official Weibo account was inundated with hundreds of comments, rapidly approaching 1,000, and still climbing. The comments were overwhelmingly scathing. Has the Jiang group been hacked? Why is their post identical to the Qiao group's? Isn't Lu Huan supposed to be joining them? Common sense dictates that it's impossible. Lu Huan is a legend in the fashion design world, second only to Master Mo Lan. The Jiang group is desperate for attention. They should consider their own capabilities. If Lu Huan were to join them, I would eat my hat. Observing these comments, one could scarcely hold back tears. Is it not apparent that Miss is behaving rather irrationally? Someone whispered, pointing to their head. How else could one explain such incomprehensible actions? In the office of the Fu Corporation, Fu Wen knocked on the door and entered. Master, there's been another incident regarding Madam. Fu Jingshun sat behind his desk, his pristine white shirt accentuating his flawless physique and robust chest. Upon hearing, he lifted his piercing eyes. Fu Hua promptly handed him a tablet. Qiao Ziyan has managed to poach all of Madam's employees. Moreover, he has deliberately humiliated her. Fu Hua recounted the events with indignation. Upon hearing this, the chill in Fu Jingshun's gaze intensified, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down spines. Once again, it was Qiao Ziyan. Was one encounter not sufficient? How dare he attempt a second? Why did Shi Jiunian not confide in him regarding such a grave matter? He recognized her strength. Yet her independence in times of trouble left him feeling uneasy. He tossed the tablet onto the desk with a loud clatter. Fu Hua winced. It was his tablet. The latest model of the iPhone 10, a costly device. Let go of Qiao's, the man said, arms crossed, sleeves rolled up to reveal his powerful forearms. His previously nonchalant demeanor vanished, replaced by a voice as cold as ice. Before the sun sets today, I do not wish to see any news pertaining to Qiao's. Fu Hua stammered before sunset. That leaves only a few hours. Master, you overestimate my abilities. Fu Jingqian shot him a dispassionate glance. If you cannot accomplish this, perhaps you should consider mining in Africa. Fu Hua's body tensed, and he quickly assured, rest assured, Master, I will ensure the task is completed. Before sunset, he would guarantee that Qiao's vanished from Haicheng. Meanwhile, Xiao Zian had seen the Weibo post from Zhang's and was left questioning whether Shi Jiunian had lost her mind. Why else would she post such a thing? Was she not inviting ridicule? Secretary Liang scratched her head, accustomed to the intrigues of the business world, yet unable to decipher their intentions. President Xiao, what do you think Zhang's is planning? Xiao Zian fell into contemplation, perplexed by Shi Jiunian's actions. Clearly, she was courting disaster. With so many online criticisms, how long could she endure as a young girl? Secretary Liang's phone buzzed, and upon glancing at the message, her expression turned serious. President Xiao, Miss Luan has arrived. Chapter 143. Who said I wanted to join Xiao's? Go greet her. Xiao Zian rose, fastening his coat, and strode out of the office. Miss Luan's influence in the fashion design industry was considerable. Even he felt compelled to show her respect. As he exited, his secretary walked respectfully at his side. In the fashion design department, all designers ceased their work, instinctively forming two lines, eagerly awaiting. President Xiao is indeed impressive. He managed to invite Miss Luan. The thought of meeting her sent waves of excitement through them. Have you seen the news online? Zhang's must have lost their minds. Miss Luan is clearly coming to our company. How dare they post such a Weibo? It's tantamount to inviting scorn. Someone scoffed. I heard Zhang's is now run by a young girl. It's no wonder they resort to such laughable antics. The employees exchanged disdainful glances, dismissing Shi Jiunian and Zhang's entirely. Enough chatter. President Xiao is here, someone declared, spotting Xiao Zian approaching. They quickly straightened up and greeted him respectfully. Good day, President Xiao. He truly was striking, exuding an exceptional presence. Even Fu Jingqian from Fu Corporation could not compare. President Xiao. Miss Luan just entered the elevator, Secretary Liang informed him. Xiao Zian nodded, his gaze fixed on the closed elevator doors, awaiting in silence. Approximately a minute later, the doors opened slowly. A woman, flanked by her assistant, emerged, her voluminous curly hair cascading to her waist, dressed in loose ethnic attire. She exuded a relaxed, artistic aura. Miss Luan. The crowd chorused in unison, their voices resonating. Hello. I am Xiao Zian, president of Qiao's. On behalf of all employees, I welcome you. He stepped forward, his demeanor courteous and gentle, extending his hand in greeting. Luan glanced at him with a serene smile, extending her own hand for a brief shake. The photographer gasped, quickly capturing the moment and sharing it on Weibo. A warm welcome to Miss Luan at Qiao's, a company that thrives on controversy. Do they still have the audacity to continue? As Xiao Zian regarded Luan, he smiled and said, Miss Luan, you will henceforth oversee all affairs of the design department. From today, you are the design director of Qiao's. His words elicited applause and excitement among the crowd. What an honor to have Luan as their director. However, she merely chuckled lightly. President Xiao, I believe you are mistaken. Misunderstanding? Xiao Zian responded, puzzled by her implication. Who said I wanted to become the design director of Qiao's? I never stated my intention to join your company. With a smile, she added, I forgot to mention, I've already joined Zhang's. She delivered the revelation with a grin. Yes, the very Zhang's you all know. Chapter 144. She is my closest friend. Her statement rendered the room momentarily silent, leaving everyone questioning their own ears. Did Luan just say she had joined Zhang's? The very Zhang's that paled in comparison to them? How could this be? Xiao Zian's smile faltered. Miss Luan, are you jesting? Do I seem to be joking? Luan replied, her expression calm. Xiao Zian, who had been perplexed by Zhang's recent Weibo post, now understood. They had intercepted Luan. Miss Luan, we had previously agreed you would join Xiao's. What prompted the sudden shift to Zhang's? Xiao Zian, seasoned in the business world, maintained his composure, smiling despite the circumstances. Miss Luan is intelligent. Surely she understands the disparity between Zhang's and Xiao's. Zhang's is merely a third-rate company, lacking the financial resources and scale of Qiao's. I advise you to reconsider. He paused before continuing. Moreover, Zhang's is now under the leadership of a girl named Shi Jiunian. From what I know, Zhang's is facing significant financial deficits, and Shi Jiunian is unable to rectify them. They may soon face bankruptcy. His analysis was astute, his confidence growing as he spoke. He was unaware of the conditions Zhang's had offered Luan, yet he had laid out the stakes plainly. Even a fool could discern the better choice. Luan, however, merely regarded him with a smile, as though addressing a simpleton. Are you finished? Now it's my turn to speak. I must tell you, regardless of how downcast Zhang's company may be, I shall go there, not for fame or fortune, but solely for one person, and that is Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian. Upon hearing that name once more, Xiao Zian's pupils involuntarily contracted. Shi Jiunian and I have been friends for many years. For her, I would do anything at her request. Greenhan reminisced about her past encounters with Shi Jiunian, a smile involuntarily curving her lips. Therefore, even if Xiao's were a paradise, I would not come, let alone your small company, which I have always looked down upon. The smile faded completely from Xiao Zian's face. A cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Greenhan and Shi Jiunian. How could they possibly have known each other for so long? No wonder Shi Jiunian was so adamant and deliberately posted that tweet on her official blog. It was all intentional. The cunning of Shi Jiunian is truly terrifying. What then? Was Greenhan's purpose in coming here today? Xiao Zian felt a chill creeping over his limbs. Initially, I had no intention of coming, but I decided to present you with a grand gift. Greenhand's gaze swept across the group of designers behind him. Is it amusing to poach someone's corner? Xiao Zian stared at her warily, a chill running down his spine. If you find it amusing, I shall indulge you. Greenhan smiled. I am but a humble figure, yet I possess a certain standing in the fashion design world. If I wish to bury a few individuals, it would be a trivial matter. Her eyes fell upon the group of designers. Xiao's opposing Shi Jiunian is tantamount to opposing me, should you choose to remain at Xiao's. I regret to inform you that I can guarantee you will not survive in the fashion design industry. Chapter 145. In truth, she is a socially anxious person. The faces of the designers turned pale. Greenhand's words were not mere exaggerations. She genuinely possessed that kind of power. In the fashion design realm, Mo Lan is undoubtedly supreme. However, Mo Lan has remained low-key for years, to the point where no one even knows whether she is male or female. Apart from her, Greenhan reigns as the queen of the fashion design industry. If she desires to bury a few individuals, it would be exceedingly simple. They were all in a panic, fearing that Greenhan might indeed take such action. Miss Greenhan, is this behavior not excessive? Xiao Zian could hardly believe that Greenhan would go to such lengths for Shi Jiunian. Are you not the one who instigated this? Greenhan scoffed. Had you not deliberately provoked Shi Jiunian, I would not have even bothered to know who you are. As long as I am present, your Xiao company shall no longer be able to recruit any designer from this day forth. With that, Greenhan clapped her hands and directed her assistant. All right, let us depart. She turned on her heel, not sparing a glance at what expression Xiao Zian would wear. Regardless, it certainly would not be a pleasant one. She walked away with great poise, exuding an air of authority and grace. The elevator doors slowly closed. In an instant, Greenhand's shoulders slumped. The nonchalant expression she had just worn disappeared. She was in a state of panic. How did I perform just now? Was I imposing? Did I falter? The sharpness in her eyes faded, replaced by a hint of nervousness. She had been sweating profusely. No one knew that she was, in fact, socially anxious. Greenhan spent her days engrossed in sketching designs, sometimes not stepping outside for half a year. Thus, she rarely interacted with others, feeling utterly uncomfortable in the presence of strangers, wishing desperately to wrap herself in something. However, when with close friends, she exudes warmth and wisdom, and when protecting her friends, she can be fiercely formidable, just as she had been a moment ago. Her assistant gave her a thumbs up. Sister Han, you were exceptionally impressive just now. That suffices. Greenhan took a deep breath, relieved as long as she had not embarrassed her beloved Jiunian. Now, let's proceed to find Jiunian. Gazing at the now closed elevator doors, Xiao Zian's expression was one of utter dismay. In this encounter, Shi Jiunian had achieved a complete victory. Who could have anticipated that she would know Greenhan? Boss, what shall we do now? The designers in the department were in a frenzy. Greenhan threatened to blacklist them. If she truly acted on that threat, their careers would be over. An idea began to form in their minds. Perhaps it's best to leave Xiao's. Greenhan was targeting Xiao's, not them. If they departed, she would not harm them. Xiao Zian, observing their expressions, understood their thoughts, his gaze growing darker. This is bad. secretary, suddenly recalled something of utmost importance. The Weibo. They had posted a photo of Green Han shaking hands with Qiao Ziyan. Now everyone must think Green Han is joining Qiao's. Quickly delete the Weibo. Secretary Liang hurriedly logged into the official Weibo, praying that the post had only been up for a short while and had not garnered too many views. However, he was mistaken. The post had already attracted nearly 10,000 comments. In truth, Qiao's did not wield such influence. It was primarily due to Green Han's vast fanbase. Whenever news related to her emerged, they would flock to comment. Secretary Liang looked at the comments, cold sweat threatening to pour down his face. This situation was escalating. Chapter 146. The big shot accepts my knees. Zhang's group has genuinely been slapped in the face. Haha. If I were them, I would have no face left to remain in this industry. Secretary Liang. No, it's not Zhang's group that cannot continue. It's them who are about to struggle. This maneuver by Zhang's group has offended both Xiao's group and Miss Green Han. I suggest they change industries altogether. Haha. I told you, that broken company of Zhang's would never be able to hire Green Han. I'd eat shit upside down. Secretary Liang. You made such a severe oath. Why not leave yourself a way out? Go Qiao's. Directly take down Zhang's, so they won't be able to stir up trouble. How disgusting. Zhang's group. Now silent? Come out and take your beating. Secretary Liang, witnessing these disgraceful remarks, felt on the verge of tears. Enough with the insults. If this continues, it will be them who cannot recover. Secretary Liang hurriedly attempted to delete the Weibo post, but it was too late. With a ping, akin to a dreadful omen, someone had retweeted their post, and the retweeter was none other than Green Han. Secretary Liang was covered in goosebumps. Big V Green Han. Just to clarify, I have officially joined Zhang's group. As for Qiao's group, please refrain from attempting to engage with me. Furthermore, from this day forward, any designers from Qiao's group are strictly prohibited from participating in any activities organized by Green Han Studio. A complete boycott. Reason? I find you displeasing. Green Han had not posted on Weibo in ages. This time, her fans erupted in excitement. What? The living Green Han? What on earth is happening? I don't understand. Wasn't Green Han supposed to join Xiao's group? Why is she at Zhang's group now? And it seems she's had a falling out. Green Han is famously gentle. What could Xiao's group have done to provoke her to this extent? She's directly blacklisting them. I support Green Han. A complete boycott of Xiao's designers. I'm laughing. The one who said they would eat shit upside down. Hurry up and prepare for a live stream. Who would have thought that Green Han would ultimately join Zhang's group? Reflecting on their previous mockery of Zhang's group, many netizens felt an acute sense of embarrassment. I can't fathom why Green Han would join Zhang's group. What does she gain? Is she a fool? Who else would willingly go to that broken place but her? Within moments, the Weibo was retweeted. The retweeters were a plethora of prominent figures from the fashion design industry. Attention, a multitude. Designer Li Chu me? I would gladly join. I wonder if Zhang's would consider me. Designer Raw Chu. Ooh, could Zhang's group take me in, please? I wish to join. I have my belongings ready to go. If you don't accept me, I will lie down on the ground. Designer XX, let's team up. I'm already on the plane, ready to seek support from Zhang's. Please, great master, accept me. Several prominent figures from the design industry have spoken up. The online audience is utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why has Zhang's, once a laughingstock, suddenly become the center of attention? What transpired in between? Qiao Ziyan has also seen these comments, along with the Weibo post from El Huan, and blood rushed to his head, nearly causing him to faint. The esteemed reputation of the Qiao family, built over many years, has been utterly tarnished by this incident. Moreover, how did Shi Jiunian come to know so many industry elites? Chapter 147. The young lady cannot afford to lose. Within Zhang's group, a pervasive gloom enveloped the atmosphere. No one dared to check Weibo. They could already predict the scathing criticisms awaiting them online. The Qiao group has released a photo of El Huan and Qiao Ziyan, confirming El Huan's employment with Qiao. Now, the Qiao group has undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. They're despondent, on the verge of tears. Shi Jiunian, holding a glass of milk and biting on a straw, emerged to witness their woeful expressions resembling those of mourners. She raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Clean yourselves up. El Huan will be here soon. Although El Huan is her friend and a grand reception isn't necessary, she fears their current demeanor may lead to regrets. Dong Yuhan and the others, upon hearing her words, nearly burst into tears. Young lady, El Huan has already gone to Xiao's. Why say such things? It's nothing to be ashamed of if El Juan can't come. But your inability to accept this is troubling. A young man, unable to contain his frustration, finally voiced his thoughts. Zhang shouldn't be in such a humiliating position. It was all due to Shi Jiunian's insistence on posting that Weibo, which turned Zhang S into a laughingstock across the industry. Of course, he didn't mean to blame Shi Jiunian. Her actions were simply too reckless. Cannot afford to lose? Shi Jiunian raised an eyebrow. All our peers are mocking us. Haven't you seen Weibo? El Juan has already joined Zhang's. How could she possibly come here? Upon hearing this, Shi Jiunian realized that the ones who truly hadn't seen Weibo were not her, but them. She couldn't be bothered to argue further. Glancing at her phone, she noted, El Juan has arrived at the company. With that, Shi Jiunian strode downstairs. They were still pretending. El Juan would never come here. Was a young lady planning to escape? After all, it was inconceivable for El Juan to be invited. She must be concocting an excuse to sneak away. The more they pondered, the more plausible it seemed. No, I cannot allow the young lady to make another mistake. This time, her actions were utterly outrageous. We must follow her, ensuring she cannot flee and instilling in her the lesson that she must never boast again. A young man, after speaking, angrily pursued her. The others found merit in his words. They could no longer indulge the young lady. She needed a lesson. Otherwise, with her penchant for boasting, Zhang's group would surely meet its demise under their watch. The employees resolutely confirmed their thoughts and quickened their pace. Upon reaching the company entrance, they spotted Shi Jiunian lounging casually in the lobby. Could it be? Was she genuinely preparing to flee? Suddenly, a white Maserati slowly approached, eventually halting at the lobby door. Was someone really coming? Dong Yuhan murmured, scratching his head. It can't be Miss L, can it? What are you thinking? A nearby colleague shot him a skeptical glance. Miss L has already joined Zhang's. So, is this person an actress hired by the young lady to deceive us? Yet they were not unfamiliar with El Juan. Just as the crowd was speculating, the car door swung open. The driver exited the vehicle, walked to the back seat, and opened the door. A woman with waist-length, woolly curls, clad in loose, ethnic attire, stepped out with poise, her gentle features illuminated by the sunlight. Recognizing that oh-so-familiar face, the crowd's minds erupted in astonishment. Yuan. Chapter 148. The vision has shrunk. Darling Jiunian. El Juan alighted from the vehicle, her gaze sweeping around the vicinity. Upon spotting Shi Jiunian at the lobby entrance, her eyes lit up with excitement as she rushed towards her. She was overjoyed. Darling Jiunian, you actually came to greet me. El Juan dashed up to Shi Jiunian, enveloping her in a warm embrace. Shi Jiunian gently patted her back, a faint smile gracing her lips. Sister El, you little rascal. I miss you terribly. I thought you had forgotten about me. El Juan playfully pouted, feeling at ease among familiar faces. You only like Leng Chun, don't you? I heard you contacted her recently. Shi Jiunian chuckled. I did not. Behind them, the onlookers could hardly believe their eyes as they witnessed the camaraderie between Shi Jiunian and El Juan, as if they were lifelong friends. Their hearts roared in disbelief, as if 1,000 wild horses had stampeded through their minds. The young lady and Miss L were friends. No wonder the young lady was so adamant today, insisting El Juan would certainly come to their company. The young lady was not fabricating tales. It was they who had underestimated her. Were they not her employees? Their expressions contorted in disbelief. El Juan noticed them and curiously inquired, why do Jiunian's employees look so peculiar? Shi Jiunian turned a glance at them, giving a nonchalant acknowledgement. Yuan, Ido. The crowd snapped back to reality, hastily greeting El Juan with deep bows, their hearts racing with anxiety. Please, no need for formality. El Juan stepped closer to Shi Jiunian, observing their unusual attire. Unable to contain herself, she remarked, your outfits are quite unique. Their outfits? What outfits? The crowd was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing at their own attire, only to realize their expressions shattered like glass, revealing their shock. How they ended up dressed this way? They had been cleaning the office just moments ago, still clad in aprons, waistbands, and sleeves, with some even sporting makeshift hats crafted for newspaper. Coupled with their current expressions, they resembled village fools rummaging through trash, lacking any semblance of sophisticated professionals. They felt utterly despondent on their first encounter with the goddess. They were dressed so atrociously. No wonder the young lady had urged them to tidy up earlier, fearing they might regret it. All right, let us head inside. Shi Jiunian spoke in a calm tone, leading El Huan inside, leaving a flurry of disarrayed individuals behind. Oh my, I'm completely flabbergasted. The illustrious El Huan is in fact friends with our young lady. Yet if that is the case, what about the Weibo post? The Xiao group had released a photo of El Huan and Xiao Zian. Eagerly, they retrieved their phones, opening Weibo, only to find El Huan's vehement denouncement of all designers under the Xiao group, especially upon seeing numerous designers rallying behind them. Their eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. While these designers may not rival El Huan's fame, they're nonetheless significant figures in the fashion design realm, now collectively voicing their support. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have dared to even dream of such a scenario. Could it be that these individuals are all friends of the young lady? Does she truly possess such an extensive network? They were left in stunned silence, struggling to regain their composure. I have complete admiration for the young lady now. Chapter 149. Not going to happen? I want it today. On another front, El Huan and Shi Jiunian continued their conversation. Darling Jiunian, your actions have certainly caused quite a stir this time. Besides seeking me out, have you reached out to others? It seems you've gathered half the fashion design world. Darling Jiunian has always been a modest individual, but this time she is remarkably ostentatious. Those individuals were not summoned by me. Shi Jiunian spoke candidly. The fashion designers online who supported Jiang were not in contact with her. In the circle, apart from a few familiar faces who knew about her hidden identity, she had managed to keep it well concealed. She was puzzled as to why that group of people suddenly surfaced. El Huan inquired, "We haven't seen each other in over a year. Shall we go out for a meal later?" "All right," Shi Jiunian nodded, stepping out of the elevator with El Huan. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a call from Fu Jingxian. She brought the phone to her ear and answered. "Are you done? I'm here to take you out for dinner." Fu Jingxian's deep, magnetic voice resonated through the line. "I'm almost done," Shi Jiunian replied obediently. "But I don't want to go out for dinner with you." "Don't want to?" Fu Jingxian narrowed his eyes, letting out a soft hum. "I insist on it today." Such a proud demeanor. Shi Jiunian smiled slightly. "Please speak nicely and refrain from using foul language. I've made plans with someone else, just the two of us, so I won't be joining you." El Huan leaned in curiously. "Just the two of you?" Fu Jingxian seized upon that keyword. "What? Planning to abandon your husband for a candlelit dinner with another man? What nonsense! If you keep being sarcastic, I won't talk to you anymore," Shi Jiunian retorted. "It's a girl," she added. Hearing her say she would ignore him, Fu Jingxian chuckled softly. "Wow, my wife is truly adorable." He teased her further, "Since it's a girl, should I come over?" "Don't. Why not? A mi no presentable?" Fu Jingxian was intentionally toying with her, yet Shi Jiunian answered honestly, "Well, a little." Fu Jingxian couldn't help but laugh. "You really can't face people, can you?" El Huan observed the exchange, her interest piqued. "Jiunian, let him come out. I want to see him." She had heard from Lung Chan that Jiunian was already married, yet no one had truly seen Fu Jingxian. She wanted to be the first to assess how he treated Jiunian. Shi Jiunian glanced at her, pursing her lips, and said into the phone, "I've changed my mind. Come pick me up, and we'll go eat together." Fu Jingxian, having overheard their conversation, smirked lazily. "You want me to come just like that? Amuse me." Shi Jiunian responded seriously, "No flattery. Will you come or not?" "Flattery? I refuse to be so straightforward." Fu Jingxian scoffed. "Wait for me. I'll be there in half an hour." Unable to contain her amusement, Shi Jiunian laughed. Fu Jingxian truly was childlike. Chapter 150. Picking up my wife from work at the Fu Group in the president's office, Fu Jingxian rose from his seat, donned his coat, and was about to leave when Fu Hui entered. "Master, I have submitted the documents regarding Qiao's tax evasion and other illegal activities to Captain Tan. He will take immediate action. Qiao's company won't survive until sunset." Fu Hui spoke with pride, as if expecting praise from his master. However, Fu Jingxian glanced at his expensive watch and remarked, "It's been 3 hours since I assigned you this task. You take pride in such slow speed?" His voice was deep and resonant, like the most melodious notes from a cello, laced with disdain. "Were you planning to practice in Africa before returning?" Fu Hui realized his mistake. His master would not commend him. Half an hour later, Fu Jingxian arrived at the Jiang Group's building and called for Shi Jiunian to come down. 5 minutes later, Shi and El Huan emerged. They spotted the man casually leaning against the car door, his white tie slightly loosened, wearing a form-fitting white shirt and suit pants that accentuated his long legs, exuding an aura of raw masculinity. El Huan squinted. "He is quite handsome, but in my eyes, doesn't team match Jiunian. Her friend was exceptional, and no one deserved her." Fu Jingqian straightened upon seeing them, his gaze landing on Shi Jiunian, wife. A declaration of ownership. Shi Jiunian. He casually wrapped his arm around her shoulder and politely nodded to El Huan. Hello, I am Fu Jingqian, Shi Jiunian's husband. El Huan, though typically uneasy around men, felt differently in Fu Jingqian's presence. He was not merely a man to her. He was a subject to be evaluated. Hello, am Le Huan. Let's get in the car. The restaurant is already booked, and we should head there now. El Huan opened the back seat door and settled in. Fu Jingqian intended to open the passenger door for Shi Jiunian, but she climbed into the back seat instead. He raised an eyebrow, took his place in the driver's seat, and drove to the restaurant. Upon arrival, the manager respectfully escorted them to the exclusive VIP room Fu Jingqian frequented. Order whatever you like, don't hold back, Fu Jingqian said nonchalantly. El Huan casually ordered a few dishes, followed by Fu Jingqian, who selected several items that Shi Jiunian adored. Hearing the names of the dishes, El Huan couldn't help but glance at him with renewed interest. At least he knew her taste, which was the bare minimum. Soon, the dishes were served. Jiunian, peel the shrimp for me, Fu Jingqian said, glancing at the shrimp platter in the center. El Huan paused, nearly exploding with disbelief. What is he thinking? Asking Jiunian to peel shrimp for him. Instantly, her previously budding admiration vanished. Shi Jiunian glanced at Fu Jingqian expressionlessly, but clearly accustomed to his requests. She donned gloves, peeled a shrimp, and placed it into his bowl. Fu Jingqian savored it contentedly. El Huan, her hands trembling with indignation, thought she might just slap him. After consuming a shrimp, he removed Shi Jiunian's gloves and donned them himself, delicately pinching the shrimp with his long, elegant fingers, his expression tender and focused, completely absorbed by the woman he cherished. For every shrimp Shi Jiunian peeled for him, he ensured she received a full bowl in return. Their dynamic was one of mutual care. After all, he couldn't always be the one showering her with kindness. She should reciprocate, even if just a little, to save face. As the meal progressed, El Huan observed Fu Jingqian's attentive concern for Shi Jiunian, her earlier frustration waning. Fu Jingqian, marrying our Jiunian is truly your good fortune. She scrutinized him. Many have pursued her, and the line is long. Indeed, marrying her is my blessing, he admitted sincerely. Fu Jingqian nodded affirmatively, feeling that it was indeed the greatest blessing of his life. He would have no regrets if only Shi Jiunian could genuinely like him a little more. He believed that he would be overjoyed to the point of madness. However, the young lady did not seem to harbor such strong feelings for him yet. The last time she mentioned that she would like him a little each day, he wondered how much that amounted to. As for the long street of those who liked Shi Jiunian, she belonged to him. El Huan observed Fu Jingqian's expression, and a glimmer of mischief flickered in her eyes. Nian, speaking of which, do you remember Ian? I saw him during my recent trip to the capital. He seems to miss you quite a bit. Weren't you two the closest when you were young? We even thought you would end up together. Fu Jingqian movements froze. Ian, who is this rogue? Leaning back in his chair, his sharp gaze slowly turned towards Shi Jiunian, appearing unfazed, merely awaiting her response. Yet the curve of his lips, a semblance of a smile, sent shivers down her spine. Shi Jiunian felt his gaze upon her, nearly losing her grip on the rib she was about to bite into. Ahem. Sister El, please don't speak carelessly. I'm not being frivolous, El Huan replied, her eyes fixed on her. Among our friends, Ian has indeed been the kindest to you. He's been a bit busy lately, but mentioned he would come to see you once he was free. Shi Jiunian hesitated. Fu Jingqian, you wouldn't mind, would you? El Huan continued to probe. Fu Jingqian chuckled lightly, assuring her he had no objections. As he spoke, he picked up a rib from Shi Jiunian's bowl, offering it to her with a gentle tone. Eat. Why have you stopped? Is it not to your taste? Shi Jiunian felt as though this meal resembled a banquet of doom. After finishing her meal, she excused herself to the restroom. In the private room, only El Huan and Fu Jingqian remained. Shall we add each other on WeChat? It would be convenient for future communications. El Huan extended her phone. Of course, if Fu Jingqian dared to add her, she would not let him off easily. Let us skip the WeChat. Fu Jingqian shook his head. If there's anything, you can contact my wife. It wouldn't matter if Nian isn't around. You could add me in secret. El Huan smiled alluringly, though her palms were clammy with anxiety. Deep down, she was quite timid. Chapter 152. Be obedient. A qualified husband should maintain boundaries with his wife's female friends. Fu Jingqian replied nonchalantly, I understand that principle. At least you are sensible. El Juan said, finally satisfied. She quickly retracted her phone, her smile vanishing as swiftly as it had appeared. I don't know why you and Shi Jiunian married so suddenly, but now that you are together, you must treat her well. Fu Jingshun, I warn you, do not bully or let Shi Jiunian down. I know you are the renowned Fu Sanshao, surrounded by countless admirers, but if you dare to cause her pain, I will not let you off easily. In short, while Nian Yin may make mistakes, you cannot. Well, logic akin to a bandit. Fu Jingshan smirked, but chose not to argue with her, recognizing her intentions were for Shi Jiunian's sake. In this lifetime, I have committed to Shi Jiunian. She is my destiny, and I will never let her down. The man's expression was sincere and earnest as he spoke the most heartfelt vow. El Juan had seen many people and could read hearts well. She knew Fu Jingshan's words were genuine. She bit her lip. Fu Jingkin truly cherished Nian Yan. Ian was merely a fabrication on my part. Do not take it to heart. They are indeed just ordinary friends. It's simply that he likes Shi Jiunian, while she does not reciprocate. This lad was rather pitiable. El Juan's tone softened, revealing her inherently gentle nature, though she could be prickly when it came to those she cared for, especially Shi Jiunian. Fu Jingshan's demeanor also relaxed. El Juan gritted her teeth and continued, I can see that Nian Yin likes you, so I warn you once more. Do not hurt her or make her sad. Fu Jingshan was taken aback. Shi Jiunian liked him? Did she truly have feelings for him? Had the young lady started to develop affection for him? His heart raced slightly, a blend of excitement and trepidation. Just then, Shi Jiunian returned, and he suppressed the tumult within him. After the meal, El Juan decided to leave first, not wishing to be a third wheel. Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingshan also headed back to the villa. On the drive home, Fu Jingshan appeared distracted, his mind consumed by El Juan's words. Shi Jiunian liked him. Did she truly like him? Was she beginning to develop feelings for him now that he had bound her to him with a marriage certificate? Focus on driving. Shi Jiunian turned to him. Are you still jealous? Sister El was just speaking nonsense. I'm not jealous, Fu Jingshan replied, forcing himself to dispel the chaotic thoughts. He wanted to ask Shi Jiunian about her feelings, but he hesitated. What if he didn't hear the answer he longed for? He fell silent, lost in thought. Noticing his quietness, Shi Jiunian too refrained from speaking. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the villa. As Shi Jiunian unbuckled her seatbelt, Fu Jingshan called out to her. Shi Jiunian. She looked at him. Fu Jingshan met her gaze and felt as if he were surrendering. Taking a deep breath, he leaned closer to her, their faces nearly touching. He reached out to her waist. The sound of the seatbelt unbuckling echoed awkwardly in the stillness. He had unfastened her seatbelt, and their breaths mingled, almost palpable. You once said you would like me a little each day. You must keep your word, understand? I do not expect you to reciprocate equally. In matters of affection, the one who loves first always gives a little more. Their memories are also different. Before the young lady remembers, I cannot ask for too much. But I hope you can, to the best of your ability, like me a little more, just a little. His voice deepened, laden with emotion. Having uttered such sentimental words, surely you will comply. Chapter 153. Unleashing my club. The car was enveloped in silence as Shi Jiunian held her breath, straining to meet Fu Jingshan's gaze. They were too close. Fu Jingshan inhaled deeply, his eyes locked onto hers, expecting her to say something affectionate. Shi Jiunian placed her hands against his chest and pushed him back slightly. Could you move a bit away? I feel cross-eyed. Fu Jingshan. He had waited all this time just for that one line. He felt a mix of frustration and amusement, sinking back into his seat with a thud. Forget it. Let us get out. His tone was irritable. Shi Jiunian, however, remained seated, observing him. Fu Jingshan's earlier words had indeed stirred something within her. He needn't be so cautious. He was a man of natural pride, yet seemed so insecure around her. In her previous life, it had always been like this. Perhaps she should offer him a little sweetness. What are you waiting for? Get out. Fu Jingshan's face was etched with impatience and anger. Just a moment. Shi Jiunian replied earnestly. I'm preparing to do something significant. I need to build my confidence. Something significant? What could that be? Are you planning to infuriate me again and marry a rogue? Come closer, Shi Jiunian beckoned. Fu Jingshan scowled coldly. Very well, I'll come closer. Seeing him remain still, she pressed her lips together. Then, without warning, she swung around and sat on Fu Jingshan's lap. The soft fragrance enveloped him, leaving him utterly bewildered as he instinctively supported her waist. with her legs straddling him. The position was awkwardly intimate. From the outside, it might appear as if they were engaged in something more than mere conversation. Fu Jingshun was genuinely startled. "What are you doing? Get off, get off. What is wrong with you today?" When Shi Jiunian felt discomfort below, she instinctively moved, causing Fu Jingshun's body to stiffen further. He stared at her in disbelief, his phoenix eyes blazing with intensity. "Woman, do you have any idea what you're doing?" "Yes." Shi Jiunian sealed his lips with her own. "Kissing you." In that fleeting moment when their lips met, Fu Jingshun's mind erupted into chaos. Shi Jiunian's gaze was clear. She had beckoned him over. If he wouldn't approach her, she would take the initiative. Her kiss lacked finesse and deep emotion, seemingly just a means to placate him. Yet it ignited an unbearable heat within Fu Jingshun. Ultimately, he could no longer restrain himself, gripping the back of her head and claiming her breath forcefully. On the second floor of the villa, 3 imposing men from the Shi family stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, their fierce gazes fixed on the 2 in the car. "Where's my knife? Where's my knife?" The elder Shi was furious, his beard bristling as he paced angrily, heading to the kitchen for a cleaver. "I'll chop that scoundrel to bits." "Calm down, Dad," Shi Shoji said, flashing a gentle smile that revealed his bright, white teeth. "There's no need for such bloody methods. We are reasonable, dignified people." As he spoke, he pulled out a large hammer from behind him. "Do you think this could smash his brains out? If that doesn't work, I'll electrocute him," Shi Zheng declared, producing his electric self-defense baton, grinning ominously. "Daring to toy with my sister? He must be tired of living." Unbeknownst to them, the true provocateur was Shi Jiunian. The 3 men, like phantoms, descended from the second floor, closing in on the villa's exterior. In the car, the air was thick with heavy breaths. The man's sharp gaze still held remnants of passion as he locked onto the equally flushed Shi Jiunian sitting atop him. The earlier encounter had been rather intense, her ponytail now disheveled, adding to her allure. "Shi Jiunian, what do you mean by this?" Fu Jingshun's voice was hoarse, his heart racing. Did Shi Jiunian kiss him because she liked him, or was it something else? "I don't want you to be unhappy," Shi Jiunian replied, her eyes bright and clear. She had been quite explicit about her feelings. If she didn't like him, why would she kiss him? Fu Jingshun was simply devoid of confidence. Shi Jiunian intended to clarify things further, to instill some self-assurance in him. "If I had no feelings for you, would I kiss you? In fact, I've started to like you." However, before she could finish, her peripheral vision caught sight of 3 large faces pressed against the car window. Shi Jiunian. Fu Jingshun inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Noticing her stunned expression, he instinctively followed her gaze, only to meet 3 pairs of green, glowering eyes. "Fu Jingkin. Is that why my back feels cold?" Shi Shoji observed their position, his blood boiling. He stifled the urge to eliminate Fu Jingshun and gently tapped on the car window, donning a remarkably amiable smile. "Nian Nian, get out of the car." Shi Jiunian hastily scrambled off Fu Jingshun, feeling embarrassed that her family had witnessed their kiss. A hint of an unusual flush crossed Fu Jingshun's face as he straightened his disheveled shirt, one button popping open under the pressure of his attempts. "Fu Jingkin. Shi Jiunian." The 3 men of the Shi family. Their murderous intent was barely contained. The state of disarray was a testament to the intensity of their earlier encounter. The 2 exited the car, standing awkwardly. The elder Shi surveyed Shi Jiunian's tousled ponytail, feeling his inner fury swell once more. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "Nian Nian, you go upstairs first." He flashed a smile that revealed 8 teeth. Yet his gaze turned dangerously toward Fu Jingshun. "Are you not going in together?" Shi Jiunian inquired, aware that they might resort to vigilante justice against Fu Jingshun. She felt a pang of sympathy for him and cleared her throat. "Fu Jingshun, let's go in together." Shi Zheng, however, seized Fu Jingshun by the shoulder. "Nian Nian, you go in alone. We men have matters to discuss. Do you think we would do anything to him? We are such civilized individuals. We engage only in friendly discussions." Shi Jiunian narrowed her eyes. "Is that so?" "Of course." The 3 men of the Shi family nodded vigorously, their fists clenched tightly. Shi Jiunian shot them a suspicious glance before turning to leave. "Grandfather." After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around and shouted, startling the 3 men into a shiver. With a clatter, the cleaver in the elder Shi's hand fell to the ground. Shi Shoji trembled, dropping the hammer at his feet. Shi Zheng's electric baton clattered to the floor as well. Shi Jiunian, Is this what you call a friendly discussion? Fu Jingqian's expression was equally speechless. This trio was out for his life. The atmosphere was thick with tension, nearly suffocating. Shi Jiunian hurriedly picked up the electric baton. Nian, don't misunderstand. We are truly gentle people. Brother, it's more convincing if you put that thing down before speaking, Shi Jiunian replied earnestly. This beast is simply too much. Shi Jiunian fumed. Fu Jingqian, are you even human? In the car, you took the initiative, forcing yourself on her. My sister is still so young. Well, I'm not human. Fu Jingqian replied, relishing the moment. He savored the taste of his lips, recalling that it was Shi Jiunian's first proactive kiss. As Shi Jiunian's temper flared, he raised the electric baton, ready to strike. Brother, you're mistaken. Shi Jiunian stood before Fu Jingqian, speaking calmly. It wasn't him forcing himself. It was I who first climbed onto him. She recounted the truth with tranquility. The three men of the Shi family. Later that evening, Shi Jiunian, freshly bathed, lay in bed and opened her phone. Half an hour ago, Wielding had messaged her, inquiring about their return. Shi Jiunian replied, already home. Wielding responded, you took so long to reply. Confess honestly, did you do something shameful? Cough. Shi Jiunian touched her nose, choosing not to reply. Wielding quickly sent another message. But your man certainly acted swiftly. The Qiao group has been dismantled just like that. The Qiao group? Curious. Shi Jiunian logged onto Weibo and discovered that the Qiao group was trending. The Qiao group had been penalized for tax evasion, fined 56 billion. And the police had amassed substantial evidence against Qiao Ziyan, leading to his arrest and sentencing. The plethora of charges was enough to condemn Qiao Ziyan to several years in prison. The once flourishing Qiao group had collapsed overnight, leaving a bittersweet sensation in its wake. Even within the Jiang family's work group, discussions were abuzz. The Qiao group is gone. It's truly gratifying. I heard that Xiao Laotai became a vegetable after seeing the news. And Xiao Foreign fainted from anger and is still under rescue. I don't care about the Qiao group. What do? I can't sleep now. I never imagined I would work alongside Miss Wielding. Me too. I want to bow down to the young lady. A big, loud bow. Gradually, the conversation took a humorous turn. Shi Jiunian exited the chat, engaging in light banter with Wielding when a call came in. It was from Qin Ming. Nian. Qin Ming's voice boomed. Shi Jiunian. It seems you're almost fully recovered. His voice was particularly robust. Qin Ming chuckled softly. Nian. My parents are heading back to the army, and they would like to invite you and your family for dinner. When are you available? I could book a restaurant for us to enjoy a meal together. Due to their special status, Qin's parents had returned for several days just for Qin Ming, but they now needed to leave. After pondering for a moment, Shi Jiunian replied, how about tomorrow evening? I'll check with my grandfather to see if they are free. Sure. Qin Ming agreed eagerly. I'll inform my parents. All right. Shi Jiunian said before hanging up and stepping out of her room. In the living room, Shi Laoi, Shi Shouji, and Shi Zheng sat expressionlessly on the sofa, while Fu Jingqian sat alone at the bar, looking rather forlorn. Upon seeing Shi Jiunian, Shi Zheng immediately brightened up. Sister, come here. I've made you a cup of milk. Drink it before you sleep. Fu Jingqian, noticing Shi Jiunian's arrival, took a step towards her. Stay right there. Don't come any closer. Shi Laoi coldly interjected. Keep a distance of 10 meters from our Nian. Their hearts were still reeling from the shock. Their precious daughter, whom they had cherished for so many years, had been taken away by Fu Jingqian without a word. They had just witnessed him being affectionate with her. It was hard for them to bear. Thus, their anger was understandable. Fu Jingqian halted his steps in silence. Grandfather. Qin Ming just called. She said Qin uncle and aunt are inviting us to dinner. Shi Jiunian gave Fu Jingqian a helpless look and relayed Qin Ming's message. Shi Laoi readily accepted the invitation. After all, Qin Ming's parents were a commander and the deputy director of the intelligence bureau. Dining with them was a privilege they felt honored to have. Don't worry, our whole family will go tomorrow. I'll head back to my room to rest. Shi Jiunian stated. Go ahead, they replied, always gentle in her presence. As Shi Jiunian ascended the stairs to sleep, Fu Jingqian deliberately waited a few minutes before following her, only to be stopped by Shi Zheng. With a smile, Shi Zheng said, let us sleep together tonight and talk about life. Fu Jingqian raised his eyelids and cast a faint glance at him. After years in the business world, his gaze alone held considerable intimidation, causing Shi Zheng's hand resting on his shoulder to stiffen, though he did not withdraw it. No matter how formidable Fu Jingqian was, he still had to address him as brother-in-law. The next afternoon, Qin Ming excitedly called. Nian, I've already booked the restaurant. Dinner is at 6 sharp. Shi Jiunian nodded. All right. Can you guess where I am right now? Qin Ming whispered conspiratorially. I'm at the pastry shop near the leisure square in the eastern city, keeping an eye out. I snuck out without my parents knowing. Shi Jiunian was familiar with that shop, as she adored their pastries, and Fu Jingchun and Shi Zheng often bought them for her. What are you doing there? I'm waiting for someone. Besides me, several friends are here too. I have reliable information that the racing god, Shi Zheng, has come to Haicheng and has visited this shop several times. Does your idol like pastries too? Shi Jiunian's lips twitched. It wasn't that her idol liked them, but rather his sister did. Hey, Nian, don't you also enjoy watching racing videos? If I spot him, I'll take a picture and send it to you. So you can cuddle with your idol's photo at night. Just don't tell your husband. Keep it a secret. I don't need that, she replied. The real person is right beside me. Why would I need his photo? How do you know that? Qin Ming asked curiously. Shi Jiunian glanced at Shi Zheng, who was next to her slicing apples, and responded, because your idol is right next to me. Ha ha ha, Nian, you are too much. Qin Ming laughed heartily, accidentally pulling at her injury and grimacing in pain. You've already started daydreaming. Shi Jiunian helplessly took her phone, snapped a picture of herself and Shi Zheng, and sent it. Seconds later, Qin Ming's laughter erupted again. This is too much, Nian. Your photo editing skills need improvement. Have you noticed the lighting issues and the unnatural transitions? Moreover, I've never seen my idol wear this outfit. It actually looks quite good. Shi Jiunian felt exasperated. How did this clever girl discern that the photo was edited? She pressed her fingers to her forehead. Tonight, I'll bring your idol to you. You can go home then. You're still not fully healed and are running around like a monkey. Haha, Nian, I know you're trying to cheer me up, but don't tease me. Qin Ming laughed, completely disregarding Shi Jiunian's words. Tonight was their gathering. There was no way Shi Zheng would attend. It's no wonder Qin Ming was so clever. She didn't T-connect the dots, even though both Shi Zheng and Shi Jiunian shared the same last name. Nian, I have to go now. I have a feeling my idol is about to arrive. Qin Ming exclaimed excitedly before hanging up. Shi Jiunian could only shake her head in resignation. Forget it. I won't discuss it further. We'll find out tonight. Sister, eat some apple. Shi Zheng offered her the sliced fruit. Shi Jiunian took it, popped a piece in her mouth, and scrutinized Shi Zheng. Brother. I've realized you're quite handsome, she said, stroking her chin. No wonder you have so many fans. Shi Zheng had over 5 million followers on Weibo. Sister, you're teasing me again. Shi Zheng hadn't expected such praise from Shi Jiunian, and he shyly scratched his head, exuding a sunny charm that captivated young girls. I'm serious, brother. You truly are quite handsome, Shi Jiunian stated earnestly. Fu Jingchun descended the stairs just in time to hear her words, pausing momentarily. Wasn't he handsome? Shi Jiunian never seemed to compliment him in that way. At 6 o'clock in the evening, at Jinshu restaurant, Qin's father and mother sat upright, while Qin Ming fiddled with her phone, looking dispirited. She had spent the afternoon waiting, but hadn't spotted Shi Zheng. Where had her idol gone? Stop playing with your phone. Ask Nian where they are, Qin's father urged. Oh, Qin Ming nodded and dialed Shi Jiunian, absent-mindedly grabbing a piece of duck neck to nibble on. She hadn't eaten all day in hopes of seeing Shi Zheng. Nian, have you arrived? Are you outside? Yes, we're at 351. As Qin Ming spoke, she stood up, ready to greet Shi Jiunian, but at that moment, the private room door swung open. Qin Ming lifted her gaze, and so did Qin's parents, all eyes fixed on the entrance. Shi Leioi entered first, followed by Shi Shouji, and then Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingchun walked in side by side. Nian, Qin Ming exclaimed joyfully, rushing towards her. Haha, you finally made it. I missed you so much. After her injury, the bond between her and Shi Jiunian had deepened significantly. Qin Ming now relied heavily on Shi Jiunian. Shi Jiunian looked at Qin Ming with a half-smile. Her makeup appeared slightly smudged, likely from her earlier efforts to impress Shi Zheng, and upon not seeing him, she had not retouched it. She wore a simple military green casual jacket and loose jeans, her hair casually cascading over her shoulders. Not only have I come, but I also brought someone along, Shi Jiunian said leisurely. Who did you bring? Qin Ming asked curiously. Just then, the private room door opened again, and a clear voice rang out, Sorry, I'm late. Qin Ming instinctively raised her eyes. A man entered through the door, standing at an impressive height of over 6 feet. Clad in a black windbreaker, His robust physique was perfectly accentuated, revealing a hint of wildness and untamed spirit in his finely chiseled features, yet devoid of any aggression. Instead, he emanated an aura of striking handsomeness. The light in the private room cast shadows on his high nose bridge, adding a subtle depth to his striking visage. And in that moment, Qi Ming could hear her own heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced, then exploded with excitement. It was none other than Shi Jiunian, the racing god. Her idol. Why was he here? Everyone's arrived. Please take a seat. Qin's mother, oblivious to her daughter's unusual demeanor, warmly invited Shi Jiunian and the others to sit down. Qi Ming's legs trembled as she awkwardly settled into her seat, separated from Shi Jiunian by Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingqian. I've been meaning to treat a few of you to dinner. Qin's father smiled. Thanks to Jiunian, we owe the Shi family a great favor after what happened to Xiaoming. Old Master Shi, you truly have a wonderful daughter. You flatter me. Old Master Shi replied with a smile. As pleasantries were exchanged, Qi Ming was frantically messaging Shi Jiunian. Nian Nian, Nian Nian, 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 Shi Jiunian. Qi Ming, Shi Jiunian is actually your brother. My idol is your brother. How could I not have realized this? You all share the surname Shi. Shi Jiunian, please be quiet. You're distracting her. Qi Ming couldn't contain her excitement. Her idol was her friend's brother. Such a monumental revelation. In the next moment, she suddenly remembered something, lowering her head to glimpse her own attire. She felt utterly devastated. Meeting her idol for the first time, she was dressed so unattractively. Earlier that day, she had looked splendid, but since she hadn't anticipated meeting Shi Jiunian, she had changed into something more comfortable. Shi Jiunian had mentioned bringing Shi Jiunian along. She thought it was a jest, yet here he was. Shi Jiunian chuckled, clearly aware of her thoughts. Wasn't this Shi Jiunian, her brother? Indeed, he was a striking figure. Qi Ming's mother nodded approvingly at Shi Jiunian. Unlike Fu Jingqian, Shi Jiunian was the kind of young man that the older generation would instantly take a liking to. With such an outstanding son, old Shi, you are truly fortunate. Shi Shoji chuckled, exchanging pleasantries. I envy you. You have such a beautiful and well-mannered daughter. Qi Ming cautiously stole glances at Shi Jiunian, separated by Shi Jiunian and Fu Jingqian. Straining to see, she could only catch a glimpse of his profile. It was breathtakingly handsome. Qi Ming's cheeks flushed. Indeed, the racing god, Shi Jiunian, was incredibly charming. Why is her face so red? Qin's mother noticed her daughter's unusual pallor. Is it too warm? You should take off your jacket. Take off her jacket. Qi Ming's expression shifted dramatically. No. I want tea. Qin's mother was not one to indulge her whims. When she said to remove it, it was to be done. What if you overheat and something happens? Qin's mother swiftly unzipped her hoodie, and Qi Ming didn't have time to protest. The hoodie was pulled off, revealing a bright red, thin autumn top underneath. Qi Ming was mortified. Help! She wished she could vanish. Chapter 159. Acknowledging her as a goddaughter, Qi Ming consumed her meal with tears in her eyes. Had she known she would meet Shi Jiunian tonight, she would never have worn that autumn top beneath her jacket. But now it was too late. She ate 2 large bowls of rice, her efforts earning nods of satisfaction from Shi Shoji. In the future, when Shi Jiunian seeks a daughter-in-law, he should look for someone who eats well. After all, a good appetite leads to a healthy physique and robust offspring. Don't forget your vegetables. Fu Jingqian observed as Shi Jiunian helped herself to the 2 meat dishes she liked, his brows slightly furrowing as he placed a serving of vegetables in her bowl. The young lady didn't eat much and was rather picky. Shi Jiunian glanced at him and obediently ate. After the meal, Qin's mother exchanged a glance with Qin's father, who cleared his throat and said, Actually, we have a small request for everyone tonight, and we hope old Master Shi and you, Mr. Shi, will agree. At his words, everyone at the table turned their attention towards him. My wife and I both have a fondness for this girl, Nian Nian, and we would like to adopt her as our goddaughter. We hope both of you, and Nian Nian herself, would consent. Qin's parents decided to acknowledge Shi Jiunian as their goddaughter, not only because they genuinely liked her, but also out of concern for her circumstances. They had heard of her mother's early passing and her father's heartlessness, leaving her lost. Fortunately, old Master Shi and the others were there for her, preventing her from feeling entirely alone. They felt they couldn't do much for Shi Jiunian, so they proposed adopting her as their goddaughter. With their support, no one would dare mistreat her. Adopting Yin Yin as a goddaughter? Shi was taken aback. Qin's father held a notable position, and Qin's mother served as the deputy director of the National Intelligence Agency. Their status commanded respect, even from the prominent families in the capital. Many sought to curry favor with them. Now, they were proposing to adopt Shi Jiunian as their goddaughter. Yin Yin, what do you think? Old Master Shi and Shi Shoji did not make the decision for Shi Jiunian, but sought her opinion. If she were unwilling, they would not press the matter. Yin Yin, my wife and I genuinely like you. If you agree, we will treat you as our own daughter, Qin's mother said earnestly. Qin's father nodded seriously. Qin Ming, filled with excitement, urged, Yin Yin, quickly agree. If you do, I'll be your sister. Qin Ming was 2 months older than Shi Jiunian, so by this logic, she would indeed be her sister. Godfather, godmother. Shi Jiunian smiled, not one to be overly sentimental. She stood up and bowed to Qin's father and mother, demonstrating her good manners. Oh dear, there is no need to be so formal. Qin's mother beamed, clearly enamored with Shi Jiunian. She had been worried that Shi Jiunian might decline. Dear, we've also prepared a small gift for you. I hope you like it. After Qin's mother spoke, Qin's father leaned in, holding a gift box. As the box opened, it revealed a pander diamond necklace. They had specially commissioned it from the brand's designer. There was only one in the world. Shi Jiunian accepted it with a smile. Thank you, I love it. And this? Qin's father produced a palm-sized object resembling a token and handed it to Shi Jiunian. This is my token of identity. With this, military officers across the nation will treat you with respect. Even the head of the police department in the capital will show you deference. In times of danger, she could display it as a talisman for protection. Shi Jiunian received it, her smile warm. Thank you, godfather and godmother. Chapter 160. Brother's impressive physique. The dinner was filled with joy, and after some pleasant conversation, everyone returned home. Qin's parents also needed to head back to pack their belongings in preparation for their return to the military. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Jiunian arrived home, she settled on the sofa and received a call from Qin Ming. She leisurely pressed the answer button. Yin Yin, what should I do? My emotions are still a bit unsettled. You're so mean for not telling me Shi Zheng is your brother. Qin Ming's voice was loud, prompting Shi Jiunian to rub her ears. I told you I was bringing him tonight. You just didn't believe me. Oh, what? Do you want my brother's autograph? Last time, during a dinner with Lu Xing and others, Qin Ming had mentioned wanting a signature. Now what was she asking for? Wasn't that a bit beneath her? Qin Ming recalled the embarrassment she felt at the dinner table and wanted to slap herself. She had suppressed her feelings all evening. But now, with Shi Jiunian on the line, she intentionally let herself go. You get to see him every day. How lucky. Could you send me some short videos? Preferably the more provocative ones. Provocative? At that moment, Shi Jiunian's lips twitched slightly, just as Shi Zheng was approaching her with a glass of milk. Noticing her on the phone, he kindly slowed his pace, only to overhear Qin Ming's words. Shi Zheng. What do you mean by provocative? Shi Jiunian also spotted him, her expression shifting slightly. Brother. Over there. Qin Ming was becoming increasingly animated, completely oblivious to the gravity of her words. Yes, provocative. Like swimming photos, or pictures of changing clothes. Ideally, ones that showcase his 8-pack abs. Shi Zheng. Shi Jiunian. Qin Ming was on a roll, but of course, she was merely boasting. She wouldn't dare to act on it. How could her hands tarnish Shi Zheng's pure physique? She would be mercilessly attacked by countless fans. Listening to her words and glancing at Shi Zheng's expression, which resembled that of a startled pig liver, Shi Jiunian cleared her throat. You should stop talking. Naturally, Qin Ming paid no heed. She was too caught up in the moment. Yin Yin, I observed today that your brother has quite an impressive physique. His muscles are firm and taut. I bet they feel wonderful to touch. It was becoming increasingly outrageous. Yin Yin, why are you silent? If you don't speak, it's no fun for me to talk alone. Shi Jiunian silently offered a prayer for her. You may not know, she began slowly. Qin Ming, still caught up in her excitement, responded. My brother is right next to me. Shi Jiunian uttered words that would shatter Qin Ming's composure. He heard everything you just said. Qin Ming. Shi Zheng took Shi Jiunian's phone and held it to his ear. Sister, focus on your studies and avoid improper thoughts. Although I must admit, my physique is indeed quite pleasant to touch. The man's voice, laced with a hint of amusement, crackled through the line, sending shivers down Qin Ming's spine. In a panic, she hung up the phone as if fleeing for her life. She banged her head against the wall in despair, wishing for an end to it all. Help! Oh heavens! What had she just said? And Shi Jiunian, he even teased her. I'm going crazy, I'm going crazy. Qin Ming continued to bang her head against the wall, numbly trying to hypnotize herself. Just then, her parents entered and were taken aback by her bizarre behavior. Fearing she was having a seizure. What on earth is going on? Qin Ming's mother shouted.